Chapter 1. The Emergence of Ominous Signs. Yongsheng, stop digging and come see what this is. His mother urged anxiously, Mom, please serve me another bowl of hot noodles. I can't get full just eating fish. Zhang Yongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and patted his famished belly. His mother looked at him, half teasing, half reproaching. Only you can eat so much. Even after all that, you remain as thin as a wire. The summer sun blazed down like a stern overseer, mercilessly scorching the earth. The silhouettes of father and son in the field appeared particularly resolute under the unrelenting sun. Beads of sweat rolled down his father's forehead like pearls escaping a broken string, soaking through his faded garment. Zhang Yongsheng's face was flushed red, resembling a ripe apple, yet the glimmer in his eyes constantly betrayed his dissatisfaction. The sky offered no comfort, devoid of clouds, with only the Suna fiery orb hanging overhead, its rays slicing through the air like sharp knives, relentlessly assaulting every exposed inch of skin. Dad, once we finish our work in the field, I want to go to the West Market with Shizi to find a job. I wish to earn some money to help you get proper treatment for your illness. My health is fine. I've had enough treatment at the county hospital last time. Just keep taking your medicine if you want to go. Then go. Staying in the village is merely wasting time. You little rascal, all you do is eat. Dinner is almost ready. I've chilled a watermelon in the well. You should take it out and cut it for your father to cool off. Right? Yongsheng dashed to the well, pulled out the watermelon, and hurried to the kitchen with a knife in hand. Ouch. The kitchen knife struck precisely at the tip of Yongsheng's finger. What's wrong? How could you manage to cut yourself just slicing a watermelon? Let me see if there's a problem. It's nothing, I just nicked a bit of skin. It's no big deal. As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng wiped the blood on his pants. Little did anyone know that this seemingly trivial action would soon alter Yongsheng's fate. You silly boy, just put a band-aid on it. Rubbing it like that won't help. I know, Yongsheng replied, carrying the watermelon toward the main room. Dad, He raced the watermelon that Yongsheng's father took the watermelon and said, I just heard you cut your finger. Here, take this band-aid and put it on quickly. Dinner's ready. Come and get your bowls. Yongsheng's mother called from the kitchen. Look at these wide noodles and the vibrant red chilies. They smell far better than that fish broth, Zhang Yongsheng said, squatting at the door while stirring the noodles in his bowl. Dear, come quickly and see what's wrong with the child. He's burning up. Yongsheng's mother's panicked voice echoed from inside. Hearing her frantic cries while resting under the grape arbor, Yongsheng's father rushed into the house and touched Yongsheng's forehead. After a sharp intake of breath, he quickly told Yongsheng's mother, hurry and get some fever medicine, wake the boy up to take it. Meanwhile, the drowsy Zhang Yongsheng only felt the sharp pain from his cut finger, an intense heat coursing through his veins, spreading rapidly throughout his body. At that moment, he noticed a faint dragon pattern beginning to form on the palm that had just touched the copper coin. Yongsheng, Yongsheng, why are you burning up like this? Wake up and take your medicine. His mother gently called, one hand holding medicine and the other supporting his back. Zhang Yongsheng stirred from his slumber, feeling an unbearable heat enveloping him, except for a refreshing coolness around his eyes that felt marvelous. After swallowing the medicine his mother handed him, he sensed something unfamiliar within his body, though he could not articulate what it was. A Tongzura green floral porcelain bowl, valued at 4,000 yuan. A line of green text suddenly appeared on the bowl his mother had handed him, only to vanish an instant later. Crash! The porcelain bowl slipped from his grasp and fell onto the bed. What on earth is happening? He glanced around the room, seeing nothing unusual, and then back at the bowl, which appeared normal. Zhang Yongsheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, focusing intently on the bowl as the line of text reappeared. A Tongzura green floral porcelain bowl, valued at 4,000 yuan. It seemed as though every object in the room had taken on a faint hue, predominantly gray, save for the bowl in his hand, which shimmered in a delicate green, adorned with annotations. Mom, what does this say on the bowl? Zhang Yongsheng pointed at the porcelain bowl lying on the bed. What? My dear child, where did these words come from? Are you feeling all right? His mother gazed at him, bewildered. It's right here. Can't you see it? Zhang Yongsheng pointed at the text. Yongsheng, come quickly. Something's not right with the child. His mother called out urgently. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Yongsheng's father hastily set down what he was holding and rushed in. Your son says there are words on this bowl. He must be delirious. We should get him to the hospital. Yongsheng's mother exclaimed in a flurry. Yongsheng's father glanced at the bowl and then placed his hand on Yongsheng's forehead, feeling no fever. He doesn't seem to be feverish. Yongsheng, what do you see? Seeing the incredulous expressions on his parents' faces, Yongsheng shook his head in disbelief and pinched himself hard, realizing this was indeed not a dream. He thought, am I the only one who can see this? Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I think I just imagined it. A little rest should do the trick. You two should continue with your work. You'll sleep for a bit. All right, my child, don't frighten your mother. If anything's wrong, just let us know, and we'll take you to the hospital. That I am really fine. Go rest a while, and if I feel unwell, I promise to tell you. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Abilities. Perhaps I have truly lost my mind. I shall take another nap. Upon awakening, Zhang Yongsheng glanced at the porcelain bowl beside him. Indeed, he had lost his senses. There was nothing to be found. What manner of occurrence permits one to perceive prices? He chuckled bitterly as he picked up the porcelain bowl for a closer inspection. At that moment, a miraculous event transpired. He beheld a line of green characters neatly displayed. Qing Tongji Famille Rose Flower and Bird Bowl, valued at 4,000 yuan. Zhang Yongsheng could not restrain an exclamation. Surely, I must be afflicted with some ailment. I must seek help promptly. With this thought, he rolled out of bed and prepared to step outside. Wait. Something seemed to strike him. He halted and glanced back at the porcelain bowl. Qing Tongji Famille Rose Flower and Bird Bowl, valued at 4,000 yuan. He slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "This is my fortune." Unable to contain his elation, he dashed to the living room and inquired of his father, "Dad, where did we acquire this bowl? Do we have any others like it?" Yongsheng asked eagerly. "I can't recall. You should check the kitchen yourself," his father replied. Without further ado, Zhang Yongsheng hurried to the kitchen, flinging the door open to find everything as usual, devoid of color or any special markings. Could it be that this ability has a time limit? He scrutinized the kitchen, observing the commonplace furnishings gradually revealing a faint gray hue. There likely was nothing of worth here, he mused. Turning back to the main room, Yongsheng noticed a clock on the side table emanating a green glow. Inscribed with, Republic of China 3-5 monk head clock, market value 5,000 yuan. He pondered how long this ability could last, wondering if all valuable items could reveal their worth. I must find a place to test it. They say our province, where the yellow earth conceals emperors, possesses treasures aplenty. I must venture there. With this thought, Zhang Yongsheng sought out his father to share his plan. "Dad, it seems we've nearly finished our work in the fields. I wish to join Shizi and the others at the West Market for some work. What do you think? Didn't we already discuss this? You may go, but must be after you meet the young lady introduced by Li Pe," his father replied. "This matter is not urgent. I am only 23 and not in a rush to marry. I wish to explore the provincial capital first, to accumulate some capital before considering marriage. Otherwise, in our current circumstances, who would wish to marry me?" "Well, my child, you make a valid point. You have always had a passion for reading and learning. Most of the ancient texts your grandfather left have been perused by you. It is my fault for not being industrious, for having fallen ill, hindering your university aspirations due to financial constraints. Very well. You have assisted at home for several years. I cannot hinder your ambition. If you have made up your mind, then go." Yongsheng's father sighed. After dinner, Zhang Yongsheng exited the house with great enthusiasm and arrived at the home of his childhood friend, Shizi. As soon as he stepped inside, he called out loudly, "Shizi, have you spoken to your brother about our plan to work at the West Market? When are we going?" Upon hearing the shouts emanating from the courtyard, a young man in his 20s dashed out of the room. He was tall and broad-shouldered. His skin, tanned and glistening from years of labor in the fields, was testament to his hard work. With his sturdy, calloused hands, he excitedly grasped Yongsheng's arm and exclaimed, "I was just about to come looking for you. I spoke with my brother yesterday, and he mentioned that they're in need of workers at the construction site. We could go anytime. All right, let us set off early tomorrow morning. I had a dream last night about an old sage who told me to visit the antique street in the West Market for a chance at great fortune." Although Zhang Yongsheng intended to share his newfound skills with Shizi, the fantastical nature of it made him hesitant, leading him instead to fabricate a tale. "My mother heard that I am heading to the city, and she specially killed a chicken for me, saying it's to nourish me. Kulme, let us eat together, and you can benefit as well." With that, he threw an arm around Zhang Yongsheng's shoulder, and they entered the house. Inside the spacious main room stood a simple folding dining table, adorned with dishes that seemed extravagant to Yongsheng. A clear broth made from an old hen, spicy scrambled eggs, and stir-fried green chilies with green tomatoes, each accompanied by a bowl of noodles. "Ah, Yongsheng is here. Have you eaten? Come sit down, and I'll have your aunt prepare some noodles for you," greeted Shizi's father warmly upon seeing Zhang Yongsheng enter. "Uncle, I just had something at home. Please, continue your meal. I just want to have a word with Shizi," Yongsheng replied as he took a seat. "I heard from Shizi that you both are planning to go find your brother Hai in the city." Shizi's father gestured for Yongsheng to sit down. With a smile, Zhang Yongsheng pulled up a chair next to Shizi's father and said, "Indeed, we plan to look for my brother Hai tomorrow. You know, my father has been unwell these past few years, and since my sister is growing up, if I don't earn money now, she will face the same fate as I did. You're both good kids. As long as you have that intention, it's enough. You two go find Wang Hai tomorrow. I told him that if he has one meal, You both should have one too. Uncle, thank you. Yongsheng expressed gratefully. Oh, no need for thanks. You and Shizi have played together since childhood. I have long considered you as my own child. Now enough talk, let us eat. Chapter 3. Into the city, the next morning, Zhang Yongsheng rose early and packed a few articles of clothing. He took with him a Qing Tongji painted bowl worth 4,000 yuan and concealed within his pocket 200 yuan that his mother had insisted he take. After bidding farewell to his parents, he and Shizi joyfully made their way to the town, where they purchased 2 tickets to the West Market for 10 yuan each and swayed their way to their destination. Back at the turn of the millennium, mobile phones were not as ubiquitous. After disembarking, Shizi found a public telephone booth and called his brother. Hi, we just arrived at the station. Are you there? I'm at the construction site. Once you exit the station, find a bus stop out front and take the 228 bus to Longsho Village. There's a construction site called Building 1 near a park. Just tell the guard you're looking for Wang Hai, and he will let you in. Don't pay any attention to anyone who calls out to you. Do not get into any small cars or taxis offered by strangers, as many are scams. Be cautious and do not fall for any tricks, Wang Hai advised. I understand. Brother Hai, Shizi replied before hanging up the phone. 2 individuals, burdened with worn woven bags, meandered slowly toward the bus station. As they emerged from the confines of the station, the clamor of the outside world surged forth like a tidal wave. Standing amidst the bustling street, they appeared somewhat bewildered. Although their garments were immaculate, they bore the unmistakable marks of fading colors, and their cloth shoes were caked with dirt, rendering them starkly incongruous with the surrounding splendor. Yongsheng, why do the people in the city dress so brightly? Exclaimed Shizi, tugging at Zhang Yongsheng's sleeve, his eyes darting around at the towering buildings and neon lights. A mixture of excitement and trepidation swirling within him. Zhang Yongsheng swallowed hard, attempting to feign composure as he replied, What is there to fear? We are here to explore. In time, we too shall dress like this. Yet, despite his bravado, a sheen of perspiration had already begun to form on his palms. This was his inaugural venture into the city, and the opulence before him evoked both longing and apprehension. In their moment of distraction, they were suddenly jolted by a burst of laughter. Looking up, they spotted several flamboyantly dressed women emerging from a nearby hair salon, pointing and giggling at them. One of the women, clad in a short skirt and heavily made up, flashed a teasing smile and called out, Hey, handsome boys, come here for a chat. You must be new in town, right? How about stepping in for a massage and unwind a little? As she spoke, she made a gesture as if to pull Shizi closer. Shizi and Zhang Yongsheng were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing crimson. Shizi's heart raced. Why are the city girls so bold? What do they mean by this? Stealing a glance at Zhang Yongsheng, he noticed him also bowing his head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. Shizi, let us leave. This place feels unsettling, Zhang Yongsheng whispered, recalling Hai Ji's earlier warning. Although Shizi felt a twinge of fear, he attempted to maintain his composure, murmuring, What is there to be afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. Perhaps this is just how they greet customers. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, the girl's laughter grew bolder as she approached them. The scent of her perfume enveloped them, causing both Zhang Yongsheng and Shizi to instinctively take a step back. Oh, are the 2 young men shy? She teased, her tone laced with playful mockery. Is this your first time in the city? Would you like me to show you around? Shizi's ears buzzed, his mind a blank slate. He had never encountered a situation like this, feeling both anxious and inexplicably flustered. He longed to utter something, yet his tongue felt as if it were bound, rendering him speechless. Noticing Shizi's discomfort, Zhang Yongsheng grew alarmed, tugging at his sleeve. Shizi, let us hurry away. Something feels off here. Remember what Haigu said earlier? Behind them, the laughter of the girls echoed, interspersed with playful jibes. Hey, don't run away. We have plenty of fun to offer, with all sorts of poses and games. It dawned on them that the people in the city were not only different from them. The towering skyscrapers and the ceaselessly racing cars were a far cry from anything in their village. They wondered when they might ever have the chance to own a car of their own. 2 individuals stood between the towering edifices of the city, gazing upward at the skyscrapers adorned with shimmering glass facades, where sunlight reflected dazzling rays, as if each beam beckoned to them. The streets bustled with a ceaseless flow of vehicles and throngs of people, while neon lights flickered incessantly, enveloping the air with an exuberance and vitality they had never experienced. Zhang Yongsheng's heart raced, beads of perspiration forming on his palms. The scene before him was both alien and exhilarating. He had never imagined such places existed in the world. Although devoid of tranquil fields and the fragrance of earth, this locale brimmed with boundless possibilities and dreams. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to plant his roots here, to become an integral part of this metropolis. He aspired to carve out a niche for himself amidst this concrete jungle using his own hands and vision. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, he would not waver. The brilliance of this ancient capital had ignited a flame within him. He knew this would mark a new beginning in his life. Longzhou village has arrived. Passengers, please disembark from the rear door. After disembarking, please do not walk around the front of the bus. With the crisp announcement, the two reached their destination. Upon exiting, they glanced around, and Zhang Yongsheng spotted a massive billboard at the southwest corner of the road, emblazoned with Park Number 1. He turned to Shizi and said, "Brother, we've found the place. Follow me." With that, he grabbed their luggage and pulled Shizi across the street. Chapter 4 Uncle, hello. We are here to find Wang Hai. I am his brother. Zhang Yongsheng addressed the elderly man at the door. Are you referring to the Wang Hai who operates the excavator? The old man inquired. Indeed, Zhang Yongsheng replied respectfully. All right, please wait a moment while I call him. The elderly gentleman picked up the landline and dialed. Xiao Wang, there are two young men at the entrance looking for you. Okay, I'll have them wait here. After hanging up, he informed Zhang Yongsheng. The call has been made. He will be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Shizi's face brightened, and he embraced Hai Ji's shoulder, exclaiming, I knew it. Brother, I just knew it. All right, steady now. If you keep shaking, I might come apart. You two grab your things and follow me. Since you're just starting out, you can assist me. There's no rush. Yongsheng, having graduated from high school, is somewhat educated. There will be some writing and record-keeping tasks on the site that pay well. If you stick with me, I'll introduce you to them, and you can learn well to aspire to be a documentarian. After a round of pleasantries, Haigo led the two to the dormitory, pointing to the beds near the window. Those two beds against the wall are unoccupied. You can rest there for now. Don't wander about. I'll host a welcome dinner for you tonight, and tomorrow you'll start working. The journey had left them both weary and astonished, and they soon drifted into slumber upon lying down. As night fell, the city's neon lights sparkled with brilliant luminescence, and the streets thrummed with activity. After work, Haigo brought the two laborers, Zhang Yongsheng and Shizi, to a nearby hot pot restaurant, grinning as he said, Come on, today I'll treat you to the local skewers. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it. Zhang Yongsheng and Shizi exchanged glances, their hearts filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Neither of them had ever encountered the concept of chuan xiang, let alone indulged in it. As they stepped inside, a wave of fragrant spices and a piquant aroma enveloped them, causing both to involuntarily sneeze. Shizi, lifting his nose to inhale deeply, turned to Yongsheng with a look of sheer enchantment and exclaimed, Yongsheng, can you smell that? It's utterly delightful, even more so than the oil-splashed noodles my mother makes. Look at those old bowls, bubbling away. Upon hearing Shizi's words, Haigu and his companions erupted in laughter. Haigu affectionately draped an arm around Shizi's shoulder, playfully tousling his hair as he remarked with a sense of amusement, Oh, my dear brother, that is hot pot. Over there is a row of vegetable racks. Go on, help yourself to whatever you fancy and cook it in the pot. Shizi's face flushed with embarrassment, and after they found a place to sit, Haigu instructed them to fetch vegetables and dipping sauces. As Zhang Yongsheng and Shizi approached the condiment station, they exchanged a knowing smile. Confronted by a mountain of small bowls, Shizi looked at Yongsheng and asked, What are all these little bowls for? We recognize the chili, vinegar, and soy sauce. But what is that heap of black stuff? A nearby waitress, noticing their confusion, hurried over and picked up a bowl of sauce, saying, Are you boys new to this? Let me assist you. This here is sesame paste, and this is oyster sauce. Just add some chili if you like, and a bit of vinegar if you prefer. Wang Hai, grinning, picked up a piece of beef, dipped it in the pot, and after a moment, handed it to Shizi, saying, Here, give it a try. Just eat it like this. Shizi took the skewer cautiously, biting into it, only to recoil as the spiciness overwhelmed him, exclaiming, Wow, that is incredibly spicy. Seeing his reaction, Wang Hai quickly poured a glass of Han's beer and handed it to Shizi, urging, It's your first time, you'll get used to it. Here, have a sip to quell the heat. Unaccustomed to beer, Shizi raised the glass to his nose and grimaced at the unusual scent. Why does this taste so strange? He queried. Drink up, it's a good thing. Would I deceive you, brother? Wan Hai En Gao. After a moment's hesitation, Shizi took a hearty gulp, only to cough violently as the bitter flavor struck him. What is this? It's awful. Even our local puta bai is better. Wang Hai and the others erupted in laughter at Shizi's candidness. Oh, my brother, you truly are a country bumpkin. Beer is meant to be consumed like this. You'll come to enjoy it. With Shizi's demonstration paving the way, Zhang Yongsheng found the process much smoother. As a few cups of beer were consumed, both he and Shizi gradually relaxed. Shizi, emboldened, picked up a skewer of tripe, imitating others by dipping into the pot. Yet, in a moment of clumsiness, he dropped the tripe into the boiling broth, splattering red oil nearly onto his clothes. In a flurry, he attempted to retrieve it, only to create more chaos. Finally giving up with an awkward smile, "This is too slippery. I can't hold on to it at all." Zhang Yongsheng, too, found himself in humorous predicaments. He grabbed a skewer of tofu, but after only a brief dip, he pulled it out, biting into it only to discover it was still cold. Frowning, he remarked, "Why isn't this cooked?" Li Chong and Li Peng, the two brothers, laughed heartily, slapping the table. "You truly crack me up. The tofu needs to be boiled a little longer, otherwise it won't soak up the flavor." Despite the numerous jokes shared at the table, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After a few bottles of beer, their faces flushed red, and their chatter became more animated. Zhang Yongsheng patted Wang Hai on the back, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, you are truly remarkable. If only I'd come to the city earlier, I'd be thriving just like you. We must learn from you." Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "We're all brothers here. There's no need for such formalities. You're just getting started, but you'll soon adapt. There are plenty of opportunities in the city. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll surely succeed." He raised his glass boldly, declaring, "Come, let's toast to our brotherhood." The group clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Though Zhang Yongsheng was still unaccustomed to the taste of beer, he found a bittersweet essence in it, reminiscent of his hopes for the future. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter at the construction site. During the meal, Brother Hai, Li Chong, and Li Peng were discussing matters concerning the construction site. The tall Li Chong downed a glass of beer and, wiping the froth from his beard, cautiously said, "Have you two heard? It seems they've unearthed a tomb at the foundation pit of Building 2 this morning." "I heard about it. It's just a tomb from a wealthy family of the Qing dynasty. What's so surprising? Our West Market area is filled with ancient graves. Just the other day, while hauling dirt, I uncovered a tomb of a Ming dynasty official. The Cultural Relics Bureau even came." Li Peng remarked, glancing at Li Chong. Unintentionally, Zhang Yongsheng, intrigued by the mention of antiques, quickly inquired, "Brother Li, does this mean we often dig up tombs here? Has anyone ever found anything valuable?" Seeing Zhang Yongsheng's keen interest, Li Peng, wary of any ill intentions, promptly cautioned, "Of course, but if anything is discovered, it must be reported to the Cultural Relics Bureau immediately for protective excavation." Zhang Yongsheng, with an air of subtlety, looked at Li Peng and continued, "Has anyone ever secretly kept a couple of items for themselves?" "No way. Who would dare? If caught, it could lead to imprisonment," Li Peng replied. "You must remember to keep your hands clean while working at the site. There's no room for recklessness." Wang Hai interjected as the conversation veered off course. Astute, Zhang Yongsheng noticed a glimmer of insight in Wang Hai's eyes and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Hai. I was just asking casually. Here's to you, Brother Hai, Brother Peng, and Brother Chong." As the night wore on, the skewers on the table were nearly finished, and the floor was littered with beer bottles. Shizi and Zhang Yongsheng wore satisfied smiles, though they still struggled with the slippery skewers and were not quite accustomed to the bitterness of beer. Yet they felt the essence of urban life, a vibrancy filled with excitement, freedom, and the thrill of the unknown. Having indulged a bit too much, Shizi pulled Zhang Yongsheng aside, proclaiming, "The big city has its perks. The food is great. The drinks are fine, and the women are lovely. I must work hard to earn enough to marry a wife and enjoy the warmth of family life." Meanwhile, the newly skilled Yongsheng contemplated how to leverage his talents to carve out a niche in this dazzling, hedonistic world. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting their glow upon this bustling land. The colossal iron arm of the tower crane slowly rotated, resembling a silent giant transporting steel and concrete skyward. Sparks from electric welding scattered like brilliant fireworks, particularly dazzling against the gray sky. The aroma of cooked rice wafted from the makeshift dining area, where Wang Hai sat with Zhang Yongsheng and Shizi, gathered around a simple aluminum lunchbox filled with modest fare. Yet they savored it with great delight. "Shizi, after you finish your meal, come with me to lend a hand. Yongsheng, you will follow your brother Chong and learn to operate the excavator. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to someone in the project department to see if you can learn about surveying or something similar," Wang Hai instructed while eating. "All right, Brother Hai. We will do as you say," Zhang Yongsheng replied, wiping his mouth and feeling unsatisfied. After their meal, Zhang Yongsheng followed Li Chong through the jungle of steel rebar. They stumbled upon a fenced-off area and recalling something, he turned to Li Chong and asked, Brother Chong, where is that Qing dynasty tomb you mentioned last night? Just over there beneath Building 2. Are you interested in that? Li Chong pointed towards a nearby enclosure. When I was a child, I read a few novels about antiques. And since you mentioned there is one here, I wanted to see it for myself, Zhang Yongsheng responded. You little rascal, you surprisingly know quite a bit. There are many ancient tombs in the West Market. Sometimes a single construction site can uncover several in a day. Just think about how many construction sites there are in the entire urban area. The Cultural Relics Bureau can hardly keep up. Usually when you call them, the staff will just ask if the tomb passage has been opened and if there are any inscriptions. If there are, it's a significant tomb, and they will come promptly. But if it's a small tomb from the Ming or Qing dynasty, they generally instruct you to fill it in and be done with it. This time, what was unearthed is a large Qing dynasty tomb. The Bureau probably won't rush over. Let us take a look shortly. If it hasn't been filled in yet, I'll take you down to broaden your horizons. But remember, you mustn't take anything. If something goes awry, I cannot bear the responsibility, Li Chong cautioned. Understood, Brother Chong. I will not cause you any trouble, Zhang Yongsheng replied as they made their way to Building 2. Upon entering the enclosure, they discovered the tomb passage had not yet been filled. Li Chong quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed only the security guard, old Zhang. He hurried over, pulling out a cigarette and offering it. Brother Zhang, are you on duty today? Yes. Why aren't you operating the excavator? What brings you here? Old Zhang asked, lighting the cigarette with a sense of ennui. A relative from the countryside came to work at our site, and I heard there was an ancient tomb unearthed, so I wanted to see it, Li Chong replied. What is so interesting about that? They're just the graves of our ancestors, old Zhang remarked, glancing at Zhang Yongsheng. Come on, everyone has a bit of curiosity when they're young. I'm just standing outside to take a look. I'm not going in. What is there to worry about? Zhang Yongsheng interjected. All right, but you can only stand outside the pit and cannot enter. It hasn't been reinforced, and if it collapses, it would be disastrous. Old Zhang warned Zhang Yongsheng with a nod. My apologies, Brother Zhang. I got a bit too excited and stepped forward without thinking. I'll step back now. Zhang Yongsheng quickly responded, jolted by old Zhang's shout, suppressing his excitement as he retreated a couple of steps and sincerely apologized. What is the matter? I'm primarily concerned that the pit might collapse and injure you. All right, let us hurry and leave. Otherwise, the supervisor will arrive and start complaining. The security guard, Mr. Zhang, gestured for the two to depart quickly. Li Chong, understanding the hint, nodded and pulled Zhang Yongsheng along as they made their exit. Noticing the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, Li Chong curiously inquired, Yongsheng, what did you see? Why are you so delighted? Inside, there were merely some broken bricks and tiles. I thought I caught a glimpse of something reflecting light and was about to step in for a closer look when I was called back. Naturally, Zhang Yongsheng would not disclose his discovery to Li Chong. It's nothing. Such occurrences are commonplace on construction sites. Whenever you encounter something, you can go down to investigate. Li Chong reassured him. Thank you, Brother Chong. Chapter 6, The Dream of Wealth. Though he did not voice it, Zhang Yongsheng was ecstatic inside. This discovery reaffirmed the authenticity of his perceptive abilities, which were indeed extraordinary. Not only did he receive descriptions of the items, but he also detailed their prices. He pondered silently. If the text he perceived was genuine, it would undoubtedly allow him to earn a handsome profit by appraising antiques in the future. By the way, the porcelain bowl he had brought along was an excellent specimen for experimentation. He must find time to validate it. In high spirits, his steps naturally became lighter. Soon, the two arrived at an excavator. Li Chong climbed aboard and invited Zhang Yongsheng to sit beside him in the cab, patiently demonstrating how to operate the machine. Zhang watched intently and occasionally posed questions. Brother Chong, pushing both levers forward makes it move ahead, pulling them back makes it retreat, pushing the left lever turns right, and pushing the right lever turns left, correct? Hey, you're quite astute. You're a good learner. Now that you've grasped the basics, would you like to give it a try? Li Chong asked. Can I? Why not? Let us switch. I could use a break, replied Li Chong, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to him. Brother Chong, I don't smoke, Zhang Yongsheng protested. Just take it. What is there to be afraid of? Every man should learn 3 things: smoking, drinking, and courting women. Come on, let me give you your first lesson. This is good tobacco. A pack costs 25, Li Chong chuckled. Ah, that is so expensive. Brother Chong, how much do you earn in a month to afford such fine cigarettes? I remember the golden monkey cigarettes I buy for my dad only cost 1, 2 a pack. One of your cigarettes could buy me a whole pack. Yongsheng exclaimed, astonished. Here, take it. Li Chong tossed the lit cigarette to Yongsheng and said, operating an excavator on a construction site doesn't pay well. We earn merely 2,000 yuan a month for working for the boss. Then why do you smoke such premium cigarettes? At this rate, you'll run out in just a few days, Zhang Yongsheng queried as he accepted the smoke. You're still young and don't understand the intricacies involved. You'll figure it out as you go, Li Chong replied. Cough, cough, cough. This is dreadful. What is enjoyable about this? Zhang Yongsheng complained. You fool, why don't you pace yourself? Don't inhale so hard. Li Chong laughed, playfully scolding him. Zhang Yongsheng gently inhaled a puff of smoke and exhaled, his gaze piercing through the haze to catch a glimpse of Li Chong's smiling face. He pondered inwardly, sensing there was more to this individual than met the eye. The mere act of smoking hinted at alternative means of income. Yet what could they be? As he indulged in his cigarette, Li Chong guided Zhang Yongsheng in operating the excavator, providing simple explanations until Zhang had grasped the basic maneuvers, moving forward, reversing, turning left, and turning right. Li Chong praised Zhang's quick wit, expressing a desire to mentor him further in the days to come. Once the others had succumbed to slumber, Zhang Yongsheng cautiously retrieved a porcelain bowl from his luggage. The familiar green characters danced before his eyes, filling him with an unexplainable fondness. He envisioned a future filled with happiness, his parents liberated from the torment of illness, his sister unburdened by tuition concerns, and himself joyfully married with children. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, yearning to showcase his abilities at that very moment. Just then, a gentle patter of rain began to fall outside, and the sound brought him joy. He mused that if it rained tomorrow, they might not have to work. If that were the case, he would surely ask Brother Hai where to find antique shops in the West Market to test his skills. Clutching the porcelain bowl, listening to the rain, he dreamt of a blissful future and gradually drifted into slumber. Yongsheng, why are you sleeping with a bowl? Xi inquired curiously. Zhang Yongsheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, glancing at the boy who interrupted his pleasant dreams, then stretched languidly, replying, Oh, Shi, I was dreaming. Why did you wake me? What were you dreaming about? Were you dreaming of begging? Shi chuckled at the sight of Yongsheng's disheveled appearance and the bowl in his arms. Zhang Yongsheng shot him a disapproving look and retorted, What kind of begging dream? It was a legitimate good dream, a dream of wealth. At Shi's teasing, Yongsheng could no longer feel the slightest trace of sleepiness. He turned to the window. The rain continued its gentle descent. He then looked at Wang Hai and Li Chong, who were also just waking up, and eagerly asked, Brother Hai, are we still working today despite the rain? We're taking a break today. The construction site will be nothing but mud. Wang Hai replied while putting on his clothes. Upon hearing they would indeed have a day off, Yongsheng could hardly contain his excitement. He grasped Shi's hand and exclaimed, Shi, we're not working today. I want to go out for a stroll. Will you come? Where to? Shi asked with curiosity. I wish to visit the antique market. I will ask Brother Hai for the address shortly, Zhang Yongsheng replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Are you still preoccupied with what your old deity told you? Shi remarked with a hint of disdain. I merely wish to wander. Everyone says the West Market is rich in antiques, and I would like to broaden my horizons, Yongsheng clarified. Very well then, let's inquire if Brother Hai and the others wish to join us. After saying this, Shi turned to find Wang Hai. Brother Hai, since we aren't working today, we want to go out for a stroll. Where is the antique market in the West Market? Why go to the antique market? It's rare to have a day off. Why would you want to spend it there? Do you too have money to buy antiques? Wang Hai asked as he finished dressing, picking up a cigarette. We're just passing the time, expanding our knowledge. Besides, there's nothing else to do, Yongsheng replied. In the Western Market, the most reputable antique venues are 4 in number. The Zhuke Road Antique City, the Baxian Antique City, the Dongmen Antique Market, and the Shiyumen. Among them, the Baxian Temple is the most convenient, located closest to us, with the 228 bus providing direct access. If you two are interested, feel free to explore. However, Wang Hai suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and sternly warned, Remember this. Those old artifacts are for viewing only, not for touching. If you break anything, you won't be able to pay for it, even if I sell you both. Understood, Brother Hai. Let's take a look, Zhang Yongsheng replied. With a heavy heart, he pulled Shi along, and the two hurried to the dining hall, casually grabbing 2 steam buns before making their way to the bus station. Chapter 7, Baxian Temple. After disembarking from the bus, Zhang Yongsheng and Shi wandered around until they finally located the Baxian Temple. In the midst of a gentle drizzle, the character's Baxian Palace appeared faintly, while the blue-tiled eaves took on an ethereal quality amidst the mist. Coincidentally, they encountered a tourist group and blended in to hear the guide's explanations. This Taoist temple is indeed a relic from the Song dynasty, the guide proclaimed while holding a small flag, although most of the current structure was rebuilt during the Qing dynasty. Inside, the 8 well-known immortals, including Han Zhongli and Zhang Wolao, are enshrined, hence the name Baxian Temple. Shizi nudged me and whispered, Yongsheng is the antique market named after this. Zhang Yongsheng nodded, continuing to listen to the guide's account. Next to it lies the Bashian Antique City, a treasure trove, particularly the second-hand market, which specializes in currency trading. You can find everything from ancient cloth coins and knife coins to copper coins and silver dollars from various dynasties, even old paper currency and silver ingots. Shizi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tugged at Zhang Yongsheng's sleeve, eager to rush into the market. Zhang Yongsheng quickly restrained him. Hold on. Let the guide finish speaking first. The guide continued. The most mysterious aspect is the ghost market that reportedly takes place here every morning before dawn. In summer, it starts at 5, and in winter at 6:30, when the sky is still pitch dark. Farmers, disguised as such, sit by the roadside with a few old items. Some claim they are heirlooms, while others say they unearthed them. Those seeking bargains must arrive in the dark, armed with flashlights to sift through the bags, relying solely on their keen eyes for transactions. Once the day breaks and the crowd disperses, the market opens as usual, and those clandestine dealings seem to vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng felt that he had indeed come to the right place. He took a few steps forward and noticed a quaintly decorated shop by the roadside, adorned with an antique-style sign that read Treasured Goods Pavilion in gilded characters. As soon as he entered, his eyes lit up, pointing at a blue and white porcelain vase displayed on the counter. Shizi, look at this vase. It is truly exquisite. Hey, don't get so close. The shopkeeper briskly approached from behind the counter, frowning. This is a Ming Dynasty antique. Can you afford to pay if you break it? Zhang Yongsheng quickly pulled Shizi back, whose face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, sir. We were just looking. Just looking? The shopkeeper scoffed, sizing them up with disdain, noting their muddy cloth shoes and faded clothing. The items here are not meant for people like you. Now, please move along and do not cause a disturbance. Shizi pouted in indignation. Who says we're broke? We have plenty of money, just not on us. The shopkeeper cast a disdainful glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With your appearances, do you truly expect me to believe you have money? Even if you searched every pocket, it wouldn't suffice to purchase a single shard of my dilapidated roof. Now leave, lest you hinder my business. Zhang Yongsheng grasped Shizi's arm, urging him in a hushed tone, let us go. Wait. A resonant yet aged voice emerged from within. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, stepped out, his gaze warm as he regarded the two. What harm is there in letting them take a look? Old Yang, their shopkeeper, seems intent on saying more, but the elder raised a hand to silence him. Young men, do you fancy this vase? He approached the blue and white porcelain vase, gently polishing its surface. Zhang Yongsheng nodded, then shook his head. It's simply beautiful, reminiscent of the wildflowers on the hillside behind our village. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh? What flowers bloom on your village's hillside? Blue cornflowers and red sunflowers. Shizi interjected before Zhang Yongsheng could respond. Do you know what the pattern on this vase represents? The elder pointed to the design on the vase. Zhang Yongsheng scrutinized it closely, and, at that moment, the extraordinary phenomenon reoccurred. A replica of a Yongla blue and white lotus pattern vase, valued at 300 yuan, flashed in his mind. With a sense of certainty, he hesitantly replied, it appears to be a lotus? Indeed, the elder nodded in approval. May I inquire if this is a blue and white lotus pattern vase? Zhang Yongsheng gazed at the elder with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, evidently astonished that Zhang Yongsheng recognized the vase, and then smiled. Correct. This is indeed a blue and white lotus pattern vase. I came specifically to examine this piece. Well done, young man. You possess a discerning eye. Upon learning that the elder had come solely to view the vase, Zhang Yongsheng felt a pang of doubt. He regarded the elder as genuinely kind, having just aided him in a predicament. Yet, now, with his acquired knowledge revealing the vase to be a counterfeit, he pondered whether he should disclose the truth. Xiao Yao, how much did you say this vase costs? The elder turned to the shopkeeper. Oh, I unearthed this a few days ago, while digging in the countryside. Out of respect, I dare not speak loosely before you, but the cost price is 50,000 yuan, and I shall let it go to you. At the shopkeeper's words, Zhang Yongsheng's heart raced. He could not allow this benevolent elder to be deceived. Summoning his courage, he approached the elder, gently tugging at his sleeve, and leaned in to whisper, Grandfather, this vase is a fake. The elder, taken aback by Yongsheng's revelation, turned to him with keen interest. Young man, you claim this is counterfeit? How did you discern that? Would you be willing to share your insights? They ran for a considerable distance, only pausing once the shopkeeper's shouts faded into the distance. Shizi collapsed onto the doorstep of a shop, Gasping for breath, Yongsheng, how did you know that item was a fake? Leaning against the shop's pillar, Zhang Yongsheng struggled to catch his breath before finally responding. I possess a unique ability that allows me to see its true nature. Spare me. If you have a special ability, then I must be the Monkey King. Shizi spat vehemently, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yongsheng. See, I speak the truth, and you still do not believe me. No need to rush. Let us finish exploring the shop behind us before we continue. Chapter 8. The Selling of Bowls. Through the entrance, Zhang Yongsheng was completely captivated by the display behind the shopkeeper. To his astonishment, several artifacts on the shelf began to emit a faint green luminescence, overwhelming him with excitement. As he stepped further into the shop, words gradually came into focus. Vesten hon knife, valued at 000 yuan. Vesten on Ximong Shongbu, Alten, 500 yuan. Kangshi Shun Tang Bogazai Blue and White Large Bowl, 13,000 yuan. A cascade of information flooded his mind, and he felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Perhaps due to his prolonged gaze, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly felt dizzy, prompting Shizi to quickly support him. Noticing the shopkeeper's disgruntled expression, Shizi tactfully helped Zhang Yongsheng out of the store, where they sat down at the entrance. Observing Yongsheng's pallid face, he hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stumble? You aren't feeling unwell, are you? Should we visit a clinic?" Zhang Yongsheng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "You know nothing. I am merely overjoyed. Look at all these ancient coins displayed in this shop." "Yes, but what of it? They are not ours, so why are you so elated?" Xizi replied, "Guldered. Yongsheng, what are you thinking? Your face is pale. Take a moment to rest. Don't delay me from admiring the ladies." "What? Dongli I must have the fatty intestines. The last time Haigu took me to that place, the fatty intestines were absolutely delicious," Shizi said, swallowing in anticipation. All right. You glutton," Zhang Yongsheng replied nonchalantly. "I didn't get enough of the Baixian temple this morning. I plan to explore it again this afternoon." "What's there to explore?" "Come with us for a meal, and this afternoon, I'll treat you both to a foot massage to indulge you a bit." Wang Hai chimed in with a knowing smile. Upon hearing Wang Hai's suggestion, Shizi rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Great. Hai Yi. I've heard that city folk love to go there for enjoyment. I've always wanted to check it out." Though Zhang Yongsheng was also curious about such matters, his desire to validate his own thoughts left no room for hesitation. "You two go ahead. I'm not interested in that. I still want to wander around the Baixian temple. You stubborn fellow, refusing to enjoy yourself." "Fine. Leave your share of the money with me," Shizi said, as Wang Hai pulled Shizi and Li Chang out the door. As Shizi walked a few steps, he turned back to Zhang Yongsheng. "The Dongli clay pot is on credit. We'll eat it another day, so don't try to back out." "Understood, you glutton. Your fatty intestines are guaranteed," Zhang Yongsheng replied, picking up the wrapped porcelain bowl and once again heading towards Baixian Temple. Upon entering the antique market, Zhang Yongsheng deliberately avoided the Jinping Hall he had visited earlier, knowing that returning would likely invite reproach. Instead, he wandered through the alley for quite some time until he spotted a shop named Duobao Hall at the far end of the street. "Young man, are you looking to sell something?" The proprietor of the shop was a balding middle-aged man, seated comfortably in a grand armchair, sipping tea. Zhang Yongsheng remained silent as he cautiously retrieved a porcelain bowl, placing it delicately upon the crimson velvet draped across the counter. The owner set down his teacup and examined the bowl intently. Zhang Yongsheng noticed his fingers gently caressing the rim, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "Young man, this is a piece from a folk kiln," he stated before dismissively placing the bowl back on the counter. "Its condition is ordinary. I can offer you 500 yuan. But this is from the Qing dynasty," Zhang Yongsheng interjected, his voice quickening with urgency. "Items from the Qing folk kilns hold little value," the owner interrupted. "Look at the glaze and the painting. They are of mediocre quality. 500 is already a fair price." Disregarding the bald shopkeeper's words, Zhang Yongsheng stepped forward into a second shop. The proprietor here was a tall, thin man wearing glasses, who noticeably trembled as he lifted the porcelain bowl. "I can give you 800 for this," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "The market hasn't been favorable lately. This price is quite reasonable." Zhang Yongsheng continued his journey through the shops lining the street, visiting the third and fourth establishments. Yet the highest offer he received was a mere 13 or 1400 yuan. His back had become drenched in sweat, and the porcelain bowl felt increasingly heavy in his arms. "Is my judgment flawed? Am I misjudging the value?" he pondered, contemplating whether to sell it at the last shop if it proved futile. He approached an unassuming little store named Gubao Zhai, where a middle-aged shopkeeper lay sprawled over the counter, dozing. Zhang Yongsheng called out, and the man stirred, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon glancing at Zhang Yongsheng's attire, the man appeared irked. "Shoo, where do you come from, begging for alms? I haven tea, made a sale in days, and have no money to spare," he grumbled, waving his hand dismissively, preparing to resume his nap. Unperturbed by the shopkeeper's rudeness, Zhang Yongsheng patiently continued, "Sir, I have come to sell something, a family heirloom porcelain bowl. Would you kindly appraise its worth?" "What? Selling something? Where did you steal this from?" The middle-aged man squinted suspiciously. "I run a legitimate establishment. I don't accept stolen goods." His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Zhang Yongsheng's shifty gaze as if he suspected deceit. "Where is it? Show it to me, and I shall take a look." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's demand to see the item, Zhang Yongsheng hastily produced the bowl from his cloak and offered it with both hands. However, the shopkeeper merely gestured for him to place it on the table and did not reach out to accept it. After casting a fleeting glance at the bowl, he scoffed, "What a piece of junk. This is merely a common farmer's bowl. It's worth next to nothing. Out of pity, I'll give you 5 yuan, enough to buy a bowl of noodles." Chapter 9. The Transaction. Damn it, this middle-aged man is truly insufferable. Looking down on me because of my shabby clothing. If not for my skills, I might have fallen for his trickery, Zhang Yongsheng thought to himself, yet replied aloud, "Sir, this bowl has been passed down through generations in my family. The elders say it should be from the Qing dynasty. Please examine it closely. Oh, I've been in this antique street for over 20 years and have never made a mistake in my assessments. If I say it's worthless, then it is indeed worthless. Do you think I could be deceived by you?" The middle-aged shopkeeper retorted harshly. Upon my departure, the elder in my household remarked that the bowl I possessed dated back to the Tongji period of the Qing dynasty and could fetch a minimum of 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yongsheng, aware of the middle-aged shopkeeper's shrewdness, anticipated a negotiation process, thus leaving a margin for bargaining. 5,000 yuan. You indeed dare to set such a price. Since you are knowledgeable, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Allow me a moment to examine it more closely. The bowl, upon inspection, undeniably belonged to the Qing dynasty, specifically characterized by its exquisite famille rose, floral, and avian motifs, measuring 5 inches and 9/10 in height, and 14 inches and 3/10 in width. Its form was delicate and graceful, with a slender body, a mouth shaped like a begonia flower, a curved belly, and a slightly flared foot. The inner wall bore a white glaze, while the abdomen showcased a vibrant peacock floral design. The straight mouth and curved wall exuded a lustrous, smooth glaze, with the decorative colors appearing fresh and new, all elements harmonizing flawlessly. The inscriptions on the base within the bordered frame matched the mark of the imperial reign. "The item is commendable. I can offer you a maximum of 2,000 yuan, stated the middle-aged shopkeeper. "Ah, you are rather hasty," I replied. "Do not rush off just yet. Allow me to increase my offer by 1,000 yuan, a firm price of 3,000 yuan. What do you think? Others would surely not match this price. I have not conducted business for several days, thus I am providing you with this concession. Should the item prove unsatisfactory, your money remains yours, and you may explore other options." The shopkeeper seized Zhang Yongsheng's arm, insisting, 3,500 yuan, and if the item does not meet your expectations, then so be it. "Very well, I concede to your bargaining prowess. 3,500 yuan it shall be. Consider it as a gesture of friendship. In the future, should you come across any fine items, do remember to visit my antique shop. Will you be paying via bank transfer or cash?" inquired the middle-aged shopkeeper. "Cash, please. I wish to purchase a few more items shortly," I replied. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "If it's antiques, I have a considerable selection. Do peruse and see if anything catches your eye, and I shall offer you a fair price." The shopkeeper, sensing the potential for further business, inquired once more. Zhang Yongsheng surveyed the shopkeeper, contemplating within himself. "Upon entering, I assessed your establishment. While there are numerous items, the majority are mere dusty replicas, with only a handful of ancient coins worth noting, albeit in less than ideal condition." I chuckled. "Your shop indeed boasts high-grade merchandise, but I shall refrain from further purchases given my limited resources. Indeed, your bowl is the least expensive item in my collection. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the money for you." "Do visit me again when you have more items," the shopkeeper replied, opening the cash register to count out the money, before handing Zhang Yongsheng a business card inscribed with the name Li Sifu, general manager of Shaanxi Province Antique Trading Company. After accepting the money and business card, Zhang Yongsheng nodded respectfully towards Li Sifu. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I do not possess a business card myself. I'm Zhang Yongsheng. Until we meet again." Exiting the antique shop, I gazed upward at the post-rain sky, the world appearing freshly washed, with a splendid rainbow arching across the horizon. My spirits soared, as if all worries were dissipated by the radiant colors. Zhang Yongsheng inhaled deeply, contemplating silently. The world of antiques is indeed profound. Had I not possessed my unique abilities, I might have been deceived. Nevertheless, selling the porcelain bowl has granted me the capital to explore the antique street further, hoping to uncover a hidden gem. After wandering through several shops, Zhang Yongsheng found that most were either shrouded in a dismal gray light or displayed exorbitant prices. He sighed, pondering his lack of financial means, and thought perhaps he should have visited the flea market earlier in the morning to seek out some bargains. As he contemplated this, he turned to exit, and just as he was nearing the entrance of the antique street, he heard a voice call out, "Young man, wait. Are you here to look at antiques? I have some exceptional items at reasonable prices. Would you care to take a look?" The speaker was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old. Yongsheng, feeling that he had nothing to lose, replied, "Sure, let's go have a look." Navigating through the bustling crowd of the antique street, Zhang Yongsheng followed the young man to a stall at the street corner. On the ground lay a haphazard display of jade artifacts, ancient coins, porcelain, lacquerware, and illustrated books. The young man said, "Take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. Our prices are fair and honest." The vendor glanced at Zhang Yongsheng, dismissing him for his plain attire, muttering, "What brings a beggar like you here? If you're not buying, don't waste my time." As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng casually picked up a dull-looking counterfeit knife coin, feigning interest. The vendor, noticing this, snatched the coin from his hand and exclaimed, "Don't touch if you aren't buying. This is a Warring States knife coin worth 20,000. If you drop it and damage it, you'll have to pay." Warring States knife coin? From the look of those inscriptions and the copper patina, I suspect this might be last week's work, Zhang Yongsheng inquired, testing the waters. "You little beggar, if you don't understand, don't make foolish comments. This is a legitimate stall. I never sell fakes or replicas. If you want to buy, state your price. If not, kindly step aside and don't hinder my business," the vendor retorted angrily. "I'm merely inquiring about the price, because I'm interested in purchasing. You have 3 knife coins. My elderly relative's birthday is coming up, and I'd like to find a suitable gift. How about 300 for all 3? Zhang Yongsheng had learned the art of haggling, akin to a seasoned shopkeeper, through his experiences of the day. "Do you truly seek a beating? Each of my Warring States knife coins is worth at least 20,000. Offering 300 for 3 is sheer folly. Leave now, or I swear I'll silence your foolish mouth." The vendor fumed. "Sir, could you at least tell me how much you'd be willing to part with these for? I genuinely wish to find a gift for the elderly. Please, don't be hasty." Zhang Yongsheng asked patiently. "I can let you have 3 for 10,000. The vendor replied impatiently. 10,000? How about this? I'll take just one. I've just come from the countryside and don't have much money. Would 3,000 work for you? If so, I'll take it. If not, I'll continue my search," Yongsheng suggested. The vendor pondered. This seemingly ragged young man appeared generous despite his appearance. He had acquired the 3 knife coins for merely 150 yuan during a recent trip to a nearby village, and their condition was less than ideal. He had hoped to sell them for at least 1,000 yuan to a tourist. Now this naive young man was offering 3,000, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. "These Warring States knife coins are worth at least 10,000 each. But seeing as you're a thoughtful lad from the countryside, I'll let you have this slightly damaged one for 3,000, as a gesture of goodwill for your elder's birthday." This seemed perfectly aligned with Zhang Yongsheng's intentions. Glancing at the knife coin, he mused that although the 2 pieces were aesthetically pleasing, they lacked illumination and inscriptions for valuation, making him hesitant to accept them. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." As he spoke, he retrieved some cash from his pocket, counted it carefully, and handed it to the stall owner. Accepting the knife coin from the owner, he suppressed his excitement and turned to leave, thinking to himself, "What a thrilling experience. Today, as fortunate find truly feels like a stroke of luck. I must find a way to liquidate this asset quickly, and with the capital, I can explore the antique shops next time." With his head down, he walked briskly and soon arrived at the entrance of Gubao Zhai, contemplating that today he would give this old fellow a bargain. "Mr. Li, I have returned." Zhang Yongsheng called out to Li Sifu, who was dozing off at the counter. "Hey, I told you not to come back. Didn't we agree on 3,500? A man's word is his bond. We cannot go back on what was said." Li Sifu barked, initially mistaking Zhang Yongsheng's return as an attempt to create trouble. "You misunderstand me, Mr. Li. I'm not here to return anything. You see, a familiar face from my hometown has brought me a valuable item that I wish to liquidate. and you were the first person I thought of. Would you care to take a look? Zhang Yongsheng hastily clarified upon realizing the misunderstanding. Upon hearing that there was something new for sale, Li Sifu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face breaking into a wide smile. What treasure do you have? Bring it forth for me to see. Behold, Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed as he produced the Qi State 3-character knife coin from his pocket. This is the Qi State 3-character knife coin? Let me examine it closely, Li Sifu said as he carefully took the coin from Zhang Yongsheng's hand. After a moment of scrutiny, he set the coin down and remarked, the Qi State 3-character knife coin is renowned as the king of knife coins. These coins were minted during the spring and autumn period of the Qi State, with most discovered in Shandong province. Due to its exquisite craftsmanship, elegant inscriptions, and substantial weight with a large blade, it is referred to as the Qi knife. Typically, these coins measure between 17 to 19 centimeters in length, 2.6 to 3 centimeters in width, and weigh between 40 to 50 grams, with some reaching as much as 60 grams. This specimen is remarkable, though the handle exhibits slight damage. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be considered a rare treasure. What a pity. Of course, I wouldn't dare bring you anything less than exceptional, Mr. Li. So what offer do you have? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, now genuinely intrigued by the coin's authenticity. Are you dissatisfied with this price? Were it not for the favor of an acquaintance, I would not have offered you this amount. You should accept it graciously. Li Sifu Ramarka, Sumawet Parplaksha. All right, for the sake of brotherhood, let us settle on 13,000. But I require cash, Zhang Yongsheng replied, barely concealing his elation as he grinned broadly. Brother Yongsheng, my offer is already generous. Please remember me when you come across valuable items in the future. Take your money with care. This marketplace is rife with deceit. Be cautious, Li Sifu advised. Thank you, Mr. Li. In the future, I shall ensure that goods are delivered to you promptly. By the way, is there a bank nearby? I hastily left home without bringing my bank book, Zhang Yongsheng inquired. There's an agricultural bank if you proceed north for 50 meters from the alley, came the reply. As Zhang Yongsheng walked away, Li Sifu once again examined the Qi Kingdom 3-character knife coin, muttering to himself, indeed, one may tread far and wide in search, yet fortune may arrive effortlessly. I have searched high and low for you, and yet today this lad delivers you to me. Now, I have successfully gathered all the Qi Kingdom knife coins, from 3 characters to 6. I shall profit handsomely from this endeavor, observing Zhang Yongsheng, who had just pocketed 13,500 yuan. A smile stretched from ear to ear, reflecting on the events of the morning. I have never seen so much money at once in my life. After selling the knife coins, I still have 13,500 yuan remaining. This rivals 2 years of my family's harvest. Yet, I ponder the sustainability of this peculiar talent of mine. I must seize the moment and accumulate wealth while I can. As he turned into a deserted alley, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly felt the presence of someone trailing him. Who is it? He exclaimed sharply. In that instant, he sensed something unusual at his waist and swiftly turned to seize the individual, realizing it was the young man who had accompanied him to the market earlier. Gripping the young man firmly, Zhang Yongsheng demanded, "What do you mean by this? Let go of me." The youth winced in pain. "You, thief, have been caught red-handed, and you dare ask me to release you? I shall take you to the police station," Zhang Yongsheng retorted sternly. The young man, unfazed by Zhang Yongsheng's words, stared back coldly and replied menacingly, "Don't say I didn't warn you. This street is filled with our people. Release me quickly, or I shall call out, and you won't make it out of this alley." "Enough nonsense. We are going to the police station," Zhang Yongsheng declared. No sooner had he spoken than the young man twisted away, producing a flick knife from his pocket, brandishing it threateningly as he said, "Hand over your money, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 11. The Fist Against Thieves. Brother, do I look like a wealthy man in these tattered clothes? Zhang Yongsheng replied with a wry smile. "I have followed you all morning. You sold 2 items at the antique gallery. How could you possibly lack money? Hand it over, or do not blame me for being uncivilized." The youth sneered, brandishing the knife menacingly. Zhang Yongsheng cursed his misfortune for being so absorbed in his excitement that he had failed to notice this shadow trailing him. However, having grown up in the countryside, he was well acquainted with the ways of brawling. With a slight grin, he observed the scrawny young man before him and felt a sense of annoyance. Were city dwellers truly so audacious as to attempt robbery, even in their frail state? Stepping forward with his right leg, he opened his arms wide, mimicking a classic stance from a Wong Fei-hung film, and provocatively gestured to the young man, saying, "You want money? Then come and take it." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Yongsheng spread his arms wide. Just then, he noticed the young man lunging forward with a knife. With a swift sidestep, Zhang evaded the attack and, in one fluid motion, delivered a palm strike to the young man's neck. With a resounding thud, the young man collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Hey, get up quickly. Stop playing dead. I merely tapped you lightly," Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed. Observing that the young man remained unresponsive for an extended period, he became flustered and hurried closer, bending down to place 2 fingers beneath the young man's nostrils. "Phew, he's still breathing. You nearly gave me a heart attack," to Zhang's surprise. The moment the young man opened his eyes, he recoiled in terror, scrambling to the corner of the wall and anxiously murmuring, "Don't hit me. I was wrong. Please let me go." Zhang, with a look of disdain, remarked, "You truly cannot withstand a blow, can you? With your level of skill, you dare to engage in robbery? The entry threshold for your profession is alarmingly low. I'm not that fragile. I usually handle 2 opponents at once without breaking a sweat. I can only say that your strength is astonishing. A mere casual strike knocked me out," the young man boldly retorted, encouraged by Zhang's apparent lack of intent to continue the assault. "Is that so? That seems improbable. Could I truly possess such strength?" Zhang mused aloud, casually striking his fist against the nearby wall. Dust erupted as a section of the wall crumbled to the ground. Zhang internally lamented, "Goodness, this strength is somewhat excessive. This must be the power bestowed upon me by the copper coin. It truly is a remarkable item, capable of not only generating wealth, but also fortifying my physique." Turning to the bewildered young man still seated on the ground, Zhang said, "You may leave now. Let this matter conclude here. Should I encounter you again? Do you see that wall? That would be your fate. Yes, yes. I shall not dare again, I promise." With that, the young man turned and fled, fearing that any delay might prompt Zhang to change his mind and deliver another blow. Others might remain oblivious. But he had witnessed firsthand how that punch had shattered the brick wall. Had it struck him, it surely would have resulted in broken bones. As he watched the young man retreat into the distance, Zhang reflected, "It appears I must exercise greater caution in my travels. In an unfamiliar place, one must never reveal their vulnerabilities. Fortunately, I only encountered 1 individual this time. Had there been more, the consequences could have been dire. I ought to visit the bank to open a savings account. Transferring funds will be more convenient in the future." Arriving at the bank entrance, Zhang instinctively tugged at his faded blue shirt. It was the finest garment he possessed, yet the cuffs were frayed and the collar bore the telltale signs of wear, rendering it particularly conspicuous in the city. "Are you going in or not? If not, don't block the way," came an impatient voice from behind. A sharply dressed middle-aged man, his brows furrowed and a new folding phone in hand, glared at him with irritation. "Apologies." Zhang Yongsheng quickly stepped aside, his cheeks flushing. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy glass door. Despite it being summer, a rush of cool air greeted him, accompanied by a faint scent of perfume. The lobby was brightly lit, and the polished marble floor reflected his blurred silhouette. Zhang carefully navigated the space, wary of dirtying the immaculate floor with the soles of his shoes. "What business do you wish to conduct?" The security guard beside the ticket machine scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng with palpable disdain. He smirked, casually pressed the ticket button, and said, "Head over to window number 3 and wait." Zhang Yongsheng received a slip reading B023. He surveyed his surroundings and settled into a corner on a plastic chair. The people around him were impeccably dressed, and a few ladies shifted uncomfortably away upon seeing him sit down. He sat there, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his pockets, where a sum of 13,500 yuan resided. B023, please proceed to window 3. Zhang Yongsheng quickly rose and approached the counter marked with a number 3. Behind the glass sat a young woman in her 20s, her fashionable curls framing her face, vibrant lipstick accentuating her lips, and a name tag reading Li Mei pinned to her blouse. "What can I assist you with?" Li Mei inquired, not lifting her gaze, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "I would like to deposit some money," Zhang Yongsheng replied, plopping down heavily into the chair in front of her, producing a dull thud. Only then did Li Mei glance up, her eyes sweeping over him from his faded clothing to his mud-streaked shoes, finally resting on his calloused hands. Her lips curled in disdain. "For small deposits, please use the ATM. Excuse me, I wish to deposit 13,000 yuan. I am new to the city and not familiar with that machine you mentioned. I would greatly appreciate your assistance," Zhang Yongsheng hurriedly explained. "How much?" Li Mei's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of several nearby customers. Zhang Yongsheng felt his face flush, lowering his voice, 13,000 yuan. Li Mei's expression shifted dramatically. She straightened up, her eyes widening. "Did you just say 13,000 yuan?" "Yes," Zhang Yongsheng nodded, pulling out the neatly arranged bills from his pocket and placing them before her. Li Mei's pupils dilated sharply. Flustered, She adjusted her collar, plastering an exaggerated smile across her face. "Sir, please wait. I will assist you immediately." Zhang Yongsheng observed her sudden change in demeanor with a tinge of bitterness. Just a minute ago, she had treated him like a beggar, and now she was as warm as if he were a long-lost relative. In that moment, he recalled the teacher in his village who often said, "City folk judge a person by their clothes. Wealth and poverty are but two sides of the same coin." Chapter 12. The gourd's head upon exiting the bank. The enticing aroma wafting through the air stirred Zhang Yongsheng's hunger, his stomach growling audibly. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten since leaving home that morning. Following the scent, he walked until he reached a quaint establishment named Nan Yuan Men Gourd's Head. This was the source of the delectable fragrance. Upon entering the modestly sized restaurant, which was neatly arranged with several tables, he found it bustling with patrons despite having passed the lunch hour. Noticing a customer at the door, the owner warmly approached him, asking, "Young man, what would you like? Gourd's Head or the 3-flavor steam bun?" Glancing at the menu behind the owner, he noted the gourd's head was priced at 13 yuan and the 3-flavor steam bun at 12 yuan. Feeling indulgent today, he decided, "I will have the gourd's head. And how about some buns or a bottle of Ice Peak?" The owner inquired further. "I'll take 2 buns and a bottle of Ice Peak, please." Zhang Yongsheng had just placed his order when the proprietor skillfully turned around, retrieving a large blue and white bowl filled with 2 white flatbreads, and then took a bottle of iced beverage from a nearby refrigerator, handing it to him. The total for the 2 breads and the bottle of iced drink was 15 yuan. After settling the payment, Zhang Yongsheng took his bowl and found a spot against the wall to sit down, breaking the bread while perusing the introduction of the gourd head on the wall, a fascinating folk tale. The West Market, known as Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty, was home to the great physician Sun Simiao, who resided in Guangdong. Despite being over 90 years old, with his face etched with wrinkles and his beard as white as silver, he continued to make house calls, alleviating the suffering of his patients. Although his legs were not very agile, he relied on a dragon-headed cane, from which was suspended a golden yellow medicinal gourd. The residents of Chang'an were all familiar with this gourd and its owner. One day, after dining at the establishment, Sun Simiao produced a long string of copper coins. Placing them on the table, he told the innkeeper, "I have dined here 10 times without paying, but today I have brought the payment for all." The innkeeper picked up the coins and tucked them into Sun Simiao's embrace, saying, "I must collect payment from others, but not from you." Sun Simiao was taken aback, insisting, "How can I dine without paying?" The innkeeper replied earnestly, "When you treat the poor, you never charge a fee. I refuse your payment out of respect and to represent the less fortunate in covering some of their medical expenses. I appreciate your sentiment, but you must accept the money, for your resources are limited and your business is not thriving. Your presence here honors my establishment. No matter how difficult my circumstances, I cannot accept your money." Yet again, the innkeeper refused to take the payment. The following day, Sun Simiao returned to the restaurant, inquiring, "Why do your pig offal cakes fail to sell?" The innkeeper sighed deeply, explaining that customers found them too pungent and greasy. Curious, Sun Simiao ventured into the kitchen to observe how the pig offal soup was made. He noticed that the chef merely rinsed the intestines and stomach once, shaking his head disapprovingly. Guided by Sun Simiao's instructions, the chef reprocessed the intestines and stomach. After they were placed in the pot, Sun Simiao removed the medicinal gourd from his cane and added a variety of spices, including Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and dried tangerine peel. The resulting pig offal cake was markedly different from those before. Its aroma was captivating, and it was rich yet not greasy. The delicious flavor lingered long after consumption. Both the innkeeper and the chef beamed with gratitude towards Sun Simiao. He affixed the gourd to a stick and placed it at the entrance of the restaurant before departing. The gourd shimmered under the sunlight, casting a golden glow. Passers-by, intrigued by the sight of Sun Simiao's gourd hanging at the entrance, entered the restaurant to discover the source of the delightful aroma of the pig offal cakes, which left them salivating and unable to resist purchasing some. After tasting, none could refrain from praising the dish. Customers inquired of the innkeeper, "Why is Mr. Sun's gourd hanging at your door? Why has your pig offal cake suddenly become so delicious?" inquired a customer. The proprietor replied, "Indeed." Another patron remarked, "Without Mr. Sun, we would never have tasted such exquisite flavors. The name of this new dish must honor Mr. Sun's contribution." In unison, the crowd exclaimed, "Absolutely." The customers enthusiastically proposed several names, yet the proprietor shook his head repeatedly. Ultimately, both the proprietor and the patrons raised their thumbs in approval, declaring, "Well named." Thus, the illustrious reputation of the gourd head spread from 10 to 100, swiftly reaching every corner of Chang'an. Throngs of people flocked to this establishment to savor the delicacy. From that moment onward, the restaurant's business flourished day by day. Observing the description, Zhang Yongsheng could not help but marvel at how such a humble bowl of gourd head could possess such a remarkable pedigree. "Boss, the bread is ready," he announced, imitating the other diners. "Would you like chili and cilantro?" the proprietor inquired as he accepted the bowl. In no time, the proprietor returned with the bowl, exclaiming, "Here comes the rice. Give it a taste, and let me know how it is. Feel free to add more chili and garlic on the side." Chapter 13, Academy Gate. Zhang Yongsheng devoured the rice, contemplating how the gourd head was indeed as delectable as described in the introduction. He resolved to bring his parents to try it, along with Shizi and Hai Gulichan. "Child, don't rush. Eat slowly so you don't choke. Here, have some water. If you're still hungry, I'll get you more," the proprietor advised, observing Zhang Yongsheng's ravenous demeanor, mistakenly believing he had not eaten in days. He promptly handed him a cold drink. After gulping down the beverage, Zhang Yongsheng said, "Thank you, boss. This is more than enough. I just never had such delicious food at home. It's simply divine. Then come often. Each time you visit, I'll give you an extra bread roll. Watching you enjoy your meal brings me joy," the proprietor beamed, delighted by Zhang Yongsheng's praise of his culinary skills. "Thank you, boss." After finishing his meal, Zhang Yongsheng strolled through the bustling streets, reflecting, "This newfound talent has come upon me unexpectedly. I wonder how long it will last. Since my abilities seem to shine in the field of appraisals and dating, perhaps I should engage in activities related to antique authentication. I ought to find an antique shop to learn some genuine skills, so that if my talents were to suddenly vanish, I would still possess the means to support myself." Yet, he pondered, where could he learn? Zhang Yongsheng found himself in a quandary. Perhaps I should first inquire at the Antique Treasure Pavilion with Li Manfu. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the Eight Immortals Temple, arriving at the Antique Treasure Pavilion. After explaining his purpose, Li Manfu, having little to do, gladly engaged in conversation with Zhang Yongsheng. Li Manfu first lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip before looking up and asking, "Young man, what leads you to pursue this profession? I've heard that this line of work can be lucrative, and I wish to provide a good life for my family." Zhang Yongsheng replied, feeling compelled to share his true aspirations. "You are quite direct. However, this trade is not easily navigated. To enter this field, one must first apprentice under a master, which typically requires more than 3 years of study before one can graduate. Are you aware of this?" Actually, I was not. Thus, every matter is not as simple as one might imagine. If you truly wish to enter this field, it would be prudent to explore the area near the Academy Gate, where larger shops abound. Occasionally, they may seek assistance for menial tasks, and if you lack a mentor, this could serve as a suitable entry point. Grateful for the guidance, Zhang Yongsheng eagerly inquired, "Mr. Li, would you consider taking me on as an apprentice?" Li Manfu, slightly flustered, set down his teacup and ran his fingers through his hair. Responding, "Me? My humble shop barely meets my own needs. I cannot afford to take on an apprentice." With a chuckle, he continued, "All right then, thank you, Mr. Li. I shall venture to the Academy Gate." Zhang Yongsheng's spirits visibly dampened upon hearing Li Manfu's words. Nonetheless, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Li Manfu. Upon arriving in the city, he had traversed numerous shops with his porcelain bowl, often met with ridicule. Although he faced haggling upon his first visit to Gubiozai, he understood that such was the nature of the trade. Value is not definitively established. It is determined by one's discernment and appreciation. Before departing, Yongsheng expressed his thanks once more and clarified the precise location of the Academy Gate before setting off. As he boarded the bus, traversing the ancient city of Shishir, Zhang Yongsheng was continually awestruck. The imposing city walls and the golden-tipped bell tower proclaimed this city's unparalleled historical significance. Amusingly, as he passed the bell tower, he attempted to gauge its worth, an endeavor that proved futile. He chuckled internally. It seemed that his skills were not all-encompassing, as the value of architectural wonders eluded him. Upon arriving at the Academy Gate, the bus announced, "Passengers, please disembark from the rear door and avoid walking in front of the vehicle." As the announcement concluded, Zhang Yongsheng stood, grasping his backpack. The moment the doors opened, a moist breeze, infused with a faint scent of ink, enveloped him. He gazed across the street at a grand archway adorned with sweeping eaves, standing resolute in the gentle rain, with the gilded characters Academy Gate standing out vividly against the gray sky. This place was named after the Guangzhou Academy, an establishment founded in the Ming Dynasty, once the heart of Northwest scholarship, where countless scholars had emerged from the green bricks and slate tiles. Curiously, even the vendors here exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Those behind the counters were either engrossed in old books or wielding brushes, markedly different from the boisterous merchants outside. Standing beneath the shade of a locust tree, Zhang Yongsheng observed raindrops trickling from the suspended brushes. The crimson lattice doors of shops were ajar, revealing piles of Xian paper and inkstones suspended from beams. The mingling of ink and rainwater seeped into the stone pavement, creating an illusion as though he were treading upon the pages of an ancient tome. Compared to the smoky ambience of Baxianan, this place resonated more with the austere elegance of a scholar's ink-stained sleeve. To his left stood a shop named Zhenbaxuan, showcasing an array of exquisite snuff bottles, compacts, and bracelets. Behind the counter, a display of lacquerware and porcelain caught his eye. Upon closer examination, the quality of the items within this shop far surpassed that of Baxian and devoid of modern art clutter and occasionally revealing one or two antiquities, though the quality remained a matter of debate. Good sir, what would you like to see? Our store offers an extensive array of cultural artifacts and calligraphy. If you find something of interest, I would be delighted to provide you with more information, the enthusiastic shop assistant inquired, undeterred by Zhang Yongsheng's attire. I apologize, but I am not here to make a purchase. May I inquire if your establishment is seeking apprentices? Zhang Yongsheng asked, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. We are not hiring. Perhaps you should explore other shops. The assistant's demeanor shifted abruptly upon realizing he was not a potential customer. Very well, I shall take my leave. I appreciate your time, Zhang Yongsheng replied, sensing the conversation had grown tedious. He turned and exited the store. After a few steps, he entered a calligraphy shop named Shufeng Hall, where the owner greeted him with equal enthusiasm. Young man, are you looking for raw or finished rice paper? How many sheets would you like? I'm sorry, but I do not require paper, Zhang Yongsheng replied. Perhaps you wish to see brushes or inkstones. I recently acquired 2 ancient inkstones. Would you care to take a look? The owner continued. Actually, I am here in search of employment, Zhang Yongsheng quickly clarified, fearing the owner might misunderstand his intentions. Oh, we are not hiring at the moment. Feel free to look around, the owner replied dismissively. After visiting several shops, all of which turned him away upon hearing he was seeking an apprenticeship, Zhang Yongsheng was about to give up when he noticed a sign in the window of a nearby store that read, due to business expansion, we are currently hiring 2 sales clerks, both genders welcome, must have a pleasant appearance and no bad habits, high school education or above, with prior experience preferred. 1 position for a general helper, male preferred, must also have a pleasant appearance and no bad habits. Interested applicants are welcome to come in for an interview. Chapter 14. Job application. How fortunate. After much searching, I have stumbled upon this opportunity. I must inquire at once, he thought, entering a shop named Yibioj. The interior was adorned with various works of art, yet one particular piece by Mr. Fanzang caught his eye, featuring the bold characters Haotsong Yulong. Beside, it was a painting by Li Laosher titled Western Morning. The room was elegantly furnished with a pair of Qianlong-style plum vases, and the atmosphere exuded a sense of antiquity. Zhang Yongsheng was momentarily transfixed when a melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase or sell? Turning to face her, he beheld a young woman with skin as fair as snow, a delicate egg-shaped face, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with life, and lips as red as vermilion. Her smile revealed pearly teeth, and her enchanting gaze radiated a certain charm that left Zhang Yongsheng momentarily speechless. Sir? She prompted when he failed to respond. Upon learning he was there for a job, the young woman did not appear disheartened, but instead nodded gently. Oh, you're here for an interview. Please wait a moment. I will inform Manager Yang. With that, she glided towards the inner room. Shortly thereafter, she returned and said, Please follow me. Manager Yang is waiting for you. As they approached, Zhang Yongsheng bowed respectfully and stated, Good day, manager. I am here to apply for a position. My name is Zhang Yongsheng. The manager merely nodded slightly, then scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng with a measured gaze before inquiring, Where are you from? Are you applying for the sales clerk position or the helper role? I see. Given that you have been accepted to university, it suggests you possess commendable learning capabilities. Have you previously worked in this field? Manager Yang continued, No, I have only perused a few books at home, and I am deeply intrigued by the world of antiques, which is why I have come here to learn. Frankly, I originally intended to seek a mentor for thorough study, but due to a lack of recommendations, I thought to start by assisting in menial tasks. Oh, what books have you read? Inquired Master Yang with curiosity. Previously, I had a copy of Mr. Geng's identification of Ming and Qing porcelain at home. I have skimmed through it. Although the casting methods of various dynasties differ, the porcelain produced is invariably exquisite and breathtaking, leaving one in awe and yearning. However, without guidance from anyone locally, it has merely been a spectacle for me, Zhang Yongsheng admitted, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly. Then, take a look at this, Master Yang suggested, pointing to a brush washer displayed on the table. Master, I have only read about it. I have never seen such an item in person, and I fear I might not articulate my thoughts well. No matter, speak according to your understanding. It matters not if you err, Master Yang replied, taking a delicate sip from his teacup, smiling gently. All right, then I shall share my humble insights. I hope you will pardon my inadequacies. At this, Zhang Yongsheng first bowed respectfully to the master before continuing. This brush washer, judging by the cracked exterior, should be a piece from the Gukiln. Indeed, you are correct. Please continue, Master Yang encouraged. May I handle it? Of course. Can you discern anything more? Master Yang observed Zhang Yongsheng's earnest demeanor and felt a fondness for his talent, adding, very well. To know what one knows and to know what one does not is a commendable pursuit, especially through self-study. This brush washer is a recent acquisition of mine. The origins of Gukiln porcelain are variously debated, but in terms of characteristics, it is most emblematic of the Song and Yuan dynasties. The Ming and Qing dynasties, as well as later periods, produced imitations that cannot be compared to the originals. You have identified it as late Qing to early Republican era, which is commendable. However, this brush washer is a quintessential Republican imitation of Song porcelain. The literature you have perused likely offers scant introduction to this, so do not consider it a fault. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, Zhang Yongsheng said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Regardless of whether he secured a position, he felt the insights from this esteemed elder were invaluable. How about this? I do indeed need someone to assist with menial tasks here. Given your rural background, you likely possess some strength. Why not stay and give it a try? You mentioned you have just arrived in the West Market. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you may reside in the shop. Very well. As for compensation, we will provide meals and lodging with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. If this is agreeable, you may bring your belongings and begin work tomorrow. I accept. I am willing. Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed with excitement. He and Li Xia exchanged nods of understanding. All right, Master. You should go prepare. I will study earnestly and cherish this opportunity. Yongsheng expressed his gratitude. All right, off you go, Master Yang said with a smile, waving him on. Upon exiting the back room and bidding farewell to Li Xia, as Zhang Yongsheng stepped out of Yibao Pavilion, he felt as though the air had grown sweeter. Everything around him became endearing. I have secured a job, a position sufficient for my sustenance. The people here are wonderful. I must strive to grow quickly and carve out my own niche in this city, he mused silently to himself. Chapter 15. A Calligraphy and Painting. Upon boarding the bus, I swiftly arrived at Longzhou village. Zhang Yongsheng greeted the old man at the gate, who inquired, I say, young lad, have you been drinking Shihua's milk today? You seem exceptionally cheerful. To which Zhang Yongsheng jested, Uncle, I haven't had any milk. Rather, I have stumbled upon a stroke of good luck. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Haigu and a few others gathered around playing cards, engaged in a popular game known as digging a pit. 1 against 3, 3 sevens. And then we settle the accounts. Li Chong exclaimed, tossing his cards onto the bed, erupting into a fit of laughter. Haigu, let me share something with you. Zhang Yongsheng leaned closer to Wang Hai and said, while wandering the antique market today, I came across a shop that is hiring. I applied, and they want me to start work tomorrow. Upon hearing that Zhang Yongsheng had found employment, particularly at the antique market, Wang Hai lifted his gaze to assess him and the others, remarking with a knowing smile, see, having an education pays off. You took a stroll and landed a job. Yongsheng, how much are they paying you? Li Qiang inquired curiously. They said it's 1,000 a month, with meals and accommodation included. I believe I can learn a lot there, and I also enjoy tinkering with calligraphy and antiques, so I thought I'd give it a try. Zhang Yongsheng gazed earnestly at Li Chong, seemingly seeking his approval. He approached Shi Zi, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Why are you acting like a timid little wife? The job I found is at Shiyuanmen, and there are numerous buses that can take you there. It's merely a half-hour away, so you can come visit me after work. All right, Haigu, I'll start work there tomorrow morning. Let us have dinner together tonight. It's on me. With unanimous agreement from the group, Zhang Yongsheng could hardly contain his joy as he announced, What nonsense. You think I'll let you pay? Come on, let us get ready. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a grand feast at Little Feiyan. During the meal, Wang Hai and Li Chong repeatedly cautioned him to be careful while out in the world, advising him not to stir up trouble, but also not to shy away from it. Li Chong hinted that he might need Zhang Yongsheng's help in the future. When Zhang Yongsheng pressed for details, Li Chong merely smiled and said, That's a story for another time. Shizi, having indulged a bit too much, kept lamenting about wanting to work at the antique shop alongside Yongsheng. Listening to the concerned words of his friends, Yongsheng felt a strong urge to reveal his secret, yet hesitated, fearing that the extraordinary nature of his experience would lead them to doubt him, or worse, label him as mad. As dawn approached, perhaps due to excitement, Zhang Yongsheng awoke around 4 or 5 o'clock, restless and unable to sleep. Remembering the tales of the ghost market, he rose, gathered his belongings, bid farewell to Wang Hai and the others, and made his way alone towards Shiyumen. At that hour, the West Market would witness various vehicles arriving from the suburbs to deliver goods. He flagged down a passing bus at the intersection, paid a fare of 1 yuan, and arrived at Shiyumen. Upon disembarking, he was introduced for the first time to the concept of a ghost market. It was still before 6 o'clock. The shops were not yet open, and the streets were filled with individuals both standing and sitting, some selling goods from stalls while others peddled their wares. A vibrant tapestry of humanity intermingling. Emergency lights flickered on the ground, casting a dim glow upon the goods. Occasionally, patrons engaged in lively negotiations with the vendors, creating a bustling atmosphere. Zhang Yongsheng meandered towards the Yibao Pavilion, observing the wares displayed at various stalls along the way. Upon reaching the entrance, which had yet to open, he noticed a middle-aged woman, approximately 40 years old, anxiously glancing around while clutching a scroll of calligraphy. Sensing his presence, she cautiously inquired, "Young man, are you interested in calligraphy?" "Madam, I work here. If you wish to sell your calligraphy, you may wait until we open so our proprietor can appraise it." Zhang Yongsheng reassured her, noting her evident anxiety. "Indeed, this scroll was left by an old friend of my father. We are in urgent need of funds due to his illness, hence my attempt to see if it might be of value," the woman replied, her voice tinged with apprehension. "I see. Might I take a look?" Zhang Yongsheng asked. "Certainly, but please let me know its worth," she responded eagerly, taking the scroll from her hands. Zhang Yongsheng unfurled it under the faint light of the street lamp. He discerned the inscription Ren Jian Chong Wan Qing, signed by Xu Tong. The characters were robust and powerful, yet without employing his abilities, he could not authenticate the piece. Thus, he concentrated, and to his astonishment, a faint green light shimmered upon the scroll, revealing a line of small green text. Current market value, 80,000. Maintaining his composure, he addressed the woman, "Please secure the scroll. How much do you wish to ask for it?" "I am uncertain. My father mentioned it belonged to a fellow villager who later held a prominent position. The calligraphy should hold considerable value. What do you think it might be worth?" She hurriedly replied, "Regrettably, as a new employee, I am unable to offer a price. If you're not in a hurry, I suggest waiting for our proprietor to arrive for an evaluation," Zhang Yongsheng suggested, sitting on the stone steps at the entrance. He observed the passers-by, noting the sporadic inquiries at the stalls, though transactions were infrequent. Perhaps the quality of the items was to blame. He noticed that most surrounding stalls displayed drab, worthless goods. Occasionally, a few items emitted a faint green glow, yet they were largely inferior pieces. The vendors spoke with calm assurance, each claiming their wares were unearthed treasures or items obtained from rural excavations, weaving their tales with such conviction that Zhang Yongsheng mused on the dim lighting. Had it been brighter, he might have rushed over to gauge the sincerity of their faces. Suddenly, the creak of a wooden door shattered the morning's tranquility as the Yibao Pavilion's entrance swung open. A lively young woman clad in athletic wear emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Xia, the receptionist from the previous day. Chapter 16. "Greetings, I am Zhang Yongsheng," he proclaimed as he stood to greet her. "Hello. You arrived quite early. We typically open at 8:30, and it's barely 7 now. The shop is still empty. I'm off for a morning run. You may continue waiting here or grab a bite to eat and return later," she replied cheerfully. Li Xia was taken aback by the presence of the person before her, genuinely surprised that anyone would arrive at work so early. Nonetheless, she felt an inexplicable fondness for the young man clad in simple attire. Zhang Yongsheng, upon hearing this, thought that since he had nothing to occupy his time, he might as well engage with Li Xia. He remarked, "I was a bit too excited last night and didn't sleep much. I heard there's a ghost market around here, so I came early to check it out. If the shop is empty, would you accompany me for a run?" Li Xia appraised Zhang Yongsheng from head to toe and replied, "If you can keep up with me, then by all means join. I run quite fast." With that, she began jogging toward the city park. "Let us see who can run faster," Zhang Yongsheng said as he placed his 2 garments in a safe spot before turning to chase after her. "You seem to have decent stamina. I usually run at a pace of 5 minutes per kilometer, which most people can't match," Li Xia teased, glancing at Zhang Yongsheng. He thought to himself that this was merely the beginning, Back in the day, he could easily haul hundreds of pounds of luggage on a cart. Yet he responded nonchalantly, "That's only natural. Us rural kids may lack in some areas, but we possess a fair amount of strength. By the way, you mentioned your family is from Lintian?" Li Xia inquired. "Yes," he affirmed. "Isn't there a place known for jade production nearby?" Li Xia continued. "Indeed, it's called Yuchuan, located near the county town. Are you interested in jade?" "I have a bit of a fondness for it," Zhang Yongsheng admitted. "If the opportunity arises, we could visit together. I would be your guide." "Are you tired? If so, we can take a break," Li Xia suggested. Zhang Yongsheng awkwardly smiled, pointing to his rumbling stomach. "I'm not tired, just a bit hungry." Li Xia chuckled softly. "You have quite the sense of humor. Let us head to the Cypress Grove for breakfast. There is a place known for its meatball spicy soup that is absolutely delightful. I'll take you there." Upon arriving at the breakfast stall, as soon as Li Xia stood still, the young man serving the food nodded at her and asked, "Are you back? The usual today? I brought a friend with me. 1 large and 1 small pancake, and make the spicy sauce normal," she replied. "All right, 1 large and 1 small pancake. That will be 6 yuan in total. Please sit down," the vendor stated. Just as Li Xia was about to pay, Zhang Yongsheng swiftly intervened, handing the money to the vendor and turning to Li Xia. "Allow me. My mother always said it's impolite for a girl to pay when dining out." Li Xia smiled with a hint of approval. "It seems your mother is quite the wise woman." Once seated, a warm and friendly server brought their meal. A large bowl filled with succulent beef meatballs, diced potatoes, cauliflower, carrots, celery, and fragrant chili oil. The aroma was utterly irresistible. You should crumble the bread into the bowl and stir it with chopsticks until every piece is drenched in the broth. That is how it tastes best. Li Xia demonstrated as she spoke. "Wow, this is truly delicious. Life in the city is vibrant and diverse. Just look at this breakfast. It's a feast for the eyes, unlike at home where we only have corn porridge every day. I must bring my parents here to experience this someday," Zhang Yongsheng remarked absent-mindedly while tearing the bread. "Ah, I didn't realize you were such a devoted son," Li Xia teased. "I heard you got into university, but why aren't you attending?" "Li Xia Tiesa," Zhang Yongsheng replied. "I grew up in a poor family. My father developed pneumoconiosis from working in the mines a few years ago, and we owe quite a bit of money. My younger sister is still small, and my mother manages all the household affairs alone. So I wanted to find a job to alleviate the burden on my family." Despite his calm tone, Li Xia detected a hint of melancholy in his eyes. After finishing their meal, the two strolled along the city wall, passing the Balen Museum on their way to Yibao Pavilion. The morning ghost market had dissipated with the rising sun, yet a middle-aged woman waited at the entrance. As she saw Zhang Yongsheng and Li Xia approaching, she hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his arm and imploring, "Young man, are you about to open? Do you know when a shopkeeper will arrive? I wish to sell this painting quickly to pay for an elderly person's medical expenses." Upon hearing Li Xia's words, the woman's anxiety eased, and she excitedly took Li Xia's hand, saying, "Thank you, dear girl. You are truly kind." This calligraphy was examined by that young man, and as an illiterate countrywoman, I only know it was a gift from my father's old friend, who should have been a high official. My father mentioned that this piece should be worth a considerable sum, allowing me to sell it for the elderly's treatment. Zhang Yongsheng, since the lady says you have seen the painting, could you provide a brief description? Li Xia asked him. Certainly, I had a glance at it. The signature is from a Mr. Shu Tong, and the content speaks of human affections in the later years. It seems likely to have been a gift for a friend. Zhang Yongsheng replied, slightly embarrassed. Well then, that hardly sheds light on the matter. I shall inspect it myself. Madam, please spread the painting out here on the desk. Li Xia said, I will wash my face and change my clothes. By the way, Zhang Yongsheng, could you pour a glass of water for the lady while I am away? With that, Li Xia gestured for the middle-aged woman to unfold the painting. Please, madam, have a seat and enjoy some water, Zhang Yongsheng offered. Moments later, Li Xia emerged in professional attire, exuding elegance as she approached the desk, carefully donning white gloves to examine the piece. This is quintessential Shu style. The ink is freshly ground, and there are no signs of aging, she stated. Madam, please suggest a price, and I shall call the shopkeeper. Dear girl, I truly have no idea about the price. Please call the shopkeeper first. If that doesn't work, I can wait a while and check with other shops when they open, the middle-aged woman replied eagerly. Understood. I shall call the shopkeeper right away. Please hold on. Li Xia responded, moving to the counter to dial the shopkeeper's number. After a few rings, she said, Hello, shopkeeper. A lady has brought in a piece of calligraphy by Mr. Shu Tong, and I took a look. Its condition is quite good. The lady is uncertain about the price. So would you like to come over to assess it? All right, I will inform her. Please take your time, goodbye. After hanging up, Li Xia turned to the middle-aged woman and said, Madam, Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper will arrive in about 10 minutes. Please sit and have some water. All right. I will wait a little longer, the middle-aged woman replied. After comforting the elder sister, Li Xia gestured toward the nearby cloth and instructed Zhang Yongsheng, go to the back and fetch some water to wash this cloth. Let's tidy up the place. Understood, Zhang Yongsheng replied. First retrieving the luggage he had left at the door and inquiring with Li Xia about placing it in the dormitory beside the first-floor warehouse. He then turned around, took the cloth and feather duster, and proceeded to the entrance. Use the cloth to wipe the tables and chairs first. Once you're done, sweep the floor. Hand me the feather duster, Li Xia commanded, taking the feather duster from Zhang Yongsheng and gently dusting the display cabinet. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was sweeping the floor at the entrance, a black Jetta came to a stop beside him. Looking up, he saw it was Manager Yang arriving. Good morning, Manager, Yongsheng exclaimed. That elder sister is inside having tea, waiting for you. All right, young man, you're quite diligent. Set aside your work and come in to check the goods, Manager Yang remarked, patting Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder. Upon seeing the manager enter, Li Xia quickly said, Good morning, Manager. I've already displayed the calligraphy for you. This is the owner of the piece, gesturing towards the middle-aged woman. Hello, I'm the manager of Rebirth. Let me take a look at the calligraphy, Manager Yang said, moving to the desk to examine the work. After a moment, he quietly remarked, This piece is quite good. How about this? Young lady, I will take it. Please name your price. Oh dear, sir. As a rural woman, I don't understand much about this. Just offer a fair price. Please don't take advantage of me, the middle-aged woman replied. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall be straightforward. The quality of this calligraphy is indeed commendable. I can offer you 20,000. 20,000. That seems rather low. My father specifically instructed me that this piece is very valuable, the middle-aged woman protested, though her upward curving lips betrayed her excitement. This price is already quite fair. You may inquire outside. My offers are always reasonable and never exploitative. The works of Mr. Shutong are not excessively scarce, so I cannot offer a higher price. If you are not in a hurry to sell, you might consider keeping it for future appreciation. Manager Yang said, assessing the middle-aged woman while slowly rolling the scroll in his hands. I cannot keep it. My elderly relative is ill and currently lies in the army hospital preparing for surgery. I am reluctantly selling this collection for funds. How about this? If you can increase your offer a bit, I will keep this piece, the middle-aged woman urged. I have always been known for fair pricing in my business dealings. However, given your situation with the elderly person, I believe you are sincere. If you propose a reasonable price, I shall consider it, Manager Yang replied. 30,000. Does that work? The middle-aged woman tentatively suggested. 23,000. If that is acceptable, I can issue an invoice and proceed with the transfer immediately, Manager Yang stated, taking a sip of the tea Li Xia had prepared. All right, 23,000 it is. Please transfer the funds to this account. Cash is not safe for me, the middle-aged woman said apologetically to Manager Yang. Xia, please prepare a contract for this lady and facilitate the transfer, Manager Yang instructed, picking up the newly acquired calligraphy as he headed towards the back room. Dear sister, could you please provide me with your account number? I shall transfer the funds to you immediately, Li Xia addressed the middle-aged woman. Here you go. When shall we go to the bank to complete the transfer? The woman inquired. Sister, we can transfer the money via computer. There's no need to visit the bank. If you doubt my sincerity, I can transfer the money to you first, and then we can check the account together at the agricultural bank on the street corner. How did that sound? Li Xia reassured her. All right, my dear. We country folk are not familiar with such advanced technology. I hope you won't hold it against us. The middle-aged woman admitted shyly. All set. I've transferred the funds. Please affix your fingerprint on this contract. Afterwards, I will accompany you to the bank to verify the transaction. Li Xia smiled at the woman. Zhang Yongsheng, please watch the store for me while I take the sister to check the account, she instructed. Sure, go ahead, I've got things covered here, Zhang Yongsheng replied, standing at the counter, pondering. The market price I suggested was 80,000, while the shopkeeper offered that sister only 23,000. This means my price was the selling price, not the receiving price. I must be cautious about this in the future and pay attention to this ratio as well. Xia, come here for a moment. The shopkeeper's voice called from the inner room. Zhang Yongsheng, realizing Li Xia was absent, hurried into the inner room, respectfully nodding to the shopkeeper and asking, Shopkeeper, Li Xia just took that sister to the bank to check the account. Is there anything you need from me? The shopkeeper silently observed the recently received calligraphy and, without speaking, gestured toward a nearby teacup. Understanding the hint, Zhang Yongsheng promptly approached, picked up the teacup. and noticed that there was already hot water prepared on the tea table. He then proceeded to brew some Mingqian Longjing tea to place in the cup. "Shopkeeper, could you enlighten me about this piece of calligraphy?" Zhang Yongsheng respectfully presented the freshly brewed tea to the shopkeeper. Receiving the teacup, shopkeeper Yang curiously scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng and said, "Are you interested in this?" "Indeed, shopkeeper. I was quite fascinated the first time I laid eyes on this piece this morning," Zhang Yongsheng replied, his gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge. "Very well, since I have nothing pressing to do, I shall share some insights with you," shopkeeper Yang said as he brushed off his sleeves, pointing leisurely at the artwork. Looking at the signature, this is a piece from 1985, crafted by Mr. Xu Tong, a work from his later years. Mr. Xu is no ordinary figure. He is a foundational pillar of the new era of Chinese calligraphy. The first president of the New Era Calligraphy Association, and is celebrated alongside luminaries such as Yu Yurin and Shun Yinma, collectively referred to as the Seven Masters of the Century. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of suede cloth from beneath the counter, carefully polishing the glass frame. In his time, a great leader praised him, calling him a pen within the party, a Red Army calligrapher. Nowadays, his style is commonly referred to as Shu Ti due to its distinctive brushwork. Suddenly leaning closer, he traced an imaginary circle 3 inches above the rice paper with his finger. Observe the circular motion in this brushstroke. It must be as round as a full moon to possess its true essence. Furthermore, the large characters exude a magnificent presence, while the smaller ones flow seamlessly like silk from a silkworm, reflecting true skill in every transition, a quintessential example of authentic craftsmanship. As he spoke, he suddenly handed a magnifying glass to Zhang Yongsheng. "Here, take a closer look at this ink." The true essence of the old ink is absorbed into the rice paper, its layers distinct and reminiscent of a millefeuille, with visible particles of soot. Suddenly lowering his voice, he remarked that the artificially aged, machine-ground ink powder could never replicate such vitality. The antique lamp on the counter emitted a couple of crackling sounds, casting an even more profound antiquity upon the rice paper beneath its glass cover. In Chapter 18, titled Purchasing Work Attire, Zhang Yongsheng hurriedly took the magnifying glass and meticulously examined the characters according to the shopkeeper's instructions. The ink at the beginning of the stroke was as dark as the midnight sky, yet it faded into a delicate mist at the end. Under the magnifying glass, the ink's penetration into the rice paper was discernible, each droplet resembling the bifurcation of tree roots, extending into countless slender, light brown veins. The ink traces at the turns exhibited a geological, stratum-like structure. The first swift strokes left behind a pale residue akin to a dried riverbed, while the second layer of ink, applied for refinement, resembled a newly surging undercurrent, interspersed with specks that likely represented the fibers from the paper's origin. Listening to Zhang Yongsheng's observations, Yang the shopkeeper couldn't help but nod repeatedly, thinking that the young man possessed a modicum of talent, which confirmed that this was handwritten rather than printed. "Take a look at the back," he urged. Zhang Yongsheng flipped the scroll over, and Yang pointed at the spots on the reverse side. "Observe these mold spots. They're naturally occurring, distinctly northern in origin, and since it retains its original mounting, we can assert with certainty that it is indeed an authentic piece." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired, noticing Li Xia's excitement, and he smiled in return. "Just a couple of days ago, a regular customer expressed a desire to find a modern piece of calligraphy, and here it is, delivered to us today." Li Xia chimed in, her smile bright. "Such trivial matters seem to amuse you," Yang interjected, interrupting their exchange. "Today's occurrence is rather serendipitous. Just the day before yesterday, Mr. Zhao mentioned his wish to procure a modern calligraphic work, and now it has materialized this very morning." Li Xia playfully made a face at Yang, her eyes twinkling with delight. "Speaking of which, I must call Mr. Zhao. My memory fails me," Yang said, retrieving his phone from his pocket and gesturing for the two to step outside. Shortly after, having concluded his call, Yang instructed, "Xia, Mr. Zhao will be visiting this afternoon. He enjoys our preaching Xianhao tea, so please prepare some." He paused, seemingly recalling something. "By the way, was that gentleman waiting at our door this morning?" "Indeed, I saw that lady and Zhang Yongsheng sitting at the entrance when I opened up," Li Xia replied. "Zhang Yongsheng, is it?" Yang turned his attention to him. "Yes, you are quite observant," Yang remarked. "Today's merchandise is indeed a fine item. You have performed admirably, demonstrating a keen eye for opportunity. Keep it up. By the way, Yongsheng, do you possess any other clothing? This outfit may not be entirely suitable for the shop." Yang appraised Zhang Yongsheng, inquiring. "I only brought 2 similar outfits from home. If they are unsuitable, I can go out and purchase a couple more, Zhang Yongsheng responded, glancing down at his attire with a sheepish smile. Realizing that while appropriate for a construction site, it was somewhat out of place here. Very well, Xiaoxia, take Yongsheng to purchase 2 garments as a reward for today. Consider it as your work attire upon joining. Thank you, Manager Yang. Zhang Yongsheng expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper. With the keys in hand, Li Xia and Zhang Yongsheng exited the store in succession. Li Xia promptly settled into the driver's seat of a Jetta parked at the entrance. Rolling down the window, she waved at him, "Get in." Zhang Yongsheng turned towards the passenger seat, opened the door, and comfortably plopped down. This car is truly delightful. It far surpasses our village chief's van, he remarked, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the interior. Of course, if you ever get a chance to ride in General Wang's car, that would be something remarkable, Li Xia teased with a slight smirk, casting a glance at Zhang Yongsheng. Really? Who is General Wang? What kind of car does he drive? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. General Wang is one of our store's loyal customers, driving a black Mercedes S500, which is worth several million, Li Xia explained. In my time here, I have only seen him a few times. Zhang Yongsheng, upon hearing the figure of several million, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. What? Several million? My goodness. I doubt our family could earn $1 million in a lifetime. General Wang is truly impressive. Li Xia felt a surge of delight at his reaction, secretly acknowledging that while they may lack other skills, their ability to discern talent was commendable. She resolved to learn more about basic appraisal techniques from a shopkeeper, but outwardly remarked, Manager Yang is indeed remarkable. I must learn diligently from him. By the way, Zhang Yongsheng, how old are you this year? Li Xia inquired as she drove. I am 23. How about you? I am a bit older. I am 25. Remember to call me sister from now on, haha, Li Xia declared, adopting an elder sister's demeanor upon realizing Zhang Yongsheng was 2 years her junior. Zhang Yongsheng glanced at the beautiful girl beside him, feeling somewhat shy, and after a moment's hesitation, managed to call out, Sister Xia. Seeing his face turn a deep shade of red, Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him, Zhang Yongsheng. Why are you blushing just for calling me sister? Not at all. I was just feeling hot, he quickly retorted, turning his gaze towards the window. This place is truly bustling with activity. So many people around, Zhang Yongsheng said, observing the lively crowd outside. Indeed, East Street in Shishir is one of the most popular shopping districts among the youth nowadays. Let me take you to Maida Shabangwai, Li Xia replied as she led the way toward the store. Sister Xia, hasn't the harvest been poor in the city these past 2 years? Why is everyone wearing torn clothes and sporting such messy hairstyles? Zhang Yongsheng asked, intrigued by the eclectic styles of the people around them. Li Xia gave him an incredulous look, then burst into laughter. Oh my dear brother, this is known as the Zhang AI family style, quite trendy these days. You'll understand once we reach the clothing store. If our shop didn't prohibit such attire, I would have tried on a couple of outfits myself. Welcome to Maida Shabangwai. Upon entering the store, a row of youthful and charming sales assistants greeted us in unison, their enthusiasm causing Zhang Yongsheng to flush with embarrassment. What would you like to see? Our first floor features women's apparel, while the second floor is dedicated to men's clothing. Feel free to try on anything you fancy. One of the sales assistants spoke while walking alongside Li Xia. We're here to browse the men's section. Li Xia smiled at the sales assistant. Is it for this handsome gentleman? The assistant inquired with warmth, leading us to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhang Yongsheng found himself surrounded by an array of exquisite garments, yet he spun around in confusion, unable to decide which to choose. Each piece appealed to him, but upon glancing at the prices, he realized he could afford none. He turned to Li Xia with a pleading look and said, Sister Xia, could you help me choose? There are just too many options, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. All right, let me assist you, Li Xia replied with a grin. How about this one, and this? Take these to the fitting room and try them on. I'll have a look. With that, she handed Zhang Yongsheng a few pairs of jeans and t-shirts, directing him towards the changing area. Sister Xia, do you think this looks all right? He asked, emerging in a white t-shirt and light jeans, complemented by his sun-kissed complexion, giving him quite the sunny boy next door vibe. Quite handsome, I must say. You look better than I expected. Do try on a few more, Li Xia encouraged. She then turned to the sales assistant. Could you please fetch him a pair of canvas shoes? After selecting a few more items, the two made their way to the checkout. Zhang Yongsheng eagerly attempted to pay, but Li Xia interjected. Did you forget? The shopkeeper mentioned this would be considered work attire and would be reimbursed by the store. After settling the bill, the sales assistant handed the selected clothes to Zhang Yongsheng with a knowing smile, saying, Lucky guy, your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also treats you well. At this remark, Both Li Xia and Zhang Yongsheng turned crimson, swiftly clarifying, "You're mistaken. She is not my girlfriend. We are merely colleagues." "Indeed," Li Xia chimed in. "We're just colleagues." Once in the car, Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Yongsheng, saying, "How is it that a young man like you blushes so easily? And you, weren't you just as red as an apple?" he retorted, though he secretly found her blush rather charming. "Enough of that. This afternoon, Mr. Zhao will be visiting the store. He is quite influential, so do be sharp," Li Xia advised Zhang Yongsheng. "Understood," he replied. "Excellent. You look quite spirited in this outfit. Your performance this morning was commendable. You have a keen eye. By the way, there's a small room next to the storage area on the first floor that you can tidy up and use as your dormitory," Shopkeeper Yang informed Zhang Yongsheng. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Yang. I will study diligently and not waste your kindness," Zhang Yongsheng responded respectfully, bowing deeply. "Very well. Stay at the counter while I tidy up in the back," Shopkeeper Yang said before disappearing into the inner chamber. "What did the shopkeeper discuss with you?" Li Xia inquired. "Nothing much, just arranging accommodations," Zhang Yongsheng replied. "Are you staying here today then?" "Sister Xia, there is something I would like to ask you." "Go ahead. Is it true that everyone who works in the store can reside here? With all the treasures we have, aren't we concerned about someone with ill intentions committing theft?" "Ha! Theft indeed. You're overthinking it, my friend. Just look up at what those are," Li Xia said, raising her delicate hand towards the surveillance camera installed on the ceiling. "Is that a camera?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. Before long, Li Xia descended from the second floor, carrying bedding in her arms. Zhang Yongsheng took the bedding from her and proceeded to a small room adjacent to the storage area. The room was modest, roughly 13 to 14 square meters, furnished with a single bed, a wardrobe, and a table beside the bed, adorned with a desk lamp. The walls were decorated with several exquisite paintings and calligraphy, creating an elegant ambience. After tidying up, he approached the front desk and saw Li Xia engrossed in a book. He asked, "Sister Xia, what are you reading?" "Oh my, you startled me. I'm looking at a catalog from Christie's, which documents some of the collectibles they have auctioned. It contains numerous introductions and analyses of the items, and most importantly, their prices. You should take a look too. It will broaden your horizons. Over there, on that bookshelf, you can find plenty more to peruse." Li Xia indicated towards the nearby bookshelf. Casually picking up a book, he opened to the first page, revealing a yellowed ancient painting. The introduction read, "Lot 801. Yuan and Ming Dynasties, Golden Mountain and Water. Starting price 170,000. Final price 1,050,000. The second page detailed Lot 28460. A Qing Dynasty underglaze red dragon pattern celestial vase, exquisitely rare with its underglaze blue and copper-red dragon motifs that exuded nobility. Starting price 16 million. Final price 46 million. The third page featured Lot 14356, a Qianlong period multicolored vase depicting a dragon teaching its offspring, starting at 30 million. Final price 91 million. As Zhang Yongsheng turned page after page, he felt a mix of awe and trepidation. This book shattered his previous notions of value, obliterating his limited understanding of worth. The prices of the items showcased were utterly inconceivable to him, given that throughout his life, apart from the 13,500 he received just yesterday, the most he had ever encountered was 275 yuan from the grain station last year. Thus, figures in the millions were entirely unfathomable, like explaining colors to a blind person or flavors to someone without a sense of taste. However, at that moment, Yongsheng was not overwhelmed by this revelation. The fire of desire ignited in his eyes, and the light of hope radiating from him indicated that this experience was positively transformative. Indeed, he possessed a skill that could pierce through the fog and unveil the truth. Chapter 20. The Eye of Reality. To unveil the truth. Henceforth, I shall call this skill the Eye of Reality. Yongsheng, time for lunch. Li Xia noticed Zhang Yongsheng lost in thought and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Oh, I'm coming right now." Zhang Yongsheng shook himself from his reverie and asked Li Xia, "Sister Xia, what are we having for lunch?" We ordered employee meals from the snack shop across the street. They deliver every noon and evening. Today's menu includes rice and stir-fried dishes. Please take this portion to Manager Yang. After he finishes, remember to tidy up, Li Xia instructed Yongsheng. "All right, Sister Xia," he replied. Li Xia nearly choked upon hearing these words. "I will permit you to inquire about this once, but do refrain from mentioning it again in the future. As I mentioned this morning, our antique business adheres to the principle of 3 years of silence before a prosperous opening. Unlike a convenience store that thrives on volume with items priced at mere cents. Furthermore, did we not conclude a deal early this morning? This afternoon, Mr. Zhao is also scheduled to inspect the goods. Considering the circumstances, today has been relatively busy. Such remarks should never be made in front of the shopkeeper, lest you provoke him to strike your palm. As she spoke, Li Xia playfully mimicked the gesture of a slap on the palm. I'm merely inquiring out of curiosity. Sister Xia, what is the purpose of our second floor? I have yet to visit it, Zhang Yongsheng queried once more. The second floor serves primarily as the shopkeeper's private reception area. Occasionally, he will come up to rest or meet with guests. Remember, you must go up daily to clean. Handle the items upstairs with utmost care and avoid touching those in the display cases as much as possible. They are all precious and exceedingly valuable, Li Xia advised earnestly. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a black Lexus pulled up outside the Ebao pavilion. A middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, elegantly descended from the vehicle. His tall stature and refined attire immediately marked him as a distinguished gentleman. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Our shopkeeper Yang is waiting for you in the back hall. Li Xia promptly greeted as she approached the newcomer upon hearing the sound of brakes. Indeed, little Li, you grow more beautiful with each passing day. Mr. Zhao replied with a smile directed at Li Xia. Zhang Yongsheng, please serve tea to Mr. Zhao, came Li Xia's voice from the back hall. Mr. Zhao, we have prepared for you a rare Preaching Ming Xinhao tea. Please enjoy. Zhang Yongsheng gently placed the tea on the table to Mr. Zhao's right. Yongsheng, please fetch the artwork by Mr. Shu Tong that we set aside for Mr. Zhao. Shopkeeper Yang signaled to Zhang Yongsheng with a glance and a hand gesture. Before long, Zhang Yongsheng returned with the painting, laying it out on the table. He approached shopkeeper Yang quietly and whispered, the artwork is ready for you on the table. Mr. Zhao, the piece is arranged. I invite you to examine it. Shopkeeper Yang gestured politely towards Mr. Zhao. Too kind, Shopkeeper Yang, Mr. Zhao replied modestly. Stepping closer, Shopkeeper Yang donned the white gloves that Zhang Yongsheng had handed him, then offered a pair to Mr. Zhao while indicating the artwork. This calligraphy was executed by Mr. Shu Tong, the first chairman of the Calligraphy Association after the establishment of the People's Republic. According to the previous owner, Mr. Shu was an old friend of his father, and this piece was specifically created for him in his later years. For Mr. Zhao to receive this as a gift for a friend is indeed a harmonious match. Gazing at the yellowed rice paper, Mr. Zhao felt a momentary pause. The expansive 5-foot scroll bore the words heavenly clarity after rain, each character like ancient pine roots. The ink flowing with the power of thunder, while the strokes appeared light and airy. The calligraphy exuded a robust essence, perfectly befitting the occasion. Speaking of Mr. Shu Tong, I had a brief encounter with him during his tenure as a secretary in our province in his youth, yet regrettably, I never obtained a piece of his work. Reflecting on this truly feels like a missed opportunity. Observe how the final stroke of the character for clear tapers off. Mr. Zhao leaned in closer to examine it, noting how the pen penetrated the paper with precision, yet lifted at the end like the cry of a crane, unmistakably the hallmark of Mr. Shu's style after the age of 80. Master Yang meticulously polished the jade paperweight with a piece of deer suede. Indeed, General Zhao is an expert, he remarked. This piece was inscribed in 1983 by Mr. Shu Tong with a specially crafted goat hairbrush, completed despite his rheumatic affliction in his right wrist. Pointing to the dark red collector's seal, he continued, observe the Highway Studio stamp. It is an old label from the antiquities shop in the Magic City back in the day. Master Yang, you are aware that in recent years, there has been an abundance of forgeries of Shu Tong's works, General Zhao said, his fingertips hovering above the artwork as he noted the reverse stroke of the character's initial brushwork. Upon hearing this, Master Yang retrieved a yellowed booklet from a nearby display case. This is the collection of Shu Tong's calligraphy published by the Antiquities Press in 1984. You may compare them. Between us, the price is negotiable. This piece, however, is quite valuable. I can only add a small markup, so 150,000 is the price, Master Yang stated. Though this calligraphy is indeed exquisite, your asking price is rather steep, General Zhao replied, taking a slow sip of tea before continuing. The essence of this piece is remarkable, and considering that Shu was the first chairman of the Calligraphers Association after the founding of our nation, it is a rare and treasured modern work. Master Yang gently tapped the table, unhurriedly responding, very well, I will accept 150,000 for this piece. I too appreciate it. General Zhao, looking at Master Yang, nodded in agreement. You are as forthright as ever. Yongsheng, please wrap up the piece and deliver it to General Zhao's car shortly. Also, ask Li Xia to bring in the contract when you step out, Master Yang instructed Yongsheng. General Zhao retrieved his phone and dialed a number, instructing the person on the other end, transfer 150,000 to Yibioj immediately. After concluding the call, He remarked, "Let us wrap this up. I have other arrangements this afternoon. Next week, please have someone bring those paintings and calligraphies to my home. This concludes our business for today." With that, he rose from his seat and made his way toward the door. Master Yang observed the entire exchange, reflecting, though this young man hails from a rural background, he possesses a certain astuteness. As the vehicle distanced itself, Zhang Yongsheng was about to turn when he encountered a woman in her 60s, who seemed to collide with him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as an object she held shattered upon impact. "You young man, how can you be so careless? You've broken my heirloom," she exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. "What am I to do now?" she lamented, her bony fingers frantically sifting through the porcelain shards. "This was meant to be the money for my husband's medical treatment. It's all ruined." Her wails soon attracted a crowd, drawing onlookers as if they emerged from the very earth itself, encircling Zhang Yongsheng and the distraught woman. Amidst the crowd, a square-faced man in a knitted sweater approached Zhang Yongsheng, gently tapping his shoulder. "Young man, how could you be so reckless as to break someone's porcelain? This piece appears to be from the Qing dynasty and must be worth a significant sum. Indeed, you've made a grave mistake. That vase has ice cracks and would at least fetch the price of Duke Wang." The onlookers chimed in, expressing their astonishment. "My precious Jiajing official kiln," the woman cried out. "The treasured heirloom passed down through 13 generations is now ruined in my hands." Suddenly, the woman seized Zhang Yongsheng's clothing, exclaiming, "You must accompany me." Faced with this predicament, Zhang Yongsheng felt utterly helpless, vividly recalling that he had not laid a finger on the woman. He glanced at the shop, noticing Li Xia standing at the entrance, cheerfully observing him, with no intention of offering assistance, merely pointing at the surveillance camera mounted on the door. With that single gesture, a sense of confidence surged within Zhang Yongsheng. Casting a glance at the porcelain shards on the floor, he mused, "It is often said that antique streets are rife with scams. Today, I have unwittingly encountered one." Composed, he addressed the woman, "Madam, if you must engage in such deceitful practices, at least choose a more suitable location. In broad daylight, this behavior seems rather unscrupulous, does it not? What a see! You clearly knocked me down. My heavens, is there no justice left in this world? You collided with me and now seek to evade responsibility. Everyone come witness this." Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's words, the woman's wails intensified, echoing with anguish. "How about this? If you are unwilling to resolve this amicably, let us call the police to adjudicate our dispute," suggested a man with a square face. The middle-aged woman's cries grew more fervent. "My husband is on the operating table awaiting funds. Who has the time to engage in this nonsense? You need to compensate me immediately. Oh, what shall I do?" "I saw it all. It was this young man who collided with the lady," interjected a woman carrying a vegetable basket. "Today's youth possess no sense of responsibility. He clearly harmed another, yet continues to deny it. Madam, you should contact the authorities, and we shall testify on your behalf. Youth, I suggest you first inquire how much she demands. If it is a modest sum, perhaps it would be wise to concede, treating it as a misfortune averted," another bystander advised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng surveyed those who had just chimed in and realized he had stumbled upon a well-orchestrated scheme. With a disdainful glance at the woman seated on the ground, he calmly inquired, "What sum do you seek? Huh? You think that bottle is from the official kiln of the Jiajing period? Do you even know what I do?" She retorted hysterically. "Regardless of your profession, you must compensate for the porcelain you shattered," she insisted. "How about this? Let us review the surveillance footage," Zhang Yongsheng began, but before he could finish, a tall man wearing gold-rimmed glasses interjected, "I am from the City Cultural Relics Bureau. The underglazed blue color is incorrect." He picked up a shard and examined it in the sunlight, declaring, "In my opinion, this porcelain is only worth 50 to 60,000. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly produced a yellowed photograph strung on a red thread from her neckline, declaring, "This is from the Jiajing official kiln. You all must take a good look. My husband's lung cancer depends on this." As the woman revealed the photograph, Zhang Yongsheng keenly observed the jagged edges, indicating it had been cut, while this so-called ancient porcelain bore a plaster core at its fracture. With the evidence at hand, Zhang Yongsheng found himself weary of entangling with the woman. His gaze swept across the crowd as he picked up the shattered porcelain shard. "To be honest, I'm not entirely ignorant of antiques and paintings. It appears that a few of you intend to set a trap for me, perhaps blinded by your own folly. Firstly, there is surveillance at the entrance. Any attempt at deception will be easily discerned. Secondly, this porcelain is clearly a modern craft. I would advise you all to invest in something of better quality rather than resorting to these low-end replicas made with plaster cores. And you lot are clearly accomplices. Aren't you? Let me make this perfectly clear. I shall not compensate for this item. Whether you choose to call the police or pursue other actions is entirely your prerogative. I am prepared for whatever comes next. The woman, sensing his resolute demeanor, sprang to her feet and lunged towards Zhang Yongsheng, exclaiming, "If you want tea, let me live. I shall ensure you suffer as well. Pray tell, why do you react so violently when your scheme is exposed?" Zhang Yongsheng retorted, catching her mid-lunge. Failing to collide with him, she instead fell to her knees, clutching his leg and pleading, "Good Samaritans, please support me. Can you stand by and witness such bullying?" Chapter 22. Clarification. As she spoke, the group of accomplices surged forward, encircling Zhang Yongsheng. Some grabbed his arms, others clutched his waist, and one even began to rummage through his pockets. Just as he was about to retaliate, a sharp voice pierced through the commotion. "Release him at once. You are restraining a member of my Ebao pavilion. Let him go immediately." Manager Yang stood with an intimidating glare, his voice commanding respect. The woman and her cohorts, recognizing the authority of Manager Yang, who frequented the area, quickly released Zhang Yongsheng. One stout-faced man, bowing and nodding in deference, remarked, "Alas, we truly did not know this young man was under your protection. Otherwise, we would never have dared to act against him. Please forgive our transgressions, and we shall take our leave." Without a second thought, they turned to exit, disregarding the curious onlookers. "Wait a moment," Manager Yang said, rubbing the ring on his thumb. "What is it? Please instruct us, Manager Yang." The stout man inquired with a beaming smile. Zhang Yongsheng watched the group depart, feeling an unusual embarrassment, muttering to himself, "What sort of absurdity is this?" Upon returning to the shop, he found Li Xia behind the counter, giggling uncontrollably. Zhang Yongsheng, irritated, remarked, "And you still find this amusing? You could have lent me a hand earlier. Such occurrences are all too common in our antique street. I simply didn't expect it to happen to you. Now, the manager awaits you inside, so hurry along." Entering the inner chamber, he found Manager Yang seated at a table, engrossed in a bound book. Zhang Yongsheng dared not disturb him and stood quietly by. After a considerable time, Manager Yang set down his book, sipped his tea, and spoke slowly. "So, what do you think of the events that just transpired? If one were an ordinary person confronted with such deceit, calling the authorities would be the natural course of action. However, as purveyors of antiques, we possess our own methods for dealing with such matters. In the old society, there circulated 10 notorious scams: wind, horse, swallow, sparrow, porcelain, gold, evaluation, skin, color, and hanging. The discourse revolves around the intricacies of criminal organizations, where wind refers to gang-related activities, horse signifies individual criminal acts, swallow alludes to deceptive schemes, while sparrow represents the impersonation of acquaintances for fraudulent purposes. In ancient times, when information dissemination was limited, it was not uncommon for individuals to eliminate officials to assume their positions, akin to the actions of a sparrow. Porcelain denotes the act of bumping porcelain. Gold refers to charlatans invoking the supernatural. Evaluation indicates the role of accomplices. Skin pertains to the sale of ointments. Color signifies the performance of tricks. And hanging refers to street performances. What you encounter today is a quintessential example of bumping porcelain. The shopkeeper raised his teacup and took a gentle sip, gesturing towards the bluestone pavement outside, inquiring if Zhang Yongsheng understood the significance of that location. Zhang followed the direction of the gesture, realizing it was precisely where the middle-aged woman had fallen moments earlier. The spot where she tumbled was conveniently nestled within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. The shopkeeper swirled the tea in his cup, creating a whirlpool at the bottom, remarking that had she moved just half an inch to the left, the act of releasing her grip would have been captured on film. At this revelation, Zhang Yongsheng comprehended why those individuals remained unperturbed despite his mention of surveillance. He gazed at the shopkeeper and, with a slightly subdued voice, inquired how she had known. "Vegetable leaves," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving 3 strands of fine tea from a nearby box. "Do you recall the woman with the basket of vegetables? She dropped this at the entrance." As he spoke, he arranged the 3 strands into a triangular formation, indicating that they had long since plotted their scheme. Zhang was taken aback by the depths of their cunning. "In this line of work, remember 3 principles," the shopkeeper stated, raising his fingers like withered bamboo. "First, always allow the customer to exit first." He pointed to the polished brass groove on the threshold, explaining that the height of the threshold, as designed by our ancestors, was intended to prevent items from falling out when one stepped outside. He emphasized the word fall with intentional clarity. Second, observe the sleeves. The shopkeeper beckoned Zhang Yongsheng to step closer. As Zhang approached, the shopkeeper seized his wrist and gently twisted it, explaining that in the realm of deception, one often encounters injuries caused by shattered porcelain. As he reached the third point, the shopkeeper flicked his skeletal fingers, revealing a magnet that had slipped from his sleeve. True porcelain does not attract, yet they often mix iron powder into plaster to capture attention. He picked up a fragment of debris from the ground with the magnet, which emitted a faint buzzing sound. "I have taken note," Zhang Yongsheng affirmed, locking eyes with the shopkeeper and nodding earnestly. The shopkeeper patted Zhang's shoulder, advising him not to be hasty in his endeavors. "Since you have entered this field, there are certain rules I must impart. Our antique trade is distinct from other industries, and you must commit what I say to memory." "Understood, shopkeeper," Zhang responded, pulling out a notebook to record the insights. The shopkeeper lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the foam, his gaze penetrating as he turned to Zhang Yongsheng and began to speak slowly. "Yongsheng, the principles I am sharing with you today are hard-earned lessons from our forebears, acquired through genuine sacrifice. Since you have chosen this path, you must grasp that the business of antiquities is not merely about the exchange of objects, but fundamentally about integrity." He took a sip of tea and continued. "The first rule, absolutely no returns, is an unyielding tenet of our trade. Do you know how Zhibiu the Lilikang district fell during the Republic era? It was the proprietor's soft-heartedness that led him to return an unsightly item to a powerful figure, which ultimately tarnished his reputation and resulted in the closure of his establishment within 6 months. Remember, in this trade, reputation is more precious than life itself." Zhang Yongsheng stood by, nodding attentively while diligently taking notes. Master Yang lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a ring of smoke before slowly stating, "The second rule, do not obstruct the path, holds significant wisdom." He retrieved a brocade box from beneath the counter, adding, "Do you recognize the entwined branch pattern on this box? It symbolizes an intricate balance, much like how we conduct business, understanding when to advance and when to retreat. A few years back, a reckless youth insisted on meddling and inadvertently soured a deal, leading to a collective boycott by all the shopkeepers in the Lioli factory, forcing him to pack up and return home." As he continued, Master Yang lowered his voice. "The principle of never letting goods pass through one's hands is hard-earned through blood and tears. During the Guangxu era, 2 officials quarreled over a scholar's inkstone, resulting in its shattering. Each blamed the other for their misfortune, and the dispute escalated into a fatal legal case. He gently caressed the blue and white porcelain on the counter, lamenting, "Every piece we handle is a treasure passed down by our ancestors. Breaking any of them is a grave sin. Never take the matter of haggling lightly." Master Yang extracted a yellowed ledger from a drawer, recalling, last year, a wealthy young man at the shop across from us haggled down the price of a replica from 100,000 to 80,000. The proprietor reluctantly acquiesced, yet he later reneged on the deal. Can you guess the outcome? Now, not a single shop in Panjiayuan is willing to do business with him. Chapter 23, The Rules. As for the rule of not listening to stories, Master Yang suddenly chuckled and took down a purple clay teapot from the display shelf. This teapot, some claim it to be a genuine work of Gong Chun, while others assert it was crafted by Dabin. Ultimately, it serves as a vessel for tea. No matter how captivating the story, it pales in comparison to the authenticity of patina. He set the teapot down and said earnestly, "Yongsheng, these rules may seem rigid, but in truth, they serve as protective charms. Just like tea, the first infusion must be discarded. Only the second yields flavor. In both life and work, timing is of the essence." Master Yang took a sip of tea, the sound of the cup lid meeting the rim resonating softly, before he continued at a measured pace. In the world of antiques, people can be categorized into 4 types: connoisseurs, outsiders, traders, and forgers. He raised 4 fingers. Counting them off, connoisseurs possess true discerning eyes. When an item is presented, they can assess its age, provenance, and intricacies with just a glance, thoroughly grasping the nuances of the trade. Outsiders. He shook his head with a wry smile. Either flounder like half-educated fools or are complete novices who cannot even distinguish between genuine and counterfeit, yet dare to bring items home. As for traders, they navigate deeper waters. Those who engage in legitimate antique dealings help valuable items find new homes. This is the righteous path. However, those who peddle fakes are treading the wicked path. He suddenly lowered his voice. The greatest headache in this trade comes from counterfeit goods. Highly skilled forgeries can easily deceive the untrained eye, while mediocre imitations prey on the inexperienced. As for street vendor goods and rubbish, I scoff at them. They are purely traps for the gullible. To establish oneself in this realm, one must thoroughly digest and internalize these 4 states: Master Yang gently scraped the rim of his cup with a tea lid, producing delicate porcelain sounds. It was of little consequence that he could not recall the details now. With time and exposure, understanding would surely come. Having spoken, he tilted his head back and drained the last of his tea, his atoms apple-bobbing as a yellow leaf drifted from the old locust tree outside, wavering down to rest upon the open pages of the record of stones and inscriptions. Yongsheng was acutely aware that his ability to discern the authenticity of antiques was not the issue at hand. Rather, he lacked the seasoned composure and astuteness regarding the industry's conventions and interpersonal dealings. This was precisely why he had come to apply for the position. After Master Yang imparted his first lesson that day, Yongsheng resolved to diligently follow him, aspiring to graduate from his tutelage as swiftly as possible. Rising, he bowed deeply to Master Yang, declaring, "I have taken note of your teachings and shall adhere to the industry's rules, always looking to you for guidance." Filled with gratitude, Yongsheng spoke sincerely. Master Yang waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may go now." As Yongsheng turned to exit the inner hall, Li Xia greeted him with a smile. "Did you receive a scolding? Do not think that as your elder sister, I am neglecting you. In our line of work, one must be observant and cautious." "Thank you, Sister Xia. I shall remember your words," he replied. Time passed swiftly, and soon several days had elapsed. On a sultry evening, Yongsheng and Li Xia engaged in idle conversation within the air-conditioned room. He polishing a colorful cup with a chamois cloth when suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught his attention, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. "Be careful," Li Xia cautioned in a hushed tone from behind the counter. "That cup is worth your entire salary." As the glass door swung open, a faint earthy scent wafted into Yongsheng's nostrils. Looking up, he saw a man of around 50 years old sidling in, his gray cloth shirt speckled with grass clippings, tightly cradling a blue bundle in his arms. As Yongsheng scrutinized the man, his gaze was drawn to the dark red nestled within the crevices of the man's fingernails. The man swiftly surveyed the shop to ensure no one was following before leaning in towards Yongsheng, whispering cautiously, "Do you buy antiques?" Yongsheng set aside the chamois, replying, "Indeed. Our shop specializes in antiques. If you have something to sell, please feel free to show it." The man, still cautious, glanced around before asking, "Is this safe?" "Absolutely safe. You may present whatever you have," Li Xia replied, her tone somewhat irritable. The man, reassured, watched the surroundings once more before placing the bundle onto the counter. With his rough hands, he carefully unveiled the contents, as if disarming a bomb. Before long, a copper pot, tarnished with verdigris, emerged, its body adorned with a swirling dragon motif that glimmered with a ghostly green under the light. "This," Li Xia exclaimed, her keen eyes immediately recognizing the object. "Goodness! A bronze vessel." Yongsheng struggled to maintain his composure, yet the sight before him took him by surprise. As he leaned closer, he detected a faint, musty odor, not the smell of earth, but rather that unique, damp, decayed scent reminiscent of relocating a grave. Yongsheng turned his gaze back to the man's fingertips, silently nodding as if confirming something within himself. With a smile, he offered a cup of tea, asking, "May I inquire where you acquired this item?" "It has been passed down through generations," the man replied. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. His wife at home was unwell and in need of money. "What exquisite wine vessels," Li Xia remarked with a smile. "Your family must surely have been of noble lineage?" As the two conversed, Zhang Yongsheng had already extracted the copper kettle from his bundle. This artifact stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, adorned with a round, intricately carved phoenix lid, a pot-bellied body connecting to a dragon-headed spout, and a dragon-tailed handle, resting on the backs of two figures in a half-squatting position. Its form was lifelike and remarkably vivid. Encircling the dragon was a band of scale patterns, while the outer rim featured a distinctive angular design. He gently traced his fingertip along the inner side of the kettle's handle. Beneath the rust stains lay an almost imperceptible character for Ying. Yongsheng's heart suddenly raced. This was the emblem of the Chu royal family. Instantly, the news of the looting at the Tian Chu tomb from the previous year flashed through his mind. Just as he intended to scrutinize the authenticity of the piece, the man abruptly snatched the kettle away. "Do you want or not? If not, I'll take it to someone else," the middle-aged man said, appearing somewhat anxious as he seized the copper box from Li Xia and prepared to wrap it up. "Yes, of course we want it. How much do you wish to sell it for?" Li Xia exclaimed, pulling the man back just as he was about to wrap the kettle. 100,000, the man replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "Brother, such an expensive item? Please allow me to examine it more closely," Zhang Yongsheng said, retrieving the kettle from his bundle once more and producing a magnifying glass from beneath the counter. In fact, we have acquired quite a few such folk artifacts. As he inspected it, he deliberately tapped the kettle's rim with a magnifying glass, causing the man to flinch visibly. Be careful. The man almost lunged forward. Zhang Yongsheng chuckled, realizing that the situation indeed mirrored what the shopkeeper had described. Collectors would not exhibit such anxiety. Only grave robbers would possess an obsessive desire for dirty artifacts. He feigned interest in the decorative patterns while discreetly observing the man. The soil beneath his fingernails, the earthy scent emanating from him, and the aroma of tomb dirt clinging to the kettle confirmed Yongsheng's suspicion that this man was indeed a grave robber, colloquially known as a tomb scorpion. I'll offer you 2,000, Zhang Yongsheng declared, setting down the magnifying glass. What? The man's face flushed crimson. This is from the early warring states. Zhang Yongsheng interrupted him, but the spout shows signs of repair. He intentionally omitted mentioning that this was merely natural wear from usage in ancient times, waiting for the man to take the bait. Nonsense. It came out of the ground just like this. The store fell silent, and Zhang Yongsheng noticed beads of cold sweat forming on the man's forehead. He knew he had hit the mark. This was undoubtedly a freshly unearthed grave artifact. This item is of dubious origin. At most, it's worth 2,000. Zhang Yongsheng asserted firmly. What does its origin matter to you? If you cannot meet my price, I will take my leave. This is valuable merchandise that I have no trouble selling. Do not waste my time, the man insisted, preparing to wrap the kettle again. Ah, brother, do not be hasty. I have not said I wouldn't buy it. However, you must be aware that inspections have become stringent recently, and I still wish to clarify its provenance. Zhang Yongsheng said, gently pressing the kettle down with his hand while smiling. Frankly speaking, brother, this piece is clearly a wine or water vessel from the Warring States period. Just based on the dragon motif, this copper kettle is not something an ordinary household would possess. Such items typically do not exist as solitary pieces. Pray tell, what other goods have you brought this time? Surely we would be interested, the man scoffed at Zhang Yongsheng. Do you truly believe that a mere child like you can handle my wares? Enough of this. It seems you lack sincerity in your dealings. With that, the man disdainfully brushed aside Zhang Yongsheng's hand, rolled up his bundle, and turned to exit. Just as he reached the doorway, he was confronted by the arrival of Yang, the shopkeeper. Ah, Master Yang, welcome, Zhang Yongsheng greeted respectfully. Sir, are you here to sell something? Yang inquired, glancing at the man poised to leave. Your lack of sincerity in business has deterred me from selling. The man retorted. Ah, a child who knows not his manners. If you wish to sell, do bring your goods forth. I am the proprietor here, Yang responded. Very well, but let us keep this strictly to business. No needless chatter, the man shot back, casting a glare at Zhang Yongsheng behind counter. Haha, sir, please, come inside. Let us converse further. Yang gestured invitingly as they entered the inner hall. Once inside, Li Xia leaned toward Zhang Yongsheng and whispered, Youngster, heed my advice. In future encounters, refrain from asking foolish questions. What is it, Sister Xia? He replied, I am certain that man's item is a product of a tomb excavation. Let us frighten him a bit. It may yield a better price. You are still too inexperienced, she said, glancing at his naive expression before turning away. After a brief interval, Yang's voice called out, Li Xia, please come in. Looks like the deal is going well. Li Xia remarked as she proceeded into the room. Curiosity gnawed at Zhang Yongsheng as he inquired, Sister Xia, what was the final price? Li Xia chuckled and replied, You may be young, but your curiosity is insatiable. 30,000. 30,000? Did he not seek 100,000? Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed. This trade is fraught with complexities. As a newcomer, you naturally wouldn't negotiate beyond 30,000. Master Yang has his own methods. Do not dwell on it. Just focus on your work, she advised. Sister Xia, do share the details. I find myself with time to spare. Zhang Yongsheng, come here. Yang's voice interrupted just as he was about to press for more information. Upon entering the inner hall, he found Yang examining the recently acquired bronze artifact. Did you attend to this seller? Yang inquired. Indeed, master, Zhang Yongsheng confirmed. How did you negotiate? We nearly missed this opportunity. What do you surmise about the item he presented? Yang pressed. From the moment he entered, I observed red clay beneath his fingernails. Initially, I pondered whether he had inadvertently dirted himself while working at home. However, upon noticing the inscription within the ear of the pot, I realized this bronze piece likely belonged to the royal lineage of the Chu kingdom. Furthermore, the earthy aroma emanating from the bronze vessel reminded me of your lesson, that the distinct scent of tomb soil lingers for 3 months post-excavation. From these observations, I concluded he must be a grave robber, Zhang Yongsheng articulated confidently. You have a keen eye, Yang commended, impressed by Zhang Yongsheng's astute deductions. Moreover, as I held the copper kettle, I scratched at the deep rust marks with my fingernail, which stubbornly refused to budge. I speculated that it might be the so-called bone rust mentioned in books, especially upon noticing the remnants of dirt beneath the seller's fingernails. At that moment, I concluded that this item was certainly a product of the original pit. Indeed, if you were in possession of such a find and arrived at the shop, would you prefer to expedite the transaction or take your time to seek out the seller? The shopkeeper gently sipped the tea brought by Li Xia. Upon hearing Yang's remark, Zhang Yongsheng felt a jolt as the recent events replayed vividly in his mind. Soon, he seemed to grasp something and quickly addressed the shopkeeper. If it were me, I would certainly wish to conclude the transaction swiftly. After all, the less one knows, the safer one feels. The shopkeeper nodded slightly at Zhang Yongsheng's realization and inquired now. Enlighten me, where did you err? First, the seller was attended to by Sister Xia upon entering, and I should not have interjected. That is against protocol. Second, I should never have inquired about the provenance of the seller's goods in front of them. Alas, it was my impatience that failed to consider the considerable insecurity it might instill in them. Third, I should have refrained from expressing a desire to acquire the entire lot when the seller was already exhibiting signs of aversion. I nearly caused a loss for the shop. Please, punish me as you see fit. Punishment is unwarranted. You are new to this trade, and some missteps are to be expected. Since you have reflected upon the matter, I shall not dwell further. Just remember this. Be observant and listen carefully. Matters in the antiques trade cannot be rushed. Now, be on your way. Upon returning to the counter, Li Xia noticed Zhang Yongsheng's beaming expression and inquired, You rascal, how can you be so cheerful after being reprimanded? Time flew by, and before long, several days had passed. One morning, basking in the glow of the rising sun, Zhang Yongsheng strolled through the city park and, with familiar ease, arrived at the food stall where he had dined with Li Xia. As he ate, he mused, It has already been over a month, and I am gradually acclimating to life in the city. After breakfast, he walked through the still bustling ghost market, where vendors seized their final opportunities for trade. Arriving at the entrance of Yibagoj, he noticed that the market owner had yet to pack up for the day. Just as he was about to offer a reminder, a porcelain plate in the corner caught his attention. Hey, are you open for business today? Zhang Yongsheng asked as he crouched beside the stall. Yes. We still have a few items left, the vendor replied with a chuckle. What are you interested in? Our stall has a variety of goods. Just point out what catches your eye, and I'll tell you all about it. Zhang Yongsheng first picked up a snuff bottle resting nearby. Good eye, young man. This snuff bottle was once used by the Empress Dowager Cixi herself. What? How did such a treasure come into your possession? Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed, astonished. The vendor, with a proud grin, raised his fist and pointed his thumb at himself, declaring, You see, well, I may be just a stall owner now. My grandfather was a favored individual in the court of Empress Dowager Cixi. Surely, you have heard of Li Lianying? I've heard of him, but how is Li Lianying your grandfather? Zhang Yongsheng, unable to contain himself, quickly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Hey, what is so funny? In those years, my grandfather worked alternating shifts with Li Lianying, who was responsible for daily affairs while my grandfather managed travel. The vendor said earnestly. Ha ha. Zhang Yongsheng could no longer contain his laughter in the street, and after a hearty bout, he remarked, Your family has such a remarkable background, doesn't it? The vendor, with a serious demeanor, gazed at Zhang Yongsheng and waved a snuff bottle before him, saying, What you think? You seem to be a fated person. How about I offer you a discount at 600 yuan? Let me take another look, he replied, picking up an object resembling an imperial decree. Just as he was about to unfold it, the vendor hastily cautioned, Be careful with that. It is an ancient decree. Ha ha. Which dynasty does this belong to? This time, Zhang Yongsheng could not hold back, holding the obviously fabricated decree and inquiring with a smile. The vendor, a seasoned trader, maintained his composure and continued. It's from the Qing dynasty, the Great Qing. Whose decree is this? Zhang Yongsheng asked, examining the contents inside. It's from Yinging Yao. Don't you see it clearly written? In both Manchu and Han. Brother, why does this decree have so many frayed edges? And why is this scroll made of bamboo? The vendor replied, Ah, young man, you might not understand. Our country has always promoted environmental protection. Look, even our ancestors initiated it. Stifling his amusement, Zhang Yongsheng picked up a porcelain bowl. His eyes fixed on a line of small green characters that appeared. Qing Daoguang Famil Rose Longevity Plate. Market price 10,000 yuan. Brother, what is special about this plate? This plate has quite a pedigree. It's an authentic Qinghua piece. The vendor deliberately turned the plate over to reveal the mark. Is it from the Qingdu chemical plant? Don't be ridiculous. It's a genuine Ming Chenhua piece. My grandfather used this for meals back in the day. How much is it? 6,000 yuan. Will you sell it for 60? Deal. Payment. Upon hearing the word deal, Zhang Yongsheng was quite astonished and promptly pulled out a 100 yuan bill to hand over. All right, brother. You should find another fated person for that decree. I only bought this plate because I felt bad after chatting with you for so long. Fine. The vendor replied reluctantly, retrieving change from his pocket for Zhang Yongsheng. Accepting the change and taking the plate, Zhang Yongsheng turned to the entrance of Yibogoj, extracting his keys to unlock the door. Just then, the vendor turned around, curiosity etched on his face, and asked, "Do you work here?" "Yes, I do." "Oh my goodness. Now I'm in trouble. This kid has struck gold." The vendor lamented, looking disheartened at Zhang Yongsheng. "Are you having second thoughts?" Zhang Yongsheng asked with a serious expression. "I understand the rules of this trade. I acknowledge the sale, but I need to know when this plate is from so I can be at peace." The vendor, with a mournful countenance, replied, "It truly isn't from Changhua." "Then when is it from?" "It should be from the mid-Qing period during the Dawang reign. During the Changhua period, there were only polychrome and dotsai. There was no famille rose. The technique of famille rose began in the Kangxi era, matured during the Yongzheng period, and reached its zenith." "Well said." A familiar voice interrupted Zhang Yongsheng's commentary. He turned to see it was indeed Manager Yang. "Good morning, Manager," Zhang Yongsheng said respectfully. Good morning. Regarding this Fu Lu Shuang Quan plate, from the perspective of preservation, it is intact. Considering the overall repairs, the clay quality, and the degree of patina, it should be a piece of heritage. The plate is richly adorned, with a central embellishment of blue pigment, which, in its time, was of relatively high specification. Additionally, the design of the flared rim and the edge's dark tone are typical of the mid-Qing period. Well said. Do you understand now? After listening to Zhang Yongsheng's analysis, Manager Yang smiled at the stall owner. I understand. Today, it seems I paid my tuition." The stall owner, feeling helpless at this point, could only lament his inability to recognize a gem in the rough and turned to pack up his stall. "Manager, why did you arrive so early today?" "I have a client coming to the shop shortly. You have done well in picking this one up." Manager Yang patted Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder. "It's all thanks to your guidance. This is also a contribution to the store." No. This find is yours. The store cannot take advantage of you. If a suitable buyer appears, you can sell it without giving any commission to the store. Thank you very much. Chapter 26. Mr. Luo. Yongsheng, come in for a moment. Manager Yang's voice echoed from the inner hall. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Yongsheng rose and entered the inner chamber. "Yongsheng, please go to the inner section and meet Mr. Luo. He hasn't been here before, so lead him in. He drives a black crown." "Manager, what does the crown's license plate look like?" Zhang Yongsheng asked, slightly embarrassed. "It has a logo resembling a Western crown. It should be easy to identify." Off you go. Exiting the shop, Zhang Yongsheng hurried to the intersection and soon spotted a black sedan parked by the roadside. He quickly approached and lightly tapped on the window. As the window descended, he saw a gentleman of approximately 60 years seated in the back, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a sharply tailored suit, exuding the aura of a successful individual. "Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Luo? I am Zhang from Yibao Pavilion." "Yes, that's me." "Greetings, Mr. Luo. Manager Yang sent me to guide you." "All right. Please get in." He opened the front passenger door and took a seat, directing the driver to the entrance of Yibao Pavilion. As soon as the car stopped, Zhang Yongsheng promptly exited and opened the door for Mr. Luo. "Mr. Luo, we've arrived. Please step out." Zhang Yongsheng held the door with one hand while resting the other on the car's roof, mimicking the poised demeanor of a bodyguard from television. This young man is quite courteous," Mr. Luo remarked, patting Zhang Yongsheng's shoulder in praise. "You are too kind. This is all thanks to Manager Yang's teachings. We must provide the most esteemed guests with a welcoming service." Very good. Come, lead the way." "After you, Mr. Luo," Zhang Yongsheng said, gesturing invitingly. As they entered the inner hall, Manager Yang stood to greet them. "Mr. Luo, it has been several years since we last met in the capital. How have you been?" "Business has been quite challenging lately. The global financial crisis has nearly driven me to bankruptcy. I have no choice but to bring some possessions to you, Yang Lao, in hopes of exchanging them for some liquidity." Y aprecieta Yorkimburts. "Xiao Wang, please bring out the item from Master Yang to examine." Upon hearing Mr. Luo's request, the driver, Xiao Wang, promptly opened a suitcase he had brought along, retrieving a spring vase which he placed on the table before retreating from the inner hall. "Yongsheng, prepare some tea. I wish to have a good conversation with Mr. Luo," Master Yang remarked to Zhang Yongsheng. "What piece has Mr. Luo brought today?" "Yang Inquiret." This spring vase was an unexpected find at an auction in the capital last year. Please take a look. Master Yang merely cast a cursory glance at the vase before addressing Mr. Luo. We are old acquaintances, and there is some degree of trust between us. What price do you intend to part with this Guangxu vase for? I acquired this vase for 600,000 at the auction, Mr. Luo replied. Indeed, Master Yang, your expertise is evident. You can discern that this is an item from the Guangxu era with just a glance. Since acquiring it, I have kept it hidden away. Are you aware of its provenance? Such items typically emerge from the palace around the time of the Qing dynasty's downfall. Many were sold through Lulikang to other places, and some were even sold to foreigners, eventually ending up overseas. A portion was lost during the chaotic warlord era. Perhaps divine providence has allowed this piece to survive. Master Yang mused, affectionately caressing the vase as he continued. This familial rose vase is adorned with a gilded dragon motif. The neck is gilded, and the exterior features enameled decorations along with auspicious cloud patterns. The primary design showcases a 5-clawed dragon in vermilion, surrounded by 4 4-clawed dragons in blue, red, and green, indicative of its esteemed status. Let us consider this. As old friends, I shall offer you 800,000 for this spring vase. If that is agreeable, I will retain it. To be honest, this piece will be fortunate to find its way into your hands once more. Very well. Since you have proposed 800,000, I accept. However, Mr. Luo hesitated. What else do you wish to discuss? Master Yang prompted. Well, it is not a significant matter. But I also acquired a tattered yellow kasaya during the auction, which cost me 50,000. Master Yang, might you consider taking that as well, without an additional markup? Does it cost? Oh, show it to me. With that, Mr. Luo approached the suitcase and retrieved a shabby yellow kasaya, presenting it to Master Yang. Examining the kasaya, Master Yang remarked, this is merely a late Qing kasaya. Such items rely on fate. If a suitable buyer appears, they can command a good price. If not, they may linger for years, even decades. How about this? You hold on to it for now, and if I find a suitable buyer, I shall contact you. After a moment's reflection, Master Yang added, in that case, considering the previously discussed vase, I believe the price I offered is fair. Let us bundle the two for 820,000. Agreed, that shall be the arrangement. Excellent, I will have the contract prepared. After finalizing the terms, Master Yang softly called out towards the entrance, Yongsheng. Has Li Xia arrived? Please let her in. Barely had he finished speaking when Li Xia, dressed in professional attire, entered the back hall, carrying freshly brewed tea. She respectfully bowed slightly to Mr. Luo, presenting the tea. Mr. Luo, it has been a while. You appear quite radiant. I presume the master has offered you a handsome price once again? You are still as charming with your words, my dear. Xia, please prepare a contract for a total price of 820,000, encompassing 2 items, a pastel-painted, gilt cloud dragon pattern jade whose spring vase and a Qing dynasty kasaya, instructed Manager Yang. Understood. Please hold on. Chapter 27. A shocking discovery. What on earth is this? Zhang Yongsheng pondered, struck with astonishment. Yongsheng, why are you standing there in a daze? Did I not instruct you to take that kasaya to the storeroom first? Manager Yang queried, observing Zhang Yongsheng's bewilderment. Manager, I sense something unusual about this kasaya. Zhang Yongsheng timidly expressed. What is peculiar about it? Manager Yang inquired with curiosity. I can't quite articulate it, but it feels distinctly different from ordinary kasayas. Zhang Yongsheng replied, holding the kasaya, his expression one of confusion. Of course it is different. The ones you see on television are intact, unlike this one which has several burn holes. Manager Yang jested, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's inability to explain. That is not the point. Manager, I am certain this kasaya is problematic. It is definitely not an ordinary item. Zhang Yongsheng, feeling somewhat anxious, raised his voice. Are you certain? How can you be so sure? Do elaborate, Manager Yang said, intrigued by Zhang Yongsheng's conviction. I cannot specify, but I am certain there is something amiss. Manager, may I examine this kasaya more closely? Isn't it in your hands? If you wish to inspect it, feel free to step outside while I take a moment to rest, replied Manager Yang, waving his hand dismissively. What are you looking at? Li Xia, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's fidgeting demeanor, curiously asked. Nothing much. I just have an indescribable feeling about this kasaya, as if it is not an ordinary artifact. Yet I cannot pinpoint what is different, Zhang Yongsheng mused. Come now, the manager has examined it. With his discerning eye, he would have detected any issues long ago. You should focus on your studies and familiarize yourself with the merchandise rather than engaging in baseless speculation, Li Xia retorted, picking up a feather duster to swat at Zhang Yongsheng. How curious it is that no one can discern the problem. Am I mistaken? Zhang Yongsheng pondered. Once again, employing his discerning eye to scrutinize the Kasaya. The hue of its essence was indeed peculiar. He had never encountered such a blend of colors before. What could possibly be amiss? In previous examinations, there had always been descriptions available, yet none were present this time. Lost in thought, and perhaps fatigued, Zhang Yongsheng inadvertently dozed off at the table. After an indeterminate period, a sharp female voice pierced through the air from outside the break room. Zhang Yongsheng, come out here. What time is it? Why are you still asleep? Startled, Zhang Yongsheng jolted upright, instinctively turning around, only to hear a ripping sound. Glancing down, he realized his elbow had inadvertently lodged itself in one of the Kasaya's holes, causing it to tear further. Peering through the newly torn opening, Zhang Yongsheng clearly discerned a layer of golden silk satin nestled between the layers of the Kasaya, densely inscribed with writing. Opening the Eye of Truth, one gazes upon the yellow satin, where a resplendent golden light soars skyward, revealing a line of small characters. The Qing Dynasty Qixi Taroni Sutra, valued at 100 million in the market. What on earth is this? Zhang Yongsheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not hesitate. He hurriedly clutched the cassock and rushed to the inner hall in search of Manager Yang. Sister Xia, where is Manager Yang? Finding no one in the inner hall, Zhang Yongsheng swiftly approached the counter to inquire about Li Xia. Quickly call the manager. I urgently need to find him. Noticing Zhang Yongsheng's distraught demeanor, Li Xia became flustered and asked, what is so urgent? Can it wait until tomorrow? There is no time to wait. Get up, I'll make the call. Zhang Yongsheng brushed past Li Xia, trembling hands grasping the phone as he dialed the manager's number. After a series of busy signals, Manager Yang's familiar voice came through. What is it? Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Zhang Yongsheng quivered as he spoke into the phone. There's a hidden layer in the cassock with writing on it. Just a few words, yet their meaning was clear to anyone in the know. What? Manager Yang's voice on the other end rose several octaves upon hearing this. Zhang Yongsheng repeated, his voice shaking. There's a hidden layer in the cassock with writing on it. After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng sat dazedly in a chair, clutching the Qixi Taroni Sutra, muttering, this time it's serious. This time it's serious. Where is it? Manager Yang inquired as soon as he entered. Upon seeing Manager Yang, Zhang Yongsheng seemed to find his anchor, his dazed eyes regaining clarity. Here, Manager, he said, quickly thrusting the sutra into Yang's hands. As soon as they entered the inner hall, Manager Yang closed the door behind them and urged, clear the table and spread out the cassock. Chapter 28, the Qixi Taroni Sutra. While Manager Yang spoke, his hands were not idle. He found a tattered hole and peered inside through the tear, whispering, this is Sanskrit. Yongsheng, hurry, bring me a pair of scissors. Taking the scissors from Zhang Yongsheng, Manager Yang carefully began to snip the threads along the seams of the cassock, delicately peeling away the sutra attached to it. Upon observing the sutra's crimson surface adorned with a golden thread pattern of a stupa, surrounded by text resembling scripture, Manager Yang quietly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, his hand trembling as he brought it to his lips. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, he calmed himself, looking at Zhang Yongsheng with solemnity. Young man, you've truly unearthed a treasure for us this time. Although Zhang Yongsheng understood the immense value of this artifact through the eye of truth, he remained ignorant of its true nature and, suppressing his excitement, cautiously approached Manager Yang, asking, what exactly is this, Manager? Manager Yang set down the cigarette and lovingly stroked the sutra with trembling hands, slowly responding, this is a sutra. During my visit to the Imperial Palace in Beijing, I encountered a remarkable ceremonial robe belonging to Empress Dowager Cixi. The dimensions of this robe measured approximately 3 meters square, while the one I beheld was about 2 meters in length and scarcely 1.5 meters in width. Although Cixi's robe was considerably larger, it was not tailored to fit her specifically. In stark contrast, this one bore clear inscriptions indicating left foot, left shoulder, and right shoulder, suggesting it was custom-made. Furthermore, the materials exhibited a distinct disparity. I recalled Cixi's robe being crafted from a bright yellow satin base adorned with gold thread and embroidered with around 26,400 Chinese characters depicting various Buddhist sutras. In comparison, this robe was fashioned from a more exquisite rich yellow satin base, intricately woven with silk, a privilege reserved solely for the emperor. It was inscribed in 4 languages, Chinese, Tibetan, Uyghur, and Mongolian, with the characters penned in a clear and meticulous manner, and the patterns were exquisitely delicate. Undoubtedly a paragon of silk craftsmanship, given its size and specifications, it must surely belong to that venerable elder. At this juncture, Manager Yang leaned closer to the table, scrutinizing the robe, hoping to glean its origins from the inscriptions. Yongsheng fetched the magnifying glass. Upon spotting a particular sutra, Manager Yang exclaimed in astonishment. After taking the magnifying glass from Zhang Yongsheng, he examined it for an extended period before collapsing onto the stool in disbelief. Indeed, it is he. Ha ha! It truly is him. Manager Yang laughed heartily, his joy reminiscent of a child who has just received their cherished lollipop. Manager, do you now know the provenance of this robe? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, his expression one of skepticism. Exhaling a puff of smoke and extinguishing his cigarette, Manager Yang seemed to recollect something and continued. The eastern tombs of the Qing dynasty are home to over 200 palatial tombs, housing more than 100 royal relatives, including renowned figures such as Xuanji, Qianlong, Kangxi, and Cixi herself, who rest here eternally. Originally, the eastern tombs were heavily guarded, with specialized guards in place. However, in 1914, amid internal strife and external threats, the nationalist government became lax in its management and failed to provide sustenance for the guards. Gradually, soldiers began to cultivate the surrounding lands, and opportunistic thieves took notice of the once impenetrable defenses that had become lax. From 1921 onwards, the trees of the eastern tombs were felled, and by 1927, the tomb of concubine Hui was looted, emboldening subsequent plunderers. That old scoundrel, Sun Zhang, witnessed these successive successes and resolved to disturb the graves of his ancestors. Ironically, he concocted a pretext, claiming he needed to conduct military exercises. How ludicrous! Are you suggesting that this robe was stolen by Sun Zhang? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, intrigued. In order to obscure his intentions, that old rogue disseminated false notices throughout the city, claiming that landmines were planted near the tombs, dissuading anyone from approaching. However, this served his purpose perfectly. It is well known that Cixi had a penchant for opulence, favoring pearls, agates, and gold. Even in her lifetime, she had placed over 150 treasures within the eastern tombs, and the burial items were even more extravagant. Merely one pearl from her crown was valued at 10 million taels of silver. How could such a lavish Empress Dowager not entice that old scoundrel? Thus, he set his sights on Cixi's tomb in the Buddha Valley of the eastern tombs. To suggest that Cixi's grave could be easily located by an ordinary person is preposterous. The old dog, accompanied by the engineering battalion, excavated for 2 days and nights, yet could not uncover the entrance to the underground palace. In utter despair, he resorted to seeking the original stonemason. Under duress and temptation, the aged craftsman ultimately yielded, leading them to the entrance. Upon seeing it, the old dog encountered a dilemma. Despite employing every conceivable method, pushing, moving, chopping, and prying, he could not budge an inch. At this juncture, Master Yang smirked disdainfully and continued. Ultimately, he lacked the expertise of Chancellor Chao. In a fit of desperation, the old dog commanded the procurement of explosives, obliterating the tomb passage, which reportedly resulted in considerable casualties due to the noxious gases that seeped forth. Nonetheless, those ruffians emboldened charged inside. Once within, these brigands were astounded by the opulence of the tomb. The mausoleum, constructed of Han white jade, gleamed like a treasure-laden palace. In the center lay a grand coffin of golden silk nanmu, resting in tranquil repose. After a moment, Master Yang lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and mockingly remarked, "The Empress Dowager herself could hardly have anticipated that her life of arrogance would not afford her peace in death." According to the records of Grand Eunuch Li Lianying's Ayue Xian notes, the mattress at the bottom of Empress Cixi's coffin was woven from golden silk and adorned with pearls, gemstones, and white jade, layered with silk and embedded with 400 pearls. The covering on Cixi was made of bright yellow satin, intricately woven with gold and inscribed with mantra scriptures, also studded with over 800 pearls. The phoenix crown upon her head was encrusted with pearls and gemstones, with the largest pearl weighing 200 grams. Around her neck were 3 necklaces, 2 of pearls and 1 of rubies. Cixi rested her head upon a jade watermelon, its surface intricately patterned to resemble the rind, complete with a red notch as if a slice had been taken, with black specks resembling watermelon seeds, enhancing its lifelike appearance. The soldiers violently pried open the golden silk nanmu coffin, pillaging its treasures, and in their greed for the luminous pearl from Cixi's mouth, they brutally sliced into her mandible, prying her face apart. To strip the jewelry from her burial garments, they even removed the modest covering from her body. Such beasts! Master Yang's tone grew noticeably irate at this point, as he emphatically thumped the armrest. Chapter 29, Apprenticeship. Since Sun Zixiang and his gang undertook the tomb raiding, why did they not take the scriptures? Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. Sun Zixiang and his band of ruffians lacked the discernment to recognize the significance of the mantra scriptures. Dismissing them as mere trifles, they removed the treasures affixed to the scriptures and discarded them, only for them to be rediscovered in 1979 when the underground palace was reopened, subsequently restored by the Palace Museum for the world to see again. These individuals are truly despicable, robbing others and desecrating remains. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng scoffed. This is merely the beginning. The grievances faced by Cixi pale in comparison to those endured by her ancestors. Since Sun Zixiang and his cohorts profited from this affair, they set their sights on the Yu tomb, renowned as the tomb of the 10 complete elders. Master, would you enlighten me further? Very well, having acquired this treasure today, you shall take the lead. Since you wish to listen, I will recount these ancient tales for you. In days of yore, Sun Zixiang, after acquiring the relics of Empress Dowager Cixi, was still unsatisfied and ordered the excavation of the Qianlong Emperor's tomb, resulting in the theft of countless treasures. It is said that over 20 carts laden with gold, silver, and jewels were taken, including invaluable national treasures, such as the dwelling in the Fuqian Mountains and the Nine-Dragon Sword. Even more infuriating was Sun Zixiang's act of desecrating the remains of Qianlong and his empress to avenge personal grievances. Subsequently, the remnants of the Qing dynasty's loyalists formed a restoration committee to reopen the royal tomb, only to find a scene of utter devastation. The bones of the two were scattered across the ground, with Qianlong's skull crushed beyond recognition. The remains were jumbled with others, making identification impossible, and the loyalists could only hastily collect them for burial. It is indeed lamentable that this venerable man, who lived to the age of 89, met such a fate after his death. How tragic it is that Sun Zixiang, blind to the priceless treasures, only absconded with gold, silver, and a few renowned artifacts, while other porcelain, paintings, and writings were utterly destroyed. At this juncture, Manager Yang rose, cradling a particular silk tapestry as if it were a cherished treasure. Zhang Yongsheng. If I am not mistaken, this is the imperial silk tapestry of the Qianlong era, known as the Keisai Dharni Sutra. The content inscribed upon it, I have confirmed, is indeed the Dharni Sutra. This tapestry was once a tribute from a Tibetan Lama to Qianlong and later served as a burial item for him. Who would have thought that it was Sun Zixiang's negligence that allowed this treasure to come into my possession in such a manner? Zhang Yongsheng, do you realize how rare it is to produce this tapestry? The material is derived from the fine fur at the tip of the Tibetan antelope's tail, woven together with the fur of a roe deer. A single Tibetan antelope yields only a few grams of this fur. To craft such a tapestry would require the lives of tens of thousands. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting a slanting glow upon the tapestry, where the delicate fur shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. Tibetan antelope wool is imperishable for a century and retains its color for a millennium. Yet this is not its most remarkable quality. Manager Yang's fingers gently trace the patterns on the fabric. Behold the Keisai craftsmanship. It has been a royal monopoly since the Song dynasty. An inch of Keisai is worth an inch of gold. He sighed, lamenting that this art has now become extinct. Suddenly, he lifted a corner of the tapestry, revealing the back, which astonishingly mirrored the front's design with precision. This double-sided Keisai represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship during the Qianlong reign. Manager Yang spoke with reverence. A master artisan, with 30 years of skill, would need to toil for 3 years without sustenance to weave such a piece. The scriptures shimmered in the light, interweaving Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese into a mysterious incantation. These sacred mantras are said to possess the power to guide souls to the afterlife. He murmured softly, when the departed don this tapestry, their karma dissipates, and their vengeful creditors cannot approach, allowing them to ascend to paradise. Regrettably, it is evident that this tapestry did not fulfill its intended purpose for the late Emperor Qianlong. Indeed, how true it is. The vicissitudes of life are relentless. Manager Yang Chuklet awkwardly. A series of light knocks were followed by Li Xia's melodious voice. Manager, would you like me to prepare some dinner for you at this late hour? No need. I shall be leaving shortly. Zhang Yongsheng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and said, It was I who accidentally tore the tapestry while examining it. Manager Yang scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng earnestly before speaking. It seems this is your destined path. How long have you been working at the shop? I recall you mentioned during your interview that you aspired to become an apprentice in the antique trade. Do you realize that the journey to mastery in this field is not a brief endeavor? It requires years of diligent accumulation. To truly excel in antiquities, one must possess a profound understanding of historical culture and literary allusions, which demands substantial time. Are you prepared to persevere? In my view, the world of antiques is also governed by destiny. The emergence of many items adheres to this principle. For instance, had you not inadvertently torn that Kasaya tonight, the brocade sutra would not have reemerged in this world. This is the connection between you and antiques. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Yang appeared to have reached a decision and inquired, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" "Ah, really? You wish to take me as your pupil?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng was overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why would you hesitate?" Before the words had fully escaped him, Zhang Yongsheng knelt before Manager Yang, bowing deeply and recited, "Master, I bow to you." Manager Yang stepped closer, gently lifting Zhang Yongsheng to his feet with a smile. "This is all your destiny. From today onward, you, Zhang Yongsheng, shall be my closed-door disciple, Yang Chongwen. In the future, when I converse with sellers, you may listen attentively. Remember to focus on understanding why an item is authentic, how to date it, and the appropriate terminology. You may freely handle the items in the shop. This will help you swiftly acclimate. By the way, on that table, there's a notebook containing my appraisal experiences from the past years. Peruse it whenever you have time, and feel free to ask me about anything you do not understand." "Here, take this," he said, retrieving a key from his pocket and handing it to Yongsheng. "Thank you, Master. I will forever remember your kindness," Zhang Yongsheng replied, accepting the key and bowing deeply to Manager Yang. Observing the faintly reddened eyes of Zhang Yongsheng, Manager Yang smiled. "All right, go fetch my car keys. I have some matters to attend to. You will stay at the shop tonight to learn. Do not wander aimlessly outside. Although our street is relatively safe, one must always be cautious of petty thieves. Pay attention to the market in the alley each day. If you spot any items of good quality, such as live pits or pressure goods, do not hesitate to inform me." "Understood, Master. I will make diligent efforts not to disappoint your kindness." With that, he turned to retrieve the car keys from Manager Yang. Watching the vehicle of Manager Yang gradually disappear from view, Zhang Yongsheng could not help but exclaim, "My luck has been extraordinary lately. Acquiring the rare skill of the true eye and encountering such a warm-hearted and kind master. My good days seem to be just around the corner. Congratulations, my friend. Your luck is truly remarkable." It is said that many have sought to apprentice under Manager Yang over the years, yet he seldom accepts anyone. Today, he has even bestowed upon you his secret manual. Do you realize that Manager Yang is a leading figure in our antique appraisal community, well-versed in various fields, particularly jade, porcelain, and paintings? You have undoubtedly struck gold this time. Li Xia gazed at Zhang Yongsheng with envy. "Is that so? I shall earnestly peruse this," striving to glean insights from the esteemed proprietor. "Sister Xia, what would you like to have for dinner tonight? I have encountered a series of fortuitous events today and would like to treat you to a meal." Zhang Yongsheng gazed at Li Xia with hopeful anticipation. "Let us postpone the meal for another day," Li Xia replied. "If you wish to express your gratitude, simply manage the shop by yourself tomorrow and allow me a day off. You can cover for me." "Very well, then we shall defer it to next time. Tomorrow, I will tend to the shop. Just inform the proprietor accordingly," Zhang Yongsheng said, a hint of disappointment evident on his face as he turned towards the inner hall. Approaching the table, he immediately spotted the thick, locked ledger. The leather cover had begun to develop a subtle patina. He retrieved the key and unlocked it, revealing the yellowed pages that contained a simple sketch, presumably of a piece of jade. Alongside, in small script at various points, it read, "July 13th, 1945. Recently observed a jade fragment approximately 15 centimeters in size, adorned with cloud patterns symbolizing good fortune. This motif was commonly seen in the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Bats symbolize blessings, often accompanying the figure of Zhong Kuei, as bats are auspicious symbols in ancient motifs. Peonies signify wealth. Their variations are numerous, and most treasures are adorned with such motifs. The box represents harmony, typically depicted with two or a single child holding the box. Here, it is an intricate pattern. The breakage shows signs of an old silver wrapping, possibly from a hairpin. The opposite side also features a sketch, seemingly depicting another aspect of this jade artifact, which displays translucent patterns and perforation marks, with shallow, incised lines. The internal carving techniques align with those of the Ming and Qing eras, leading to the conclusion that this item is a jade hairpin from the Middle Ming to Qing period. Li Xia glanced at the evening glow outside, a wry smile on her face. At this hour, who would come to purchase anything? Observing Zhang Yongsheng's slightly awkward demeanor, she added, The artworks hanging on the wall across from the glass counter are all modern crafts with marked prices. You may sell them at a maximum discount of 30. As for the unmarked items, they're generally not inquired about. If anyone expresses interest, confirm their intent to purchase, and you can contact me or the proprietor. Those prices will require negotiation. You've taken on quite a burden. I shall take my leave. Li Xia bade farewell to Zhang Yongsheng and turned to exit. Zhang Yongsheng's fingertips trembled as the yellowed pages rustled softly. The tome had evidently been perused countless times, its edges worn and frayed. The ink was interspersed with meticulous annotations in vermilion, and in some places, tea stains had blurred into indistinct patterns resembling clouds. The first section, the Jade chapter. Myanmar jade is indeed esteemed, he murmured as he read the opening line, and visions of the jade stones he had seen in Yunnan materialized before him. The drab exterior concealing breathtaking beauty. The pages detailed the hues of jade, green categorized into 3 grades. Light green like the tender willows of early spring. Vibrant green akin to summer's serene waters, and dark green reminiscent of ancient pines in deep forests. Red jade is rare, with the color of a rooster's comb being the most precious, followed by vermilion, and brown red being the least valued. Violet jade is particularly exquisite. The finest specimens resemble smoke or mist, appearing as if the evening glow resides within the jade. An annotation in tiny script noted, recently acquired a violet bracelet, under sunlight. It exhibits a blue sheen, valued at half a tea mountain. The distinctions of jade types were elaborated upon in great detail. Bean type is coarse, with a white base and distinct green, commonly found in markets. The glutinous type resembles rice soup that has congealed, with an added sheen of oiliness. As the icy variety first reveals its cold brilliance, the high-quality ice jade is so translucent that it can reflect the faintest details. The glassy type, however, suddenly bears a blurred trace of tea, obscuring the characters behind it. Zhang Yongsheng had to lean closer to discern, barely making out. The dragonstone variety is exceedingly rare, and when placed in water, it is indistinguishable from the jade water. In the second section, the treatise on Hetian jade offers an exquisite description of mutton fat jade. True mutton fat is as white as congealed cream, and when viewed in the light, it appears as if oil is on the verge of spilling over. When touched, it initially feels slightly cool, but soon melds with body temperature. The counterfeit, though white, resembles wax or snow, and is not warm even after prolonged contact. The concluding notes of the green jade section recount an intriguing tale. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, a cave in Tashkurgan collapsed, and the mine owner used raw green jade to build a wall. Later, an astute observer noticed that the wall stones emitted a faint blue glow under the moonlight, revealing that they were, in fact, exquisite black-green jade. The subsequent characters were obscured by a blot of ink, prompting Zhang Yongsheng to lament. The third section, a compilation of various jades, details quartzite varieties, featuring translucent chalcedony and vibrant agate, with the rich red hue of Nanhong and the resplendent colors of Warring States red. Among the crystalline types, there exists snow-white Jingbai, emerald-hued Dongling, golden-threaded Jinsiliu, and the wood-like patterns of petrified wood resembling ancient tree rings. Additionally, there is the deep green of Dushan jade, the smoky hues of Levitian jade, the peacock green of malachite, the azure of turquoise, and the deep blue with gold flecks of lapis lazuli, each possessing its own unique charm. The final page bears a small handwritten note cautioning. The marketplace is fraught with deceit, and one must exercise utmost caution when appraising jade. In Chapter 31, the notes on jade appraisal provide a meticulously detailed classification of jade varieties, each accompanied by corresponding illustrations. Zhang Yongsheng perused the notes with the fervor of a parched desert absorbing life-giving rain, leafing through page after page without fatigue, until a voice broke the reverie. "Young man, here is your ordered meal," said a woman with a dialect from the He province. Zhang Yongsheng, lost in thought, was startled back to reality by the call and looked up to see a middle-aged woman, around 40, standing outside the counter. "Young man, you must be new here. I haven't seen you before. Where is Xia? Why didn't I see her today?" The woman bombarded him with questions, leaving Zhang Yongsheng momentarily speechless. "Oh, I thought it odd not to have seen you. You could just call me Sisterly. If you want anything to eat in the future, feel free to call me in advance." This afternoon, no one called, so I assumed Xia was here and brought her a portion of congee and some dishes. "Do you find it to your liking? If not, I can go back to the shop and prepare something else for you," Sisterly said to Zhang Yongsheng. "No need. Sisterly, I'm fine with the congee," Zhang Yongsheng replied. "Xia did remind me to call, but I forgot after getting engrossed in my reading." "All right. Just let me know in advance next time you want something." I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. After seeing Sisterly off, Zhang Yongsheng enjoyed the kanji while observing the bustling crowd outside. Suddenly, he realized that he had been in Zicheng for over a month. Now that he had a stable residence, he should reassure his family of his safety. He picked up the nearby landline and dialed home. Hello, Mom, it's me, Yongsheng. Oh, Yongsheng, my dear child, you've been in Zicheng for so long without a word. If it weren't for Shizi's call a few days ago telling me you were safe, I would have sent your father to look for you. How are you doing in Zicheng? Are you eating well? Are you hungry? Yongsheng's mother inquired with great concern. May the Bodhisattva bless my child to encounter only good people. There, you must heed the shopkeeper's words diligently. Keep your eyes open. As a young person, do not succumb to laziness. Take the initiative to shoulder responsibilities and foster unity among your colleagues. Do not worry about matters at home. We are all well. Living expenses in the city are considerable. So save your money, as we currently have no need for it. Moreover, do take the time to maintain contact with the family. By the way, is Shizi accompanying you? Is he also at the antique shop? No. Shizi is learning to operate an excavator at Hai Ji's construction site. That is quite good too. What about my father? I would like to exchange a few words with him. As long as you all are safe, we can rest easy. Your father has gone to visit Uncle Wang at the village entrance. Are you looking for him regarding something? Truly, one can find that comparison can bring about discontent. One feels diminished when measuring oneself against others or assessing goods. Just now, when I focused solely on this brand, it seemed quite decent, but upon encountering superior items, those with flaws become utterly unappealing. Zhang Yongsheng sighed inwardly. Setting down the jade token in his hand, he felt somewhat fatigued. After freshening up, he lay on the bed, and within moments, even breaths of slumber filled the air. Ah, this nap is truly delightful. Zhang Yongsheng glanced at the wall clock. It was just 6:20. After washing up, he intended to stroll through the ghost market to see what intriguing items awaited him. As he walked down the street, the throngs of people flowed continuously. Observing the eclectic array of wares, he occasionally inquired about a few items. The distinct characteristic of ghost market proprietors is their willingness to speak freely. Provided one dares to ask, they might claim to offer everything from Empress Dowager Cixi's hairpin to Tang Seng's staff, or even the imperial jade seal of a bygone emperor. Such items are commonplace here. If you are bold enough to negotiate, they will ensure you leave with a set. Thus, when perusing the ghost market or antique shops, it is advisable not to haggle over items that do not pique your interest. Otherwise, the proprietor may insist on payment when you express disinterest, which would breach etiquette. After an extensive search, he found that either the prices were exorbitant or the quality was subpar, and it seemed unlikely to encounter a fortunate find akin to yesterday's. Chapter 32. White Jade Mutton Fat. Sir, do you have ancient jade to sell? Zhang Yongsheng inquired politely. Your question implies you certainly possess something, responded a young man, pulling a jade token from his pocket and presenting it to Zhang Yongsheng. Please hold on. I shall inspect the item first. Zhang Yongsheng retrieved a tray from behind and placed it on the counter, gesturing for the young man to set the jade token upon it. Are there others in your shop? Why is it only you, a young man, examining goods here? The young man scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng with a knowing gaze. Our shopkeeper has yet to arrive. If you're not in a hurry, you may wait. Zhang Yongsheng lowered his hand, poised to take the jade token, and spoke to the young man. Never mind. I have matters to attend to. You may take a look first. Upon hearing this, the young man merely nodded gently, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Zhang Yongsheng picked up the jade token for inspection. The front was intricately carved with a landscape motif. Upon closer examination, the craftsmanship appeared exaggerated and contrived, with transitions overly smooth. The faux weathering patterns were distinctly apparent. From this, he could ascertain that this jade was certainly not ancient, but a product of modern machine carving. Sir, from what era does this jade token originate? What price do you seek for it? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, raising his gaze to the young man. The jade pendant of pure white jade that I possess is a cherished heirloom passed down through several generations in my family. According to my relatives, its value cannot be less than 300,000 yuan, the young man asserted with earnestness. Confirming his own thoughts, Zhang Yongsheng addressed the young man. Good day, sir. Regrettably, we cannot appraise this pendant at the price you mentioned. It simply does not reflect its worth. With that, he placed the jade pendant onto a tray and pushed it towards the young man. What? How could it possibly be worth less than that? The young man retorted. A few years ago, when I was conducting business away from home, it was appraised at that very price. If I weren't in urgent need of funds, I would consider selling it. Why don't you take another look and see how much you can offer? Zhang Yongsheng regarded the young man's unwavering composure and thought to himself, "If it weren't for my discerning eye, I might have been deceived by your performance." However, he replied, "Sir, I truly cannot appraise this jade pendant. Perhaps you should seek another establishment." "Yongsheng, what is there to doubt?" At that moment, Manager Yang entered the shop and inquired upon noticing Zhang Yongsheng engaged in conversation with the young man. "Good morning, master. This gentleman brought a landscape jade pendant to sell, but I cannot ascertain its value. Perhaps you could lend your expertise?" Zhang Yongsheng respectfully nodded to Manager Yang as he spoke. "Let me have a look," Manager Yang replied. After Zhang Yongsheng brought the tray containing the jade pendant before him, Manager Yang casually picked it up, felt its surface, and remained silent, instead scrutinizing the young man from head to toe. After a moment, the young man, seemingly embarrassed under the gaze of Manager Yang, spoke up, "Sir, you appear to be an expert in appraisals. What do you think this ancestral pure white jade is worth?" "Old man, if you don't want it, just say so. How can you accuse me of deception? This is clearly a family heirloom. It is simply that you lack discernment. If you refuse to buy it, then I shan't sell it either," the young man declared, unperturbed by being exposed. With that, he seized the jade pendant and exited the store in a huff. What was that all about? Why is he leaving while muttering to himself? At that moment, Li Xia stepped into the shop and asked Zhang Yongsheng. He was trying to pull a fast one. "Remember, if he returns, do not show him any courtesy. Just usher him out." However, "Yongsheng, I must commend you on your performance today. You were able to identify it as Beijing white jade, which pleasantly surprised me." Manager Yang remarked to both Zhang Yongsheng and Li Xia. "Indeed, let us continue to strive for improvement. There are no shortcuts in the art of appraisal. Only through extensive observation can one elevate their skills. Our shop possesses a considerable collection, so feel free to inquire about any uncertainties you may have." Manager Yang observed Zhang Yongsheng's diligence and felt a sense of appreciation for his talent. "I have taken note of that." Zhang Yongsheng replied with a slight bow to the manager. "By the way, there will be an antique auction at the Great Tang West Market tomorrow. Join me to see it. Wait for me at the entrance at 9 in the morning," Manager Yang instructed before heading towards the inner hall. "Why not take me along?" Li Xia interjected, addressing the manager. "This auction primarily features porcelain and paintings, which may not pique your interest. It will be rather dull for you. However, if there is a future auction for jade or emeralds, I will certainly bring you along." Manager Yang turned to Li Xia with a smile, saying, "We must agree that next time you bring me along for the jade and emerald." Li Xia responded with a smile, "Yongsheng, your progress is quite remarkable. You've already started examining goods after just one night?" With a teasing tone, she added, "Isn't this akin to forcing a duck onto a perch? This morning, when both you and the manager were absent from the shop, we had visitors. When we open for business, a warm smile is essential. Isn't that what you taught me?" Chapter 33. The Great Tang West Market. Did I really say that? Of course. Sister Xia, what exactly is this Great Tang West Market that Manager Yang mentioned? Li Xia rested her chin on one hand, gazing out the window as if transcending time and space. "Ah, the Great Tang West Market is a treasure trove, rebuilt on the footprints of our ancestors." She turned and delicately placed a replica Tang Sankai camel from the display shelf onto the rosewood table. Sipping her coffee slowly, she continued, "Though the rebuilt West Market may not rival the grandeur of yesteryears, where rare treasures from all corners gathered, it now boasts a convergence of cultural relics, finance, and antiques." Setting her coffee cup gently on the table, she remarked, "This upcoming auction will surely broaden your horizons, allowing you to witness firsthand the spectacle reminiscent of young men of the 5 mausoleums riding silver saddles and white horses through the spring breeze." "Wow, sister, your introduction is incredibly professional. You haven't secretly worked as a tour guide there, have you?" "Please, I grew up in this city and graduated from the Chinese department of West University. Such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. If there's anything else you'd like to know, today I'm happy to share my insights." "Sister, I still don't have a girlfriend. Can you teach me how to find one?" "Oh, you cheeky brat. Are you asking for a beating?" With a flushed face, Li Xia feigned a strike, prompting Zhang Yongsheng to dash towards the inner room. The following morning, Zhang Yongsheng followed the route he learned from Li Xia, taking the bus to the Great Tang West Market, located on Labor Road. Upon disembarking, he stood at the entrance, awestruck by the expansive ancient architectural complex. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be an emperor. Who could gaze upon such grandeur without uttering a word of admiration? The thought alone was exhilarating. After a long moment of contemplation, a magnetic voice interrupted his reverie from behind. Turning around, he found his master, Manager Yang, bowing slightly in greeting. "Good morning, master. You arrived quite early. Come, let's explore together." "Good day, sir. Please present your invitation card." Just as they were about to enter, a security guard halted them. Manager Yang reached into his pocket, producing a gilded card to present to the guard. Welcome, Emir Yang. The formal auction will be held in the atrium on the second floor starting at 10 a.m. We have prepared a display of paintings, jewelry, and stone appraisal booths for you to explore downstairs in the meantime. The security guard spoke respectfully upon seeing the invitation card. Upon entering the hall, the first sight that captivated them was an exquisitely adorned glass display case showcasing a stunning piece of Tang Sankai, drawing many visitors to pause and admire its beauty. Upon observing this Tang Sankai figure of a bird-taming man, one notes that he is adorned with a traditional headpiece, slightly tilting to the left. His visage is strikingly handsome, clad in a red-collared attire, cinched at the waist, with both hands holding a small bird in a playful manner, and his feet shod in pointed boots. The entire figure is coated in vibrant glaze, exuding an air of relaxed elegance, vividly capturing the joy of teasing the small bird, thereby reflecting the rich and diverse lifestyle of the era, characterized by its distinct temporal features. This piece is truly a rare gem from the mid-Tang dynasty. I recall a similar item auctioned at Sotheby's in the United States in 1988, which fetched a staggering price of $33 million. The quality of this piece surpasses that one. How much might this one command? In my estimation, this should be valued slightly higher than the previously sold piece. However, Tang Sankai, being a funerary object, strictly serves as a burial item and thus lacks the possibility of being passed down through generations. Its trade is prohibited in our country, rendering even the finest pieces solely of artistic value. Overhearing the conversations around him, Zhang Yongsheng could not suppress his curiosity and gazed intently. A small purple inscription materialized before his eyes, reading, Mid-Tang, market price of the bird-taming man figure, 13 million yuan. Zhang Yongsheng swallowed hard, pondering, what a remarkable treasure this is, yet trading is forbidden. Alas, what a pity. Regarding this figure, he wears a pointed felt hat, with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a distinctive mustache. Clad in a red-collared attire and black trousers, with pointed boots adorning his feet. He holds reins to control a camel, his legs firmly gripping the saddle embellished with a beast's head, with items hanging on either side. The double-humped camel gazes into the distance, its mouth agape, teeth visible, mane flowing, striding forward with great poise. This figure is tall, exquisitely crafted, a true treasure of the Tang Dynasty's painted rider figurine series. The inkstones stand at a height of 12.5 centimeters, with a circumference of 61 centimeters and a surface diameter of 13.5 centimeters. Its overall shape resembles a mountain, featuring 3 legs and 12 peaks with a basin, and the inkstone surface shaped like a winnowing basket. The 12 peaks are steep and elegantly arranged, sharp as wolf fangs, forming inner and outer zones around the main peak of the inkstone and its sides, with 3 peaks in the inner zone and 9 in the outer. An oval-shaped water basin is sculpted atop the main peak with a diameter of 2.0 centimeters and a depth of 3.1 centimeters. At the base of each side peak, there are semicircular grooves, seemingly for water storage. The 3 legs are flattened and round, resembling stacked stones, with the front 2 legs slightly elevated compared to the rear, causing the inkstone surface to tilt backward, evidently by design. Particularly striking are the half-squatting figures of muscular warriors, sculpted on the upper parts of the legs and the front of the main peak, appearing as if they are bearing a mountain. This piece can indeed be regarded as a masterpiece. Ah, Yang Lao, you have come. I was just thinking of seeking you out. At that moment, a stout middle-aged man approached Yang, inquiring, Is that you, Zhang Zong? May I ask what business you have with my old man? Are you looking to sell something? Yang Lao, could we speak privately for a moment? Yongsheng, please feel free to explore while I discuss some matters with Zhang Zong. We will meet on the second floor. Simply mention my name upon your arrival, and someone will guide you. Understood, shopkeeper. As Zhang Yongsheng bid farewell to the shopkeeper, he found himself aimlessly wandering through the exhibition hall. Suddenly, he was drawn to the distant sound of a cutting machine. His curiosity piqued. He followed the noise and soon arrived at a stall adorned with numerous stones of various sizes, each marked with a price tag. Some were priced in the thousands, others in the tens of thousands, and even some reaching into the millions. Intrigued, he inquired of a middle-aged man nearby, who was inspecting the stones. Good day, sir. May I ask what this is all about? This is the art of gambling on stones, the man replied. Haven't you encountered this before? I am engaged in the realm of calligraphy and porcelain, thus I have not ventured into jade. I would greatly appreciate your insights, Zhang Yongsheng responded. The middle-aged man leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Last month, A businessman from Jin province spent 800,000 on a piece of window material from Hojing. The window was an astonishing green, but upon cutting, he made a splitting gesture. Alas, it was all skin green inside, revealing a sea of white. He collapsed on the spot as he spoke. He kicked a rather unremarkable piece of rough material at his feet. But guess what? Last year, in the Guangxi region, an old man in flip-flops picked up a similar piece for 3,000, and when he cut it open, it was filled with green. He flipped it for 7 million. He exaggeratedly spread his hands. So you see, in this trade, even the gods cannot discern a mere inch of jade. It's all a matter of fortune. How about it, young man? Are you feeling the urge to try your hand at this? The middle-aged man suggested. This practice of gambling on stones originally flourished in the Yunnan-Burma region, and today, it has made its debut in our Western market. Oh, it sounds exhilarating. With your knowledge, you must be quite versed in this domain, Zhang Yongsheng replied. Brother, I can see you are new to this field. I've been navigating these waters for over a decade, so let me share some heartfelt advice. Though these jade roughs may appear as mere stones, cutting them can quicken your heartbeat. In our trade, one must adhere to certain principles. He picked up a piece of rough material, weighing it in his hand. Look at this skin, if you wish to play. Remember my 8-character mantra. Large, mist, line, sand, scab, crack, bright. Field it's true. 9 times out of 10, this holds. Last year, at the Colorful Clouds Expo, a friend of mine had a 12-kilogram piece of wood material, and the skin was remarkable. He lowered his voice again, but keep this to yourself. There are plenty of fakes on the market these days. He pointed at the white mist on the original stone. See this? This mist is like the Jade's identity card. Materials with mist are often old and luminous. Last month, a batch of materials that lacked this layer of mist was a disaster. He pulled out a flashlight and illuminated a thin line. When purchasing green, it is wise to prefer a line over a sheet. Last year, there was a piece from Moanjing with a speck of green the size of a fingernail. When cut, it surprised everyone. Ah, this is a tale for another time. Be meticulous in your pursuits of sand. Remember this well. As for this piece, do not touch it. Its sand is too coarse, and novices often stumble here. He gestured toward a nearby piece with blemishes. Blemishes are like double-edged swords in the gambling stone world. Heed my words. If you play, choose bright materials. Rough materials are meant for the gods. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng felt a desire to test his skills. However, his empty pockets held him back. Thus, he turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, having benefited from your teachings for so long, may I ask your esteemed name? Li Heng, the general manager of Long Yao Jewelry, inquired about Zhang Yongsheng from Yibao Pavilion. Oh, you're from Yibao Pavilion? Is that the establishment run by Master Yang? Upon hearing this, Li Heng cast a discerning glance at Zhang Yongsheng. Indeed, you must be new here, as you appear somewhat unfamiliar. I only joined Yibao Pavilion last month and am currently apprenticing under Master Yang. I see. Has Master Yang come today? I haven't had the pleasure of seeing him. The master is engaged in discussions over there. I wandered this way for a moment. Is there something that Mr. Li wishes to discuss with our master? Not particularly. I merely wish to meet Master Yang, given his esteemed reputation in the Northwest appraisal community. I was unaware that the master held such a prestigious position within the industry. It seems I have fortuitously stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity by becoming his apprentice. Mr. Li, have you not purchased a couple of rough stones today to examine? Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. I had just arrived and was about to select some. Please, continue your search while I take a look over there. Certainly, do what you must. I shall see you shortly. As they parted ways, Zhang Yongsheng pondered whether his unique ability would be of any benefit in assessing the rough stones. He focused intently, activating his true eye, and scanned the array of stones. Unlike ordinary items, they did not reveal textual descriptions. However, he noticed dozens of glowing auras nearby. Among them, a smaller stone radiated a striking purple hue. A medium-sized stone emitted a misty emerald green glow, while another exuded a faint yellow aura. The rest paled in comparison, predominantly displaying gray auras, with only a few exhibiting a faint, waning green essence. Following the shimmering auras, he discovered that the yellow glowing stone was valued at 750,000 yuan and weighed approximately 80 to 90 kilograms. The smallest, glowing purple stone was priced at 8,000 yuan, while the medium one with the green light was worth 65,000 yuan. Reflecting on Mr. Li's earlier recounting of his gambling experiences with stones, Zhang Yongsheng steeled himself, thinking, at worst, it's akin to a porcelain bowl shattering on the floor. Gathering his courage, he addressed the female attendant behind the counter. Hello, I am interested in that 8,000 yuan rough stone. Could you please bring it over for me to inspect? Is this the one? she queried, following Zhang Yongsheng's gesture to a basketball-sized rough stone, clearly marked with the price of 8,000 yuan. After Zhang Yongsheng confirmed, the attendant promptly summoned assistants to transport the stone to him. Zhang Yongsheng examined the stone from every angle. Its exterior revealed no peculiarities. However, recalling the brilliance displayed through his skill, he stated to the attendant, "I will take this stone. Can I pay by card?" "Certainly," she replied, retrieving a POS machine and deftly processing Zhang Yongsheng's card. She then handed it back, saying, "Please enter your password." Truthfully, Zhang Yongsheng felt a surge of anxiety, as 8,000 yuan represented a significant sum for him. He had never engaged in such a substantial monetary transaction. Yet, he reminded himself, one cannot expect to gain without risk. Since the emergence of his true I, he had experienced no missteps, and this opportunity was not to be squandered. Thus, he entered his password and returned the POS machine to the attendant. "Certainly, I shall proceed with the translation." "Very well, I shall handle this here. Please, Master Liu, could you assist this gentleman in the stone analysis?" The attendant addressed a man clad in work attire. "How do you intend to analyze this raw stone?" The master scrutinized the young man in his 20s before him, noting that his attire did not suggest he was the scion of a wealthy family, but rather an enthusiast of stone gambling, a type of patron typically more demanding, hence his inquiry. Zhang Yongsheng rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Reluctantly, he replied to the master, "Please rely on your expertise. I am not knowledgeable in this matter." Upon hearing this, the master sighed in relief, realizing he was dealing with a novice. He then took a marker and, following the color band on the stone, made a few strokes before turning to Zhang and saying, "Since you do not have a specific method in mind, I shall employ the most rudimentary technique and make the first cut 2 centimeters in. Does that sound acceptable?" "Very well, I entrust this to you," Zhang replied. With that, the master secured the raw stone beside the cutting machine and activated it. The sound of slicing filled the air, and several onlookers, including casual vendors and jade merchants, gathered around, intrigued by the stone analysis. Zhang Yongsheng stood to the side, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Chapter 35, A Small Trial. Before long, the first cut was complete, and the stone master carefully removed the sliced piece. Zhang leaned in closer, observing the cut surface, which was coarse and grayish-white, devoid of any signs of jade. "Is it a failure?" someone murmured softly. Upon witnessing this, Zhang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It is often said that stone gambling can lead one to either heaven or hell with a single cut. Today, he felt the sting of hell without the promise of heaven. 8,000 yuan. Is it truly shattered just like that? No, it cannot be. He forced himself to regain composure, make another cut, go in another 2 centimeters. The stone master merely cast a glance at Zhang without uttering a word, readjusting the stone's position. As the second cut commenced, the sound of the machine echoed in his ears like derisive laughter from the abyss, while beads of sweat trickled down Zhang's forehead. When the machine finally halted and the master began rinsing the stone, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Zhang could scarcely bear to look. When he finally opened his eyes, a vivid green flashed before him, revealing a patch of jade the size of a fingernail amidst the grayish-white layers, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. "It's green. Come and see," someone exclaimed. "How is that possible? This raw material cost only a few thousand. By heavens, it truly has turned green. Observe. The quality appears to be at least that of icy jade." The air around the analysis table erupted in excited chatter, the crowd seemingly igniting with fervor. Zhang's legs suddenly felt weak, and had to brace himself against the workbench to avoid collapsing. "I'll take that material. I offer 30,000, shouted someone from the crowd. "I offer 50,000. I bid 100,000. "Sir, this material has appreciated in value. However, it is not substantial, and the color band is not particularly impressive. There's a high likelihood it is merely surface green. If we continue cutting, it may collapse. Do you wish to proceed with further cuts?" The stone master said calmly. "Given that the jadeite has already shown green and the raw stone is not particularly large, I suggest using a corner grinder to peel it." "Very well. You are the expert, and I trust your judgment." With the hum of the motor rising, the stone cutter continued to peel the raw stone. Unlike before, more spectators gathered around the viewing platform, their eyes fixated on the stone cutter's hands, anxious not to miss a single movement, all eager to witness a miracle. In a short while, a fist-sized piece of jadeite was revealed, glistening with clarity, displaying a uniform verdant hue under the light, its texture as delicate as cream, devoid of any impurities or cracks. Even the seasoned stonecutter could not help but gasp in astonishment. "My goodness, is this icy true green?" he exclaimed. "I can hardly believe I am witnessing an icy true green raw stone." With this exclamation, the entire stone-cutting platform erupted in excitement. "Sir, your raw stone has been successfully processed. It is a piece of icy, fully colored true green jadeite. To be honest, this is the finest raw stone I have worked on in the past 5 years." The stonecutter's voice trembled with emotion. "Quick, fetch the firecrackers," someone shouted to the staff. Setting off firecrackers is a custom in the stone gambling world. Whenever green is revealed, it is customary to celebrate much like a lion dance, seeking good fortune. Zhang Yongsheng was rendered speechless. He slowly extended his hand to touch the jadeite, feeling its chilling, exquisite texture. This was no ordinary jadeite. This was a superior piece, capable of altering one's destiny. He thanked the stonecutter and accepted the raw stone. Meanwhile, a chorus of bids began to rise from the crowd below the cutting platform. "Hey, brother, I want that raw stone. I'll bid 1.5 million. Don't listen to him. He is trying to cheat you. This raw stone is worth at least 3 million. Give it to me, and I'll transfer the money right now. I'll bid 5 million. Just then, a familiar figure appeared beside Zhang Yongsheng. Turning his head, he realized it was none other than Mr. Li Hong. "I'll bid 1 million, a woman chimed in. 6 million, Mr. Li continued. 1 million, the woman countered. The price soared within mere minutes. Zhang Yongsheng stood by, feeling as though this entire scene was surreal. Just half an hour ago, he was still a poor lad with barely 10,000 yuan in his pocket. And now, are you doing this on purpose? Wang Hongmei, do you always add 100,000 to my bids?" Mr. Li joked with the woman. "Zhang Yongsheng, do you want to sell this raw stone? I'd like to buy it," Li Hong said to Zhang Yongsheng. At that moment, Zhang Yongsheng felt as though he were in a dream. Everything seemed surreal. How could a stone that cost 8,000 yuan just moments ago now be worth 1 million? Given the current momentum, it seemed likely that prices would continue to rise. To put it in perspective, real estate prices in the West City were only around 1,000 yuan per square meter, with a 3-bedroom apartment costing merely a few $100,000. The figure of 1 million was incomprehensible to him at that moment. With that call, it felt as though Zhang Yongsheng was awakened from his dream. Of course I want to sell it. Then I'll bid 5 million. Let this raw stone be sold to me. Brother, if you give me 660, I will custom make a set of jewelry for you when you marry. 7 million. This Wang Hongmei material is only worth so much. If you add any more, it will be pointless. Li Hong said sternly to the woman named Wang Hongmei. All right. I'll concede this to you. But next time you must give me a heads up when you have goods, she replied. Brother, my name is Wang Hongmei. Remember to let me know when you have good material. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yongsheng, startling him. Brother Yongsheng, please provide me with an account number, and I will have someone transfer the money to you right away. We have a computer here, so you can check the account at any time. Hello, sir. These two pieces are priced at 750,000 and 65,000 respectively. Here is our bank account. Please proceed with the transfer. Before long, Zhang Yongsheng, having completed the transaction with the assistance of the bank staff present, approached the service attendant at the stone gambling booth and said, "The transfer is done. You may verify it." Chapter 36. Where is the switch? All right. I will send someone over to confirm now. The attendant picked up the intercom to relay the information and soon returned with Zhang Yongsheng's chosen raw stones on a cart. Sir, will you be cutting the stones here? Zhang Yongsheng nodded. Yes, please have that master come over again. Certainly, please wait a moment. Shortly after, the stone-cutting master, Mr. Liu, appeared at the front, his rough hand gripping Zhang Yongsheng's arm. Young brother, today is your lucky day. There's something I must mention. Please, Mr. Liu, go ahead. Zhang Yongsheng replied, beaming at the master who had helped him earn millions. Zhang Yongsheng freed himself from Mr. Liu's grasp, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth that he didn't even notice. Mr. Liu, have you ever seen someone with such fortune? The first cut fell apart, and the second revealed high-quality jadeite. This truly is a gift from the heavens. Mr. Liu's brow furrowed deeply. That's not merely good luck. That is extraordinary fortune. There's an old saying in our hometown, what flourishes will eventually decline. But Zhang Yongsheng, intoxicated by an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins, was oblivious to the warning. He clapped Mr. Liu on the shoulder. I believe I can strike gold again today. Please cut these 2 pieces for me, and if we succeed, I'll give you an extra 10,000 as a reward. Let's get to it. Mr. Liu hesitated, then sighed. I hope we can continue this winning streak. How shall we cut these 2 pieces? Following your auspicious words, let us start with the smaller one. How do you suggest we proceed? This piece is black Yusha. It likely comes from the Moenji region. The stones from this area have white spots and a grayish hue. This one has cracks, but if the quality is good, it should rise in value. I suggest we start by opening a window. Then let us proceed as you advise. Mr. Liu took the stone, secured it, and as the cutting machine roared to life, Zhang Yongsheng felt both elated and anxious, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He was not gambling. He already sensed the outcome, yet he needed to confirm whether this ability was genuine or mere coincidence. After a few minutes, the machine halted, and those present craned their necks to see what Mr. Liu held. He shook his head at Zhang Yongsheng. It seems there is no green. Zhang Yongsheng pondered for a moment before addressing Master Liu. Let us simply cut it in half. Master Liu replied, there is no rush. I'll open a few more windows. The sound of the drill resumed, and after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Master Liu had opened several additional windows, yet upon illumination, no color was revealed. It's impossible to have such good fortune, to cut and find a treasure consecutively. Just having that one piece would be remarkable. After all, 7 million is a sum that many may not encounter in a lifetime. He mused that perhaps they had exhausted their luck. As he listened to the murmurs from the audience, Zhang Yongsheng thought, this doesn't make sense. Based on the previous insights, this material should yield something. Master Liu, may I try it myself? You? Are you familiar with this tool? Aren't you afraid of injuring yourself? Perhaps it's best to refrain. It's wise to retreat while you still have some resources intact. It's fine. It's already a lost cause. I'll just experiment. Zhang Yongsheng chuckled at Master Liu's earnest advice, feeling a twinge of delight at the concern. Very well, give it a try then. Master Liu, could you assist me in securing this material? I wish to cut it directly in the center. Master Liu prepared to stabilize the material, but paused upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's voice from behind. Excuse me, Master Liu, where is the switch? Master Liu nearly stumbled at the query. My friend, are you certain you can manage? Nevertheless, Master Liu demonstrated the operation before stepping aside. With a swift motion, the sizable jade piece, akin to a basketball, was cleaved in two, only to reveal no treasure within. Another cut resulted in a piece the size of a billiard ball. Yet still no fortune was found. This is impossible. I clearly observed green under the previous insights. How could there be nothing? Zhang Yongsheng silently lamented. Young man, you ought to stop. It's already fragmented, and it seems unlikely anything will emerge now. Indeed, we just revealed the Xingyang green. Perhaps our luck has been exhausted. Perhaps we should try again another day. I refuse to be deterred, Zhang Yongsheng declared. Hand me the angle grinder. He took the tool and earnestly began to grind the material. I knew it. This feeling is undeniably correct. He suddenly exclaimed with laughter. The onlookers wondered if he had lost his mind, having already incurred substantial losses while exclaiming with fervor. Goodness, he has struck gold again. This time it's purple. Observant spectators had already glimpsed the emerging color from the material in Zhang Yongsheng's hands. Allow me to assist. You've revealed color. And continuing to cut like this may damage the material, Master Liu advised. Zhang Yongsheng passed the stone, and Master Liu swiftly polished the exterior, leaving a remnant the size of a ping-pong ball. Zhang Yongsheng gazed at the fully revealed stone before him, struggling to contain his emotions as he burst into raucous laughter. To the onlookers, his mirth seemed somewhat deranged and unrestrained. Yet only Yongsheng understood the profound significance of this moment. He had truly come to see through these stones. Much like antiques, with the varying colors denoted differing values. This phenomenon defied logic, yet undeniably occurred. Master Liu scrutinized the cut surface, then glanced at Zhang Yongsheng. His eyes filled with perplexity. How did you know there was jade here? Zhang Yongsheng managed a strained smile, replying, intuition. Brother Yongsheng, how about selling this piece to me for 150,000? Li Heng proposed. I thought we had agreed earlier. Old Li, it's my turn for this piece. Came the retort. I'll offer 200,000. This stone is only worth a few ring faces at most. Old Li, my price is fair enough. Prolonging the bidding benefits no one. All right, let us concede this time. What do you say, Yongsheng? If the price is right, shall we proceed to transfer the funds? Just as Zhang Yongsheng was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Hold on. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the approach of Manager Yang. Manager. Zhang Yongsheng slightly bowed. You've done well. I just spoke with General Zhang over there, and I hear you've hit a jackpot of 7 million? Manager Yang smiled at Zhang Yongsheng. Luck, just luck, Zhang Yongsheng replied with a beaming smile. What have you unearthed this time? Show me. Eagerly, Zhang Yongsheng handed over the piece of eggplant purple stone. The color is quite good, reaching eggplant purple, though the quality is slightly lacking, merely glutinous ice. Who made the bid just now? That was me, old Yang. I offered 200,000. Wang Hongmei said, approaching old Yang with utmost respect. It's you, Hongmei. 200,000 might be a tad insufficient. How about 250,000? If you agree, we can proceed with the transfer. All right, since you spoke in, old Yang. This piece is undoubtedly worth 250,000. Young man, provide me with your account number, and I will transfer it immediately. Wang Hongmei turned to Zhang Yongsheng, inquiring, shall I? Go ahead, this purple lies between eggplant purple and royal purple. She 1TB at a loss. Zhang Yongsheng recited his bank account number for Wang Hongmei to facilitate the transfer. Let us move. The auction is about to commence, Manager Yang said to Yongsheng. Manager, wait a moment. There is still another piece that hasn't been revealed. Zhang Yongsheng said, a bit embarrassed. Another piece? Where is it? Let me take a look. Following Zhang Yongsheng's gesture, the manager spotted a raw stone approximately the size of 2 basketballs. Upon approaching, he instructed, get a strong flashlight. Here you go, manager. Yang took the flashlight, clicked it on, and a blinding beam of white light struck the stone surface. With a flick of his wrist, he angled the light, only to find that the beam seemed to be absorbed by the stone, reflecting not a glimmer. Do you see? This is what we call light absorption. He tapped the stone, producing a dull thud, indicating that the light enters but does not escape, suggesting that the jade within is exceptionally delicate, devoid of granules or crystalline facets. Such material undoubtedly possesses a rich, gel-like quality. He suddenly thrust the flashlight into Zhang Yongsheng's hand, urging him to try illuminating the densest part of the sand. Rub your fingers against the skin. Right here, does it prick? The sand is as sharp as a needle. With a hardness of at least 7 on the Mohs scale, he rummaged beneath the counter for a piece of warm material to compare. Look at this one. When the light hits it, it reflects like a pool of water, the sand as soft as flour. A mere scratch with a nail sends it crumbling. Such material could never yield a polish. It's a mere dream. The flashlight's beam, when pressed against the good material's skin, seemed to be magnetically attracted, with the glow penetrating only half a finger deep before fading into stillness. Remember, absorb light like ink. Sand is hard as a steel file. These two traits signify that the old material is genuine. Shopkeeper, I've taken note. Yongsheng, the art of stone appraisal is neither too profound nor too simplistic, but if one fails to grasp the nuances, a single cut can turn a mountain of gold into worthless rubble, leaving one with no place to lament. Polishing the stone is the first step in appraisal and requires a keen eye. He pointed to a slightly raised serpentine pattern on the stone. Do you see this? It's called Meng. Beneath it often lies green. Start polishing here. If it clouds, then there is hope. If it reveals green, the insiders call it opening the door. At this point, a knowledgeable person ought to cease. Once polished, it can be sold for a guaranteed profit. But if one succumbs to greed and insists on cutting, the risk escalates dramatically. Cutting stone demands steadiness, precision, and decisiveness. He patted the saw. The old method may be slow, but it is safe. Nowadays, people favor speed, jumping straight to the cutting machine. Yet if the cut is misaligned, the green can go astray, leading to a total loss. He gestured. The first cut should follow the polished edge. If no color appears, then proceed with the second, but no one can predict which cut will yield a dazzling result. He chuckled. This is why there is a saying in the stone gambling world. One cut can lead to poverty, another to riches, and one may even slice through burlap. The final step is polishing. The quality of the material, whether old or vibrant, can only be determined post-polishing. Yang, the shopkeeper, lifted his gaze, looking at Zhang Yongsheng with significance. Remember, polishing requires patience, cutting demands courage, and grinding calls for meticulousness. If these 3 steps are followed correctly, one can establish a foothold in this trade. Zhang Yongsheng stood silently with his hands hanging by his side, absorbing the shopkeeper's teachings, which he vowed to remember. Good. Now you may proceed with the stone appraisal. I shall await the results here. Zhang Yongsheng first circled the original stone, meticulously examining the skin, and discovered a very faint serpentine pattern. After confirming with the light, he marked it with a pen and then called over Master Lu, saying, Master Lu, I believe there is a serpentine pattern here. Shall we first open a window along this line? All right, Lu responded, taking the grinding tool and carefully working along the marked position. The atmosphere in the room grew particularly quiet, apart from the buzzing sound of the grinding tool. Little else could be heard as everyone attentively observed, eager to see if Zhang Yongsheng, under the guidance of the antique expert, could create another miracle. After all, he had already achieved 2 consecutive successes, and, according to conventional wisdom, the third time rarely brings fortune. After a long while, the jarring sound of the grinding tool finally ceased, leaving an extraordinary silence in the room. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. It's green again. This fellow's luck is simply extraordinary. Alas, once again, it is the precious Zhang green. Such a substantial piece of raw stone must be worth at least 5 million. Young man, if I offer you 5 million, will you part with this material? Do not cut it. Once it is sliced, it will be worthless. Indeed, one must know when to stop, to retreat gracefully from the torrent. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate regret. One should seize the moment. A voice from the audience called out, "Sir, do you wish to continue cutting?" Master Lu inquired, noticing the vibrant green emerging from the stone. Listening to the cacophony of voices below, Zhang Yongsheng found himself at a loss. 5 million is no trifling sum. He turned to Manager Yang, seeking his counsel with a glance. "How much did you purchase this raw stone for?" Manager Yang asked gently. 750,000. "And how much did you sell the first piece for?" 7 million. Chapter 38, A Triple Triumph. Continue cutting. Make a preliminary incision along the edge. Zhang Yongsheng instructed Master Lu. The sound of the jade cutting machine roared to life once more. After a considerable time, the machine ceased and the stone was revealed. It was completely saturated with high-quality ice-like Zhang green. Oh, I am truly astounded. What fortune does this individual possess? Is this even possible? I will bid 10 million for this stone. I'll offer 13 million. 15 million, it's mine. Zhang Yongsheng approached Manager Yang respectfully and said, "Manager, I am immensely grateful for your guidance today, which has led me to acquire such exquisite jade. How should we proceed with this piece? I will heed your advice. Sell it. We deal in antiques and collectibles. This material is of no use to us personally." Understood. Ladies and gentlemen, I am prepared to sell this piece. Let's engage in fair bidding. The highest bidder shall prevail, Zhang Yongsheng announced to the raucous crowd below. I bid 17 million. I bid 20 million. In a mere moment, the price soared to 20 million. At this time, Li Heng and Wang Hongmei approached Zhang Yongsheng, saying, "Brother Yongsheng, my sister Hongmei and I intend to jointly acquire this piece. What do you think?" "I have no objections, provided the price is reasonable." Zhang Yongsheng replied with a smile at his loyal customers. Upon receiving Zhang Yongsheng's approval, Li Heng gestured for silence among the crowd and declared loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. Our Dragon Glory Jewelry and Wang's Jewelry are prepared to jointly bid 30 million. This is the absolute limit for this piece. If the bidding continues, it will be meaningless. Do any of you have objections? 30 million is the ceiling. Anyone who continues to bid must be mad. I withdraw. I too withdraw. Brother Yongsheng, what do you think?" Li Heng turned to Zhang Yongsheng, excitement evident on his face. Observing Manager Yang, who nodded slightly, Zhang Yongsheng turned back to Li Heng and Wang Hongmei, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed with the transaction." After the formalities were completed, Zhang Yongsheng stared at the figure exceeding 36 million on his office computer, momentarily dazed. Who would have imagined that merely a month and a half ago, he had not even 360 yuan to his name? Yet in this brief span, his life and destiny had undergone a remarkable transformation, all thanks to that extraordinary skill, the Eye of Truth. "Yongsheng, the time has come. We must head to the auction." The voice of Master Yang came from behind. "Oh, very well, Master." Zhang Yongsheng walked around to face Master Yang, his eyes resolutely fixed upon him. "I shall certainly become your disciple. As long as you do not cast me out, I, Zhang Yongsheng, will be your pupil for this lifetime. Today's events are purely a matter of fortune, yet I yearn to learn the true art of treasure appraisal from you." Evidently, Zhang Yongsheng was not swayed by momentary gains. The formidable power of the true I instilled in him not only a sense of benefit, but also a profound sense of urgency. For he feared that this extraordinary skill might vanish without a trace at any moment. Hence, in the presence of a master like Yang, he remained acutely aware that he must acquire genuine skills and a solid foundation to advance further. Indeed, this child is worthy of instruction. "Come, let us ascend to the second floor." Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's declaration, Master Yang was overwhelmed with joy, his satisfaction with his apprentice growing with each glance. "Thank you, Master. I shall diligently heed your teachings from now on." "Ha ha, splendid." Master Yang patted Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder and strode upward, his previously stooped posture now standing tall. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they arrived at the entrance of the auction hall on the second floor. "Greetings, Elder Yang. Your seat is over here. Allow me to escort you." Upon reaching the second floor, a young woman approached Master Yang, gesturing for him and Zhang Yongsheng to follow her to their designated seats. "We have prepared a catalog of the auction items for you. Please take a moment to rest. The formal auction will commence shortly. After ensuring the two were comfortably seated, the woman politely bowed and departed. As soon as they settled in, Master Yang picked up a catalog from the table, casually flipping through its pages. Zhang Yongsheng could see it contained descriptions of the auction items. The first item was a Song Dynasty mirror depicting the story of Su Yu and his father. The second was a jade teapot shaped like a flute from Etienne. And the third was a tin-tail gold ingot from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Our local auction industry is still in its infancy, primarily featuring modern collectibles, and it lags considerably behind those in the capital, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Today, I will introduce you to the atmosphere here, and perhaps in the future, we can venture to Hong Kong for a more comprehensive experience. As Master Yang continued to peruse the catalog, he elaborated on the current state of auctions in the country. Uncle Yang, you're here too. A melodious female voice interrupted their conversation. Oh, it's Chun Chun. What brings you to the auction today? A girl in her early 20s approached Master Yang, clad in a sleek black velvet mermaid dress by Ralph Lauren that accentuated her slender figure, each step echoing with a silent rhythm. A Van Cleef Arpels butterfly brooch rested just below her collarbone, gently quivering with her breath, as if it might take flight at any moment. Her makeup was subtle, save for a striking shade of Armani Lip Maestro 400 on her lips, red as the vermilion walls of the Forbidden City, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain complexion. As she settled beside Master Yang, her Hermes handbag casually placed on her lap, the surrounding collectors instinctively adjusted their postures. The light caught her profile, illuminating the elegant curve of her nose reminiscent of Renaissance sculptures, while her jawline was clean and precise, devoid of any superfluous contours. As she gently raised her right hand, the Cartier nail bracelet emitted a soft chime against her wrist, causing Zhang Yongsheng, who was nearby, to instinctively hold his breath. I heard there was a stone gambling booth here today. I have always been captivated by the thrilling tales shared by you and grandfather about the excitement of stone gambling, so I thought I would come to witness it for myself. I heard that this morning someone hit the jackpot 3 times in a row, turning 8,000 yuan into a fortune of nearly 40 million. The news has spread like wildfire downstairs. Alas, I arrived too late to see it. I just bought 2 pieces myself, but unfortunately, neither yielded any jade, lamented a girl named Chun Chun. Chapter 39. My name is Chun Chun. Yang, the shopkeeper, smiled at Zhang Yongsheng and then turned to Chun Chun, saying, Would you like to meet the lucky winner from this morning? Huh? Uncle Yang, do you know him? Yang, the shopkeeper, gestured with a nod. Why, he is right here. Chun Chun followed Yang's gaze and saw a casually dressed young man beside him. Are you the one who hit the jackpot 3 times this morning? Do you perhaps possess X-ray vision? Would you be able to help me pick out 2 pieces? My grandmother's birthday is approaching, and I would like to gift her a necklace, Chun Chun curiously inquired of Zhang Yongsheng. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yongsheng felt a sudden flutter of unease at being so candidly exposed by the young girl. Although he understood she was merely jesting, he still felt compelled to explain. I have no such X-ray vision. It is merely a matter of employing the techniques taught by my master, combined with a stroke of luck. Cool me. Let me introduce you. Chun Chun, this is my apprentice, Zhang Yongsheng. Hello, I am Chun Chun. Before Yang could elaborate further, the girl extended her delicate, fair hand toward Zhang Yongsheng. Hello, Chun Chun, I am Zhang Yongsheng. The moment their fingertips touched, Zhang Yongsheng was acutely aware of the refined curvature of her neatly manicured nails, glistening like mother-of-pearl under the light. Her hand was slender yet soft, and her skin was as delicate as the finest mutton-fat jade, imbued with a slight coolness. Could you assist me in selecting a raw stone? I wish to handpick one to create a set of jewelry for my grandmother. Chun Chun slightly turned her face, her eyelashes casting intricate shadows beneath the lighting. Her lips curved with a subtle, elusive smile. My grandmother adores jade, but I am not well versed in this matter. Zhang Yongsheng's throat tightened as he unconsciously rubbed the seam of his trousers. In that moment, he felt his heart racing more fiercely than when it struck gold at the gambling stones. All right, certainly, Zhang Yongsheng replied, his voice somewhat strained, his gaze unable to linger on her face for too long, so he feigned concentration on the auction catalog before him. Then it is settled. You will accompany me to select the raw stones, Chun Chun said, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yongsheng. For the first time, Zhang Yongsheng felt his face flush under the gaze of such a beautiful girl. Of course, I will accompany you, but I cannot guarantee that I will choose well for you. You know, such matters are largely dependent on fortune. I trust your judgment. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was about to say something further, a young and lovely host approached the auction stage. Esteemed collectors and honored guests, Welcome to the live auction of exquisite treasures at the Great Tang West Market. Today, we are immensely honored to present to you a remarkable masterpiece of Song Dynasty copper mirror artistry, the story mirror of Su Yu and Chao Fu. This mirror transcends mere functionality, embodying a three-dimensional tableau that encapsulates the elegance and craftsmanship of the Song people. The reverse side is exquisitely cast with high-relief techniques, featuring a composition reminiscent of a masterful artist's hand. On the right, robust pines soar skyward. On the left, a babbling brook flows with delicate water patterns akin to silk. At the center, the esteemed scholar Su Yu tilts his head to wash his ears, exuding an ethereal charm. While downstream, Chao Fu stands with a calf in tow, his garments fluttering as if the sounds of pine winds and flowing water might be heard at any moment. Its value lies in three aspects. First, the rarity of Song Dynasty copper, where such a substantial and weighty mirror, consuming an immense amount of copper, would have been reserved exclusively for the imperial court, making it exceptionally rare, a true singularity. Second, the elegant theme is derived from the tale of Su Yu washing his ears in biographies of the worthies, symbolizing the revered spirit of reclusion cherished by the Song. Rich in literary essence and lofty in artistic conception, displayed in a refined chamber, this mirror represents a world unto itself, while stored away. It serves as an artistic cipher, transcending millennia. The starting price is 20,000 yuan, with increments of 10,000. May I hear your bid for this exquisite elegance? 30,000. The gentleman in the front row possesses a discerning eye for treasures. 40,000. The lady in the central area raises her paddle, adding a final touch. Is there another collector willing to continue this Song Dynasty legend? Yang Bo, why is no one interested in this piece? Chen inquired. Such items are relatively abundant, especially in our locale. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 30,000 for the last time. Congratulations to Mr. 17. This exquisite piece is now yours. Esteemed collectors and honored guests, we are now pleased to present a treasure that merges Eastern elegance with supreme craftsmanship. The exquisite teapot crafted by the renowned Haipai jade carving master, Zhou Zuji, made from Hetian jade and designed as a flute teapot. This piece is not merely a teapot. It is a timeless creation that carries the legacy of millennia of jade carving artistry and the sentiments of literati, skillfully crafted by Master Zhou, who once served as a director of the Shanghai Haipai Jade Carving Cultural Association. His works are celebrated for their precision, ingenuity, elegance, and refinement. Today, Hetian jade flute teapot stands as the pinnacle of his artistic career. This pot is fashioned from premium materials, utilizing rare Hetian jade, which is as smooth as cream and exhibits a subtle luster, inviting touch as though caressing delicate fat. Measuring 135 centimeters in length and weighing 1146 grams, its robust form does not compromise its grace, showcasing the master's extraordinary skill in jade manipulation. Artistically, this pot draws inspiration from the Qing dynasty's Khotan jade style, renowned for its fineness, transparency, and intricacy. The sides of the pot are adorned with a pair of auspicious mandarin ducks in relief, their feathers rendered with lifelike precision, connected by cloud and thunder patterns, symbolizing a perfect union. Most astonishing is the serene maiden playing the flute on the handle, her flowing garments and enraptured expression evoking the ethereal sounds of the flute mingling with the fragrance of tea, creating a breathtaking tableau of lotus in motion and mandarin ducks playfully splashing in water. Even more remarkable, this pot comes with 4 delicate jade cups, their walls as translucent as cicada wings, forming a perfect set of 1 pot and 4 cups, a harmonious blend of jade and tea essence. Whether displayed in a refined setting or utilized for tea tasting, this is undoubtedly the premier choice for discerning collectors. The starting bid for this exquisite piece is 2 million yuan, with increments of 100,000 yuan. Now, I invite you to discern the value of this millennium jade spirit, crafted by a master artisan. 2 million. I extend my gratitude to the gentleman in the rear for his auspicious opening bid. 3 million. The lady in the left section raises her paddle, exuding elegance akin to the sound of a flute. 1 million. The decisive bid from the collector in the central section demonstrates an unwavering determination to possess this masterpiece. Is there another collector willing to claim this jade carving legend? Chen Shun, weren't you considering purchasing a longevity gift for your grandmother? I recall that she enjoys tea, correct? This set of tea utensils boasts exceptional craftsmanship and materials, and the creator is quite accomplished, You might want to contemplate it. Yang, the shopkeeper, glanced at the tea set displayed on the platform and spoke to Chen. Is that so, Uncle Yang? Since you commend it, I shall bid for it. Chen replied, raising her paddle marked with a number 18 to indicate her intention to bid. The bidder numbered 18, this lady, offers 1. 3 million. 1. 4 million. The gentleman in the right section bids 1. 4 million. 1. 5 million. Bidder 18 raises her offer to 1. 5 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Shall the gentleman in the right section offer 1. 6 million? No further bids. The final offer of 1. 5 million belongs to bidder 18. Congratulations. The tea set is yours. Let us depart. We have secured the item. The remaining lots lack allure, the shopkeeper, Yang, remarked as he rose, addressing Zhang Yongsheng and Chen. Uncle Yang, I would like this fortunate Mr. Zhang to assist me in selecting 2 raw stones. Mr. Zhang? That sounds rather distant. Yongsheng is my apprentice who has come to my shop to learn appraisal. You may refer to him simply as Yongsheng. Indeed, call me Yongsheng. Very well, Yongsheng. Could you accompany me to select a few raw stones? Chapter 40. Selecting Stones. Zhang Yongsheng first glanced at shopkeeper Yang, who nodded in affirmation. He then turned to Chen and said, certainly, but the endeavor of stone gambling carries a significant element of chance. I shall do my utmost to assist you in selection, but if fortune does not favor us, I hope you will not hold me accountable. Zhang Yongsheng was acutely aware that the remaining materials were unlikely to yield exceptional finds, thus issuing a precautionary note in advance. That is of no concern. The thrill of stone gambling lies in the excitement of the reveal. I simply wish to experience it. Please, do not feel pressured. Chen reassured him with a wave of her hand. Yongsheng, you accompany Chen in selecting materials. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall take my leave. Alrig, Untleyang, Dreffel Safali. After bidding farewell to shopkeeper Yang, the two conversed as they made their way to the raw stone stalls below. Along the way, people cast curious glances at Zhang Yongsheng, some pointing while others whispered, isn't this the one who just claimed 3 bids, amassing 37 million? Look at how the Chen family's young lady keeps him company. Could he be the young master who's been abroad? I heard he is also Master Yang's prized disciple. No wonder he possesses such remarkable discernment, making impeccable selections. Upon arriving at the stall, the attendant gazed at Zhang Yongsheng with an idol's admiration and inquired, Sir, would you like to continue revealing stones? Feeling somewhat taken aback by the fervent attention, Zhang Yongsheng quickly responded, Naturally, the materials your establishment has procured this time are exceptional, and I wish to bring my friend along to test our luck. Though the material is exquisite, one must possess a discerning eye to recognize true gems. Mr. Zhang, I must confess, since your departure, our business has experienced a slight resurgence, attracting many patrons. However, none have matched your extraordinary fortune. I too have been fortunate. Now, I shall take a stroll with my friend, and once we have made our selections, I will seek you out. Having spoken, Zhang Yongsheng activated his discerning vision, inspecting the remaining raw stones for those few that exhibited a hint of green luminescence. After a thorough selection process, he finally pointed to a piece resembling a football and said to Miss Chen, Madam Chen, after careful consideration of the remaining stones, they are vastly inferior to my morning selections. It seems rather challenging to meet your expectations. I recall you mentioning that you were selecting materials to create a set of jewelry for your grandmother. How about this? Today, we will choose a few stones for you to experience the joy of stone cutting. If there are any raw stone auctions in the near future, I promise to assist you in finding a fine piece. What do you think? It's quite all right. Why are you being so pedantic? Please, assist me in having this raw stone cut, Chen instructed the attendant. Hello, Miss Chen, is this the piece you mean? Please proceed to the payment area. The total is 24,000 yuan. I will have the selected stones sent to the cutting station, the attendant replied. After processing the payment, the two made their way to the cutting station. Upon seeing Zhang Yongsheng, the cutter remarked, Sir, today seems to be your lucky day. How do you intend to cut this piece? I just noticed a significant crack in this stone. I plan to cut it directly along the crack, Zhang Yongsheng replied. Very well, please wait a moment. The machine whirred to life, and the stone was divided. What is the outcome? Did the value increase? Chen inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as the machine halted. Patience, let us wait for the cutter to reveal the piece, Zhang Yongsheng instructed. Sir, it appears your luck may not be particularly favorable this time. Although there's some apple green, the blemish is quite pronounced, and under the light, the color seems rather shallow. Would you like to proceed with further cutting? The cutter advised Zhang Yongsheng. Yongsheng, does that imply this piece is worthless? Shall we select a few more? Not necessarily. We have merely made the initial cut. I sense that the color may continue to develop further. Let us continue cutting. I believe this stone will not result in a loss. Master, please cut it all according to the thickness of a standard round bracelet, Zhang Yongsheng requested. What is a standard round bracelet? Chen asked, intrigued. A standard round bracelet is a method of crafting bracelets, generally measuring between 11 to 13 millimeters in width. If the cut material, once polished, does not meet the required thickness, it can still be fashioned into thinner strips, with widths of 7 to 9 millimeters. The very fine pieces measure just 6 millimeters. Therefore, as long as we inform the cutter of our intentions, he will know how to proceed. Oh, I see. After a considerable duration, the cutter returned with the finished pieces. Zhang Yongsheng examined the stones closely. Miss Chen, observe, this material achieves only a level of semi-translucent quality. But the fortunate aspect is that it has already revealed some green. What does semi-translucent mean? Have you ever tasted glutinous rice cake? Of course I have. Examining the surface of the stone, Zhang Yongsheng held a piece of stone in one hand while illuminating it with a flashlight, positioned about 20 centimeters away. Do you see this? The surface of the stone is quite coarse, reminiscent of the texture of glutinous rice cake. Now observe the edges. They appear somewhat smoother, with a more delicate texture. This is indicative of ice melting. Wow, it's astonishing. You seem to know so much despite your youth, she remarked. I have learned everything from the master, he replied. Upon inspecting the stones, he estimated that they could yield around 7 or 8 bracelets. Gifting something made from this material to your grandmother might not be appropriate. It would be wiser to sell it to those in the jade business. You should be able to make a modest profit. Excuse me, could you please take this to my car? Thank you, Chen said, turning to the staff member accompanying her. Are you certain there are no other valuable pieces? She inquired, glancing at Zhang Yongsheng and then at the stones displayed at the stall, still yearning for more. I believe there are none left. The piece we just cut was among the best, he replied. Why don't we wait here and see how others fare? All right, that sounds good, she answered, displaying a keen curiosity and enthusiasm. Oh no, another failure. We've cut 5 pieces today without a hint of green. It seems we were simply not destined for this. She lamented. Haha, look at that. Someone spent 2 million on a chunk the size of fist, and who knows whose foolish child that is. If it were mine, I would certainly give them a good talking to. After Chun descended, Zhang Yongsheng proceeded to cut several more pieces of raw stone. Yet they all met with disappointment. It appears you were right, Chun said, gazing at Zhang Yongsheng with disappointment. Do not fret. Next time, I will surely help you find a quality piece of jade, he assured her confidently. You promise? You must not deceive me, she warned. Stand by my word. I will not go back on it. Observing Chen's crestfallen expression, Zhang Yongsheng felt a sudden pang of regret, as if he had committed a wrongdoing. Chapter 41. Purchasing a mobile phone. I do not possess a mobile phone. Please leave the store's number, he said. Upon hearing this, Chen appeared somewhat irked. What? Are you afraid that I might disturb you? She teased. You won't even provide me with a phone number. No, you misunderstand. I genuinely do not have a mobile phone. Here, see for yourself. With that, Zhang Yongsheng turned out his pockets, revealing only a handful of change and a bank card. This gesture amused Chen, causing her to giggle. All right, I believe you, but I think you ought to get one soon. Otherwise, it will be impossible to find you in the future. Zhang Yongsheng thought to himself. Ah, my esteemed Miss Chen. Do you realize it was a struggle for me to scrape together 200 yuan just a week ago, let alone buy a phone? I have only just arrived in the West Market, and I will indeed purchase one shortly. As he glanced at Chen's business card, he was taken aback to see the prominent name of the Yaobang Group emblazoned across it. He couldn't help but gasp. The Yaobang Group was a long-established entity in Shaanxi province, with business ventures spanning foreign trade, real estate, energy, finance, and more. To put it bluntly, aside from banks, nearly everything was connected to this organization. How fortunate I am to have met such an individual today. Once again, he glanced at the business card of Vice President Chen, and a wave of unease washed over him as he pondered whether knowing such a person was a blessing or a curse. However, one thing he was certain of was the necessity of acquiring a mobile phone. Thus, he stepped out of the bustling market of the Great Tang West City, inquiring about where to purchase a phone, and subsequently took a bus to the bell tower. In the context of the West City at that time, mobile phone sales were predominantly concentrated around the bell tower and Anban Street, offering everything from genuine products to various counterfeit and refurbished devices. Upon disembarking from the bus, Zhang Yongsheng headed straight to the southeast corner of the bell tower, where a reputable mobile phone store, Dixing Communication, was located. As he entered, a middle-aged woman promptly approached him. Hello, what kind of mobile phone are you looking to purchase? The Sony Ericsson W810 and Nokia 5230 music phones are perfect for someone your age, being both affordable and feature-rich. Zhang Yongsheng observed the phones she pointed out, clearly designed for students with their charming aesthetics. Shaking his head, he replied, "Do you have anything else? I'm not particularly fond of these designs. Do you have something more suited for business?" "Indeed," she responded. "How about the Motorola V3? It is one of Motorola's latest models, supporting QQ, MP3, MP4, and boasts an extended battery life." "What's the price?" he inquired. "This model is priced at 3,500 yuan. Isn't that rather expensive?" Zhang Yongsheng instinctively remarked. "It is somewhat pricey, considering it's a new release. For students, the previous two models would suffice. They're quite functional and budget-friendly. I actually purchased that Nokia for my child." At that moment, Zhang Yongsheng recalled that Chun Chen also used a similar phone, leading him to suddenly think, "Well, I suppose I will take the Motorola. Excuse me, I would like to purchase this Motorola. Additionally, I need to obtain a phone card. Can you assist with that?" "Certainly. Would you prefer the global communication plan or the Shenzhouxing? What are the differences?" "The global plan allows for direct dialing anywhere in the world, which is ideal if you plan to travel abroad. However, if you only need it for domestic use, Shenzhouxing would suffice, as it is more economical." "Well, I did not anticipate traveling abroad, so please set me up with Shenzhouxing." With his newly acquired phone in hand, Zhang Yongsheng first dialed Chen Shun, exchanging a few brief words before ending the call. He then called his mother, who lectured him thoroughly about the hardships of earning money and how, at his age, he should be more prudent with his spending if he hoped to save for a wedding dowry. Zhang Yongsheng longed to inform his mother that he had indeed become a millionaire, but fearing that such news might overwhelm his parents, he opted for a benevolent fib, stating that his workplace had provided the phone. His mother accepted this without hesitation, though she incessantly reminded him to be grateful to his employer for their kindness. "Oh dear, Sister Xia, you speak as if this is merely luck. Next time, you should also buy a few. Perhaps you might strike it rich," Zhang Yongsheng replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Li Xia looked at Zhang Yongsheng with curiosity. "Come now, I don't possess such good fortune, but Zhang Yongsheng, having achieved financial freedom, why do you still deign to work in our little shop?" "Ah, it is imperative that I continue to work, as I have only just begun my journey and must learn the art of appraising and collecting from both my master and you. You certainly have a way with words. But do you not intend to treat us to dinner this evening to celebrate?" Zhang Yongsheng exaggeratedly patted his pocket, asserting that is a must. "However, I am unfamiliar with the dining establishments in this area. Sister Xia, could you kindly arrange it, and I shall cover the expenses." "Very well, you have said it, so I shall not hold back. Greetings. Do you accept porcelain?" A middle-aged man with a dark complexion, approximately 50 years of age, inquired as he entered. "Indeed. Do you have any collectibles to show us?" Li Xia responded to the man. "Do you have a backroom? The items I possess are rather precious," the middle-aged man remarked, casting a furtive glance at Li Xia. "No need for that. Let's examine it here." "Yongsheng, please close the door," Li Xia instructed. Although she appeared cautious, she merely asked Zhang Yongsheng to partially close the door, a common occurrence in the antique district, where she could discern at a glance that this man was likely attempting to deceive them, adopting an air of mystery. What he produced would likely be either pottery or bronze artifacts, yet everything was merely a high-quality imitation purchased from the province. "Understood." Upon hearing Li Xia's instruction, Zhang Yongsheng stepped lightly to the door and gently left it ajar. The middle-aged man cautiously retrieved a cloth bag from within his coat, unwrapping it layer by layer with great care, until he finally revealed a piece of pottery that appeared to be a Tang Sankai camel. After the man positioned the camel, Li Xia regarded him with keen interest, asking, "Is this the one? Your collectible is quite remarkable, is it not, Yongsheng?" Zhang Yongsheng nodded silently in affirmation, and both turned their attention to the middle-aged man as if observing a performance in a zoo. "Indeed, this Tang Sankai camel has been passed down through my family. My grandfather entrusted it to my father, and my father passed it on to me. Notice the brilliant Sankai glaze and the tiger head pouch atop it. My father mentioned that such artifacts should come in pairs, yet I only possess this solitary piece, which I find inauspicious. Thus, I thought to bring it here to see if I could pair it with another of its kind." "Oh, I see. Yongsheng, come take a closer look. What price do you wish to sell this piece for?" 500,000. "Huh, 500,000? I recall that a black glazed Sankai horse auction by the English Railway Foundation fetched over 16 million Hong Kong dollars a few years back. If your piece is indeed authentic, then we would be fortunate to acquire it for 500,000, Zhang Yongsheng remarked earnestly while scrutinizing the man. "Ah, is that so? In that case, my price cannot be so low. I must insist on 16 million. The dark-complexioned man's demeanor shifted immediately upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's words. Do not rush. Let's examine it further. Yongsheng, do you know when camels first appeared in tombs? I do not. Sister Xia, would you enlighten us? Li Xia and Zhang Yongsheng engaged in a delightful exchange, reminiscent of a comedic duo performing beneath a bridge, one playing the straight man while the other provided the humor. Their synergy impeccable. Li Xia cleared her throat, her excitement palpable as she began to speak, her fingers lightly tapping on the glass of the display case. This camel, you see, first appeared in tombs during the Northern Wei dynasty. Take a closer look at this base. The design beneath the camel is characteristic of the Northern Wei period. Emperor Xiaowen, Tuobahong, was of a Xianbei people, originally a nomadic tribe on horseback. However, after relocating the capital to Luoyang, they immediately implemented a policy of sinicization. Her enthusiasm grew as she gestured, as if the court officials were standing before her. They spoke Chinese, wore Han clothing, practiced Han rituals, and even continued the custom of lavish burials. Now, why do you think this camel was placed in the tomb? Firstly, it symbolizes loyalty and resilience, embodying the spirit of perseverance. Secondly, it represents wealth. On the Silk Road, camels carried gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks. They were indeed walking treasure troves. Zhang Yongsheng eagerly chimed in, his eyes wide with the wonder of a newly enlightened archaeologist. Indeed, this custom persisted into the Tang dynasty, and the number of camels increased, along with their elaborate designs. He counted on his fingers Sankai, white pottery, red pottery, gray pottery. Among them, the Sankai is the most esteemed, reserved for nobility. Do you realize how elaborate the burial practices were in the Tang dynasty? The crown prince could be accompanied by over 100 items, a third-rank official by 90 items, a fifth rank by 60 items, and a seventh rank by 40 items. Suddenly, Li Xia lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially as if sharing a significant secret. But they don't call them items. They refer to them as affairs. 90 affairs, 60 affairs. It sounds so grand. Zhang Yongsheng stepped closer to the exhibit, gesturing animatedly with exaggerated expressions. Look at this splendid Sankai camel, so spirited. Observe its proud stance and lively demeanor. It seems almost animated, but suddenly his brow furrowed, and he shifted his tone. Alas, there are too many flaws. Li Xia immediately understood, moving closer to point out the discrepancies. First of all, the height is incorrect. Tang Dynasty Sankai camels typically range from 60 to 80 centimeters. Yet this one barely reaches 40 centimeters. How can such a diminutive camel strike such a majestic pose? Furthermore, look at this tiger head pack. She wrinkled her nose in disdain, her eyes devoid of enthusiasm. The black glaze appears far too fresh. It lacks any sense of antiquity. Zhang Yongsheng nodded vigorously, running his finger across the camel's base and feigning astonishment. Oh dear, this clay is as loose as if sprinkled with pepper. If it were an authentic piece, the clay would be airy, resembling a wasp nest, not this rigid texture. Holding back laughter, Li Xia patted Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder and winked at an elderly man nearby. Sir, this piece of yours, it would have been unearthed just last week. Would it? The two exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter, a delightful duo. The man, initially captivated by their conversation, began to feel something amiss. It wasn't he until Li Xia's pointed remark unveiled the truth that he realized he had been outwitted by these two youngsters. Angrily, he retorted, "You girl truly cannot recognize a gem. I shan't sell it anymore." With that, the middle-aged man picked up the Sankai camel and stormed out. As they watched the man's flustered figure retreat, the two erupted in laughter, with Li Xia even running to the door and calling after him. "Do take care on your way out. I shan't see you off." "Indeed, Sister Xia, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. I must learn from you in the future." The sight of that person leaving in such disarray was quite amusing. However, his imitation piece was rather well crafted. It must be from Luoshi in Yi province. I have heard from the shopkeeper that there is a renowned master named Li Daxiang in Luoshi who specializes in the restoration and reproduction of Tang Sankai. It is said that the majority of Tang Sankai exports in recent years have been produced by him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng became intrigued. "Sister Xia, could you elaborate on the situation over there? I have only heard snippets from the shopkeeper. In a county of Luoshi, there exists an entire village dedicated to crafting antique-style bronze wares, known within the antique community as Tazai Village. The level of craftsmanship there is astonishing, with many of the antique bronze wares found in our domestic museums originating from that place. There are bronzes from various dynasties, and if you haven't seen it, they certainly have it." At this point, Li Xia lowered her voice, mentioning that someone had brought a bronze ding, nearly catching the shopkeeper's eye. That's impressive. If given the chance, I must go and see for myself, Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed. What do you think? Our provincial museum also houses quite a few pieces from there. If you have the opportunity, see if you can distinguish between the genuine and the fake without handling them. Chapter 43, Dining on Western Cuisine. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a phone suddenly rang nearby. Li Xia answered, and the shopkeeper's voice came through. Hello, shopkeeper. Understood. Zhang Yongsheng mentioned he would treat you to dinner tonight. All right, we can discuss those matters another day. After hanging up, Li Xia turned to Zhang Yongsheng. Well, it seems we want to be having dinner today. The shopkeeper just called to inform me that he want to be coming to the store for a few days due to some matters. Never mind, one treat is sufficient. It would be rather embarrassing to treat every day. What is embarrassing about it? It's just a meal, she replied. You choose the place, and once we close, we can head out. All right then, I heard a new Western restaurant opened in Sujiang that I've been wanting to try. Shall we go there for dinner? Western cuisine? That sounds fine, but I've never had it before, and I'm not familiar with the dining etiquette, he admitted, feeling slightly awkward. That doesn't matter. We can eat however we like. No need to be particular about it. Well, as long as you're not embarrassed by me, he responded. Okay, I'll call ahead to reserve table. In the evening, after closing up, Zhang Yongsheng and Li Xia prepared to leave. Li Xia asked Zhang Yongsheng to wait, and shortly thereafter, a red Audi car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, and a voice called out, "Get in." Zhang Yongsheng circled the car, exclaiming, "Hey, is this your car? It's quite adorable." He opened the door and sat down. I initially bought it as a practical little car, but after driving it for a while, I find it a bit small now. Now that you're doing so well financially, have you considered getting a bigger car? Me? I don't even know how to drive. Besides, I don't have any business requirements. I find public transport quite convenient. In emergencies, I can always take a taxi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng felt a twinge of interest. Let's see how it goes. Sister Xia, how much was this car? This one was quite affordable. All expenses came to just under 80,000 yuan. How does that compare to the shopkeeper's car? Zhang Yongsheng asked curiously. The shopkeeper's is a Jetta. The estimated cost is around 267,000. That is indeed worth considering. The two engaged in a casual conversation and soon arrived at their destination. We have arrived. Let us get out, Li Xia said as she parked the car, and they walked towards a restaurant. Yuhua Western Restaurant. Zhang Yongsheng looked up at the grand characters at the entrance. What are you staring at? Let us go. Pushing open the large door, the Baroque-style restaurant enveloped them in an ambience reminiscent of a museum, with its high dome adorned with gilded religious frescoes, and Roman columns entwined with vine-like golden decorations sparkling under the crystal chandeliers. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, the red velvet curtains, held by golden hooks, offered a splendid view of the night scene at Yinta Square. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? A waiter in a black tailcoat approached them with a warm greeting. Yes, it's under Li Xia. This way, please. After confirming their reservation, the waiter gestured for them to follow. They chose a table by the window, where a golden oak dining table was elegantly set with a linen napkin folded into the shape of a swan, placed beside a fine bone china plate. Silver cutlery was meticulously arranged in order. Zhang Yongsheng took the menu from the waiter, flipping through it, but feeling uncertain about what to order. He eventually returned the menu and said, "Everything looks delightful. Let our beautiful lady make the choices." While saying this, he cast a pleading glance at Li Xia. Li Xia smiled knowingly and addressed the waiter, 2 portions of raspberry foie gras pie, 1 serving of garlic snails, 1 portion of French fruit salad, and 2 7-point cooked ribeye steaks. All right, that will be all. After handing the menu back to the waiter, she turned to Zhang Yongsheng. Do you drink? I could drink a bit. Why, do you want to have some? Zhang Yongsheng asked curiously. Well, steak and red wine are a classic pairing, aren't they? Shall we? Why not? I occasionally drink at celebrations, but I'm not very good with alcohol. If you want to drink, I can join you for a bit. Let us order a bottle of red wine then. This restaurant offers dry red, dry white, and various spirits, and red wine is relatively mild. Let us go for a bottle. I've never had red wine before. With a slight wave of her hand, the waiter promptly approached Li Xia, bowing slightly. Good evening. How may I assist you? Li Xia gracefully replied, Hello, please bring me a bottle of Red Dragon Dry Red. Certainly, please hold on. Is it common for waiters in Western restaurants to be this polite? Zhang Yongsheng inquired. Indeed, the etiquette in Western dining is quite extensive. Allow me to enlighten you today. For instance, generally one holds the fork in the left hand and the knife in the right, cutting steak from the outside in. One should cut a piece at a time, avoiding a sawing motion, and not pull the meat. Portions should be moderate. One mustn't shove large chunks into their mouth. When eating salad, one cannot just stab the vegetables with their fork and put them directly into their mouth. One must first use both the knife and fork to transfer the chosen items onto their own plate before consuming them. There are many rules, but as long as we're not disturbing others while dining, you can eat as you please without worrying too much about the formalities. Hello. Here is the Red Dragon Dry Red you ordered. A waiter, clad in a black vest and a white shirt, presented a bottle of red wine to Li Xia. Ensuring the label, faced her for confirmation of the vintage and name. Very well. I shall open it for you, he said, stepping aside with elegance. The waiter skillfully uncorked the bottle, his forearm forming a precise 90-degree angle with the bottle as he poured. Zhang Yongsheng observed the waiter's posture with quiet admiration. Li Xia took a sip from her glass and remarked, "Not bad. The attentive service serves a purpose, which you will soon understand." She chuckled, covering her mouth. "Good day. Sir, here is your dish, the raspberry foie gras tart." "Bon appetit," the waiter announced. Emulating Li Xia, Zhang Yongsheng cut a piece and tasted it, barely suppressing the urge to vomit as he swallowed. "Sister Xia, what is this strange flavor? I find it far less appetizing than the roast chicken from the street outside. Many Western dishes have a creamy taste. Perhaps this flavor is unfamiliar to you," Li Xia replied with a smile as she observed Zhang Yongsheng's expression. Chapter 44. The Delinquent. "Indeed, do you not find the flavor peculiar? It is neither sour nor salty," she continued. "One must be bold and try new things. Come, sample this baked escargot. You need not instruct me. Watch how I do it." With that, Zhang Yongsheng deftly pierced the escargot with a fork, twisting and pulling until the entire snail emerged. "Huh, see, my technique is quite commendable," he declared, tossing the escargot into his mouth and chewing with gusto. "I must say, while your enjoyment is evident, could you refrain from smacking your lips? I'm accustomed to slurping noodles at home. My apologies. However, this escargot is indeed delightful. I shall have another too. Do not eat solely. Have a sip as well." Raising his glass, Zhang Yongsheng clinked it with Li Xia's and drained the wine in one gulp. "My dear brother, this is a fine dining establishment. Red wine must be savored slowly, not consumed so recklessly," Li Xia chided him with a laugh. "Alas, dining etiquette is truly abundant," he replied, pouring himself another glass. "Sister Xia, I must say this red wine is quite lacking. It tastes astringent and sour, reminiscent of expired fruit juice. It pales in comparison to the robust and rich flavors of Shifeng and Tai-Bai wines." With that, he downed another mouthful. "Sir, here is your steak." "Hey, I say, this steak is served rare. Can it even be eaten?" "I must inquire of the waiter," he protested. "My dear brother, have you never seen a pig run? Have you ever watched a television drama? This is medium rare, mind you. Do give it a try. If unsatisfactory, I shall request a well-done portion for you. Do not be vexed. I have consumed such fare before. Although it may appear unappetizing, the flavor is indeed commendable," he said, cutting another piece to savor. "Allow me to toast to you. Your remarkable achievements today in the Great Tang West Market will soon reverberate throughout our circle, and from this moment forth, you shall officially be one of us. Congratulations. Now cheers. Sister Xia, to speak candidly, I am immensely grateful to you and the master. Were it not for your guidance, I would never have had the opportunity to partake in such an auction, nor would I find myself in this position today. Allow me to raise another toast to you." With that, Zhang Yongsheng filled his glass anew. "You ought to express your heartfelt gratitude to Manager Yang. It seems he has taken quite an interest in you. I have witnessed other assistants and aspiring apprentices in the shop before, yet never have I seen him so readily take someone under his wing, nor have I ever seen him casually share his writings with anyone. You are the first. I cannot fathom what it is about you that has captured the old gentleman's attention. Perhaps he has discerned the purity of my heart and the vastness of my spirit." Li Xia, observing Zhang Yongsheng relishing his meal, chuckled. "You, my friend, seem to have transformed. During the stone betting, you appeared astute and resolute, yet now, as you dine, you are as carefree as child. I cannot discern which version of you is the true one. It is all me, Sister Xia. Has anyone mentioned that you turn rosy after a few drinks?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired, glancing at Li Xia after several sips of wine. "Is that so? Is my face flushed?" Li Xia hurriedly retrieved a compact mirror from her handbag to examine her reflection. "Look, you are as red as a baboon's behind," Zhang Yongsheng jested. "I now believe you when you say your tolerance for alcohol has diminished. Just look at that silly expression on your face." With that, Li Xia held the mirror up for Zhang Yongsheng to see. Through the glass, he beheld a familiar yet foreign visage. The features of the face had taken on a more three-dimensional quality, appearing markedly healthier than before. "Ah, this meal has certainly been satisfying." "Satisfying? I am still hungry. What else would you like to eat? Should I order you a steak?" "Absolutely not. While it may be delicious, it does not fill the belly. I crave some grilled meat and a refreshing beer. My, you certainly know how to indulge in life. Very well, you take care of the bill, and I shall retrieve the car to take you to a splendid place. Li Xia replied with an air of mystery. Where are we headed? If it's another Western cuisine establishment, I shall refuse. I know you are not fond of that. Instead, I shall take you to a renowned night market in our Western district. Is it the Longsho Village Night Market? I have been there before. The smoked meat pancakes and steamed pork are truly delectable. Ah, you are quite knowledgeable. However, today we are not going to Longsho Village Night Market, but rather to Dongxin Street. Come along. Hello. Li Xiao waved to the waiter to signal for the bill. Before long, the waiter approached Zhang Yongsheng with a beaming smile. Presenting the bill, good day, sir. Your total comes to 780 yuan. Is it truly so expensive? Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed incredulously as he accepted the menu. One serving of foie gras is 260 yuan, escargot is 350 yuan, and a bottle of red wine costs 680 yuan. This meal has consumed 2 months' worth of my salary. He muttered to himself. I thought you, Mr. Wealthy Zhang, had urged me not to be modest prior to our gathering. Why then, do you suddenly appear so frugal? Should I intervene? Li Xia teased, observing the flush on Zhang Yongsheng's face. Who says I'm being frugal? I am merely adjusting to this. He retorted. I did not bring cash. Can I pay with a card? Certainly. Please settle your bill at the front desk. After you settle the bill, wait for me by the roadside. I will fetch the car. All right, be cautious. After completing the payment, Zhang Yongsheng stood by the roadside, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Why is she taking so long? He pondered as he slowly ambled towards the parking area. Let go of me. I command you to release me. Upon turning the corner, Zhang Yongsheng heard Li Xiao's cries. Looking up, he saw 2 men grappling with her. As the night deepened, a man clad in tattered jeans and a snug short-sleeved shirt leered. Hey, beautiful, it's so late and you're all alone. Let us take good care of you. While he incessantly tugged at Li Xia, Zhang Yongsheng, witnessing this affront, was instantly consumed by rage. With determination, he strode forward, exclaiming, How dare you? Let her go. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the lecherous man's face. Ouch! The scoundrel cried, clutching his face in pain. Who the hell dares to ruin my fun? Release that woman, or you too shall face dire consequences, Zhang Yongsheng retorted coldly, glaring at the 2 ruffians. Such bravado! Do you not know who I am in Baikatu? One of the men scoffed, brandishing a baton menacingly. Fuming, Zhang Yongsheng charged at the one wielding the baton. Perhaps emboldened by a bit of alcohol or driven by a fierce desire to protect, he lunged forward, tackling the man to the ground. With fists like cannonballs, he rained blows upon his adversary's face, seemingly oblivious to the baton striking his shoulder. As the other man attempted to intervene, he was swiftly pulled away by his companion, who had just struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face and spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood. Damn it, he's tougher than he looks. Let's make sure this brat doesn't see another day, he snarled. Chapter 45. It is my honor to protect the weak. The 2 men advanced on Zhang Yongsheng from either side. Sister Xia, you go ahead. I will deal with these 2 and join you shortly. Stop fighting. I'm calling the police. Li Xia shouted anxiously from the sidelines. To hell with that. The thugs responded, lunging at Zhang Yongsheng. In a swift motion, he dodged the baton, seized one man's arm, and executed a shoulder throw that sent him flying. Without missing a beat, he delivered a swift kick to the other thug's groin. A piercing scream erupted as one man crumpled to the ground, clutching his injured area and writhing in agony. Damn it! Seeing his comrade's plight, the other thug charged at Zhang Yongsheng. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens echoed, prompting the scoundrel to hastily assist his stricken companion and flee. Turning back to shout, You better not let me catch you again, or I'll make sure you regret it. Recognize your place. I'll be waiting. Zhang Yongsheng called after them, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a smile. A police officer emerged from a patrol car and approached Zhang Yongsheng and Li Xia, inquiring, Who called the police? I did. Moments ago, 2 thugs were harassing me. My friend intervened and asked them to let me go, but they refused, leading to a scuffle. Upon hearing the sirens, they fled in that direction. Li Xia explained, gesturing. Are you injured? The officer asked Zhang Yongsheng. No, he replied, lowering his head and dusting himself off. Check ahead to see if you can locate those 2 ruffians. If necessary, call for backup. The officer instructed his colleagues in the car. You 2 come over here. We'll take a brief statement, and then you should get checked for injuries. Keep your phones on. We will contact you if needed. After completing the statement, Li Xia bid farewell to the police. She glanced at Zhang Yongsheng, who was covered in dust, and with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, remarked, I didn't realize you were quite capable. Of course. I hail from farming background and often engaged in playful scuffles during my childhood. These two were nothing. I could easily handle a couple more like them, he replied, flexing his biceps for emphasis. As Li Xia brushed off the dust from his back, she said, "You really are full of yourself. Boasting comes at no cost." "I'm fine. I was just intercepted by those two before you arrived. Did you sustain any injuries? I could take you to the hospital for a checkup." "I'm perfectly fine. Just a minor scrape on my hand." Li Xia observed Zhang Yongsheng's torn outer garment and disheveled hair. Even while injured, he continued to console and amuse her, and in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety in his presence. "Thank you for today. If not for you, the consequences could have been dire. Don't mention it. Such trivial matters are nothing to me. Protecting the vulnerable is my noble mission." After saying this, Zhang Yongsheng imitated a leading man from a romantic drama, tousling his hair, which made Li Xia chuckle heartily. "I'll accompany you to buy a couple of outfits. Look at your clothes, they're in tatters. All right, shall we return to that shop from before? I thought their clothes were quite nice. Let us pick out a couple of good ones as a reward for you protecting me today." "Hey, then thank you, Sister Xia," Zhang Yongsheng replied with a cheerful grin. They drove to the Central International Mall on South Street, a place well known to the old residents of the West Market, where shopping there in that era was undoubtedly a symbol of status. Upon entering the mall, they found a Gucci store, and a beautiful sales attendant approached them. "Hello, Sister Li, you've come. We just received our new autumn collection. Would you like me to introduce it to you?" "Yes. I'm here to help my friend choose a couple of outfits today." "Sir, do you prefer casual or formal attire?" "Casual," Li Xia responded to the attendant. "All right, please hold on a moment. Sister Xia, do you frequently shop here? I noticed the price tags on these items are quite steep. If that's the case, we can just buy from over there. I'm not picky about clothing, so please don't waste your money on me." "Sir, Sister Li is a VIP customer at our store, so feel free to browse." The attendant, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's shabby appearance, assumed he was merely a poor relative of Li Xia. "Yongsheng, I think this outfit would suit you perfectly. Why don't you try it on?" Li Xia handed him a set of clothes. "All right, where are the fitting rooms?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired of the attendant. "This way, let me show you." A few minutes later,
Zhang Yongsheng emerged from the fitting room in his new attire. He admired himself in the mirror and approached Li Xia, asking, "Sister Xia, what do you think?"
Li Xia smiled and replied, "Indeed, clothes make the man. This outfit makes you look even more spirited and handsome. I think it's perfect." Zhang Yongsheng then addressed the attendant. "Could you help me select a few more outfits? These clothes are definitely more comfortable than what I used to wear." As Zhang Yongsheng was changing his clothes, he overheard someone outside murmuring softly, "Look at this lucky fellow, able to befriend the young lady from the Li family. He'll have no worries about food and drink in the future." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, I just glanced at those outfits, and they must cost over 30,000. When will we have such fortune to reel in a wealthy partner?" Coughing, Zhang Yongsheng felt his cheeks flush. It seemed he had been misunderstood. He then cleared his throat to indicate he was aware of their conversation and urged them to be discreet. After he finished trying on the last outfit, he stepped out of the fitting room. "Sir, do these clothes fit you well?" The attendant inquired. "They're acceptable," he replied. "Shall I wrap them all up for you?" "Yes, please do." "Yongsheng, this outfit looks great too. Attendant, please wrap these up for me," Li Xia said as she saw Zhang Yongsheng dressed. She then reached into her bag to retrieve her bank card, preparing to settle the bill. "All right," she said, just as the attendant was about to take the card. Zhang Yongsheng interrupted their conversation. "Sister Xia, how can I let you pay? Allow me to handle it." "Yongsheng, what are you saying? Didn't we agree that this would be my way of thanking you?" She replied, "Yes, and weren't you supposed to take me to Dongxin Street for the night market? Besides, do you not recall? When we first met, I mentioned that my mother instructed me never to let a woman pay when out with Chun Chun. It is simply impolite." He then made a playful face at Li Xia, pulling out his own bank card and addressing the attendant. "Please charge this to my card." The attendant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the card from Zhang Yongsheng and shot a questioning glance at Li Xia. "I know you have money. Very well, we shall use his card. However, when we head to the night market, do not try to outdo me," she teased. "Absolutely. You'd best guard your wallet. I have quite the appetite," he laughed. Chapter 46. A trip to Myanmar after settling the bill. The two hopped into a small car and sped towards Dongxin Street. This area is known as one of the more established night market streets in the West City, boasting an array of Northwest delicacies lining both sides of the road. One side features halal options, while the other caters to the Han populace, with countless barbecue stalls, Lao Chun-S stews, the halal Wang family-S chicken, Zheng family-S buns, Gui Yuming-S duck necks, Lao Luo-S stir-fries, Dogzi-S buns, and unforgettable crayfish. As they strolled along, Li Xia continually introduced Zhang Yongsheng to the local culinary delights. After their earlier physical activities, He was now eager to indulge, hoping to arrive at their destination soon so he could devour the offerings with unrestrained enthusiasm. Sister Xia, this place truly has exceptional food, far superior to Western cuisine. Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed as he sampled the various snacks she had introduced. What are you dilly-dallying for? Hop in, and I'll give you a ride, she urged. All right, he conceded, unable to resist her insistence. Hey, how good, it's Yongsheng, he called. Oh, Yongsheng, you've been gone for days without a word. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How have you been? I'm well. I've just been busy at the shop these past few days. Today, I finally had some free time and thought to call and let you know I'm safe. How are things over there? Is anyone bothering you at the shop? If they are, just tell me, and I'll take care of it. The staff at the store treat me exceptionally well, providing me with clothing and even a mobile phone. Today, the manager took me to an auction, and the spectacle was utterly astounding, with bids soaring into the millions, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Ah, indeed, my brother has seen quite a bit of the world. How is business at your store? It's fair enough. There have been some comings and goings these past couple of days. I've heard our manager is quite a prominent figure in the antique trade here in the Northwest. Hence the decent business. Brother, may I inquire about something? Speak, brother. I have a few items in my possession. When can you show them to me? What items? What do you think, the kind of things you sell at your store? Oh, certainly, bring them to our shop, and I'll have the manager take a look at them. All right, where is your store? It's located at Shuyumen. Our shop is called Yibyoj, and everyone will know it if you ask. Very well, I shall visit you tomorrow. Good, brother. I will be waiting for you at the store. This phone is mine. Jot down the number, and if you have trouble finding it, call me, and I will come and fetch you. After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng recalled the previous evening when Li Chong threw something out the window. Could that have been the transaction? Ah, no more pondering. I shall leave it for tomorrow. Today has been quite eventful. Early in the morning, as was his custom, Zhang Yongsheng strolled through the ghost market, had breakfast, and opened the store for cleaning. Just past 9, Manager Yang entered the shop. Ah, young man, you look quite dapper today. It seems you earned quite a bit yesterday and decided to treat yourself. Manager Yang observed Zhang Yongsheng's designer attire with a hint of surprise. Sensing a misunderstanding, Zhang Yongsheng quickly replied, Good morning, master. This outfit was purchased after an incident yesterday afternoon when I encountered some ruffians harassing Sister Xia. I intervened and, in the scuffle, damaged my clothes. Sister Xia insisted on taking me shopping afterward. I protested that it was too expensive, but she was adamant. Upon hearing this, Manager Yang chuckled. Li Xia is a fine girl. It appears that after your chivalrous act, she took you shopping, which suggests she holds some interest in you. Feeling increasingly flustered, Zhang Yongsheng insisted, Master, it's truly not as you perceive. I merely intervened out of a sense of justice. I had no ulterior motives. Manager Yang stroked the signet ring on his thumb and remarked, Young people's affairs are best handled by themselves. Though I am older, I am not an antiquated relic. By the way, last night, Chun Xin called me, expressing a desire for you to accompany her in selecting a few raw stones. Did she not say, after the auction, that she would look elsewhere if nothing suitable was found? I thought she was jesting, but it seemed she was serious. So, you have agreed to accompany her? Given your current skills, how confident are you in your ability to gamble on stones? At this point, Manager Yang's gaze sharpened. Master, that was all a matter of chance. You know my level of expertise. If not for your guidance, I would have given up on that last piece, Zhang Yongsheng thought to himself, refraining from disclosing his extraordinary ability to perceive the true nature of stones, as it seemed far too fantastical. Master Yang cast a gentle glance at Zhang Yongsheng, who displayed a modicum of self-awareness. Chun Xin had called me yesterday to suggest that the jade public auction in Myanmar would commence in a few days, and he wished to invite me to witness it. However, given my advancing years, the arduous journey may prove somewhat overwhelming. Yet, opportunities to partake in such auctions are rare and invaluable for the growth of a newcomer like you. Are you willing to attend? This sudden revelation left Zhang Yongsheng momentarily bewildered. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Master, I have only recently entered this field and possess no understanding of raw stone appraisal. I fear I would bring you embarrassment. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? You're not being summoned to act as an expert appraiser. This time, the Chun family has invited other esteemed appraisers as well. Your presence would merely serve to observe and gain insight. Moreover, since this venture involves a gamble, the outcome cannot be solely discerned through observation. Luck plays a significant role, and my dear boy, you possess a fair share of it. Master Yang reflected on Zhang Yongsheng's recent conduct, which could only be described as extraordinary fortune. Master, I am willing, but I have never traveled abroad. Will I need to handle any formalities? Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed eagerly. That is of no concern to you. The Chen family will assist you with those matters. Since you have agreed, you must dedicate yourself to studying the notes diligently over the next few days. Should you encounter anything you do not comprehend, feel free to consult me. Now off you go. Understood. Chapter 47. The Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Carved Pattern Teapot. Yongsheng, I found you. Zhang Yongsheng looked up to see Wang Hai before him. Brother Hai, you are indeed early. Please, come in and have a seat. I shall pour you some tea. As they settled, Wang Hai surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Is it just you in the shop? The master is in the back room, and another individual has yet to arrive. Did you not have something you wish for me to see? Indeed, it is this item. Wang Hai opened a bag he carried and produced a porcelain teapot, presenting it to Yongsheng. This is it. Zhang Yongsheng gestured for Wang Hai to place the teapot on the tea table while he activated his keen perception to assess the item. The market value of the Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Carved Pattern Teapot was estimated at 1.2 million yuan. Upon seeing the price, Zhang Yongsheng felt a flutter of anxiety. Where had this fellow acquired such a treasure? Could it truly have been unearthed from a construction site? Brother Hai, I do not comprehend this item. Please wait here while I fetch our master. Once Wang Hai had his belongings, the two proceeded to the back room. Upon entering, the master first scrutinized Wang Hai before speaking. I hear from Yongsheng that you have an item you wish to sell? Yes, it is this teapot. I humbly request your expert appraisal. With that, Wang Hai placed the porcelain teapot on the counter before the master. Master Yang examined the teapot thoroughly, both inside and out. Young man, it is customary in our trade to not inquire about the provenance of goods. However, given your friendship with Yongsheng, I feel compelled to ask, how did you come by this item? Upon hearing this, Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhang Yongsheng for confirmation. Brother Hai, speak freely. My master is a trusted ally and will not harm you. With Zhang Yongsheng's reassurance, Wang Hai felt at ease and replied, Since Yongsheng has said so, I shall not conceal the truth. I unearthed this item from a construction site. Is it from a construction site in Longsho Village, located in the northern suburbs? As Yang, the shopkeeper, suddenly cast a piercing glance at Wang Hai. His gaze was akin to a drawn blade, shimmering with a chilling intensity that struck Wang Hai at his brow. Wang Hai's pupils contracted sharply, and his momentary panic was unmistakable. How did you know? Upon being directly addressed by Yang, Zhang Yongsheng was initially taken aback, but then composed himself, stating, I believe the characteristics of this piece suggest it originates from the Song Dynasty's Yaozhou Kiln. Indeed, it seems you have invested considerable effort in this matter over the past few days. This piece is precisely a carved pattern ewer from the Northern Song Yaozhou Kiln. Yang gestured for Zhang Yongsheng to approach, and then gently lifted the porcelain ewer, elaborating. This vessel boasts an exquisite design, with a slightly constricted mouth resembling a jade disc, and a body that presents a plump pear shape. One side features a short, curved spout, and the slanted design ensures a smooth flow of liquid without spillage. The opposing side is adorned with a U-shaped handle, exhibiting elegant lines. The shoulder is embellished with shallow relief lotus patterns, while the body is intricately carved with interlaced peony motifs, each flower displaying varied postures, some bowing, others upright, with deep and angled knife work. The petals are lush, and the leaf veins are whimsically sketched with a bamboo brush, exuding a natural charm. The entire piece is coated in a vibrant celadone glaze, its color lustrous and bright, with only the foot and base revealing the fine gray-white clay body. The meticulous treatment of details, such as the mouth rim and spout, reflects the artisan's ingenuity, and the overall style aligns harmoniously with the characteristics of contemporaneous artifacts, marking it as a fine piece. Zhang Yongsheng, listening intently to Yang's detailed exposition, nodded in agreement. Yang then turned his sharp gaze towards Wang Hai, penetrating to the core. Young man, has anyone else laid eyes on this item? Think carefully before you speak. This matter cannot be trifled with. If you speak falsely, we could both find ourselves in trouble. Do you understand? Understood, understood. No one has seen this yet. If it weren't for my acquaintances here, I wouldn't dare bring it out. Since you have shown it to me, what price do you hope to receive? Well, this item is indeed valuable, but the risk of acquisition remains considerable. After all, news of the discovery of a Song Dynasty tomb in the northern suburbs circulated widely last year, making it unlikely for a quick sale. If the price is too high, I see little benefit in acquiring it. After speaking, the shopkeeper cast a meaningful glance at Wang Hai. Shopkeeper, this piece is quite remarkable. We are indeed eager to sell. How does 500,000 sound? If that works for you, I will relinquish it. 500,000? If it has a clear provenance, I could find someone to acquire it. But this item is indeed somewhat complicated. Yang sipped his tea and shook his head. Wang Hai lowered his gaze, pondering deeply as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly raised 4 fingers, stating, "Then let it be 400,000. That figure cannot be lowered further. 350,000. I can arrange for an immediate transfer. If that does not suit you, seek another buyer." This price is extended out of respect for Zhang Yongsheng. Otherwise, do you think my Yibao pavilion is a haven for stolen goods? Wang Hai felt a tightening in his chest at these words. The old man was indeed shrewd. With this declaration, selling to him felt inevitable. If I choose not to sell, he might report me to the authorities, leading to a disastrous outcome for both. Sighing deeply, Wang Hai conceded to Yang, "Very well, shopkeeper. I shall accept this favor. It is a deal." Upon hearing Wang Hai's agreement, Yang was not surprised, responding calmly, "Good. Do you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" "Transfer, please. Please hold on for a moment. Yongsheng, could you contact Li Xia and inquire about her arrival?" "Yes, master." With that, Zhang Yongsheng took out his Motorola V3 from his pocket and dialed Li Xia's number. "Hello, Sister Xia. Where are you?" "Oh, all right." After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng respectfully informed, "Master, Sister Xia is already at the entrance. Then you and your friend go outside and enjoy some tea while we wait. When Li Xia arrives, have her come to see me." As they walked to the outer room, Wang Hai turned to Zhang Yongsheng and said, "Yongsheng, you've truly been a great help this time. This item has been sitting with me for over a year. I was worried about the price being too low, but who would have thought that Master Yang is quite generous with this offer? As long as you find it acceptable, I'm merely acting as an intermediary to facilitate the introduction." Wang Hai, seeing Zhang Yongsheng hesitate, immediately grasped his arm and insisted, "What are you saying? Am I supposed to let you do this for free? Just give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer 20,000 to you." No, I cannot accept that. I'm earning a salary at the shop, so I can't take your money. You should thank me by inviting a few friends for a nice meal tonight. Chapter 48, talking about porcelain. All right, I shall not be polite then. I will reserve a place for you this afternoon and call you. Oh my goodness, I was so anxious. Li Xia rushed into the shop, supporting herself against Zhang Yongsheng. Breathless, Zhang Yongsheng handed her a tissue. "Sister Xia, you're here. The master wishes to see you." Li Xia looked at Zhang Yongsheng with confusion. "What is the matter?" "It should be about the transfer. You might want to ask? I'm not entirely sure." "All right, I'll go now." Li Xia set down her small bag, tidied her appearance, and headed towards the back hall. Before long, Sister Xia emerged from the back hall and asked Wang Hai, who was enjoying tea, "Mr. Wang, may I trouble you for a bank account number? I'd like to transfer the funds to you right now." Wang Hai quickly retrieved his bank card, grinning as he presented it to Li Xia. "Here, this is my card. You can transfer directly to this account. Please wait a moment. I will transfer it to you now." After glancing at Zhang Yongsheng, she turned towards the computer. With a sound of confirmation, Wang Hai checked the transfer message on his phone. Once he verified the amount, he said to Zhang Yongsheng, "All right, the money has been received. I will take my leave for now, and I'll call you this afternoon." "All right, Brother Hai. See you tonight." After sending Wang Hai off, Zhang Yongsheng was about to sit down and continue reading his notes when he heard a voice from the back hall. "Yongsheng, come here for a moment." Hearing the master's call, Zhang Yongsheng hurried to the back hall. "Master, you called for me?" he said respectfully. Taking a gentle drag from his cigarette, the master inquired, "What do you think of today as transaction?" You'll need to gradually master the art of negotiation in such dealings. However, do you not think the price I offered was low? Master, I recall that in the 2002 spring auction at Christie's, there was a similar Yaozhou porcelain pot that sold for $9,000,000. Based on this proportion, our acquisition price is indeed not high. But as you mentioned, we also have our costs. Do you know where costs are? Listening to Zhang Yongsheng's analysis, Master Yang nodded with a smile. "I do not, and I am eager to learn from you, Master." Master Yang sat in the official's hat chair, delicately handling a Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou kiln carved pattern teapot. Firstly, this artifact belongs to the Northern Song period, which implies that it cannot be traded normally within the country. To liquidate it, one will need to find a way to transport it to Hong Kong for auction. Naturally, it is impractical for us to carry it and fly there. We must rely on other channels, which incur substantial costs, starting at no less than 100,000 yuan for a single trip. Moreover, various risks may arise along the journey, as well as pre-transaction risks. If one encounters an official inspection, it will be necessary to find someone to mediate, which entails further expenses. Therefore, it is crucial to remember that items of this nature must be priced very low to ensure risk resistance. Setting down the porcelain, he picked up a cigarette from the table, took a deep drag, and continued. The Yaozhou kiln, a distinguished representative of northern Celadon, derives its name from its location within the jurisdiction of Yaozhou during the Song dynasty, also known as Yao porcelain, and is one of the 6 major kiln systems of the Song era. Its celadone is renowned for its thin and sturdy body and lustrous glaze, characterized by a subtle green hue that appears semi-transparent, exuding an elegant freshness. The Yaozhou kiln originated in the Tang dynasty and reached its zenith during the Song dynasty, with its products once designated as imperial tributes. The kiln's operations spanned over 8 centuries, ceasing in the mid-Ming dynasty. The scale of the Yaozhou kiln during the Song dynasty was immense, earning it the reputation of a 10-mile kiln field. The celadone produced was marked by elegant forms, dense texture, and a jade-like green glaze, particularly excelling in carved flower techniques with fluid and freehand execution, resulting in lively and natural motifs. Contemporary critics lauded its craftsmanship as exquisite as gold and more refined than jade, achieving significant renown. Today, the Yaozhou Kiln Museum, located in Tongchuan, Shaanxi, stands as the largest specialized museum of ancient ceramics in China, encompassing site protection, artifact exhibitions, and demonstrations of ancient porcelain-making techniques. In the art market, Yaozhou kiln ceramics were long undervalued, with auction prices in the 1990s typically ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 yuan. This situation was dramatically altered in 2001 when a carved pattern vase from the northern Song Yaozhou kiln sold for an astounding 2.56 million yuan at Sotheby's in the UK, setting a record for Yaozhou kiln ceramics at auction and showcasing its rightful artistic and collectible value. Listening to this enlightening account, Zhang Yongsheng felt a surge of passion, as if he were transported back to the firing sight of yore. "I have learned much from you, Master," he said, bowing deeply in respect. To him, this mentor embodied a wealth of knowledge that he aspired to attain throughout his life, serving as a worthy model for his pursuits. "All right, you may go now. I wish to examine this piece further," Master Yang instructed. As Zhang Yongsheng stepped into the outer room, he was met with Li Xia's scrutinizing gaze, which made him momentarily bashful. "Yongsheng, I told you. A person is adorned by their attire, much like a Buddha is graced by gold. How does this new look suit you this morning?" "New look? Where?" he inquired. "That person you mentioned earlier. He is from our village, named Wang Hai, my neighbor. I am quite curious about your village. It seems to be a treasure trove of antiques. I recall you said you brought a Qing dynasty porcelain bowl when you left. And now your neighbor possesses a northern Song Yaozhou kiln carved pattern teapot. Is your village some sort of feng shui haven where every dynasty wishes to be buried? You are indeed a group of treasure hunters," Li Xia playfully pointed out. "Are you so intrigued? Then allow me to show you. Never mind. If I truly ventured into such perilous undertakings, I would surely find myself sold off. With me protecting you, what is there to fear?" As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng theatrically patted his chest. "Come now, focus on your ledger." With that, he shoved the ledger from the counter into Zhang Yongsheng's hands and turned away. In truth, the antique business is quite unlike the bustling atmosphere of a marketplace. Today, aside from Wang Hai, who entered early in the morning, and Sister Li, who delivered lunch, no one else had come by. By afternoon, Zhang Yongsheng requested leave from the manager, expressing his desire to gather with fellow townsmen like Wang Hai. Upon receiving Yang the manager's approval, he departed. "Hello, Brother Hai. I've just stepped out and will arrive shortly. Please order for me." As soon as he exited, Yongsheng received a call from Wang Hai urging him on. Upon reaching the street, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to Beiguan Hongmitu Lao Dan. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady halt. After paying and alighting, he spotted Shizi standing by the roadside, smoking. "What are you doing standing here?" "Shizi." Chapter 49, A Reunion of Brothers. Zhang Yongsheng turned around on the spot. "This outfit is truly splendid. It exudes elegance and luxury." As Shizi spoke, he ran his hands over Zhang Yongsheng's attire. "What is the matter? If you like it, I shall take you to purchase one shortly. Don't tease me. I heard from Brother Hai that your entire ensemble is comprised of luxury items worth several thousand. I think it's best I pass. Wearing such expensive clothes would be a waste on me." Shizi patted the light gray work pants he was wearing. Zhang Yongsheng pulled Shizi into an embrace, joking, "You are my dearest brother. If I can wear it, so can you. Here, this is for you." He promptly removed his suit jacket and stuffed it into Shizi's arms. With excitement, Shizi slipped on Zhang Yongsheng's jacket, dancing with glee. "Now, I too am a wealthy man. Let us head inside. The hot pot today is simply delectable. I've had it twice recently." Zhang Yongsheng playfully pointed Shizi's shoulder, laughing. "You really are a glutton." As the two of them frolicked into the hot pot restaurant, they spotted Wang Hai waving from a distance. "Brother Hai, Brother Chong, Brother Peng." Upon seeing them seated in a booth, Zhang Yongsheng extended his greeting from afar. Ah, I've only heard from Wang Hai that you're thriving. Seeing you in person is truly astounding. That Gucci ensemble you're wearing radiates opulence. Li Chong laughed heartily, patting Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder, his eyes glimmering with envy. Hey, Brother Chong, Brother Peng, why do you only praise Zhang Yongsheng? What about me? As Shizi spoke, he proudly shook his suit jacket. Li Chong and Li Peng couldn't help but burst into laughter at Shizi's antics. My dear brother Shizi, that Gucci jacket paired with work pants is quite the mismatch. What are you laughing at? This was a gift from my brother. How do you like it? Shizi dismissed their teasing, incessantly lauding Zhang Yongsheng and flaunting his upscale jacket. Yongsheng, thank you for today. Had it not been for your work over there, I would have no idea when this item in my possession would finally come to light. Wang Hai gazed at Zhang Yongsheng with gratitude and said, It is merely the shopkeeper's appreciation. It is nothing extraordinary. How has everyone been faring lately? He continued, I am merely engaged in this line of work. Gratitude is unwarranted, as it is simply my duty. As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng poured a glass of beer, and the two clinked their glasses together before downing their drinks with enthusiasm. Indeed, Yongsheng, brother Hai even allocated 10,000 to me. Shizi chimed in with a playful wink. Oh, even you received a share? I did not expect you to become a person of wealth so swiftly. Wang Hai remarked, I have observed his commendable performance lately. Consider it a reward for his efforts. Come, let us not just converse. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks. The beef here is delightful. Yongsheng, you must try it. Wang Hai produced a set of utensils and placed them before Zhang Yongsheng. As the gathering progressed, laughter and toasts filled the air. Soon, Shizi and Li Peng succumbed to intoxication, while Wang Hai, pulling Zhang Yongsheng close, confided, Brother, I will speak candidly with you. Over the past 2 years, my work with the excavator in the West Market has merely been a sideline. Trading those goods is my true pursuit. In fact, I have already purchased a house here, and I possess quite a collection of various items. I noticed how well the shopkeeper treats you. You ought to cherish this job. Moreover, I would appreciate your assistance in moving some goods. The previous contact proved untrustworthy. After I severed ties with that scoundrel, he has drastically lowered the prices of his goods, threatening to report me otherwise. I have decided to entrust my merchandise to you. Of course, I will not ask for your help without compensation. You shall receive a commission of 10%. What do you think? Brother Hai, your words are unnecessary. I would not stand idly by regarding your affairs. I will certainly assist in any way I can, but as for the monetary aspect, I cannot accept. Ah, if you continue to speak this way, I shall become irate. You must accept what is rightfully yours. Otherwise, it implies you do not regard me highly. Wang Hai replied, slightly inebriated and slurring his words. We shall discuss this later. Let's continue drinking. With that, the group resumed their revelry, and after several hours, Li Chong and Shizi were utterly inebriated. Yet, Shizi continued to murmur about the clothes Zhang Yongsheng had gifted him, eliciting laughter from everyone. After settling the bill, Li Peng and Wang Hai supported the two unsteady companions as they stumbled to the street to hail a taxi, with Li Peng repeatedly urging Wang Hai to take good care of Shizi. The mnemonic for porcelain identification consists of several principles. Firstly, in blue and white porcelain, the lines flow gracefully like smoke. Red-glazed porcelain shines brightly, exuding warmth and auspiciousness. Dotsai porcelain showcases vibrant colors, with lifelike representations that stand out. Carved porcelain demonstrates exquisite craftsmanship, with meticulous details clear to the eye. Famille rose porcelain presents fresh, soft hues. Imperial kiln porcelain is a treasure, a masterpiece not easily found. Secondly, one must possess standards in their heart. The craftsmanship must be compared. It is better to trust a counterfeit than to fall for a genuine deception. The age in kiln must be distinctly recognized. The glaze's luster reveals the passage of time. If there are 6 bubbles in the lower right, then 8 or 9 points indicate the quality of workmanship. The bottoms will determine authenticity. Thirdly, celadone is variable at the roux kiln. The purple mouth and iron foot belong to the official kiln. Golden thread and iron lines are characteristic of the Go kiln. A single color enters the kiln, yet myriad hues emerge. The earthworm pattern represents the June kiln, while the covered burning mouth indicates the Ding kiln. Black painting on a white background is from the Tizhou kiln, and the carved celadone is from the Yaozhou kiln. The wooden leaf sun signifies the Jizhou kiln. As he read, a wave of drowsiness unexpectedly engulfed him. In his dream, Zhang Yongsheng found himself enveloped in a haze, where everything around him became ethereal and elusive. His gaze fell upon a figure seated in meditation atop the clouds, and despite his desperate attempts to call out, his voice remained trapped within him. He endeavored to move forward, yet an unseen barrier seemed to obstruct his path. Yongsheng, Yongsheng. A sudden, insistent knocking at the door jolted Zhang Yongsheng from his reverie. Blinking awake, he stretched languidly and murmured, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xia. Don't you realize how late it is? Are you still asleep? Did you drink too much last night?" "Perhaps," he replied, hastily rising from his bed and hastily throwing on some clothes. Checking his phone, he was startled to see it was already 10 o'clock. How did I sleep so soundly? He wondered, scratching his head before rushing to the front hall to open the shop door. As the door swung open, Li Xia's eyes narrowed at the sight of Zhang Yongsheng's disheveled hair and untidy attire, igniting a spark of annoyance within her. With an accusing finger pointed at his forehead, she scolded, "You really ought to drink less if you can't handle it. If the manager arrives first today, you'll surely face a reprimand." Rubbing his eyes, he chuckled, "Sister Xia, you're the best. Have you had breakfast? I'll go buy you something." Li Xia shot him a glance, shaking her head in resignation. "I've already eaten. You can go by yourself." Chapter 50. The Grape Cup. "Just leave it there. Can't you see there are customers?" Looking up, he noticed several tourists examining items at the glass counter. After some haggling, they successfully purchased a piece of A-grade jade, which, though not of high value, marked a successful opening day. Once the customers departed, the two enjoyed coffee while engaging in idle conversation. Around 4 p.m., Manager Yang entered the shop, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman, both laughing amiably. "Yongsheng, pour Mr. Liu a cup of tea. Hai Ingoi's the Hong Bao. Brew some from my cherished weak mountain Hong Pao," Manager Yang instructed as they passed through the front hall, continuing towards the back room. "Yongsheng, come over and have a look. Mr. Liu has brought us a national treasure today. You should learn from this." Manager Yang beckoned. Mr. Liu opened a golden-hued box made from Wangwali wood, revealing a delicate porcelain cup within. As he gently lifted the cup with his fingertips, it appeared as if he were cradling a fragment of moonlight, cautious not to let it slip from his grasp. "Manager Yang, you have quite the discerning eye today. This treasure is, without a doubt, a remarkable piece of heritage, rarely seen throughout history," Mr. Liu declared, carefully placing the porcelain cup on the table between them. "Oh, I must take a good look at that," Manager Yang exclaimed, reaching out to grasp the cup. However, Mr. Liu swiftly interjected, "Manager Yang, first take a look at these supporting documents I've collected." He then retrieved a stack of materials from his bag and handed them to Manager Yang. Manager Yang accepted the documents, glancing at the cover page before setting them aside. "Indeed, our esteemed Collector President's work is meticulous. This documentation states it is a grape cup from the Ming Dynasty, Chenhua period." As General Liu observed that Manager Yang had not perused the materials, he gently furrowed his brow. "Manager Yang, to be candid, this artifact was an unexpected acquisition by my father. It has never left our home from the time before the founding of the nation until now. You may well be the first individual, apart from my father and myself, to behold this treasure." This time, Manager Yang did not reach for the porcelain bowl, but instead raised his left hand, exhaling softly onto the thumb ring, delicately polishing it. While doing so, he remarked with an air of casualness, "Since you have devoted considerable time to research, why not enlighten us?" With Manager Yang's interest piqued, I began to elaborate. "Let us start with the glaze, the materials used, and its unique rich purple hue, as well as the artistry involved. At its core, it is the luster reminiscent of clam sheen and the orderly lineage of provenance. Historical evidence suggests that mine predates the one in the Palace Museum by 815 years. Thus, you assert that this is an early work from the Chenhua Doucai Imperial Kiln?" Manager Yang inquired, continuing to polish the ring without lifting his gaze. "Indeed, as you can see, the form of this piece is distinctly characteristic of the early Chenhua period, and the base mark strokes lack precision." After sipping the tea offered by Yongsheng, I produced a cigarette, offering one to General Liu before lighting my own. Taking a gentle puff, I continued, "In fact, the academic community has devised a mnemonic for such base marks. Large characters, pointed and round-headed, soar high. The character Qing has sharp strokes rushing to the waist. The character Hua has a slightly flat top. The character Ming has a slender moon, while Nin is stout. I assume you're familiar with this. Furthermore, there is a mnemonic for colors: bright red, faintly brushed green, shimmering yellow, rich purple, dense yet lacking luster. You earlier mentioned the rich purple. If what you say is true, do you know its value?" I recall that when Wang Chunchan met someone on Hong Kong Island, he presented a similar piece, estimated at 500 million, General Liu exclaimed, his excitement palpable at Manager Yang's response. "And what of your piece? Do not be modest, enlighten us." With that, Manager Yang turned to glance at Yongsheng, who exchanged a knowing smile with him. Given that my piece predates his by 815 years, I conservatively estimate it to be worth at least 500 million. General Liu stated, extending his fingers in a gesture of enthusiasm towards Manager Yang. Your analysis does seem plausible, yet I must inquire. Where is this rich purple you speak of? I do not see it, Manager Yang queried, his expression one of skepticism. General Liu picked up a porcelain cup, pointing to a slightly purplish area. Here, let me show you. Yes, right here. Observe how deep and intense it is. Surely this is the rich purple you refer to? Look at its three-dimensionality and the array of colors resembling grape clusters. Manager Yang merely cast a cursory glance and replied, You see, the rich purple you mentioned possesses a sheen, which contradicts the mnemonic we just recited. Come, take a closer look. The rich purple produced during the Chenghua period was indeed in a trial phase, characterized by a higher firing temperature, resulting in a lack of luster. Moreover, some pieces from that era exhibited skin bursting. Now, observe this green area. Do you recall the mnemonic for the Chenghua period? Bright red, faintly brushed green, shimmering yellow. All greens from that period should exhibit a yellowish tint, rather than a true emerald green. However, your piece is indeed emerald green. Do you see that? You might wish to consult the corpus of Changhua Dotsai. Any green from that period invariably shows a yellowish sheen. This is its hallmark. Let's speak once more of this blue and white porcelain. The underglazed blue used at that time was known as Pingting blue. A distinctive characteristic of Pingting blue is its earthy gray hue. However, yours appears excessively vibrant, resembling a bright blue, and the clay body is rather coarse. When we examine the overall glaze under side lighting, it lacks a sense of dynamism, presenting a rather stagnant sheen. Thus, my dear friend, after many years of camaraderie, I must candidly suggest that you may have misjudged this porcelain cup. General Liu gazed at Yang with a look of bewilderment. Upon hearing Yang's damning assessment of his grape cup, he was struck as if by lightning, sinking into the official's chair in despair. Yang, however, pressed on, inquiring about the source of the clam sheen. After a brief moment, Liu seemed to regain his composure, pointing to a particular reflection, as if a dying man had grasped at a lifeline in a desperate struggle. The clam sheen can manifest in two phenomena, one being the lead reflection phenomenon, and the other known as film interference. Are you familiar with film interference? It is akin to the sight we encountered in our rural childhood. After a rain, one could observe rainbow-like colors shimmering on the oil left by a passing tractor along the tire tracks. Yet, if one were to closely observe a barrel of oil left untouched, no colors would be discernible. Why is that? Because a single droplet of oil creates a thin film, resulting in film interference. Now, let us discuss the lead reflection phenomenon. For instance, black and red pigments contain no lead, which means that iron oxide does not exhibit clam sheen. Therefore, when authenticating porcelain, relying solely on clam sheen is fundamentally inaccurate. If a particular vermilion is composed of iron oxide and devoid of lead, it will never display clam sheen. Do you understand? Solely assessing clam sheen is misleading. Seeing Liu's fierce expression, Yang felt a mix of helplessness and obligation to explain, given their long-standing relationship. Liu then demanded, What about the green? It appears so refreshing. Why is it not correct? By this time, Liu had risen, shouting at Yang. Yang, observing Liu's fervor, shook his head in resignation, noting the vivid red, soft green, and bright yellow, the deep purple, all lack luminosity. Reflect upon that. Look at this, he continued. It demonstrates a lineage of tradition, which is an essential piece of evidence. Upon hearing Yang's continued skepticism, Liu's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted back. He slapped the nearby so-called evidence of authenticity, and Yang, filled with regret, shook his head at Liu. As for this lineage you speak of, I have reviewed the documentation you provided. It seems to be a record based on your father's oral accounts, primarily recounting what he heard from others when acquiring this artifact. Such oral history, devoid of corroboration, holds little value as a reference point for dating. Upon hearing Yang's remarks, Liu's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into his chair. After smoking several cigarettes and pulling at his hair in frustration, he slowly calmed, adopting a beseeching expression, and asked in a trembling voice, In your opinion, what is the earliest date for this piece? At best, it could be traced to the late Qing or early Republican period. Consider it merely a collectible for enjoyment. Yang replied, dismissing Liu's concerns and turning to Yongsheng. Come, Yongsheng, take a look at this cup. Observe it according to the elements I just mentioned. Have you observed it well? Yang inquired softly, glancing at Yongsheng. Yongsheng nodded slightly at Manager Yang. Manager Yang then turned to look at General Manager Liu, who was slumped in his chair, his expression resembling that of ashes. General Manager Liu, I have examined this item for you. Would you care to peruse it in our store? We have recently acquired some new stock, and I would be delighted to introduce it to you. Manager Yang fixed his gaze on Yongsheng, his demeanor serious. Indeed, that would be prudent. You are to travel abroad with the Chun family in a few days, and I wish to assess your recent studies before your departure. Master, I have completed the section on jadeite over the past few days. While I cannot claim to have mastered it entirely, I am at least well versed in the textual aspects, Yongsheng replied with confidence upon hearing about the impending assessment. Excellent. Truly, you are my disciple, brimming with vigor. Manager Yang expressed his delight at Yongsheng's self-assured demeanor. He then retrieved 3 jadeite plaques from a nearby drawer and laid them out neatly on the table. Come, take a closer look. Yongsheng approached and examined each of the 3 jadeite pieces. The first was as clear as water, yet faint in color. The second boasted a rich hue, but had a somewhat murky base. The third displayed a vibrant shade of imperial green, its color deep and luminous. He then took a powerful flashlight from the side and illuminated the third plaque, watching as the light diffused like cream. Under the lamp, the plaque revealed no inclusions or impurities, possessing excellent translucency and a brilliant glow, rivaling the jadeite of the last auction. Manager Yang nodded slightly and inquired, if a seller were to claim that this plaque is of the dragonstone variety, would you believe it? Yongsheng shook his head. The dragonstone variety is a rare treasure. Your records indicate that the last occurrence was in the 1970s, and since then, there has been no news of such stones in the market. Thus, if someone claims this is dragonstone, it is highly likely to be mere bluster. Manager Yang took a sip of tea and asked, what is your understanding of dragonstone? Dragonstone is considered the pinnacle among jadeite. This type of raw stone originates from Myanmar's Longhas site. It is renowned for its age, exceptional translucency, and crystalline clarity, achieving a state of perfection akin to round pearls and jade. It is aptly named for its elusive nature, reminiscent of a divine dragon. In our country's Yunnan province, it is also referred to as agate variety, while in Hong Kong and Taiwan, it is known as divine dragon or dragon variety. That is well said. But you seem to have overlooked one aspect. Dragonstone possesses the unique characteristic of being warm in winter and cool in summer, and its fluorescence is unparalleled by any other jadeite. After this, Manager Yang pointed to a piece of material in the corner. This was a piece of Muna material sent to us a few years ago, priced at 100,000. If it were up to you, would you purchase it? Yongsheng approached the indicated piece, covered in a gray-black skin. Using the flashlight, he discovered that the light could not penetrate at all. Crouching down, he examined it closely and noted that while it exhibited some mottling, it lacked any significant veins. After a moment of contemplation, Yongsheng shook his head. I would not buy it. Why not? The mottling on this piece is scattered, and its potential is too uncertain. 100,000 is not justified. Manager Yang scoffed leakfully. What if there were high-quality ice with floating flowers inside? Upon hearing the manager's words, Yongsheng turned back to the obscured piece, activating his discerning eye. He observed that the area surrounding the material was suffused with grayness, devoid of any trace of treasure. With a steady gaze, he turned to Manager Yang and confidently remarked, if it truly exists, then it belongs to others. As a disciple, I am not greedy. At that moment, Manager Yang looked at Yongsheng with an approving smile finally emerging. Chapter 52, Returning Home. Isn't it so, Sister Xia? It is indeed sweltering in the city. Life in the countryside is far more pleasant. Imagine sitting by the river in this weather, sipping cold beer and indulging in barbecue delights. That is the true essence of enjoyment. Yongsheng hurriedly retrieved a chilled bottle from the refrigerator and handed it to Li Xia. As she received the icy bottle, the refreshing chill enveloped her, prompting her to take a hearty swig, releasing a long sigh of relief. What do you mean by yours and ours? In our revolutionary ranks, there are no distinctions of rank. Is it true that your family is as wonderful as you claim? If not, I could speak to the manager to arrange something. Considering the heat today, it is unlikely there will be many patrons. Why not organize a team-building outing to the mountains for some respite? Sound good. You tell the manager. And I will have my mother prepare some pancakes and make a fish dish. Hurry up and say it. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Li Xia raplia eajarli. I'll go right now. With that, Li Xia stood and headed toward the back hall. Shortly after, she emerged with Manager Yang. Manager Yang stepped out with keen interest and asked Yongsheng, I hear you intend to take us to your home for a meal? Indeed. Authentic Lintian farmhouse cuisine. Would you care to sample it? After dinner, I can take you to enjoy a lovely hot spring in Tangyu. How'd that sound? Yongsheng said with a beaming smile. That sounds delightful. Let us proceed. Xia, please bring my car over. Sure thing. Yongsheng and Li Xia chimed in unison. Once they tidied up, Yongsheng made a call home to inform his family that guests would be arriving shortly, requesting them to prepare food and necessary items. Li Xia drove over to pick up Manager Yang and Yongsheng, and they set off for Yongsheng's hometown in Lintian. As they traveled along the broad pathway, the lush greenery on either side and the rice fields swaying in the distance were truly refreshing to behold. Manager Yang, admiring the picturesque scenery outside, inquired, "You mentioned your family is in Lintian. Is in the county town?" "Not in the town. My family resides in Jiaodai town, not far from Tangyu." Upon hearing Yongsheng mention Jiaodai, Manager Yang's interest was piqued. "Ah, that place. I'm familiar with it. During the Cultural Relics survey in 1988, a palace ruin was discovered on the plateau southwest of Jiaodai town. The site yielded tiles from the Yinshou Palace, confirming it was once the Shonglin Garden Retreat built by Emperor Wu of Han. I recall that the excavation site was a brick kiln, and the owner was named Wang Aiqin. That is indeed my family's location. How do you know so much about it, Manager? Were you perhaps involved back then?" Yongsheng asked, his curiosity evident. "Involved? I was a specially appointed expert leading the protective excavation efforts," Li Xia interjected, glancing at Yongsheng as she drove. "Yes, during that time, we children would often dig in that vicinity, searching for tiles. I remember many people were sent to the countryside to clear the land. Cloud pattern tiles sold for 1 yuan each, while those with inscriptions were 10. Who would have thought that years later, we could revisit that place? By the way, isn't there a dish called braised beef from your region?" "Indeed. Manager, do you enjoy that? I will have my mother prepare it right away." A group of individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation soon arrived at an ancient town nestled at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. After a few turns, they pulled up in front of the Yongsheng family residence, where they found Yongsheng's parents waiting at the door. Yongsheng, supporting the esteemed Yang, introduced him, saying, "Father, Mother, allow me to present our esteemed Master Yang, a distinguished figure in the antique world of the 5 northwestern provinces." Upon encountering the ethereal elder, Yongsheng's father felt a fleeting sense of nervousness, fidgeting with his hands. Sensing the awkwardness, Master Yang stepped forward, grasped Yongsheng's father's hand warmly, and remarked, "You and your wife have raised an exceptional apprentice. This young man is quite promising." Upon hearing Master Yang's praise for his son, Yongsheng's father beamed with joy, his demeanor transforming from reserved to amiable. "Greetings, Master Yang. Each time I speak with Yongsheng, he extols your vast knowledge and approachable nature. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness towards him. Should he falter, please feel free to reprimand him. If he vexes you, do not hesitate to give him a gentle reprimand. This child is remarkable. I feel a strong affinity with him. He is diligently studying appraisal under my guidance, and I believe he will undoubtedly excel in time." Yongsheng then pointed to his colleague Li Xia, stating, "Father, Mother, this is my colleague Li Xia." With a bright smile akin to the summer sun, Li Xia greeted the elders, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Yongsheng's mother, captivated by Li Xia's radiant smile, enthusiastically took her hands and said, "Oh my, just look at how lovely she is, fair-skinned and so endearing. Come, let us head inside. You dear, please bring out the fish we prepared. Let us set the table." Yongsheng's father beckoned everyone into the courtyard. Once inside the main room, everyone settled into their seats. Yongsheng pointed to the dishes on the table, introducing them to Master Yang and Li Xia. "Master, this black delicacy resembling turtle jelly is called immortal powder, made from a unique leaf found in the Qinling Mountains, pressed to extract its essence. Before consumption, it is cooled in well water. Served with a dash of vinegar, it offers a refreshingly cool yet slightly bitter taste. Truly a summer remedy. Next, we have a cold dish of sesame leaf pancakes and a spicy dish of seasoned tune, which happens to be my mother's specialty. Lastly, this cold dish is the Luo family's tender beef that you specifically requested. Please do taste it." Master Yang, not want to hold back, picked up a piece of beef and savored it, exclaiming, "Delicious. This is indeed the flavor I sought." By the way, Yongsheng's father, I've been curious. This beef is flavorful and visually appealing, so why is it referred to as tender beef? Setting down his chopsticks, Yongsheng's father replied, "The interpretations vary among the locals. According to my family's tradition, in our impoverished region, we prioritize selling the prime cuts, forelegs, hind legs, tenderloin, and ribs at the market for our sustenance. The less desirable parts, such as the head and shank, are what we consume at home. Hence, you will find that our tender beef often includes cheek and eye meat. Furthermore, this name also refers to the cooking method, indicating that the meat is simmered to tenderness and flavor. This tender beef, combined with our local persimmon vinegar's sharp acidity, constitutes a truly appetizing delicacy. Come, master, let us enjoy our meal together. With that, Yongsheng's father poured a drink from a tall-necked sheafing bottle for everyone and raised his glass in a toast. Chapter 53, The Family Feast. It turns out that this strong liquor combined with the intense sourness possesses a unique flavor. Master Yang and Zhang Yongsheng exchanged a knowing smile before tilting their heads back and downing their drinks in one go. My dear, how you find the meals prepared by your aunt? Yongsheng's mother inquired affectionately, gazing at Li Xia. Auntie, your cooking is far superior to the dishes served in our local restaurants, Li Xia replied, before eagerly taking a mouthful of the chilled and seasoned wild vegetables. Upon hearing Li Xia's praise, Yongsheng's mother beamed with joy and hurriedly brought a bowl brimming with fish and brine to Li Xia. Child, you must eat more. Look at how thin you are. Come, try this fish dish prepared by your aunt. It is Zhang Yongsheng's favorite. Thank you, Auntie, Li Xia exclaimed, accepting the bowl and carefully scooping a spoonful into her mouth. The fish, enveloped in the brine, slid effortlessly down her throat, and the delightful combination of its smooth texture and the cool brine left Li Xia, accustomed to fine French cuisine, utterly astonished. Auntie, your cooking is truly exceptional. I believe you could open a restaurant in the city. Is that so? As long as you enjoy it. You can come every day for your aunt to prepare meals for you. Li Xia's compliments filled Yongsheng's mother with unparalleled delight, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The group engaged in lively banter, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly, a distinctive ringtone echoed through the room. Zhang Yongsheng glanced at his phone and saw it was Chun calling. Flipping open the device, he greeted, Hello, Miss Chun, this is Zhang Yongsheng. Hello, Yongsheng. There will be a public auction in Myanmar next week, and I would like to invite you to accompany me. Chun Chen's melodious voice rang through the line, infused with a hint of sweetness that was utterly refreshing. Next week, although Zhang Yongsheng had been informed of this matter by his mentor, the suddenness of it still stirred a slight nervousness within him. He turned to glance at Master Yang, who was engaged in a game of dice with his father, and subtly inquired with his eyes. Upon receiving a nod from Master Yang, he replied, All right, Miss Chun. Very well. I will send someone tomorrow to collect your identification for the travel arrangements. Chun Chen's enchanting voice resonated again. Okay, see you tomorrow, Zhang Yongsheng concluded, ending the call. Was that Chun Chen? Master Yang cast a quick glance at Zhang Yongsheng and asked. Yes. She mentioned that she wants me to accompany her to Myanmar in a few days, he confirmed. Well, go ahead and broaden your horizons, but remember my words. Master Yang Adfi said earnestly. Yes, master. I shall keep that in mind. Speak less and observe more, Zhang Yongsheng replied respectfully, bowing deeply. By the way, Yongsheng, which province is Myanmar in? Is it far from here? How long does it take by car? Yongsheng's mother inquired curiously. Auntie, Myanmar is not in our Huaxia. It is a small country to the south of our Cayenne province. Yongsheng is going abroad this time. Li Xia interjected, clarifying for Yongsheng's mother. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Yongsheng's mother turned to Master Yang and asked, Master Yang, as a humble woman, I may speak out of turn. Please forgive me. It is said that our Huaxia has a long history and excels in identification techniques. So why must we go abroad to learn? Before Yang, the shopkeeper, could utter a word, Li Xia interjected, Annie, you may not be aware, but your son has become quite a celebrity in the jade gambling world at the West Market. Just the other day, he won 3 consecutive bids at the Datong Shishir, netting an astonishing 37 million, which left everyone present utterly astounded. Even the heiress of the largest local conglomerate, the Chun family, wishes to invite him to assist in her purchases. As Li Xia spoke to Yongsheng's mother, she perhaps unwittingly infused her words with a hint of jealousy. What? You intend to gamble? At such a young age, how can you indulge in such vices? I'll beat you to a pulp. Upon hearing the mention of gambling, Yongsheng's father could not contain his ire and raised his shoe sole to chastise Zhang Yongsheng. Hold on, Yongsheng's father, let me clarify that jade gambling is not the same as gambling in the conventional sense. Yang, the shopkeeper, interjected hastily, preventing Yongsheng's father from rising in anger. If it's about appraisal, then I can understand. You startled me. We farmers seek neither great wealth nor grandeur, but merely a peaceful existence. I apologize for my abruptness, shopkeeper Yang. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Yongsheng's father quickly gestured in contrition, lifting his cup and drinking heartily. Shopkeeper Yang, I'll drink to you as a form of apology. There's no need for such formalities. I've spent a lifetime in appraisal, dabbling in various fields, antique calligraphy, bronze, porcelain, jade, and lacquerware. At my age, I yearn to pass on my knowledge to someone deserving. I find a certain affinity with this child. From our first meeting, I took a liking to him. After several assessments, I believe his character is commendable. As my apprentice, I will gladly impart all my skills to him. You need not worry. I would never lead him into any illicit activities. I assure you that in less than a decade, he will undoubtedly achieve commendable success in this field. Shopkeeper, has Yongsheng even had the chance to toast you yet? Li Xia interjected unexpectedly. Hey, you little rascal. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and kneel to toast your master. Yongsheng's father kicked his son, who was still seated in a stupor. Master, I bow to you. Awakened by his father's kick, Zhang Yongsheng scrambled to the ground and bowed to Yang, the shopkeeper. Very well. While we may have overlooked the formalities of master and apprentice, I have already entrusted you with the invaluable notes on gem appraisal that I have compiled over a lifetime. Today, in the presence of your parents, you officially take me as your master. You must abide by the rules I have set forth. Though you are clever, diligence is required to meet the expectations placed upon you. I shall adhere to my master's teachings. Rise now. Miss Xia, did you just mention that Yongsheng won 37 million in jade gambling? After a considerable pause, Yongsheng's mother seemed to awaken from her reverie, astonished. Indeed, Auntie, all the participants at the auction are aware of it. Your son has become quite the wealthy gentleman. Oh, this happiness seems to have come rather abruptly. Yongsheng's mother exclaimed, overwhelmed, and fainted on the spot. Mother, seeing this, Zhang Yongsheng rushed over, scooping her up and carrying her into the room. After a flurry of actions, pinching her nose and offering her water, she finally regained consciousness. What were you thinking, discussing such matters? As a rural woman, Yongsheng's mother had never encountered such vast sums of money. The suddenness left her unprepared, and she worried about what might happen if she could not cope with it. Manager Yang reprimanded Li Xia sharply. I merely spoke thoughtlessly, without much consideration, Li Xia said, gazing at Manager Yang with a look of grievance. It's all right. I just couldn't accept it momentarily. See, I'm fine now. Mother Yongsheng leaned against the wall and slowly exited the room. Upon seeing that Mother Yongsheng was unharmed, Li Xia hurried over to support her, repeatedly uttering, I'm sorry, Annie. I didn't mean to say anything that might upset you. It's nothing. Annie cherishes you so much. How could I possibly blame you? I appreciate children who speak their minds. If there is any blame, it lies with that rascal Yongsheng for not discussing such significant matters with the family. Mother Yongsheng took Li Xia's hand and said, Dear child, do not take it to heart. Come, sit down and continue eating. Mother, I refrained from telling you all earlier because I feared you wouldn't be able to accept it right away. Now that you are aware, there are some matters I would like to discuss with you. What do you think about moving to the West Market? Zhang Yongsheng said solemnly. Let it be for now. Your sister is still in her 3rd year of junior high, which is a crucial period. We can talk about it later. Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's words, Yongsheng's father felt a surge of joy within him, pleased that Zhang Yongsheng had the opportunity to learn from such an excellent mentor. Delighted that this young man had earned a considerable sum of money after just over a month away, and most importantly, thrilled that he remained humble despite his newfound wealth. Indeed, you see, we have grown accustomed to rural life. Suddenly moving to the city, while appealing, would leave us feeling lost, without a single acquaintance to converse with. Moreover, the grains we cultivate, the vegetables we grow, and the chickens and ducks we raise all require our care. Your good intentions are appreciated, but it would be more comfortable for us to remain here, Mother Yongsheng concurred. Yes, my dear elders, since life has improved, and Yongsheng wishes to fulfill his filial duties, I suggest you both heed Yongsheng's wishes. Once the semester concludes, we shall move to the West Market. Then, you, old Zhang, can come and share a drink with me. As she spoke, Manager Yang raised his wine cup to clink glasses with Yongsheng's father. Very well, since the manager has spoken, Yongsheng, upon your return, do look for a house. Once your sister's semester is complete, we shall come. Today marks your initiation as an apprentice, so let us raise our glasses in celebration. Yongsheng's father exclaimed, filled with excitement. As the saying goes, joy invigorates the spirit. Today marked the official day of Manager Yang taking on an apprentice, as well as a moment of pride for Yongsheng's father. The two men clinked their glasses, thoroughly enjoying the occasion. Before long, evening fell. After a satisfying meal, Manager Yang patted Yongsheng's father on the shoulder and said, Although I have enjoyed this meal, you can see the sun has set. I must take my leave as I have matters to attend to tomorrow. We shall gather again another time. Manager Yang, I regret not being able to care for you better today. If you don't mind, please stay at my home for the night. We could share another drink. You don't know, my wife is an excellent cook. Let her prepare a couple of dishes for you to savor, Yongsheng's father implored, a look of reluctance on his face. Enough. If we drink any more, it will lead to complications. As Yongsheng mentioned, he will be searching for a house in a few days. And when you move into your new home, I will certainly pay a visit and ensure that your wife showcases her culinary skills. Yongsheng, it is still early. Why don't you take Manager Yang to Tangyu for a soak? Manager Yang, you have no idea how exquisite our hot springs are, especially during summer when one can bathe and feel utterly rejuvenated. Seeing that he could not keep Manager Yang from leaving, Yongsheng's father could only recommend the finest spot. Indeed, Master, did we not agree to have a meal before indulging in a bath this afternoon? Manager Yang grasped Yongsheng's father's hand firmly, saying, my old friend, I appreciate your kindness. Had I not consumed this alcohol, I would certainly have tried the hot springs today. However, after drinking, it may not be wise for me to partake in the baths. Yongsheng, you may be fine, but I fear my constitution may not withstand it. Manager Yang, are you feeling unwell? Yongsheng's mother exclaimed, urging Yongsheng to summon Uncle Wang to check on Manager Yang. Upon hearing the misunderstanding, Manager Yang quickly clarified, sister, I am in good health. It is merely that the high temperature of the springs may accelerate blood circulation, which can lead to a feeling of lightheadedness. Does that make sense? In that case, I shall not keep you today. We shall gather another time. Turning to Yongsheng, he advised, you must heed your master's guidance and study diligently. Do not bring shame upon him, for I shall not forgive you should you falter. Yongsheng's father playfully delivered a gentle kick to Yongsheng's rear. Yongsheng, blushing with embarrassment, patted his backside and replied, understood, father. I shall do my utmost. Then we shall take our leave, he said. Xia, dear, Annie adores you. Do come by often for a meal. As they prepared to part, Yongsheng's mother held onto Li Xia's hand with lingering affection. Of course, Andy, we will surely visit when we have the chance, Li Xia responded. But please, do not see us off. We will leave now. Drive carefully. The roads here are narrow. Please prioritize your safety, Yongsheng's mother reminded as they climbed into the car. Yongsheng's parents stood at the roadside, waving until the car faded into the horizon. Beneath the setting sun, two silhouettes leaned closely together, embodying happiness and warmth. Yongsheng has truly found a remarkable mentor, Yongsheng's father mused quietly. Yongsheng's mother turned to him, murmuring, who could disagree? That young lady seems splendid. How fortunate it would be if she were to accompany our Yongsheng. You are quite the dreamer, my dear. Chapter 55, Arrival in Myanmar. Myanmar, at Yangon International Airport. A chartered flight from Huaxia came to a steady halt on the tarmac. Esteemed experts and representatives, welcome. The aircraft has arrived at Yangon Airport, where the ground temperature is 35 degrees. Please disembark in an orderly fashion once the plane has come to a complete stop. As the flight attendant's gentle voice filled the cabin, Zhang Yongsheng slowly opened his eyes, stretching his neck with a satisfying crack. Finally, they had arrived. It had been quite the arduous journey. He gazed out the window, where the azure sky was unmarred by clouds, the sun hanging solitary and mercilessly hot. Even through the glass, Zhang Yongsheng could feel the intensity of its heat. As he stepped out of the cabin, a wave of heat enveloped him, akin to being splashed with a bowl of scalding soup. The thermal molecules in the air clung to his skin, and his nostrils filled with a stifling intensity, making even the act of breathing feel searingly hot. The heat prickled his eyelids, causing a slight discomfort to his eyes, and just then, a gentle breeze swept by, exacerbating Zhang Yongsheng's already unbearable discomfort. He mused to himself, this is no breeze, but rather an invisible firewall. The welcoming convoy had already arrived to greet him, and as he looked down from the passenger vehicle, he observed an elderly gentleman and a young lady disembarking. They were being escorted by a butler clad in elegant attire toward the Rolls-Royce. Just before the young lady entered the vehicle, she glanced back, her eyes meeting Zhang Yongsheng's. He realized that she was Miss Chen Chun, the vice president of Yaobang Group, and the older gentleman must be her grandfather, the esteemed Chairman Chun of the board. As he admired the scenery along the roadside, Zhang Yongsheng couldn't help but murmur to himself. Indeed, he had traveled abroad. The palm trees lining the road were those he had only seen on television, and the pedestrians appeared remarkably sun-kissed, with the oppressive heat making it even more stifling. He turned to observe several middle-aged individuals nearby, who, as Chen Chen had mentioned, were appraisal masters invited by her family for this public auction. Was the lifestyle of the affluent truly so extravagant, requiring such elaborate arrangements merely to procure a birthday gift for a grandmother? Lost in thought, the vehicle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of a hotel. The sign read the Royal Lake Hotel, and he was surprised to find the name also displayed in Chinese. Just then, a young attendant approached, hands clasped together. After assisting with the luggage, he politely took Zhang Yongsheng's belongings and greeted him in halting Mandarin. Hello, sir. Welcome. For check-in, please proceed to the front desk, where we will be at your service. Having received his room key, Zhang Yongsheng arrived at his door, only to see the same attendant waiting with his luggage. Observing the attendant's eager expression, he recalled the foreign etiquette lessons imparted by his mentor prior to his departure. He remembered that it was customary to offer a modest tip after being served, typically around $2 to $10. Thus, he retrieved a $5 bill from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, who smiled politely and departed. Entering the room, which overlooked a picturesque inner lake, he was greeted by a spacious balcony. As he stepped out, a refreshing sea breeze washed over him, providing a moment of comfort. This trip was marked by numerous firsts for him, and he felt that without the preparatory guidance from his mentor and sister Xia, he would have undoubtedly found himself in several awkward situations. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 11 o'clock, leaving ample time before dinner. After washing his face, he intended to lie down for a brief rest when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Rising to answer, he found Chun Chun standing there with a young woman. Zhang Yongsheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hello, Miss Chun. What brings you here at this hour? Please, come in." Upon entering, Chun Chun first sought a seat against the balcony and then gently remarked, "It's nothing much. Just came to greet you, and by the way, to deliver a set of clothes for the afternoon." "Clothes? What clothes?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired, his expression one of confusion. "It seems Uncle Yang hasn't informed you. It is imperative to wear local attire to gain entry at the public auction. Xiao Wang, please present the prepared garments to Mr. Zhang." Chun Chun instructed her young secretary accompanying her. Receiving the clothes, Zhang Yongsheng further questioned, "Miss Chun, our grand endeavor today cannot solely be to procure a piece of jewelry for your grandmother, can it? I believe such a task wouldn't necessitate this many people." Chun Chun chuckled softly and replied, "Of course not. In fact, there are other matters at hand. We have come at the invitation of the Burmese government, led by the elder, to engage in foreign trade negotiations. Most of these individuals are here to discuss business. Over the past few years, with the opening of the market economy, the demand in both countries has surged. For instance, Myanmar seeks to sell jadeite rough, rubber, and various agricultural products to our country, while we have natural gas, iron ore, and refined jadeite products that are in high demand on their side. I am utterly clueless about these matters. Do tell me what you need me to do," Zhang Yongsheng said, scratching his head and smiling at Qinshin. "Since our purpose this time is to select the rough stones, please let me know what you think I should arrange for you. When do we depart?" "We shall leave after dining. The time is about right. Let us head downstairs for a meal," Chun Shin remarked as she glanced at her Patek Philippe watch. The two ascended to the banquet hall on the second floor, and upon reaching the entrance, they found the Chun family's butler waiting. "Miss, you have arrived. The elder is already here, waiting for you over there. Mr. Zhang, you may take seat number 3. Your nameplate is on the table." Chapter 56, The Public Auction. "Yongsheng, please wait for me in the hall after the meal," Chen Chun instructed Zhang Yongsheng before following the butler into the private room. Once seated, a fellow diner asked, "Sir, are you also here to participate in this foreign trade negotiation? What industry do you belong to? You seem unfamiliar." The speaker was a middle-aged man, approximately 45 years old. Zhang Yongsheng glanced at the nameplate and responded, "Hello, I am Zhang Yongsheng from Yibao Pavilion, engaged in the antique business. And you are? Ah, we are fellow townsmen. I am Dong Bin, chairman of Yuyang Chowki Coal Industry, hailing from northern Shaanxi. I accompanied General Chun to explore potential opportunities. Here is my business card," the man said, producing a gilded card from his handbag and presenting it to Zhang Yongsheng. Taking the card with both hands, Zhang Yongsheng silently noted the name, Dong Bin, and replied courteously, "Mr. Dong, I must admit, I did not bring a business card myself. I shall send you a message later. Should you require any appraisals or transactions in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Good day, sir. Here is your coffee. Please enjoy." A waitress said in somewhat halting Chinese to Zhang Yongsheng, "Thank you. Your Chinese is quite commendable. Does everyone here speak the language?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired politely. "Indeed, sir, the proprietor of our hotel is of Chinese descent, and we frequently accommodate visitors from China. Consequently, the owner has mandated that each of us must be proficient in Mandarin. Presently, not only at our hotel, but also in numerous shops and commercial establishments throughout Myanmar, many individuals are adept at speaking Chinese, which facilitates business transactions. A popular adage within Myanmar's business community translates to achieve significant success in business, one must learn the Chinese language." "Ah, I see, thank you." Before arriving, Zhang Yongsheng was quite concerned about the language barrier, but hearing the attendant's words alleviated his worries. "You're welcome. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." While sipping his coffee and idly observing the tropical plants in the garden, he soon noticed a graceful figure appearing at the staircase on the second floor. Upon closer inspection, it was Chun Chun, clad in traditional Myanmar attire, accompanied by the butler and an elderly gentleman as they approached the lobby. Miss Chun, Zhang Yongsheng rose to greet her. Let us proceed, Zhang Yongsheng. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Ma Shuheng, an esteemed expert in jade appraisal from the capital. Mr. Ma, this is Zhang Yongsheng, a disciple of Mr. Yang from Yibao Pavilion. Greetings, Mr. Ma. Zhang Yongsheng slightly bowed and extended his right hand. Mr. Ma merely acknowledged him with a grunt, showing no intention of shaking hands, and walked past him. Zhang Yongsheng, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled at Chen Shun and said, "Let us go. The car is waiting at the entrance." The group exited the hotel and boarded an Alpha MPV. The public auction in Myanmar is situated on the outskirts of Yangon, covering hundreds of acres as a trading market organized by the Myanmar military government. Strict regulations apply to exhibitors and buyers. Those wishing to participate in the auction must obtain entry qualifications through companies and associations. Foreign participants are required to pay a deposit of 30,000 euros in advance. The auction spans 3 days and is conducted through a sealed bid format. Buyers may inspect the stones and place bids based on their identification numbers during the first 2 days, while the third day is reserved for the unified opening of bids by the organizers, followed by consolidated payment and shipping for the successful bidders. The venue is divided into an indoor and outdoor section, with the outdoor area showcasing larger raw materials, while the indoor section typically features smaller, higher-quality stones. The Yangon International Conference Center stands majestically, resembling a stupa, and is currently adorned with dozens of colorful flags, each inscribed in Myanmar, Chinese, and English, welcoming participants to the Myanmar Jade Auction. Guided by a local translator, the group approached the entrance, where they were met with the mechanical repetition of armed soldiers demanding passports and invitations. The ominous muzzles of their weapons glinted in the sunlight. After submitting their documents to the translator and engaging in brief communication with the soldiers, the group slowly entered the market under the watchful gaze of the guards. The expansive square, roughly the size of a dozen football fields, was dotted with impressive blue steel canopies, under which raw stones were meticulously categorized by grade, resembling a battalion awaiting inspection. Overhead, industrial fans hummed incessantly, serving not merely to cool the air, but rather to disperse the odors of sweat, smoke, and the earthy scent emanating from the raw stones. Miss Chun, this year's exquisite materials are located in Area A. Just earlier, while in the car, I overheard a local friend mention that this morning over 20 kilograms of high-grade, icy green material were extracted from the Mengtu stone. Upon entering the venue, Mr. Ma approached Chun Chun and said, "Miss Chun, let us begin our exploration from this side." As they entered the pavilion, Mr. Ma continued, "Indeed, let us proceed, and I shall guide you through." He extended his hand towards a piece of Mengtu stone, saying, "Let's first examine this colored material. This specimen appears to be from the Moksha source. Overall, the coloration is uneven, with a rich hue in the center and a lighter shade on the edges." As he spoke, Mr. Ma retrieved a powerful flashlight from his pocket and illuminated the raw stone, commenting, "This material may pose some challenges for crafting a ring face. It would yield stunning beads." He then pointed out another piece nearby, which he noted was likely from the same large stone, highlighting their identical identification numbers. This type of material is excellent for bead production. Chapter 57, Mr. Chu. Without waiting for Uncle Dong to finish his notes, Mr. Ma moved ahead, stopping beside a massive raw stone and gesturing to the crowd. "Now, let us examine this one." The onlookers followed his finger to a colossal raw stone, marked at 392 kilograms. "Observe this large stone. However, the true value lies in this section," Mr. Ma explained, indicating a color band approximately 5 to 8 centimeters wide and half a meter long that traversed the center of the stone. He noted that a corresponding color band was visible on the cut side, demonstrating excellent continuity. Nevertheless, predicting how far it extends is quite challenging. This type of material is prone to inducing excitement during semi-gambling scenarios. The coloration is suitable for crafting pendants or plaques, though its performance diminishes in other areas. Fortunately, the price is reasonable at 280,000 euros. Let us proceed to explore further. As they followed Mr. Ma, they paused intermittently to inspect various raw stones, most of which were rather ordinary. "Mr. Ma, is the quality of jadeite raw stones from Myanmar generally this way? Are there any of superior quality?" one inquired. "In the outer area, the quality tends to be somewhat lacking. For semi-gambling materials, we should look for better options in the inner area," Mr. Ma replied. "Then let us head directly to the inner area." After this exchange, the group moved toward the intersection. Along the way, Chen Chen asked Zhang Yongsheng, "How are you?" Why haven't you spoken up this afternoon? With Mr. Ma present, there was no need for my input. Besides, after examining those materials, there was indeed little worth discussing. Zhang Yongsheng smiled at Chen. True, let's ascend and see what treasures await us. Remember your promise to help me find a quality piece. Rest assured, if I see anything worthwhile, I shall inform you. Upon entering the hall, the group immediately felt a wave of relief. The oppressive heat of the outdoors vanished. Along the walls, a series of raw stone displays were arranged, each accompanied by a corresponding nameplate and a dedicated guardian. After passing several exhibition booths, Mr. Ma suddenly halted before one, picking up a piece of rough stone. He remarked, "This is a piece of jadeite from the Jiangni River. Typically, the Hejiang region produces few brick-like stones, as it consists of accumulated mineral sands that are generally smoother. The jadeite from Hejiang usually possesses excellent translucence. Moreover, the presence of these waxy shells indicates quality. Observing the window-like sheen here, the color is remarkably rich. If this stone were entirely uniform in color, it would undoubtedly be priceless, exhibiting exceptional quality in terms of variety, translucence, and hue. Has this color penetrated deeply? Let us illuminate it and examine it in conjunction with the skin's characteristics. As you can see, there is no green beneath." As he spoke, Mr. Ma brought the rough stone closer to Chun Shun for her to inspect carefully. "Indeed, Mr. Ma, the underside is entirely white," she replied. "Through this method, we can ascertain that the stone's green hue exists solely on its surface. Youngster, as you learn appraisals from Old Yang, could you enlighten us on what this situation is termed in our field?" This scenario is referred to as plaster color in industry parlance, as it comprises only a thin layer. Moreover, the stone was polished a bit too aggressively, revealing the white beneath, he explained. "Quite accurate. If this stone had merely displayed green and then halted, its asking price would certainly exceed the 6,000 euros. Ah, is that not Mr. Ma? I did not expect to encounter you here. Mr. Chu, it has been quite some time. Your attire nearly made me fail to recognize you. What have you been occupied with all these years?" A middle-aged man donned in traditional Myanmar garb approached Mr. Ma, clearly an old acquaintance. "Ah, Mr. Ma, what a delightful coincidence. For the past few years, I have been involved in the jade trade in Myanmar. A couple of years ago, I opened a mine here in Hejiang with 2 friends and came to participate in the public auction. Are you here with friends to view the goods?" Mr. Chu inquired warmly, wrapping an arm around Mr. Ma's shoulder. "Indeed, I was invited by the Chun family and brought Miss Chun along for a tour. Miss Chun, allow me to introduce you to my old friend, Mr. Chu Chungrui, who previously dealt in jade in our homeland but is now mining in Hejiang." "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chen Chen nodded politely. Mr. Chu surveyed Chen Chen, thinking that anyone who could afford Mr. Ma's company must belong to a prominent family. He quickly stepped closer and presented an embossed business card. "Greetings, Miss Chun. Are you here to select a couple of pieces for yourself or considering entering the trade? I am accompanying my family. They are engaged in business discussions this afternoon, so we decided to explore. Since you are also attending the public auction, you must have a booth. Shall we visit it?" Chen Chen, being a savvy businesswoman, was well aware of Mr. Chu's ulterior motives. "Certainly, please follow me. Our booth is just a short distance away." The group followed Mr. Chu to his booth. "Mr. Ma, Miss Chun, this is our booth. Please have a look. All the stones are sourced from our own mine. Before we begin, let me introduce you to the characteristics of our Hejiang jadeite. Hejiang jadeite refers to rough jadeite originating from the Hejiang mining area. Its primary features include vibrant colors, fine texture, and a propensity to yield high-quality surface jade, with a greater abundance of small pendants. Indeed, Mr. Chu's observations are astute. However, one must exercise caution during the selection process, as the jadeite from the Hejiang region often exhibits numerous fissures, making the extraction of larger pieces rather challenging. After Mr. Ma concluded his remarks, he picked up a raw stone and scrutinized it closely. Take this particular specimen, for instance. From the current cutting surface, the quality of the jade appears to reach the level of glutinous ice. Furthermore, the vibrant color exudes a delightful sweetness, commonly referred to as sweet yang green. This hue is visually pleasing and offers a sense of comfort. Observing the color root, its growth appears robust. If we were to cut along this root, it could yield an exquisite piece. The striations along the color band are promising indicators for high-quality stones, though the numerous cracks pose a challenge for crafting bracelets. This stone weighs 4 kilograms, and if it is successfully processed, we should expect around 3 kilograms of usable material. It is currently priced at 150,000 euros, a figure that lacks substantial reference value. Realistically, securing it would require at least 300,000 euros. "Mr. Ma, Your insights are remarkably clear. It is likely that the transaction price will settle around this figure. Mr. Chu, upon hearing Mr. Ma's analysis, quickly responded with a smile. Mr. Ma, if you believe this stone is so exceptional, shall we proceed to acquire it immediately? Chun Chun, who had been listening intently to Mr. Ma's appraisal, was already contemplating the purchase. Certainly, please instruct the steward to take note, and we shall bid together. We will reconvene in 3 days to review the outcomes. Chapter 58. Private transactions what? We must wait 3 days? Can't we transact today? Miss Chen inquired. According to the rules of the public auctions, blind bidding, the first 2 days are reserved for observation and bidding only. Actual transactions must await the opening of bids. This is unavoidable. However, if you wish to experience the thrill of on-site stone gambling and cutting, you are welcome to visit my shop, where I have just received a fresh batch of raw stones. You may find something you like, and we can transact immediately. Private transactions? Was it stated that raw materials from Myanmar must now go through public auctions? Chun Chun questioned, her expression skeptical. She glanced at Mr. Ma, seemingly seeking his approval. Noticing Mr. Ma's nod, she turned to Mr. Chu and said, very well, let's visit your shop. Mr. Chu Chengrui's warehouse was situated within an abandoned rubber factory in the sun-drenched outskirts. Armed guards stood at the entrance, and after passing through 3 iron gates, they were greeted by a vast array of raw stones meticulously arranged on steel racks, numbering in the thousands at first glance. How does this process work? Chun Chun inquired. First, select your desired pieces and pay a 20% deposit. We will then proceed to the Myanmar Jade Association to complete the necessary public auction formalities. Following this, the goods will be transported to the Jiegao port in Ruili, where, upon completion of customs procedures, you will pay the remaining balance. I have heard that Myanmar has been quite unstable in recent years. How can you ensure the safety of the goods? Uncle Dong, the silent steward, interjected. You need not worry about that. I, Chu Chungmei, have navigated the jade business in Myanmar for many years, maintaining connections with various regions, including Guacheng, Kashing, Ruaching, and Heping. My relationships with the local military governments and the Bai family of Guacheng, in particular, are robust, ensuring that transporting goods poses no issues. Mr. Chu responded dismissively, casting a glance at Uncle Dong. The Bai family of Myanmar? Are you referring to Bai Sawa? Uncle Dong inquired, his expression turning serious. Upon witnessing the serious expression of Uncle Dong, Chu Chengrue assumed he was trying to intimidate him. He inwardly scoffed, recognizing the man as a mere provincial bumpkin, and remarked, Indeed, do you know him as well? Though we have never met, I have heard whispers about him in the circles. Uncle Dong replied before quietly approaching Chun Chun and whispering, Miss, this Bai Sawa is known as the king of Guacheng, notorious for his ruthlessness, gambling, drugs, and scams are all within his realm. It is clear that this Chu Chengrue-S association with such a person is dubious. We are merely here for leisure and should not forge deep connections with him. Seeing that Chun Chun had not spoken for a while, old Ma hastily interjected, Miss Chun, this Chu is a longtime friend of mine. We were quite close during our time in the capital, and I can assure you he is straightforward and warm-hearted. There should be no issues in entrusting matters to him. Now, Chu, allow me to select a couple of stones to set an example for everyone. Chun Chun gracefully waved her hand and then turned to Zhang Yongsheng, saying, Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Since old Ma has spoken so highly of him, let's take a look first. Yongsheng, to see if there are any fine specimens. Zhang Yongsheng, already eager to examine the abundance of raw stones, promptly agreed upon hearing Chun invite him to choose. Very well, he said, and with that his true vision activated. Before him, the courtyard transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, greens, reds, purples, and even 2 stones emanating a faint golden light. Following the rays, he meticulously noted each raw stone's position and finally pointed to a basketball-sized stone that shimmered with golden hues, exclaiming, This one will do. I have a good feeling about it. Your choice seems rather cursory, does it not? You haven't even illuminated it or properly examined it. While this stone may not be costly, one should not waste opportunities so carelessly. Old Ma admonished, having just completed his selection. Indeed, it is customary for most to use a light to inspect stones, yet I have my own methods. Yes, you. This stone will yield results and is certainly of ice-grade quality or higher. Are you not afraid of your own hubris? If one can casually select a stone and it turns out to be of ice grade, what purpose do we old-timers serve? That is sheer arrogance, Omar retorted, crouching beside the chosen stone to scrutinize it under the light. Look at your selection. It is a classic case of inferior quality. I would call it marble rather than raw stone. This is such a poor specimen. It certainly does not appear as splendid as you claim. Miss Chun, while you may be wealthy, it would be unwise to squander your resources so frivolously. Well, I'm set on this one. I believe it will suffice to craft jewelry for the elderly lady, Yongsheng confidently asserted, nodding firmly at Qinshan. Very well, I will take this one. Ju, please quote me a price, Qinshan asked as she turned her gaze to Chu Qingrui. All right, Uncle Dong, please assist Mr. Chu with the paperwork and have this stone cut on the spot, he instructed. Miss Chun is indeed generous, paying 20,000 euros for a worthless stone. The daughter of a wealthy family truly has a free spirit, Old Ma remarked sarcastically, observing Chun Chen's decision to proceed with the payment. Old Ma, how can you label this raw stone as worthless before it has even been cut? Is that not a touch reckless? Zhang Yongsheng replied, his displeasure evident as he glared at Old Ma in a confrontational manner, as he gazed upon the young lad before him, whose facial hair had yet to fully develop. Ma Shuheng set down the powerful flashlight, rising to his feet. With a dismissive pat of his hands, he scoffed, for my years of experience, betting on a rise may not always succeed, yet predicting a fall seldom leads one astray. Ma Shuheng's derisive demeanor ignited a fire within Zhang Yongsheng, who slowly raised a single finger, gently shaking it in Ma's direction. How about this? Let us add a little excitement. If the stone I choose reveals ice-grade quality, you shall grant me 1 million. Conversely, if it does not, I will pay you 1 million. What say you? Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's proposal, Ma Shuheng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "My, how audacious you are! Not just 1 million, but even 10 million would not deter me. If you wish to bestow money upon me, the more, the merrier, would you not agree?" He nodded toward Chu Qingrui, who was observing the spectacle. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your challenge. To all present, bear witness. Should the stone I select yield ice-grade quality, Ma shall grant me 10 million. If it does not, I shall pay Ma 10 million. Zhang Yongsheng respectfully inclined his head to each person in attendance. Yongsheng, is such impulsiveness truly necessary? Qinshan remarked, observing Zhang's agitation. After all, I am the one who invited you here, and should anything go awry, it would be challenging to explain to Master Yang. Do not dissuade him. Consider today as a lesson from me, a seasoned elder. One must wonder how Yang Chongwen has raised such an arrogant youth. Ma Shuheng retorted sternly. Once the formalities were concluded, Chu Qingrui led several individuals to the cutting area. Young man, how do you intend to slice this rough stone? Will it be a direct cut or a window polish? Chu Qingrui inquired of Zhang Yongsheng. I shall cut it myself. I have always observed others do it. And today I wish to try my hand, Yongsheng replied with confidence. The reason for his assertion stemmed from the stone's exterior, which did not appear promising for yielding quality. Yet, under the discerning eye, it shimmered with a golden glow, indicative of its worth. Thus, he resolved to personally employ the angle grinder to meticulously peel away the rough exterior, ensuring the jade within remained unscathed. Zhang Yongsheng approached the cutting table, grasping the angle grinder in one hand while securing the rough stone with the other. The machine buzzed to life as he commenced the cutting process. Upon completing the initial layer, he doused the surface with water, revealing no reaction. Just as Ma Shuheng had predicted, it resembled nothing more than a slab of marble. See? Is it not marble? And you still doubt my words? Ma Shuheng chortled, pointing at the rough stone while addressing the onlookers. Such a substantial piece of rough stone. And you've only removed a tenth. Why the haste? Watch me cut further, Zhang Yongsheng retorted, reigniting his efforts with the grinder against the stone. After another round of ear-piercing noise, the stone remained unresponsive, prompting even Qinshan, who stood nearby, to intervene. Yongsheng, if this stone proves unworthy, let's simply select another. Gambling on stones inherently involves both loss and gain. Precisely. If you would only bow and admit your error, considering your master Yang Chongwen and Miss Chen's reputation, I might even let you off with just half of the wager, Ma Shuheng jeered, regarding Zhang Yongsheng as one might jester. Stubborn as a mule, I see. Continue your cutting. I remain unconvinced that you shall unearth ice-grade quality. The jarring sound echoed once more, yet this time, the cutting took a bit longer. Zhang Yongsheng meticulously peeled away the layers of the raw stone with his tool. Before long, a faint emerald-green streak began to reveal itself. Zhang Yongsheng slowly polished along the color band, as if he were unwrapping the delicate garments of a beautiful woman, the captivating hue gradually coming into focus before his eyes. Miss, it has revealed green, exclaimed the butler, Uncle Dong, in astonishment. Well, old Ma, do you still need to cut further? Come take a look. Is this water cold enough? Zhang Yongsheng sneered at old Ma. You've stumbled upon a lucky find by sheer chance. However, Based on the current state of your cut, I believe there is indeed some icy jade, but not quite enough to be classified as ice. Ma Shuheng's expression shifted from shock to a feigned calmness upon seeing the green emerge from Zhang Yongsheng's large stone. Very well. I shall extract it completely for you to see, Zhang Yongsheng declared, once again activating his tool and continuing to polish along the color band until the vibrant jade flesh was entirely freed. Gazing at the piece of jade, approximately 15 centimeters long and 10 centimeters thick, Zhang Yongsheng was overwhelmed with joy. Although he had suspected there was something valuable within the raw stone, he was still taken aback by the breathtakingly deep green before him. Regaining his composure, he turned to Chen Chun with a smile, saying, Miss Chun, I believe I have fulfilled my promise. This piece should suffice for the elderly lady's jewelry set. There's no need for formality. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. Chen Chun replied. With a playful grin, Zhang Yongsheng turned to Ma Shuheng and said, Old Ma, why not take a closer look and discern the quality of this piece? At that moment, Ma Shuheng stood frozen, his pupils constricted as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His face had turned a shade resembling that of a pig's liver. And though his mouth was agape, no sound emerged. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted the jade flesh from the table with trembling hands. His expression shifted from a daze to one of yearning. The color before him was precisely what he had sought and longed for throughout his life. This was the glass-like imperial green. Why not examine it under the lamp? Zhang Yongsheng teased the still-stunned Ma Shuheng. Your words imply a rivalry. How could I take your money? Zhang Yongsheng's statement was sincere. Earlier, he had indeed acted out of spite, but upon reflection, he recognized that he had not conducted himself well. Relying solely on his keen eye without performing the fundamental task of stone assessment was, to the average observer, merely a lackadaisical approach. No, one must accept the consequences of a bet. You must accept the money, or how can I establish myself in this circle? Ma Shuheng insisted firmly. Very well, let us adhere to our original agreement. You shall pay 1 million. As a senior, it is only fitting that you educate us on our reckless actions. I cannot let this matter become a point of contention between us, Zhang Yongsheng replied, surprised by Ma Shuheng's principled stance. Well, I shall accept this favor and consider you a friend. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It is my duty, Ma Shuheng responded. Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's words, Ma Shuheng felt a sense of relief, knowing that a sum of 10 million was not easily attainable for him. Chapter 60, The Robber. Suddenly, Mr. Ma let out a brief laugh, almost mocking himself. Zhang Yongsheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in, shaking his head and chuckling, his shoulders trembling with mirth. Laughter swelling within him uncontrollably. The resentment, unwillingness, and even the few absurd bits of anger that had built up just moments before dissolved in that laughter, akin to snowflakes melting silently in a hot spring. Don't even mention 5 million euros. Even 10 million euros won't suffice. I came abroad specifically to select raw stones for my grandmother's birthday jewelry. This treasure must not be transferred to you. Chen Chun exclaimed excitedly. What do you think, Yongsheng? At that moment, all eyes converged upon him. And it would be no exaggeration to say that the intense stares from the crowd made Zhang Yongsheng feel a twinge of fear, especially since he had just extracted a 10 million euro imperial green jade from a block of marble worth 20,000 euros. Yongsheng, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Chen Chun said, gesturing towards the outside, indicating a desire for a private conversation. Miss Chun, please speak, he replied. Once they had moved to a quieter spot, Chen Chun hesitated briefly before saying, I originally intended for you to help me select a raw stone for my grandmother's jewelry. But the imperial green you've offered is far too valuable, exceeding the bounds of mere assistance. After consideration, this imperial green is likely worth over 100 million yuan. Based on current commission rates, I wish to offer you 30 million yuan as your commission for this endeavor. You must accept it, or I shall feel unsettled. Hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng quickly shook his head in refusal. I cannot accept that. Since I agreed to help you, I cannot go back on my word. This is my principle. But you never stated it would be pro bono, Chen Chun replied with a smile. No. My mother always said one should not take advantage of women. It is unbecoming of a man. How about this? I see there are several hundred raw stones here. I only wish to select a few. The others are acceptable too. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was about to continue, Chen Chun interrupted. You wouldn't want to take the best ones and leave me with the inferior marble, would you? Of course not. Since you are holding an auction, it's only fair to have both high and low quality. I find these raw stones to be quite decent. Believe it or not. All right, it's settled then. Mr. Chu, here's the matter. We wish to purchase all the goods in your venue. After coming to an agreement, Chun addressed Mr. Chu. What? You mean you want to take everything? Chu Cheng-a exclaimed, first in surprise, then smilingly inquired. Miss Chun, if we calculate, these goods amount to approximately 10 to 20 million euros, which translates to over 200 million yuan. Can this be arranged? Chu Cheng-rui asked tentatively. Today, having produced this glass-type imperial green, I believe the finished product would certainly exceed 200 million yuan. I will pay you a deposit first. Please name your price. Ha! Miss Chun, with so many stones, it's not something that can be calculated in a moment. How about this? Give me one night to assess, and I will deliver the details to your hotel by tomorrow morning. What do you think? Very well, Uncle Dong. Please take note of the numbering and other details for these stones. Zhang Yongsheng whispered to the Chun family's butler. Understood, Mr. Zhang, he replied. After listening, Uncle Dong seemed to comprehend and nodded thoughtfully. Chun glanced at Ma Shuheng beside her and said, Let's leave it at that for now. Mr. Ma, is there anything else you wish to see? If you have a preference, I can prioritize it for you. Well, I have my eyes on a couple of pieces as well, and I've already made arrangements with Mr. Chu, he replied. The car is waiting for you at the entrance, Mississippi. Let's go. With that, Uncle Dong picked up the suitcase containing the imperial green jadeite and strode out with the crowd. At that moment, a fleeting look of determination crossed Chu Cheng-rui's eyes, reminiscent of a wolf in a zoo fixated on a piece of meat held by a visitor. Is everything arranged? Chu Cheng-rui stood in the office on the second floor of the warehouse, peering through the single-pane glass at the departing Toyota Alphard. Behind him, a fully armed guard exhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke in broken Chinese. Rest assured, boss, we have someone waiting along the way. The guard grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. What about the woman? Chu Cheng-rui recalled Chun Chen's graceful neck and the Patek Philippe watch worth millions adorning her wrist. Do as you see fit. Just ensure there are no traces left behind. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the jungles of Myanmar in a crimson hue. Chu Cheng-rui wiped the jade guanine on his neck, said to bring peace, and suddenly recalled the evening when he first arrived in Myanmar, fighting for control of the riverfront, under a similar twilight. Chapter 61. The Great Slaughter. Miss, there's a car that has been following us since we left the courtyard. Uncle Dong said cautiously while observing the rearview mirror. Yes, keep an eye on it. Also, contact the old man and inform him of our current location so he can send someone for protection. Chun Chen replied calmly. Xiao Zhang, can you tell me how you knew that stone was in the last row? She began, but was interrupted by a deafening explosion. The right front tire of the smoothly running Toyota Alphard suddenly blew out, causing the vehicle to veer out of control before the driver managed to bring it to a halt at the roadside. Uncle Dong instantly drew his pistol, shouting, "Get down!" Gunfire erupted like thunder, and Zhang Yongsheng suddenly realized the driver in the front seat had slumped over the steering wheel, the windshield splattered with blood. 3 armed men burst forth from the jungle, their AK-47s spewing fire. Get out, quickly! Uncle Dong vaulted into the back seat, kicked open the door, and pushed Chen out. As Zhang Yongsheng reached for the safe handed to him by Uncle Dong, a bullet whizzed past his ear, the searing sensation nearly causing him to drop it. Mr. Zhang, take the lady and run into the woods. I'll handle these scoundrels. Uncle Dong positioned himself to shield them and fired repeatedly. Don't worry, Uncle Dong was the chief instructor of the armed police. He can handle these few men with ease. Chun urged Zhang Yongsheng. 2 fists cannot match 4 hands, especially against so many. I will stay back to assist you, Zhang Yongsheng said resolutely as he looked at Uncle Dong. Mr. Zhang, these men are armed, and you are unarmed. You won't be of much help. Take the lady and go. Leave these lowlifes to me, so you don't tarnish your hands. Uncle Dong faced the group of thugs alone, their eyes radiating menace, and the dark muzzles of their guns glinting coldly in the sunlight. Chun Chen's attire was torn by a branch, leaving her fair calves marred with scratches. Zhang Yongsheng helped her navigate through the jungle, each step a struggle as the sounds of gunfire and shouts drew ever closer. Why are they pursuing us? Chun gasped. It must be for that imperial green, he replied. The light in the jungle dimmed, and the hum of mosquitoes blended with the distant chirping of insects. A wave of helplessness washing over them. I can't run anymore. Chun collapsed beneath a banyan tree, her ankles swollen like a steamed bun. Zhang Yongsheng crouched down, tearing the hem of his shirt to bandage her ankle. Just hold on a bit longer. If we can cross that stream ahead, we will survive. Chun looked up at him, tears streaming down her face, smudging her carefully applied makeup. If I die, please tell my grandfather I'm sorry. Hang in there, Zhang Yongsheng urged in a low voice, sweat trickling down his temples. The terrain ahead is complex. We should be able to lose them. Suddenly, a crack of breaking branches echoed from behind, sending a jolt through Zhang Yongsheng. The pursuers were closer than anticipated. Yongsheng, Chunchen suddenly tapped his shoulder. He turned to her, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her face, which was surprisingly calm despite being smeared with dirt. You take the emerald and go ahead. Neither of us can escape if we stick together. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yongsheng began to protest, but at that moment, two dark figures burst from the thicket, wielding machetes and ropes, clearly intent on capturing them alive. Run! Zhang Yongsheng pushed Chunchen away and lunged at the nearest assailant, crashing to the ground with him, elbowing fiercely at his throat. Just then, another guard swung a machete toward him. A booming voice called out from behind. A burly man in a floral shirt emerged, speaking to the two captors in Burmese. As Zhang Yongsheng struggled, a sudden blow struck the back of his head. In his fading consciousness, he saw Chun being dragged in the opposite direction, her Patek Philippe watch slipping from her wrist and falling into the grass. Cold water splashed onto his face, jolting Zhang Yongsheng awake with a violent cough. As he opened his eyes, he found himself tangled in vines beneath a banyan tree, a fire crackling a few meters away. Chun was bound to another tree, while two guards fiddled with a safe containing the imperial green. What is the password? The floral shirt man squatted before Zhang Yongsheng, his knife pressing against his jaw and neck, a threat hanging in the air. Zhang Yongsheng squinted at the men before him and glanced at the tools by the fire, a machete, ropes, and a hatchet embedded in a wooden post. I'll ask you one last time. Wait, Chun suddenly called out. I know the password. As the floral shirt man turned to her, she urgently signaled to Zhang Yongsheng with her eyes, and he followed her gaze to a sharp stone not far from him. The man in the floral shirt approached Chun with a cold smirk. At that moment, Zhang Yongsheng seized the opportunity to twist his body and laboriously grasp a sharp stone, quietly rubbing the vine around his wrist. Speak the password. The man in the floral shirt yanked Chun-Chen's hair. Let him go first. Chun-Chen's voice trembled, yet his gaze remained resolute. Otherwise, I would rather bite my tongue and die. The man in the floral shirt, wearing a sinister grin, suddenly tore open Chun-Chen's collar, declaring, I shall see just how tough you are. The other two guards, intrigued by the man's action, unconsciously moved toward Chun. Just as events unfolded, a resounding bang interrupted the floral shirt man's actions. Zhang Yongsheng took the opportunity to sever the vine, seized the stone, and struck the nearest guard unconscious before lunging for the machete resting against the wooden post. Chapter 62, Blood-Soaked Jungle. At that moment, another guard wielding a machete noticed Zhang Yongsheng and turned to strike him. The weight of the machete was far heavier than anticipated. Had it not been for the modifications made to his coins, he would have been unable to withstand it. Zhang Yongsheng barely managed to catch the descending blade. His palm numbed from the impact. He instinctively crouched, the blade gliding across the guard's knee, eliciting a scream as the guard collapsed. Yongsheng to your right. Chun-Chen's shriek prompted Zhang Yongsheng to roll instinctively, a dagger barely missing his ear as it embedded itself into a tree trunk. He hurled the machete at the assailant, striking his shoulder. The man in the floral shirt brandished a burning stick pulled from the bonfire, advancing menacingly. The heat washed over Zhang Yongsheng, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, catching a glimpse of Chun trying to retrieve a fallen dagger nearby. The floral shirt man suddenly changed tactics, thrusting the burning stick towards Zhang Yongsheng's face. In a moment of desperate reflex, he sidestepped the fiery weapon and seized the machete, slicing through the floral shirt man's abdomen. The man staggered back and fell onto the bonfire, sparks flying in all directions as Zhang Yongsheng rushed toward Chun. Just as her fingertips brushed the dagger, a bloody guard raised his machete, aiming for Chun. Get away from her! Zhang Yongsheng roared, summoning all his strength to hurl the machete once more. The blade whirled through the air, embedding itself deep into the guard's back. The man widened his eyes in shock and gradually collapsed. Without a moment to lose, Zhang Yongsheng picked up the dagger from the ground to free Chun. As soon as she was untied, she plunged into Zhang Yongsheng's embrace, trembling, tears streaming down her face. They had no time for words as the distant shouts of pursuers echoed around them. Can you still run? Zhang Yongsheng handed the dagger to Chun and drew the machete from the fallen guard. Chun bit her lip and nodded resolutely. But as her feet touched the ground, her complexion turned pale. Without hesitation, Zhang Yongsheng hoisted her onto his back, grasping the safe with his other hand, and swiftly fled into the distance. The jungle in the darkness loomed like a monstrous beast, and as Zhang Yongsheng sprinted with Chun on his back, he felt her weight increasing, exhaustion and thirst overwhelming him, as if his lungs were ablaze. Just behind him, the beam of a flashlight occasionally illuminated his direction. compelling him to remain motionless lest he be discovered. Let me go, Chun Shun. You take the emerald and leave, he murmured weakly. Be quiet, Zhang Yongsheng gasped, nearly losing his footing. At that moment, he caught a faint glimmer on the slope to his left, as if moonlight were reflecting off some metallic surface. Quickly scaling the incline, with Chun Shun on his back, Zhang Yongsheng realized it was the entrance to an abandoned mine, rusty tracks leading into the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the mine, carrying Chun Shun. The mine was dark and damp. After navigating approximately 50 to 60 meters in obscurity, he finally deemed it safe enough to set Chun Shun down. In the shadows, he sensed her hands fumbling around. You're bleeding, she whispered, her fingers brushing against the wound on his forehead. It was then that Zhang Yongsheng became acutely aware of his own injuries. Suppressing the pain that coursed through him, he grasped Chun Chen's wrist, feeling the deep indentation left by a tight grip. Are they? He began, but Chun Shun interjected firmly. No. A cautious smile crept onto Zhang Yongsheng's face, eliciting a soft laugh from Chun Shun, which soon morphed into quiet sobs. He drew her into an embrace, and in that profound darkness, they nestled together, attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. The mine's darkness enveloped them like an infinite night sky, while Zhang Yongsheng leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, listening to the footsteps drawing ever closer outside. Chun Shun rested in his arms, her breathing shallow and rapid, gently massaging her swollen ankle, her gaze startlingly lucid. They're closing in, she murmured, her fingers clutching Zhang Yongsheng's sleeve tightly. Gripping the machete in his hand, he strained to listen, recognizing at least 2 or 3 sets of footsteps accompanied by cacophony of murmured conversations in Burmese. Zhang Yongsheng took several deep breaths, forcing himself to remain calm. They were deep within the mine, with only 2 options, to venture further inside, or, we must ambush them, he whispered. Chun Shun paused. They have guns. They won't fire here, Zhang Yongsheng replied, gesturing towards the mine ceiling. The old mine-esque structure was unstable. Gunfire could easily trigger a collapse, and they would likely refrain from taking that risk. Hearing his reasoning, Chun Shun inhaled deeply and nodded. As the footsteps grew nearer, the beam of the flashlight danced across the cavern walls. Zhang Yongsheng held his breath, gradually maneuvering behind a protruding stone column, while Chun Shun huddled behind a boulder, clutching a dagger tightly. A coarse male voice shouted in Burmese, "That kid must be inside. Be careful," the boss said to bring him back alive. The flashlight's glow intensified, and Zhang Yongsheng squinted, mentally calculating the distance. 3, 2, 1. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhang Yongsheng leapt from behind the stone column, his machete slicing through the air with lethal precision, striking the foremost pursuer. Caught off guard, the man howled in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Upon encountering a fellow comrade, another pursuer instantly raised his firearm. However, at that very moment, Zhang Yongsheng collided into him, and they both tumbled heavily to the ground. As the trigger was pulled, a bullet struck the wall, causing debris to cascade down. "Don't shoot. The tunnel will collapse," shouted the fallen pursuer. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Shun brandished her dagger and plunged it forcefully into the man's thigh, eliciting a cry of pain as he knelt down once more. Zhang Yongsheng and the armed pursuer grappled on the ground, the adversary possessing immense strength. A punch landed squarely on Zhang Yongsheng's face, sending stars dancing before his eyes. Yet, he maintained a vice-like grip on the opponent's wrist, preventing the gun from being aimed at himself. "Zhang Yongsheng," Chun Chen's voice rang out from behind. He abruptly turned his head, and a dagger whizzed past, embedding itself deeply into the pursuer's shoulder. The man howled in agony, allowing Zhang Yongsheng to seize the firearm, striking the opponent's temple with the butt of the gun. The adversary finally crumpled to the ground. Only one remained, and Zhang Yongsheng silently calculated. "Step back. Move again, and I will shoot," came a harsh command from another armed pursuer, the dark muzzle of his gun pressed against Chun Chen's temple. Zhang Yongsheng's gaze was fixed intently on him. "Drop the gun and hand over the jade," demanded the pursuer in broken Chinese. Chun Chen stood still, her breath quickening. "If you don't hand it over now, I will shoot," the pursuer threatened once more. Bang! The gun fired. His eyes widened as a bloom of crimson erupted from his chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yongsheng abruptly looked up to see several fully armed government soldiers standing at the entrance of the mine, and at the forefront stood Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong. Chun Chen could scarcely believe her eyes. Uncle Dong, the longtime steward of the Chun family, was clad in military attire, wielding a smoking pistol, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. I have caused you distress." At that moment, Chun Chen seemed to relinquish all her defenses. her body softening as she collapsed into Zhang Yongsheng's embrace. Cradling Chun, Zhang Yongsheng followed the soldiers as they emerged from the mine. The government troops swiftly subdued the remaining pursuers, one of whom was pressed to the ground, bloodied and shouting, "You bastards dare to touch us. Boss Chu will not let you go." Uncle Dong cast a cold glance at him and spoke a few words to the officer beside him. The officer nodded and waved his hand, directing the soldiers to escort the captive away. "Uncle Dong, how did you find me?" Chun Shun inquired with a trembling voice, still nestled in Zhang Yongsheng's arms. Uncle Dong sighed. "After eliminating those two bandits, I immediately contacted the master and swiftly pursued into the jungle. Unfortunately, the jungle is vast, and I initially chased the wrong direction. Thankfully, the government troops arrived in time. You may not know that at this very moment, dozens of teams have entered this jungle, searching for your whereabouts." The group settled on the ground, and Zhang Yongsheng and Chun Shun gratefully accepted the offered bottles of mineral water, taking deep swigs. "You have saved me twice," Chun Shun murmured softly. Zhang Yongsheng smirked. "Those 2 times were complimentary, but next time, I shall charge you." Chun Shun smiled, her complexion pale, yet her eyes finally sparkled with light. Uncle Dong glanced at them, a wry smile crossing his lips as he observed the descending armed helicopter. "Let's board. We must get the young lady to the hospital." "Mr. Zhang, I never imagined you possessed such prowess, bringing down armed foes with ease." Uncle Dong inquired about Zhang Yongsheng in the hospital corridor. "I had no choice. I steeled myself and went in. Thankfully, the young lady is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss in front of the old master. I have been with him for over 30 years, watching the young lady grow up. With the young master and mistress departing early, she has been the apple of his eye, cherished as if she were a delicate treasure. I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, today's outcome would have been dire." As he spoke, tears welled up in Uncle Dong's eyes. "Uncle Dong, you flatter me. As a man, it is only natural to step up in such circumstances. By the way, what has become of old Ma?" "I have yet to see him," Zhang Yongsheng queried, a puzzled expression gracing his face. "Nothing." Zhang Yongsheng lowered his gaze, rubbing his sore arm. "Do you wish to learn?" Uncle Dong scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng. Upon hearing Uncle Dong's words, Zhang Yongsheng's interest was piqued. "Indeed, I heard from Chun Shun that you were once the chief instructor of the armed police. I will be most eager to learn from you." A faint call emanated from the hospital room. "Miss, you are awake." Both Uncle Dong and Zhang Yongsheng hastened to the room at the sound of the voice. "Why am I in the hospital? What about you?" "You experienced a fright. The doctor has administered some nutrients, and you'll be fine shortly. We owe our gratitude to Mr. Zhang. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "Yongsheng, thank you. I initially sought your assistance to select a piece of jadeite, yet I never anticipated such chaos ensued. I apologize." Chun Shun regarded the injured Zhang Yongsheng with remorse. Zhang Yongsheng gently shook his head, a radiant smile illuminating his steadfast face. "What you say is unnecessary. Anyone would have acted in this situation. Do not dwell on it. Uncle Dong, where's the old master?" Chun Shun turned to inquire. "Ah, indeed. By the way, what are the Imperial Green Jade Rough?" "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Zhang, are you there?" A series of crisp knocks roused Zhang Yongsheng from slumber. Rising to open the door, he found Uncle Dong, the Chun family steward, waiting. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhang Yongsheng asked, "Uncle Dong, what brings you here? Did you know the old master is looking for you?" Hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback, aware of the vast difference in their statuses, and could hardly fathom why the elder would seek him out. "It must be regarding yesterday's events. Please, prepare yourself. We shall proceed." Chapter 64. The Old Master's Gratitude. "Very well, I shall change my attire." Closing the door, Zhang Yongsheng swiftly washed up and donned suitable clothing before ascending the stairs with Uncle Dong to stand before a suite's door. "Mr. Zhang, please wait. I shall announce your arrival." Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, Uncle Dong entered the room, only to return shortly thereafter, beckoning Zhang Yongsheng. "Come in. The old master awaits you." "Sir, Mr. Zhang has arrived." "Ah, you're Zhang Yongsheng?" The elder of the Chun family addressed Zhang Yongsheng. His gaze was as piercing as a sword, imbued with the oppressive aura of one long accustomed to power. His eyes, steeped in a commanding presence, seemed capable of penetrating all facades of pretense. This singular glance caused the temperature in the room to plummet, with the very air solidifying into a form of reverence. It was a dignity forged through trials of war and the tumult of commerce, one that instinctively commanded submission. "You are quite impressive, decisive in your actions, and your gaze is clear, truly a man." With these words, the elder scrutinized Zhang Yongsheng with eyes as sharp as blades, revealing a fierce spirit tempered by the fires of conflict. After tapping the ashes from his cigar, the elder continued, "Are you not afraid of me?" Zhang Yongsheng fixed his gaze upon the elder, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You, sir, possess a gentle demeanor. Why should I fear you?" Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's characterization of him, the elder rarely allowed a smile to surface. "You are quite amusing. Throughout my life, many have described me as a butcher or a grim reaper, yet you are the first to depict me as gentle and benevolent. I have heard from Dongzi about today's events. You performed exceptionally well, both in your discerning eye for jadeite and your courage in protecting the vulnerable. By the way, Dongzi mentioned you are a disciple of Old Yang?" "Indeed, Master Yang is my mentor," Zhang Yongsheng replied, neither subservient nor arrogant. Upon learning that the elder intended to assign him such an important task, Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback and quickly responded, "Sir, I must first express my gratitude for your kindness, but if your intention is to assist Qin Shan, I believe that is truly unnecessary." "Oh." The elder regarded this young man with keen interest. This response piqued his curiosity. "Firstly, my visit to Myanmar is due to my promise to assist Miss Chun in selecting the raw stones. Secondly, the subsequent events were somewhat influenced by my involvement. Had I not attempted to unearth the stone, and had I not revealed that piece of imperial green, the ensuing circumstances might not have transpired. Therefore, out of both sentiment and reason, it is only natural for me to assist Miss Chun in her peril, and I should not accept your generosity. Moreover, if you seek someone with exceptional appraisal skills to oversee matters, I may be ill-suited for such a role. To be frank, I have been studying gem appraisal for less than 2 months. I fear I may not be able to shoulder such a significant responsibility. With that, I shall take my leave," Zhang Yongsheng concluded, following Uncle Dong out of the suite. As the door closed behind him, Zhang Yongsheng felt the weight on his heart lift significantly. His hand instinctively reached for his forehead, only to discover it already beaded with fine droplets of sweat. This elder was indeed formidable. A mere conversation had instilled such pressure upon him. It seemed he must cultivate his skills in navigating relationships with those in power. After having a light meal and taking a shower, Zhang Yongsheng reflected on the day's events before once again drifting into slumber. In the realm of dreams, Zhang Yongsheng once again found himself enveloped in a misty expanse. Unlike the previous occasion, the figure before him no longer sat cross-legged upon the clouds. Instead, it was engaged in some form of movement, seemingly practicing martial arts. Each gesture appeared so effortless, as if it were harmoniously merging with the surrounding environment. The following morning, Zhang Yongsheng was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of a telephone. Upon answering, a familiar voice, as clear and melodious as a babbling brook in a forest, reached his ears. "Yongsheng, have you risen yet? Oh, it's Miss Chun. If you hadn't called, I might still be asleep. What is the matter?" He jested lightly with Chun, rising to draw back the curtains. Instantly, the dazzling sunlight pierced into the room like an arrow loose from its bow, banishing any remnants of drowsiness. "Well, my father just informed me that yesterday's issue has been resolved. Those individuals have been confirmed as belonging to Chu Qingrui. That Chu fellow is truly unscrupulous. However, the military from Myanmar was quite accommodating. They swiftly dismantled Zhao's hideout last night." There was an unmistakable joy in Chun Chen's tone. "That's certainly good news. It's a pity about the promising raw stones, though." Upon hearing that Chu Qinrui's operation had been thoroughly uprooted, Zhang Yongsheng felt a genuine sense of relief. Yet the memory of some fine raw stones he had glimpsed yesterday lingered in his mind, leaving him with a hint of regret. "All right, I'll make arrangements. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Would you like to join me? I'll be waiting for you in the dining room." "Sure, I'll tidy up and be right there." After ending the call, Zhang Yongsheng quickly refreshed himself and made his way to the dining area on the first floor. Chapter 65, Returning Home. Upon entering the dining room, Zhang Yongsheng immediately spotted Chun seated by the floor-to-ceiling window. Adorned in a flowing white gown, she exuded a graceful and romantic aura. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, perfectly complementing the strapless, backless design of her dress, which accentuated her enviable figure and delicate poise, leaving a lasting impression of ethereal beauty. "Hello, Miss Chun." Approaching the table, Zhang Yongsheng offered a polite greeting, dressed casually in a loose-fitting white t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts and simple white sneakers. The sunlight danced upon his sun-kissed arms, and with his refreshing short hair and a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, he appeared both relaxed and striking. As Chun gazed at this sunny young man, the gentle smile he wore caused her to unconsciously tug at the hem of her garment, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest, her ears tinged with a delicate blush. "Hello, please take a seat." I would like to discuss something with you. Would it be possible for you to refrain from calling me Miss Chun in the future? What should I call you then? Old Chun or Director Chun? Zhang Yongsheng chuckled, unable to resist teasing her as he admired her charming, lightly made-up face. Sounds good. I have yet to see the vast ocean in my life, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, gazing longingly out the window. Then hurry and eat. Once breakfast is done, I shall take you to experience the world beyond, Chen exclaimed, her delight bubbling over like a child who had just received her cherished candy. At the seaside, a gentle breeze caressed the soft sands, while the waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, as if sharing endless secrets. The morning sun cast a golden sheen across the water, draping the entire beach in a luminous glow. Zhang Yongsheng and Chen walked side by side, their steps light and effortless. A glimmer of curiosity and admiration sparkled in Chen eyes as she occasionally stole a glance at Zhang Yongsheng, quickly lowering her gaze, fearful of being caught. Following the events of the previous day, Chen realized that her feelings for him had deepened. He seemed not only more handsome, but also charming. Zhang Yongsheng appeared oblivious to Chen subtle emotions, walking intently, pausing now and then to pick up a beautiful seashell, which he then offered to her. As she accepted the shell, a warm sensation blossomed within her. She found him genuinely considerate and thoughtful. After chatting for a while, Chen suddenly sensed that her feelings for Zhang Yongsheng transcended mere friendship. She began to introspect, questioning whether she had truly developed romantic feelings for him. Yet, this sentiment felt so sudden, she was unprepared to confront it fully. Thus, Chen resolved to bury these emotions for the time being, as their acquaintance was still fresh, making it difficult to ascertain whether Zhang Yongsheng reciprocated her feelings. She chose to maintain their current relationship, trusting that time would eventually reveal everything. Perhaps one day in the future, she would gain a clearer understanding of her heart's desires. And so, the two continued their stroll along the seashore, savoring the delightful moments together. As the sun gradually set, the coastal scenery became even more enchanting. Meanwhile, the feelings within Chen quietly grew, awaiting the moment of their eventual blossoming. Yongsheng, if I encounter danger next time, will you come to my rescue? Chen gently inquired, gazing at Zhang Yongsheng's resolute face. Of course, he replied without hesitation. How could I not? You're such a beautiful lady, and besides, Uncle Dong said he would teach me martial arts. So I'll be sure to visit you often. Just don't complain if I become a nuisance. It's so much better here, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, stretching languidly as he stepped off the plane. Although the first-class seat was significantly more comfortable than the business class he had traveled in before, the prolonged journey still left him with a sore back. Miss, the car has arrived, Uncle Dong gestured, pointing to a Rolls-Royce beside the passenger steps as Chen exited the cabin. Nodding, Zhang Yongsheng followed them down the steps. Thoughtful Uncle Dong had arranged for Zhang Yongsheng to sit in the back with Chen while he took the front passenger seat. Once in the car, Chen asked, Yongsheng, where do you live? I reside in the shop. Chen looked at Zhang Yongsheng incredulously, struggling to comprehend that this young man, whose worth was in the millions, lived in an antique shop. In the shop? Is it the one at Shiyuanmen? Do you have shares in that place? No, I merely work there. My master saw that I had no place to stay, so he arranged for me to live in the shop, where I can also keep watch at night. Zhang Yongsheng explained slowly, admiring Chen's lovely visage. Why don't you live outside? It must be quite inconvenient in the shop. I had just come from the countryside to Shishur, and living in the shop made it easier for me to learn. Recently, I've been considering bringing my parents over and am thinking about buying a house. You want to buy a house? Chen asked, her face alight with curiosity. Indeed, do you have any recommendations? I recall that our company has some real estate ventures, Uncle Dong. Yes, we currently have several properties available for sale. Zhang Yongsheng, which one are you interested in? Upon hearing the young lady call out to him, Uncle Dong swiftly turned around. Chapter 66, Two Masters. Zhang Yongsheng scratched his head, looking at Uncle Dong with a puzzled expression. I haven't given it much thought, as long as the transportation is convenient and the environment is pleasant. Uncle Dong, stroking his chin thoughtfully, replied, let me think. Yes, the new development by the South Lake should be ready for handover now. It's situated by the lake, offering a delightful view. What do you think? Sounds good, Zhang Yongsheng replied eagerly, nodding his agreement. All right, I'll get in touch with Old Do. Uncle Dong took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Old Do. How is the situation with the South Lake project? Has it been handed over? Are there any larger units available? Good, I understand. I'll come by in a couple of days to take a look. After hanging up, Uncle Dong turned to Chen. Miss, there are still a few 160 square meter units available. Though they are not overly spacious, they should suffice for the time being. Would you like to take a look? Chen-Chen's gaze shifted to Zhang Yongsheng. Yongsheng, what do you think? How many bedrooms does the 160 square meter unit have? Zhang Yongsheng pondered, counting on his fingers. Uncle Dong thought for a moment. It should be a 4-bedroom, 2 living room layout. That's perfect. Zhang Yongsheng's eyes brightened. One for me, one for my parents, one for my sister, and we'll have a guest room as well. Let us go with that. Chen smiled slightly. Uncle Dong, please arrange for us to view the property tomorrow. Remember to tell Mr. Du to reserve the best units for us. As the car slowly approached the entrance of Shuyuanmen, Zhang Yongsheng quickly remarked, let us park here. It's difficult to turn around in the alley. Shall I pick you up tomorrow? Chen asked with concern. Zhang Yongsheng waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. Just tell me the address, and I'll take a taxi. What taxi? Chen suddenly adopted a serious tone, her voice leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I'll send a car to pick you up. That's settled. Observing Chen-Chen's stubborn demeanor, Zhang Yongsheng helplessly smiled. All right, I'll do as you say. See you tomorrow. Watching the black sedan disappear, Zhang Yongsheng strolled alone along the cobbled path. The ancient allure of Shuyuanmen enveloped him in the night, as the old buildings cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Turning a corner, the familiar sign of Yiboj caught his eye. Huh? The shop is still lit at this late hour? Zhang Yongsheng paused in confusion. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Inside, he heard the familiar voice of Manager Yang. Who is it? We've closed for the night. Please come back tomorrow if you have something to discuss. Master, it's me, Yongsheng. Zhang Yongsheng replied with a wry smile. Master, it's a long story. I nearly lost my life this time. Manager Yang, perceptively noticing the weariness etched on his apprentice's face, gently patted his shoulder. Go wash up and rest first. I'm currently in discussions with 2 friends. We can talk later. As he passed through the tranquil back hall, Zhang Yongsheng caught sight of 2 middle-aged men in work attire savoring tea. Their skin was dark, and their hands rough, appearing to be far from regular visitors of the antique trade. Zhang Yongsheng politely nodded and proceeded straight to his room. He intended to collapse into sleep, yet the voices from outside intruded upon his ears. Senior brother, you must come out of retirement this time. Otherwise, this golden opportunity will slip away. The 2 junior brothers continued. You know, I have washed my hands of this trade for over 20 years. This old body can no longer withstand the strain. I have already shared my methods with you, and while I do not endorse your reckless actions, I understand I cannot dissuade you. Remember, proceed with caution. Preserve the green hills for future prospects. But senior brother, after a brief silence, the footsteps faded, and the door slammed shut. After a while, Yang, the shopkeeper, called from within, Yongsheng, come out. Zhang Yongsheng opened the door and could not help but inquire, Master. Who are those 2? Oh, they're my junior brothers from my early years, Yang casually replied, then shifted to a concerned tone. Now, tell me about your affairs. Did you encounter any dangers in Myanmar? Zhang Yongsheng recounted his perilous experiences during his trip to Myanmar, the fierce competition at the gambling stone markets, the violent dealings in the black market, and the life-and-death moments spent negotiating with local armed forces. As he spoke of the dangers, his voice trembled involuntarily. Zhang Yongsheng's eyes lit up indeed. Old Master Chun presented me with a choice, and I was just about to consult you, Master. Oh, do tell. Yang, still focused on polishing his ring, encouraged him. Old Master Chun mentioned they were planning to establish an auction company, specializing in jadeite raw stones and antique paintings, and wanted me to serve as the general manager. Yang's hand paused slightly, and he looked up at his disciple. That sounds promising. What are your thoughts? Zhang Yongsheng earnestly replied, Master, you are most aware of my circumstances. I have only been learning appraisal from you for just over 2 months. My luck in the first 2 gambling stones was mere chance. Given my current abilities, I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Good. Yang suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. I admire your grounded nature. If it were someone else, having been showered with luck, they would have become conceited. Your clarity of mind is indeed commendable. He paced to the window and continued, however, you must understand that the Chun family is a century-old lineage. Appointing you as general manager is, in fact, a disguised form of gratitude. Major decisions in the company will ultimately be made by the family. Turning to gaze at Zhang Yongsheng, he asked, did they mention any specific remuneration? Zhang Yongsheng, feeling a bit awkward, replied, they offered to give me 30% of the sale price of that jadeite as compensation, but I declined. Since I initially promised to help Chun select the raw stone, it would be rather ungracious to later demand payment. Ha ha! Yang burst into hearty laughter, his goatee quivering with mirth. So that is why old Master Chun changed his approach to thank you. Appointing you as general manager essentially provides you with a long-term avenue for profit. Suddenly, he became serious. By the way, I remember you earned over 37 million at the last auction. Yes, Zhang Yongsheng affirmed. Then you should invest 30 million into this company. In this scenario, if dividends are to be distributed, they will be apportioned proportionately, thereby eliminating any grounds for grievances regarding unfair advantage. The position of general manager appears to be a test bestowed upon you by old Master Chun. You might consider appointing a vice president, as this would ensure no one is offended while still reaping the rightful benefits. My esteemed mentor, your words have illuminated my thoughts, he replied. By the way, I recall you are looking to purchase a house, correct? Since you already have plans, please proceed as you deem fit. Yang, the shopkeeper, remarked with a hint of depth in his tone. Master, what are you implying? We are merely acquaintances, Zhang Yongsheng responded, his cheeks flushing slightly. Not quite. Look at the time. I have been waiting at the door for 3 hours, attempting to call, but to no avail. Had I not summoned a locksmith, I would still be standing there foolishly. Stop jesting and get up. We need to repair the door shortly. With that, she left, slamming the door without a backward glance at Zhang Yongsheng, who was still in bed. Having tidied up the area, Zhang Yongsheng approached Li Xia with an ingratiating demeanor, asking, Sister Xia, do we have someone to fix the door? I will reach out to them now. Li Xia shot him a playful glare, exclaiming, By the time you contact someone, it will be too late. I have already arranged it. Ah, Sister Xia, you are the best. I shall go for a meal. What would you like me to bring you? I have already requested food from Sister Li. You may eat on your own. All right then, I shall bring you some coffee. With that, Zhang Yongsheng hurried out of the shop, pondering how Li Xia seemed unusually irritable that day. What can I assist you with, sir? Upon entering, a charming front desk attendant greeted him with a smile. Nothing in particular, just browsing, Zhang Yongsheng replied nonchalantly. Sir, our shop specializes in Qingming porcelain. Please take a look. The attendant, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's luxurious Gucci attire, recognized him as a man of affluence and drew closer, playfully draping her arms around his. Zhang Yongsheng, taken aback, quickly disentangled himself and pointed to a plum vase displayed on the counter, inquiring, This vase seems intriguing. Could you tell me more about it? Upon hearing his inquiry, the attendant perked up, leaning in closer with what she believed to be her most alluring voice. This is a magnificent long-necked vase from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, adorned with pastel colors and gilded embellishments. Standing at 287 centimeters, its elegant form exudes grace, with a lustrous glaze akin to jade, and is lavishly decorated, making it one of the prime examples of late Qing imperial kiln artistry. Observe the neck and foot of the vase, which are embellished with gilded detailing, shining brilliantly and reflecting royal grandeur. The principal motif is the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, a classic auspicious symbol in Chinese culture. In the artwork, a regal phoenix stands proudly upon a delicate stone, surrounded by various auspicious birds such as peacocks, cranes, ribbon birds, spring swallows, and orioles, either soaring or perched, animatedly brought to life. The background is adorned with phoenix trees, magnolias, bamboo, and peonies, symbolizing wealth, good fortune, harmony, and fulfillment. Upon closer examination of the base of the vessel, one can observe the 6-character seal in seal script from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, rendered in gold, which enhances its opulence. Although this porcelain piece hails from the late Qing period, its form, decorative motifs, in resemblance to the exquisite Guangxu period famille rose vase housed in the Palace Museum attest to the undeniable mastery of the imperial kiln's craftsmanship during that era. Such a magnificent artifact, embodying the artistry of painting, glaze, and gilding, was once a rare treasure reserved exclusively for the imperial elite. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion for us to admire it up close. Quite impressive. How much is this? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, casting a discerning glance at the shelf displaying the imitation Qianlong famille rose vase, which bore a market price of 500 yuan. Just as he lamented his lack of discernment over a white porcelain bowl nearby, he suddenly noticed a red glow emanating from it. Inscribed with Ming Yonla's sweet white, glazed dark flower, 8 auspicious patterns high-footed bowl, with a staggering market price of 6 million yuan. The female attendant, with a solemn demeanor, stated, 5 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng sighed inwardly, contemplating the shop's exorbitant pricing, and shifted his inquiry to, what about that white porcelain bowl next to it? Xiao Li, you may attend to your duties. I shall introduce this gentleman to our fine wares. The young lady began to explain when an individual, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, approached. He seemed to be the proprietor of the establishment. likely perceiving Zhang Yongsheng's lavish attire as indicative of wealth, prompting him to personally attend to the customer. Chapter 68. A Fortuitous Find. Sir, your taste is truly remarkable. This is an authentic treasure. You may not know, but this piece has been in my family for generations. My ancestors served in the capital, and, according to my grandfather, this was likely a gift from the court back in the day. Given its value, why are you selling it? Zhang Yongsheng inquired nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper. Observing the shopkeeper's inept performance, he thought to himself, keep spinning your tale. Your rotund figure and jolly demeanor betray your nightly revelries. Yet, since I have some time to spare today, I shall indulge your ramblings. Amused internally, but maintaining a stoic exterior, he feigned a hint of sympathy. Ah, it seems you are quite the dutiful son. Such filial piety is indeed rare. Sensing that Zhang Yongsheng was about to catch on, the shopkeeper hastily replied, this bowl is from the Kangxi period. If you fancy it, a mere 200,000 will suffice, and I can support my elderly mother for 2 more years. As he spoke, he discreetly dabbed at the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Zhang Yongsheng recognized that the man clearly misunderstood the bowl's provenance, and he mused that the opportunity to seize a bargain had once again presented itself. Brother, please bring the bowl over. I would like to examine it. The shopkeeper complied, placing the porcelain bowl on the table. Zhang Yongsheng activated his discerning eye to confirm its authenticity, feigning an inspection as he casually remarked to the middle-aged man, Brother, why do I sense that this bowl lacks the age you claim? Observe the glaze. While it may appear substantial and milky, it bears a faint grayish tint, and in areas of accumulated glaze, there are hints of blue and gray. Its whiteness is markedly superior to that of the Suzhou glaze, and it possesses a more refined luster. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that he initially perceived Zhang Yongsheng as a novice, only to discover that he possessed a discerning eye for quality. May I ask your name, sir? Oh, my surname is Zhang. Mr. Zhang. If you observe this piece of porcelain, you'll notice its rich, oily sheen. Furthermore, the body and foot are quintessentially representative of the Kangxi style. There is no doubt about its authenticity. If you're interested, please make an offer. 30,000. Zhang Yongsheng replied absent-mindedly. Mr. Zhang, you jest. That price wouldn't even cover a bowl lid. Please offer a bit more. You see, I urgently need funds for my ailing mother. Or I wouldn't part with it at all. To be honest, my willingness to negotiate stems from your evident filial piety. For me, this piece would merely serve as a decorative item, and thus I cannot justify a higher price. After speaking, Zhang Yongsheng made a motion to leave. Wait, please don't rush off. I can see you are an honest man, and I genuinely wish to befriend you. How about a firm price of 50,000? It's yours if you agree. The shopkeeper, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's intention to depart, hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Zhang's arm and shaking his hand fervently. My friend, I am merely affluent, not foolish. You ask 50,000 for this piece. If you lack sincerity, then let us part ways. My household can certainly do without this ornament. With that, Zhang Yongsheng brushed aside the hand blocking his path and strode toward the exit. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper realized Zhang Yongsheng must be the foolish son of a wealthy landowner, and he could not let such an opportunity slip away. He swiftly moved back in front of him, feigning humility, and said, Young sir, please stay. Today, let us consider this the beginning of a friendship. The price is 40,000, not a cent less. Zhang Yongsheng halted, gazing silently at the shopkeeper, seemingly making a momentous decision, and after a long pause, he reluctantly replied, Very well, in light of your filial devotion, I shall consider it an act of charity. 40,000 it is. Do you have a computer for the transfer? Yes, yes. Xiao Li, please bring the computer. Mr. Zhang wishes to make a transfer. After instructing Xiao Li, the shopkeeper beamed at Zhang Yongsheng. This way, please. Once the transfer was complete, Zhang Yongsheng exited onto the street, unable to contain his elation. He laughed heartily, thinking to himself how fortunate he was that day, resolved to frequent this street more often, as such opportunities for discovery were to be seized. Meanwhile, at Ziwei Hall, the receptionist Xiao Li, with a puzzled expression, inquired of the middle-aged man, Boss, did you not overpay for that vase? It was worth 200,000, and you acquired it for only 40. The shopkeeper, glancing surreptitiously at the entrance to ensure no one was watching, turned to the beautiful female clerk with a mischievous grin. You know nothing. I bartered that item for 2 wash basins and a bag of flour during my recent trip to the countryside. Would you say I lost or gained? You're quite shrewd. Xiao Li teased, lightly tapping the man's forehead. In response, he lewdly pulled her into his embrace, disregarding the wide-open door. Just then, Zhang Yongsheng, having walked a short distance, heard his phone ring. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chun Chun and immediately answered. Hello, Yongsheng, where are you? I'm at the entrance of the alley. The familiar voice resonated from the other end of the line. All right, wait for me at the intersection. I'll be right there. In a moment, I will present you with something special. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yongsheng arrived at a quaint cafe by the street. He ordered a cup of Americano and instructed that it be delivered to Yibao Pavilion before making his way toward the alley. Upon reaching the junction, he glanced around but did not spot Chun Chun's Lexus from that day. He then dialed Chun Chun's number and inquired, Hello, Chun Chun, where are you? I don't see your car. I'm right by the roadside. Do you see a red Porsche sports car? Of course, I see it. Such an eye-catching vehicle. It must be the only one in Shishir. I'm on my way. After ending the call, Zhang Yongsheng approached the Porsche, opened the door, and handed over a brocade box containing a Ming Dynasty Yongla sweet white glaze high-footed bowl adorned with auspicious patterns. This is for you. ISN to your family starting an auction house. I happened upon an antique shop today, and the owner mistakenly identified this exquisite bowl as a modern replica, allowing me to acquire it at a bargain. Haha, from the Ming Dynasty? It must be quite valuable. I cannot accept it. I still owe you for helping me select the raw stone last time. Accepting another gift would be inappropriate. As Chun Shan protested, she felt her cheeks flush crimson. What do you mean inappropriate? Didn't your grandfather wish for me to join your newly established auction house? We are practically family now. Don't be so formal. Upon hearing Yongsheng refer to them as family, Chun Shan's previously pale face again turned a deep shade of red. After composing herself, she replied, Very well. I shall keep it until the auction house opens, and all proceeds will belong to you. All right, we can discuss this later. Aren't you supposed to take me to see a house today? Let us go. Then hold on tight. Chun Shan shot Zhang Yongsheng a teasing glance. That mischievous look would forever linger in his memory. With a thunderous roar, the red Porsche 911 surged forward like a wild beast. At this moment, Yongsheng felt himself firmly glued to the seat, a sensation of exhilaration that only he could comprehend. My goodness, can you slow down? This car accelerates too swiftly. It's quite overwhelming. Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed, gripping the seatbelt tightly. Ha ha ha, you big man. How can you not handle this? Witnessing Zhang Yongsheng struggle, Chun Shan felt a surge of delight. My dear lady, I can count the number of times I've been in a private vehicle since birth, let alone one with such a powerful engine. But to be honest, that sensation of being pushed back into the seat was exhilarating, compared to his initial panic. Zhang Yongsheng gradually adapted to the adrenaline rush. Would you like to give it a try? Chun Shan asked, glancing at him. Hearing her suggestion filled Zhang Yongsheng with joy. For what man does not appreciate a powerful vehicle? However, just moments later, he bowed his head, resembling a defeated rooster, and mumbled, I don't know how to drive. Chun Shan turned to look at the downcast Zhang Yongsheng. So what if you don't know? There is no need to be upset. I'll teach you later. It's quite easy to learn. Zhang Yongsheng gazed out at the bustling traffic and replied, No need. I'll find a driving school on my own another day. Are you rejecting my offer? Chun Shan shot him a sidelong glance. Zhang Yongsheng turned his head seriously to look at Chun Shan, who was speaking with great conviction, and said, That's not the case. Aren't you an adult? Don't you have anything serious to do all day? I was merely concerned that teaching me to drive might take up your time. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. I have had little to occupy my time lately. From today onwards, I shall come to pick you up every afternoon, and in the evening, I will teach you how to drive. It's settled then. Can I decline? Zhang Yongsheng looked at Chun Shan with a face full of helplessness. No, you cannot. Women. Shaking his head, Zhang Yongsheng said with a sense of disillusionment. Before long, the car arrived at Sujiang Pool, which at that time was brimming with vitality. Having just been completed, Zhang Yongsheng gazed out of the window and remarked, I must say, this place boasts a splendid environment, truly embodying the ancient saying, the wandering minstrel never tires, even at the head of Sujiang. Stealing a glance at Zhang Yongsheng, Chun Shan smiled sweetly. Oh, I didn't realize you had a bit of literary flair. Zhang Yongsheng rubbed his nose with his thumb. There is much more you haven't noticed. Chun Shan parked the car in front of a community entrance. We have arrived. I will call Uncle Dong. Hello, Uncle Dong, we have reached. Please bring the keys with you and meet us directly at the project site. A few minutes later, Uncle Dong knocked on Chun Shan's car window. Miss, let's go. Accompanying Uncle Dong was a man of around 50, dressed in a suit, his slick-back hair gleaming with vitality. Upon seeing Chun Shan, the man approached respectfully, saying, President Chun, today I have brought out the finest floor plans for our project. Please let me know what your friend requires. He will be residing here, so it must be quiet, well-lit, and spacious enough to avoid a cramped feeling. You may ask him for specifics. This is Zhang Yongsheng, the project's head, Du Chunwei. He said, gesturing toward Zhang Yongsheng. Greetings, Director Du. Zhang Yongsheng politely shook hands with Du Chunhui. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire what specific requirements you have for the house? Du Chunhui, aware that Chun Chun and Uncle Dong were accompanying Zhang Yongsheng for the house purchase, did not dare to be negligent. I have never purchased a house before, but I believe what President Chun mentioned earlier encapsulates my requirements. Very well, let's first view this 240 square meter flat. Please follow me. The group followed Du Chunhui's lead to a multi-story building located in the center of the community. Mr. Zhang, let me briefly introduce the situation of our community. From the outset, we engaged a top-tier feng shui master to assess it. Sujiang Pool, being a natural water body, perfectly aligns with the feng shui principle of water being the lifeblood. The community is designed with a south-facing orientation towards the water, creating a harmonious layout that gathers wealth. The entire shape of the Sujiang Pool is gently curved, resembling a treasure basin. Moreover, the negative oxygen ions in the water enhance residential comfort, resonating with the feng shui concept of gathering energy. Oh, Zhang Yongsheng listened with interest. Is there really such a notion? Exiting the elevator, the double-opening entrance door appeared quite grand. Upon entering, Du Chunhui walked through the living room to the balcony and expertly introduced President Chen, Mr. Zhang. All our projects are delivered fully decorated, allowing you to simply move in with your bags. Look at this balcony. It offers a panoramic view of the entire Zhujiang. Doesn't it evoke a sense of Emperor Qin surveying the battlefield? Chen Chun led Zhang Yongsheng to the southern balcony. I adore this balcony. It is delightful to sit here during leisure hours, gazing upon the serene South Lake, she remarked. Do you like it? Then let this be the one, Zhang Yongsheng replied. Looking at Chen Chun, you shall reside here. It is up to you to decide if it suits your fancy. Chen Chun shyly responded. I am quite satisfied. Both the greenery and the interior decor are exceedingly pleasant, Zhang Yongsheng declared with contentment. Old Du, please leave the keys to this apartment. Arrange for someone to bring over the necessary paperwork shortly, Zhang Yongsheng instructed. Hand him your ID so he can handle the formalities, he added. How much is this place? Zhang Yongsheng inquired of Du Chunhui. I cannot compete with you. I shall accept whatever you deem appropriate, Du Chunhui replied. With that, Zhang Yongsheng produced his ID and handed it to Uncle Dong, saying, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Chapter 70. Watching a movie we're all acquaintances here. There's no need for formality. You and the young lady can wait here while I go downstairs with old Du to finalize the paperwork. Uncle Dong said respectfully before he and Du Chunhui exited the room. As Chen Chun gazed out at the picturesque view of South Lake, a thought struck her. She turned to Zhang Yongsheng and asked, by the way, didn't you mention you were considering joining an auction house? Zhang Yongsheng pondered for a moment before replying, yes, that is indeed my intention. As you know, I have not been in the industry for long, and I find myself somewhat overwhelmed by the responsibilities of the general manager. However, I have a genuine passion for the antique jade industry, which is why I am contemplating investing in this company. What do you think? Investing? How much do you wish to invest? Chen Chen inquired. I could consider you a technical partner, given the prowess you displayed during our recent stone gambling ventures, which merits a 20% stake, she continued, surprised by Zhang Yongsheng's proposal. Zhang Yongsheng held up 3 fingers before her. My humble means do not compare to your family's wealth. I can only manage 30 million. 30 million is somewhat modest. How about this? I will contribute an additional 70 million, and we can establish a company based on this ratio. Once we generate income, we can further invest. What do you think? Chen Chen suggested. That sounds agreeable, but I shall not serve as the general manager, he replied. If you decline the position, I shall take it. You can be the deputy general manager, Chen Chen said, pouting adorably. Then I would be reliant on your generosity, Zhang Yongsheng muttered, slightly displeased. Chen Chen playfully patted his shoulder and said, what do you mean by reliant? That sounds rather unflattering. Being associated with me guarantees you a life of comfort and luxury. Suddenly, Chen Chen's phone rang. Upon answering, she heard the voice on the other end say, Miss, the paperwork has been completed. Would you like it delivered? Just wait downstairs. We are about to leave, she instructed before hanging up. Turning to Zhang Yongsheng, she asked, how do you feel about your new home? Is there anything else you need? I can accompany you to shop. It's quite good. I can manage purchasing some daily necessities myself. Nothing else is required, he replied. Then let us go. I will drive you, as there are no large supermarkets nearby, and walking will be quite a trek, she said. They descended to retrieve the housing contract and drove to a Wanda Plaza, where upon parking, Chen Chen was captivated by a massive movie poster in the elevator hall. Yongsheng, let us go watch a movie, she exclaimed. I yearn to watch my sassy girl. I have heard numerous praises about this film, but have never had the opportunity until today, as it is finally being screened nearby. With a face full of anticipation, Chen Shun gazed at Zhang Yongsheng and exclaimed, "Let's indulge in this cinematic experience. I have only witnessed traveling films at the grain threshing grounds in my village. I have yet to visit such a cinema." After purchasing their tickets, the two entered the theater, which, perhaps due to it being a weekday, was nearly empty, as if a private screening was arranged just for them. "Look at the female protagonist. Her love story is truly moving," Chun-Chun remarked. "Indeed, I have noticed that as well. Her unwavering commitment to love commands my admiration," Zhang Yongsheng replied. "Chun-Chun, if you were in her position, what would you choose?" he asked, gazing at her intently. "I believe I would choose love, for without it, life loses its significance. Though the heroine appears fierce, she possesses a heart filled with tenderness and kindness." This reflection led Chun-Chun to ponder her own self, although she often presents herself as assertive and independent at work. Deep down, she yearns for care and affection. She looked at Zhang Yongsheng, resolutely deciding to reveal her truer self to him. After the film concluded, the two exited the cinema. Suddenly, Chun-Chun halted, turning to face Zhang Yongsheng, and earnestly said, "You know, I somewhat resemble the female lead. I may appear tough on the outside, yet my heart is rather soft." Zhang Yongsheng, upon hearing her words, smiled gently and replied, "Miss, I have noticed that. But tell me, does this tender-hearted lady feel hungry? I could prepare a bowl of noodles for you." "Oh, how annoying," Chun-Chun playfully retorted. Zhang Yongsheng looked at her with a serious expression. "I truly mean it. My culinary skills at home are quite impressive. Today marks the occasion of my new residence, and I would like to invite you to be my first guest, as I personally prepare dinner for you. Would the esteemed Miss Chun grace me with a presence?" "Well, considering your earnestness, I shall decline my evening banquet to attend your housewarming feast," Chun-Chun jested. "What do you usually enjoy eating?" "My father's roots are in Hunan, so our family chef primarily specializes in Hunan cuisine." "Go on, boast all you want. If you fail to cook well, how will you handle the aftermath?" As he donned an apron and stood before the counter, Zhang Yongsheng began kneading the dough while speaking to Chun-Chun, who was leaning against the kitchen door. "Let me tell you, making this rural noodle dish requires a certain skill. For the dough, you must add a pinch of salt to the water to enhance its elasticity. It is essential to dissolve the alkaline flour in warm water, adding the water gradually." Chun-Chun, observing Zhang Yongsheng in the kitchen, teased, "Is this the same Zhang hero who fiercely protected me the other day? Now, he appears like a little housewife." "Ah, you wouldn't understand. I am a warrior in the battlefield of the kitchen." He laughed. "My mother often says that anyone who marries me will surely live in bliss." Listening to Zhang Yongsheng's words, Chun-Chun felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushing as she pondered something. "Chun-Chun, would you prefer your noodles firmer or softer?" he inquired. "I prefer them firmer." "I guessed as much. It aligns perfectly with your personality." Upon hearing this, Chun-Chun smiled thoughtfully and said, "If that is the case, Yongsheng, you must prefer your food on the softer side." Zhang Yongsheng looked at Chun-Chun in bewilderment. "How did you know?" With a laugh, she responded, "I can't believe I hit the nail on the head. It seems you're destined to rely on soft meals." Noticing that Zhang Yongsheng seemed taken aback, Chun-Chun chuckled with delight. "Oh, I'm truly at a loss for words. If you prefer a firmer texture, I shall add a tad less water, which will make the dough slightly harder. You see, alkaline noodles need to be kneaded into a smooth dough, and it must undergo 3 rounds of kneading and resting to achieve the perfect taste. Now, let the dough rest for a moment. Could you please fetch some garlic for us?" "Sure, where's the garlic?" Zhang Yongsheng pointed to the cupboard. "It's on the top shelf. You can grab it yourself." He continued, "In our hometown, the main ingredients for sauce noodles are primarily red and white radishes. Just before serving, sprinkle a handful of chives for that delightful aroma." As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng couldn't help but swallow hard, reminiscing when I was a child. We were too poor to afford meat, so these were our staple ingredients. Today, as a treat for you, I'll add some diced meat. With the oil heated in the wok, he began to add the vegetables one by one, followed by a splash of soy sauce and some water, letting it simmer for half an hour. "Miss Chun, I assure you, you will find yourself craving more than just one bowl. You might eat 2 bowls and still want a third." All right, I see how eager you are," Chun-Chun replied, resting her chin on her hand, curious. "But are we only having sauce noodles?" Wiping his hands on his apron, Zhang Yongsheng replied, "How could it be just that? The standard accompaniments include 4 cold dishes, smashed cucumber, scallions with tofu, marinated century egg, and finally, a spicy stir-fried green bean salad. After you finish with the garlic, you can relax in the living room and watch some television. I will have everything ready shortly." standing outside the kitchen, watching Zhang Yongsheng busily at work. Chun Shun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. His silhouette reminded her of her long-lost father, who used to labor in the kitchen to prepare meals for the family. Though they had a cook, her father insisted on cooking whenever he had the time, believing that true family life meant enjoying the food prepared by one's own hands. Observing the person she cherished most creating a meal filled her with happiness. And before she realized it, a solitary tear slipped down her cheek. Why are you crying, silly girl? How could a bowl of noodles move you so deeply? Zhang Yongsheng rushed over to wipe away her tears. Yongsheng, thank you, Chun Shun exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. Have you even eaten yet? And you're already thanking me? Stop hugging me, I'm all greasy. You'll ruin your clothes. Go tidy the dining table. I'll serve the noodles. Zhang Yongsheng gently patted Chun Shun's back in a comforting manner. Yongsheng, I have a question for you, Chun Shun said softly, lifting her head, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Looking into the eyes of the woman in his arms, Zhang Yongsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, What is it? Seeing his obliviousness, Chun Shun retorted playfully, Has no one ever told you that you're as dense as a block of wood? Her comment left Zhang Yongsheng looking utterly perplexed. Not really why. With a playful shove, Chun Shun glanced at him, feigning annoyance. Never mind. Go on and prepare your meal. Chun Shun sat at the dining table, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the saucy noodles and several exquisite cold dishes before her. Zhang Yongsheng, seated across from her, looked at her with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Go ahead, try a bite, he urged, extending the bamboo chopsticks in his hand towards Chun Shun. She nodded, a shy smile gracing her face as she picked up the chopsticks, lifted a mouthful of noodles, and savored the taste. A look of pure satisfaction spread across her face. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. The flavor of the saucy noodles is just perfect, and the noodles are cooked to perfection. Hearing Chun Shun's praise, Zhang Yongsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a joyful smile emerging on his face. See, I told you so. Everyone who tries my cooking says it's good. Chun Shun shook her head, laughing. You get a little praise, and you think you're a master chef. But to be fair, this is indeed one of the best saucy noodles I have ever had. Arguably top-notch. Zhang Yongsheng, slightly embarrassed by her compliments, scratched the back of his head. To receive such praise from you, miss, truly makes me feel overwhelmed. If you ever want to eat this again, just let me know and I will make it for you. As they continued to enjoy their meal, they engaged in lively conversation. Chun Shun inquired about Zhang Yongsheng's childhood anecdotes, intrigued by the rural life she had never experienced. She listened intently, laughing heartily at his embarrassing stories, and feeling sorrow for his struggles when his father's illness prevented him from attending school. Their conversation deepened, as if they had known each other for ages. Thank you for making such a wonderful meal, Chun Shun suddenly said. I feel so happy. Zhang Yongsheng looked at her, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. As long as you enjoy it, you're always welcome to come and eat. Their gazes locked, and a sweet atmosphere enveloped them, as if they had become indispensable parts of each other's lives. Zhang Yongsheng turned to Chun Shun with a smile. What can a humble waiter like me offer? Do you have any plans, miss? Upon seeing her inquisitive expression, Zhang Yongsheng readily agreed. Sure, that sounds fine. Where are we going? I'll just head over tomorrow. Let us meet at my office at the 12th floor of the City Cube on Gaoxin Road. Come around 10 in the morning, and I'll be waiting for you. Absolutely. I will be there on time, Chun Shun assured him. As Zhang Yongsheng listened to her, he tidied up the room, soon organizing it neatly. After finishing, he glanced at the time and realized it was already past 8. Remembering that no one was at the shop, he quickly said to Chun Shun, Shall we head out? Chun Shun, who was in the living room watching television, was startled to see the time as well. Oh, it's already 8. We should go. I didn't hear the phone ring at all. Look, she said, pulling out her phone from her pocket. Upon flipping it open, she realized the screen was dark. She had forgotten to turn it back on after it had died from being off during her movie outing. Seeing this, Zhang Yongsheng felt a wave of embarrassment. He turned to Li Xia, saying, Sister Xia, my phone died, and it wasn't intentional, right? Please forgive me. Indeed, I just bought it today. My parents are getting older, and I wanted to bring them here for a couple of days of relaxation. Run? Where would I run to? I'm not running. Zhang Yongsheng looked at Li Xia, puzzled. Li Xia, upon seeing Zhang Yongsheng's refusal to acknowledge the truth, was instantly filled with indignation and exclaimed, Continue with your pretense. The shopkeeper informed me today that the Chun family wishes to invite you to their auction house. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng smote his thigh, exclaiming, This is merely a matter that has yet to take shape. The company over there is not even registered yet. It's all just a distant possibility. The following morning, After perusing the ghost market and enjoying breakfast, Zhang Yongsheng opened the shop door and began tidying the various items on the counter. What had once been a mundane task now bore an unusual weight. As the words spoken by Li Xia the previous evening had infused him with a sense of melancholy regarding parting. He gazed at this place, the inception of his dreams, and felt an unexpected pang of sentiment. What are you daydreaming about? How did the house viewing go yesterday? Zhang Yongsheng looked up to see the kindly figure of Master Yang standing before him. Good morning, Master. The house we viewed near Xiujiang is in a prime location, and the community's landscaping is excellent. The paperwork is already completed. You should visit it soon. Well, that's splendid. Come with me, Master Yang said, leading him into the inner hall. He retrieved a pair of jade cheilants from the antique rack and handed them to Zhang Yongsheng. Take these jade cheilants and place them in your living room as a housewarming gift for me. Seeing his master bestow such a gift, Zhang Yongsheng quickly shook his head. Master, this is truly too much. Your guidance in my apprenticeship is already beyond my ability to repay. How can I accept your gift, since you call me master? Remember this, once a teacher, always a father. Do you understand? Accept it without hesitation. A man should not be so fussy. Master Yang said firmly as Zhang Yongsheng continued to protest. Very well, I shall accept it. Master Yang gently polished the ring on his thumb and asked, Has she told you everything? Yes, she mentioned that the night shift staff could come today, and I need not stay at the shop anymore. And how goes the matter with the auction house? I discussed it with Chun and confirmed the proposal you mentioned. She wishes for me to assist her in evaluating several pieces of art shortly. As he poured tea from Master Yang, he set it down gently beside him, like a great eagle soaring with the winds, rising to heights of 90,000 miles. Go forth and fulfill your duties. You need not come to the shop every day. If anything arises, I will call you. Focus on the auction house matters, and feel free to consult me whenever you are uncertain. Master Yang gazed at his apprentice with warmth. Though their time together had been brief, Zhang Yongsheng's keen insight and remarkable fortune warranted an opportunity to venture forth. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Master Yang's words, Zhang Yongsheng knelt, bowing deeply to the ground. Thank you, Master. Rise, rise. A man should not exhibit such childlike demeanor. Master Yang chided with a smile. After bidding farewell to Master Yang, he glanced at his phone, noting it was already 9 o'clock. He hailed a taxi and proceeded to Chun-Chen's office. Sir, whom do you wish to see? A young woman clad in a tailored suit inquired politely. Upon learning he sought the boss, the girl grew visibly anxious and asked, Do you have an appointment? I do not. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen's schedule is quite full. Would you like to make an appointment for next week? No need. I will call her. After speaking, Zhang Yongsheng took out his phone and dialed Chun-Chen's number. Hello? Chun-Chen, I have arrived downstairs. The front desk has been quite diligent in stopping me. Perhaps you could have a word with her. Upon finishing, Zhang Yongsheng handed his phone to the charming administrative assistant. After a brief whisper, the young lady addressed Zhang Yongsheng. Sir, please take the elevator from this side. President Chen's office is on the 12th floor. Thank you. With a smile, Zhang Yongsheng ascended to the 12th floor. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a professionally attired woman who welcomed him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Secretary Liu. President Chun is waiting for you. Please follow me. Gently, Secretary Liu tapped on the door. Receiving a response, she entered and respectfully announced to Chun, who was seated behind her desk, President Chun, Mr. Zhang has arrived. Good, you may leave for now. As she spoke, Chun set aside the documents she was reviewing and stood to greet him. Today, Chun donned a sleek black professional skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure, causing Zhang Yongsheng's heart to race. Chun, you look truly stunning today, Zhang Yongsheng remarked instinctively. Oh, are you implying I did not look good yesterday? Chun teased. No, you were beautiful yesterday too. What I meant is that you are beautiful every day. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to see me every day then? Of course. Who wouldn't want to be in the presence of such a striking beauty? As they conversed, a knock echoed from the door. President Chun, Mr. Wang, and his associates have arrived. Please direct them to the conference room. I will join them shortly. Chun instructed her secretary. Yongsheng, the person I mentioned yesterday, has arrived. You must ensure the quality is impeccable. Those two are seasoned professionals in the market, so we cannot afford to be careless. Zhang Yongsheng patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, this is our forte, and I will not falter. Upon entering the conference room, they encountered two portly middle-aged gentlemen seated at the negotiation table. Chun introduced them. Yongsheng, allow me to introduce Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Zhang from our auction house. Ah, Mr. Zhang, you certainly appear to be a promising young talent, Mr. Wang remarked politely, shaking hands with Zhang Yongsheng. You flatter me, Mr. Wang. I understand from President Chun that you wish to sell a few collectibles. I would be delighted to appraise them. Let's begin with this piece. One of Mr. Wang's companions retrieved a porcelain vase from a wooden box. The moment Zhang Yongsheng laid eyes on the item, he felt a surge of astonishment. He had encountered this piece multiple times in the publications of Yibao Pavilion. If its description could be distilled into one word, it would be exquisite. If two words, absolute perfection. Striving to calm his emotions, Zhang Yongsheng refrained from handling the piece and remarked, "This is the Qianlong Doucai Wanfu Qingshou Double Dragon Ear Vase. It was originally lost from the Proctor Art Institute in the United States in 1883. I cannot believe I have come across it today. What a stroke of luck," Zhang Yongsheng murmured, and then, employing his discerning eye, he examined the vase, which radiated a purple aura, clearly indicating its market value at 70 million. Mr. Zhang indeed possesses an exceptional eye. I would appreciate your expert opinion. General Wang, seated across from them, could not help but praise Zhang Yongsheng for his discerning eye. He picked up the vase and examined it closely, then turned to Chun Shun and remarked, "The form of this porcelain piece is exceedingly elegant. The mouth of the vase flares gently outward, the neck is elongated, and the body is round and full. Most astonishing are the exquisite decorative patterns that adorn its surface." Zhang Yongsheng then turned to Chun Shun, saying, "Observe the belly of the vase. It is embellished with 4 intertwined lotus patterns, entwined with cloud motifs, and accented with gilded swastikas in the center. Now look at the sides of the neck, where each side features a flower of the exotic lotus, its center adorned with a gilded character for longevity, while beneath it hangs a pattern of lingji mushrooms, interspersed with vermilion and gold dragon ear ornaments." Pointing again at the neck, Zhang Yongsheng continued, "Here, you can see the delicate cloud motifs. Further down, at the base of the neck, there is a band of bat patterns, and near the bottom and foot, distinct styles of lotus petal designs are depicted. Most notably, the base bears the 6-character blue and white seal mark of the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. A large Doucai vase of this type is indeed a rarity among surviving pieces. The craftsmanship of Doucai is exceptionally challenging and costly." Noticing Chun Chen's curious gaze, Yongsheng elaborated, "The production process is as follows. One must first outline the design in cobalt blue on a thoroughly dried bisque body. Given the strong absorbency of the bisque, the artist must execute it in one go without error. Next, a transparent glaze is applied for the first firing. After the kiln, various glazes and enamels are filled within the blue outlines, followed by a second low-temperature firing. Consider the complexity of this process, combined with the fragility of large porcelain items. It is truly rare to find one in complete preservation." He added, "What makes this piece even more precious is its incorporation of gilding techniques, rendering it virtually unparalleled in the world. Upon closer inspection, while the patterns initially appear to be exotic lotus designs, one will discover a significant infusion of cloud motifs. These cloud motifs evolve from the lingji patterns, symbolizing auspiciousness, and are commonly used in imperial longevity themes. They not only encircle the mouth of the vase, but can also be found at the juncture of the neck and shoulder, and even within the intertwined floral designs. This valuable porcelain, rich with auspicious connotations, not only showcases the remarkable ceramic craftsmanship of the Qianlong era, but also epitomizes the profound heritage of traditional Chinese culture." At this point, Yongsheng looked up at General Wang, who was sitting upright and composed, and inquired, "General Wang, how much do you intend to part with this collection for?" "Mr. Zhang, you are the connoisseur. What do you think it might be worth?" General Wang, an expert in his own right, understood the principle that the first to make an offer often finds themselves at a disadvantage. He merely smiled, refraining from discussing a price. "Ah, General Wang, you jest. It is only fitting that you set the price for your own item," Zhang Yongsheng countered, fully aware of the dynamics at play. Seeing he could not evade the matter, General Wang slowly extended his hand, gesturing, "Let us settle on this figure." Chun Chun, noticing General Wang's hand, exclaimed, 5 million? "Mr. Chun, you jest. It is 50 million. General Wang replied, forcing a smile that he believed to be charming. Chun Chun glanced at Zhang Yongsheng, who gently patted her hand to reassure her before stating, "To be honest, this collection is indeed remarkable, but it is by no means unique. Your offer lacks sincerity. Mr. Zhang, you are undoubtedly an expert, and you must be aware that there are few items in this world that can rival this one. The Qianlong vase from the Palace Museum in Beijing, featuring the exquisite Doucai decoration and the auspicious Jin Bao Tu motif, alongside the renowned Qianlong Doucai dragon and moon vase from the Palace Museum. and the esteemed Qianlong Dotsai agriculture and weaving vase from the Tianjin Museum, as well as the celestial vase cherished by the Tai Bei family, are all treasures that cannot be traded again. Therefore, it would be quite inaccurate to suggest that my precious item is not worth such a sum, Mr. Wang remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yongsheng with a hint of awkwardness. While the quantity may indeed be limited, it cannot be dismissed as insignificant. I recall that around the year 1990, Christie S. in the United States auctioned a Qianlong Dotsai ribbon vase for approximately $850,000 USD. Although your piece is slightly larger in size, the price can still be considered as a reference. If you're genuinely interested in selling, please provide a revised offer, Zhang Yongsheng asserted with conviction. Mr. Zhang, in our line of work, one must expect lofty prices and ultimately settle on a fair deal. How about this? You propose a price, and I shall listen. I have already provided a reference price. As I mentioned, your item is indeed larger than the aforementioned one. Hence, I am willing to offer you 15 million. Zhang Yongsheng meticulously articulated each word. Mr. Chun, may I inquire if Mr. Zhang has the authority to represent your company? This price seems rather outrageous, Mr. Wang exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to Qin Shun. His response conveys precisely what I mean. Qin Shun replied resolutely while looking at Zhang Yongsheng. It appears that this transaction cannot proceed today, Mr. Wang declared, clutching the treasured vase as if preparing to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng hastily interjected, Mr. Chun, since Mr. Wang has traveled a long distance, why don't we explore other items? Since you have suggested it, let's take a look again, hoping that the subsequent pieces will offer some delightful surprises. The two engaged in a back and forth, effectively maintaining control over the situation, and all parties resumed their seats to examine the next few items. Very well, Mr. Wang, why don't you present the remaining items for our collective appraisal? And we could discuss pricing afterward? Zhang Yongsheng suggested, glancing at Mr. Wang's relatively small box. All right, Mr. Wang replied promptly, retrieving the last two boxes from within the container and placing them on the table. Is this all there is? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, observing a porcelain cup and an incense burner displayed before him. Indeed, this is all. What price can you offer? Mr. Wang asked. Please do not rush me. I would like to examine them first. Zhang Yongsheng feigned as he picked up the incense burner, discreetly activating his true vision. A flash of red light revealed the market price of the Qianlong incense burner with dragon ears to be 6.8 million, while the nearby cup, emanating a green glow, was valued at merely 2,000 yuan. This incense burner is quite remarkable. It exudes the essence of its era and possesses a refined character. The body is flat, with a thin rim and a subtle inward curve, sharp edges, and a slight outward flare. The neck is concave, leading to a bulging belly. The foot is slightly flared, with a raised base. The neck and belly are adorned with double dragon ears, showcasing a sophisticated interplay of proportions, with a transition from thick to thin and back to thick. The upper ends of the ears are broad and flat, curving smoothly downward, with small and lively ear holes. The mouth is thin, the walls are thick, and the center of gravity is distinctly focused on the lower half, giving it a weighty presence, indicative of refined craftsmanship. Inside, one can observe the tool marks and orderly spiral patterns. The body is uniform and intact, with a chestnut shell color that has been well preserved over the years. It is indeed a fine collectible. Having spoken, Zhang Yongsheng once again held the imitation teacup in his hands. Despite knowing it was a counterfeit, he was still curious to discern the method of its replication. After a thorough examination, he murmured to himself, strange, quite strange. Is there something amiss with this item? Qin Shun inquired, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's peculiar demeanor. Do you have a UV light? Bring it to me. I need to scrutinize this closely, he requested. Yes. I'll have someone fetch it. Qin Shun instructed her secretary, Xiao Lu. Go get the UV flashlight from my drawer. Mr. Zhang, have you made your assessment? Shall we propose a price? Wang, feeling guilty under Zhang Yongsheng's scrutiny, hastily attempted to change the subject. After several rounds of examination, Zhang Yongsheng could not pinpoint any discrepancies. However, his discerning eye would not be deceived. The incense burner and the porcelain vase appear legitimate, but I remain uncertain about this teacup. Once the light arrives, I shall examine it further. How much are you prepared to offer for the burner? Let us start at 5 million for the burner. That is an established market price. Wang replied, Indeed, that price is not trivial, but last year's sale was for a larger piece than yours, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, gesturing towards the incense burner before him. Qin Shun, I have inspected these items. The teacup is undoubtedly a forgery, but the other two pieces are authentic. I believe we should acquire them for no more than 20 million. What say you? Zhang Yongsheng whispered to Qin Shun. I trust your judgment, She nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Wang. I have just conferred with Ms. Chun, and we propose a total of 18 million for the burner and the porcelain. That is far too low. Are we engaged in an auction? With a bit of promotional flair, the incense burner alone could fetch that much. Could you not increase your offer? Also, what about the teacup? It is a genuine Qing Tongji official kiln piece, and its value is considerable, Wang exclaimed, visibly anxious at the proposed price. Zhang Yongsheng gently set the teacup aside, stating, we shall forego the cup. Let us focus solely on these two items. What is your offer? 23 million, Wang grimaced. 20 million, no more, not a cent extra. Discuss among yourselves. If you agree, we shall finalize the transaction. Should you choose not to proceed, we can auction these items later and deduct our commission from the sale price, Zhang Yongsheng stated earnestly to Wang. Here, the UV flashlight you requested, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Lu, the secretary, handed it to him. I knew it. Zhang Yongsheng illuminated the base of the cup, confirming his suspicions. This was a piece constructed from an old porcelain base, topped with a new body, then refired and painted. Such a method could easily ensnare the unwary during verification. What is the matter? Chun inquired, intrigued. Nothing to worry about. Mr. Wang, how do you wish to proceed? Zhang Yongsheng chose not to reveal the intricacies of the deception. Wang, realizing his ruse had been uncovered, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face, finally sighing. Very well, we shall proceed at your proposed price. Ms. Chun, what are your thoughts on this price? Zhang Yongsheng turned to her. Let us proceed as you suggest. Xiao Lu, please fetch the contract from Mr. Wang. Once signed, arrange for the transfer immediately, she instructed. Apologies, Mr. Wang. But Zhang and I have some matters to attend to, so we must take our leave, Chun remarked as she grasped Zhang Yongsheng's arm and departed. Upon returning to the office, she inquired, is there an issue with that teacup? Indeed, it is a defective item, whereas the other two are perfectly fine, Zhang Yongsheng replied, looking at Chun with a serious demeanor. Chun gently patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I might have been deceived by those two. Not to worry. I'm here for you, he said. I'm quite famished. What shall we have for lunch? There is a delightful Hong Kong-style restaurant nearby. Allow me to treat you as a reward for today's endeavors, she suggested. Zhang Yongsheng, now that you are a millionaire, could you not exhibit a bit of decorum? Smacking your lips in public is quite unbecoming, Chun remarked with a hint of disdain as she cast a sidelong glance at his rugged face. Hee. I've grown accustomed to poverty since childhood. Suddenly having wealth is a bit disorienting. Please grant me some time, Zhang Yongsheng admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Do you have any engagements this afternoon? Chun asked. None at all. Would you like to accompany me for a driving practice? He offered. I'm afraid not. My instructor has effectively dismissed me. I am now a genuine lone wolf, he replied, adopting a pitiful expression that elicited laughter from Chun. All right, I acknowledge your plight. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a desk next to my office for you to commence work. Hey, are you attempting to keep an eye on me? I am a respectable young man, Zhang Yongsheng retorted, hastily tightening his jacket in mock seriousness. Chun rolled her eyes at his theatrics, expressing her disdain. Leave, come if you wish. At 4 p.m., after numerous failed attempts at teaching, Chun could no longer contain her frustration. How is it that a grown man is so inept? You cannot even reverse a car. Zhang Yongsheng wore a resigned expression. Is it my fault? Who practices driving with a sports car? A gentle tap on the accelerator sends the car flying. Could you not provide a more manageable vehicle? Enough. If you cannot drive, then perhaps I shall switch you to a sedan tomorrow and see what you have to say then, Chun replied. All right, just drive straight home. I need to cook a bowl of noodles for you. Then hold on tight. I am about to drive, Zhang Yongsheng warned. Bumping along the newly constructed dual 6-lane road in Suzhou, who would have anticipated that a red Porsche 911, being driven in manual mode, would struggle to even start without lurching forward? That is not my fault. This sports car has such immense power. A mere touch on the accelerator propels it forward. I was left with no choice but to hit the brakes, he insisted. Yes, my lady. I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Yongsheng acknowledged, realizing his mistake as he hurried to the kitchen. Utilizing the same recipe and flavor, it wasn't long before a fragrant bowl of delicious noodles was presented before Chun. Your meal is served, your majesty, he said, imitating a eunuch's tone to amuse her. Am I the queen? Then who is the emperor? Chun seized the opportunity to question him. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, Zhang Yongsheng's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon glancing at his phone, Zhang Yongsheng was surprised to see a call from his master, Yang Zhanggue. He pondered what could be the reason for such a call at this hour, and upon answering, he greeted, "Hello, master." On the other end, Yang Zhanggui's calm voice resonated. Yongsheng, where are you right now? I am in Sujiang. Then please come to the shop. I have some matters to discuss with you. All right, I shall come immediately. Upon hearing that his master needed to speak with him, Zhang Yongsheng swiftly removed his apron. He turned to Qinshan and said, I need to make a trip to the shop. Could you kindly close the door when you leave? Where are you going? I'll take you there. Qinshan, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's urgency, inquired anxiously. It's nothing serious. My master just asked me to stop by the shop. I could take a taxi myself. Zhang Yongsheng reassured her. Very well. Do take care of yourself. Chapter 75. Farewell to the Master Uncle. Arriving at Yibuoch, Zhang Yongsheng nodded in greeting to Li Xia before making his way directly to the back hall. As he pushed the door open, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. He noticed that his master was engaged in conversation with the two men he had encountered the previous night, all while smoking. Coughing from the sudden cloud of smoke, Zhang Yongsheng thought to himself how much tobacco these three must have consumed to create such an atmosphere. Yongsheng, you're here. Come and meet your two masters. Yang Zhanggui called, waving him over. Greetings, masters. Zhang Yongsheng respectfully bowed before the two men. This lad is robust and exudes a certain charm. He is indeed a promising material, one of the masters commented. Master, did you summon me for a specific reason? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, casting a curious glance at Yang Zhanggui, who was still smoking. Indeed, there are matters to discuss. Yongsheng, how long have you been learning appraisal from me? Yang Zhanggui asked with affectionate eyes. Over 2 months. Zhang Yongsheng answered respectfully. Master, may I inquire which sect we belong to? Do we possess any martial arts manuals or similar teachings that you can impart to me? I've seen on television that Taoists can fly with their swords. Zhang Yongsheng asked with a look of yearning. I know a bit of martial arts, but those high-flying abilities you speak of, I have yet to hear of. Yang Zhanggui quickly interjected, sensing the youth's naive aspirations. My dear disciple, do consider, if such powers truly existed, our nation would not have faced threats over the years, for a couple of old Taoists could easily eliminate any opposition. One of the masters chimed in. Oh, that makes sense. However, with my limited knowledge, would my presence with you two masters cause any trouble? Not at all. Before his passing, my master entrusted me with the key to the sect's secret chamber. Since I cannot go, you shall assist in unlocking it. I have already informed your two masters. Any items obtained from the sect, if they are books, you three shall each copy an original for me to preserve. If it involves gold or silver, it shall be divided between the two of them, and you must not quarrel. Any other items shall be equally divided among the three of you. Upon hearing about the sect and the notion of inheritance, Zhang Yongsheng found it intriguing and eagerly asked, This sounds delightful. Masters, when shall we set out? Seeing his enthusiastic response, the two masters replied, The sooner, the better. Tomorrow, we shall procure some necessary items and then ascend the mountain. Please provide me with your phone number so that I may contact you later. Very well, Yongsheng. You may proceed for now. Tomorrow morning, come by, and I shall hand over the items to you. After speaking, Master Yang cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Yongsheng. Understood. Master, I shall take my leave now, and you three may sit for the time being. Hello, Yongsheng. Is there something urgent that necessitates your call at this late hour? Oh, since it is a matter entrusted to you by Uncle Yang, please go ahead. How long will you be away? Approximately a week. I intended to assist you with some tasks before the auction house opens, but it is difficult to defy the master's orders. As Chen Xun expressed her concern, a warm feeling surged within Yongsheng. All right, I shall take care. Please ensure your safety as well. Yes, I will await your return. Upon uttering this, Chen Chen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The following morning, Zhang Yongsheng arrived at Yibao Pavilion. Upon entering, he encountered a tall, burly man. The man looked at Zhang Yongsheng and inquired, Sir, are you here to purchase something? With a smile, Zhang Yongsheng replied, Hello, I am Zhang Yongsheng, also an employee here. Has Master Yang arrived? You must be Zhang Yongsheng. The master is in the inner hall. You may go in. It was evident that Li Xia had introduced Zhang Yongsheng to this individual, and the man's mischievous grin suggested that Li Xia had likely spoken favorably of him. Upon entering the inner hall, Zhang Yongsheng saw Master Yang seated at a table, enjoying tea. He promptly greeted, Good morning, Master. Ah, you have arrived. Cool, me. Have a cup of tea? Master Yang responded, filling a cup and handing it to Zhang Yongsheng. He then retrieved a delicate silk pouch from his pocket and said, Zhang Yongsheng, this is the key left by my master. Keep it close to you. After handing over the pouch containing the key, Zhang Yongsheng opened it to find a uniquely shaped key, one with locks on all 4 sides, likely a product of specialized forging. After securing the pouch, he asked, Master, yesterday, you mentioned that my grandmaster was a hero of the resistance. Could you share more about him? Chapter 76. Master Yang's Instructions. Your Grandmaster, Zhang Shiliang, hailing from Penglai, Shandong, was known as Zhang Daoshi. He became a disciple at the Holy Qing Palace, apprenticing under the supervisor Wang Ziren, and is the 25th generation successor of the Longmen sect. His exceptional intellect earned him the master's attention, who personally taught him, leading to his advancement in Taoist studies. By the 23rd year of the Republic, he served as the chief guest at the Holy Qing Palace and later retreated to the renowned Chongyang Palace to cultivate under the sect leader. He was robust, skilled in martial arts, exceptionally intelligent, and possessed a noble character, known for his efficiency in affairs. He treated others with kindness and had a particular sympathy for the impoverished, earning significant respect among the local populace. In the 26th year of the Republic, he established a porridge stall to aid impoverished farmers for 5 consecutive years. Though a Taoist, he remained concerned about the nation's rise and fall. Around 1927, he resided briefly in the ancient town of Beijing, in Nanjia and Jinjiahatong, practicing medicine and teaching martial arts, forging bonds with many. After the September 18th incident, faced with the peril of national extinction, he resolutely engaged in anti-Japanese activities, organizing armed farmers in the areas of Lushan, Laoyiling, Qianjiaza, and Longtan Palace, actively preparing for resistance. At that time, the command of the 12th Route Anti-Japanese Volunteer Army was established within the Longtan Palace Temple of Lushan, leading the troops to repel the Japanese invaders, disrupt transportation, intercept supplies, and combat pro-Japanese traders. He coordinated with various major temples in Lushan to provide food, clothing, and other materials for the volunteer army. Under his meticulous planning and arrangements, the 12th Route Army was well supplied and robust. Regrettably, during his last journey to Beiping to liaise with the Northeast People's National Salvation Association and gather supplies, he was discovered by Japanese spies and captured by the garrison. Documents and volunteer army credentials were found hidden within his wide robe. The Japanese subjected him to brutal torture for over a month, yet he remained steadfast and unyielding, embracing death with valor. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, he could not be saved by our timely rescue and ultimately met a heroic demise. At this juncture, the elder Yang, now over 60, could not help but wipe away his tears, continuing, "Master, having met you twice, I still do not know the names of my 2 esteemed uncles. How could I forget to introduce them? They are easily distinguishable. The tall one is named Zhang Long, and the shorter one is Zhao Hu. When I stumbled upon them in Kaifeng, I bestowed these names upon them, hoping they would emulate their predecessors' bravery and selflessness. Yet, these 2 have strayed from my wishes, fixated solely on wealth, endlessly dreaming of the substantial inheritance left by your ancestor. Thus, they have been obsessively searching for the relics of your ancestor. And now that they have some leads, they relentlessly press me to assist them, which has become quite tiresome. To speak candidly, I find immense satisfaction in my current life. Material wealth holds little significance for me. I derive great joy from the pursuit of the spiritual, and simply appreciating these calligraphies and antiques brings me profound happiness." Zhang Yongsheng mused to himself, "Oh, my master, these calligraphies and antiques may very well be more valuable than the relics my uncles seek." Observing the aging Yang, Zhang Yongsheng sincerely remarked, "Master, if I have an opportunity to venture out for experience, how could I possibly want your possessions?" "Very well. Have you been spending a lot of time with Qinshin lately?" Yang inquired, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Yongsheng. "Recently, it is merely due to the establishment of an auction company that we have interacted more," Zhang Yongsheng replied, perplexed by Yang's sudden question. Though Qinshin hails from a prestigious family, her journey has been quite tumultuous. Losing her parents at a young age, she was raised by her grandfather. Despite being a young lady, her grandfather's military demeanor prevented her from becoming arrogant. In recent years, as her grandfather has aged and she is the sole heir of the Chun family, she has had to gradually accept the family business and resources. The Chun and Wang families have been friends for generations. I fought alongside Old Master Wang for many years and was friends with Qinshin's parents. I have watched her grow up. Zhang Yongsheng, having faced life and death with her, I can see she harbors feelings for you. I also know you are a good boy, but she is unlike ordinary daughters. Many suitors from affluent families vie for her attention. Therefore, should you choose to pursue a relationship with her, you must understand the challenges that lie ahead. Do you comprehend? Master, although we are currently just ordinary friends. However, if there is anything that requires my assistance, I shall not hesitate to lend a hand." Zhang Yongsheng said resolutely to Manager Yang. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Yongsheng curiously inquired, "Master, what shall you treat me to? Let us indulge in some lamb pao mo. I know an excellent place, and I shall take you there. Then I will call Sister Xia. Xia is not here today. We can go without her. I will drive. Master, I have learned to drive these past 2 days. Shall I take the wheel? Zhang Yongsheng tentatively asked Manager Yang. Very well, you may drive. Upon finishing his sentence, Manager Yang handed the keys to Zhang Yongsheng, who could never have anticipated that he would soon regret this decision. Chapter 77. Into the Mountains. Yongsheng, who taught you to drive? Manager Yang asked as he observed Zhang Yongsheng struggle for 10 minutes, the car remaining stationary. It was Chun Chun. But manager, why does this car have 3 pedals? And why won't it start? Ding, ding, ding. Master, it's a call from uncle. Zhang Yongsheng stared blankly at his master. Then answer it. Manager Yang thought to himself, surprised that this usually astute lad appeared so befuddled at this moment. Hello, uncle. Yongsheng, where are you? Zhao Shishu and I are ready. We can set off at any moment. The rough voice of Zhang Long resonated from the other end of the line. I am at the shop, preparing to go eat with my master. In that case, you go eat first, and we will wait for you at the shop. Once you are done, we shall depart. All right, see you soon. After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng said to his master, Uncle Zhang mentioned they will come and pick me up shortly. I think we should forego the lamb pao ma and just grab a quick bite. Very well, then please ask Sister Li to bring over 2 takeout meals. Once Zhang Yongsheng exited the car, Manager Yang gently caressed his beloved vehicle, promising, next time, I shall not allow you to be mishandled. Uncles, where are we headed? As he settled into the vehicle, a bewildered Zhang Yongsheng innocently inquired. The Qinling Mountains are vast. What specific location are we going to? He pressed further, still confused. Roughly. It is at the junction of Yuxian and Kongshu. You will know when we arrive. Can you manage mountain climbing? Starting tomorrow, it will all be mountain trails on foot. Can you handle it? Zhao Hu, seated in the passenger seat, asked with a grin at the bewildered Zhang Yongsheng in the back. Uncle Zhao, I grew up in the countryside, playing in the mountain streams, so I believe I can manage the wilderness. Zhang Yongsheng confidently patted his chest. That is good to hear. After approximately 5 hours on the road, they arrived within the boundaries of Ning County. Observing the darkening sky outside the window, Uncle Zhang remarked, It is getting dark. We shall stay at Lujiaba tonight and enter the mountains early tomorrow. Uncle Zhang expertly parked in front of farmhouse, alighting and calling out, Old Li. Shortly, an elderly man emerged from the courtyard. Ah, old Zhao, you have come again. Are you heading into the mountains? Indeed, Old Li. We will be staying at your place tonight. Upon seeing Old Li, Old Zhao promptly retrieved a pack of Furong Wong cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Old Li, lighting it for him. Do not mention it. Come in. Come in. I will have my wife prepare some food for you. Ah, this young man looks somewhat unfamiliar. Is he new here? Old Li inquired, his face brimming with curiosity as he gazed at Zhang Yongsheng. Oh, this is my nephew, Zhang Yongsheng. Yongsheng, this is Old Li. You may address him as Uncle Li. Zhao Hu introduced. Good evening, Uncle Li. I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour. Nonsense, Old Li replied. You and your 2 uncles have long been patrons of our herbal medicine trade. It is only right that I host you. Clearly, Zhao Hu and the others had not disclosed to Old Li their true intentions for years. They had used the guise of herbal procurement to search for the relics of their ancestors. Upon entering the courtyard, Old Li settled Zhang Yongsheng and the others in the eastern side room. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Li's wife called them to dinner. Yongsheng, do try this game meat. These are delicacies we seldom get to enjoy, Zhang Long said, placing a piece of roe deer meat in a Zhang Yongsheng's bowl. Old Zhao, are you all going into the mountains to inspect the goods? Do you need a guide? I have some free time these days. I could accompany you, Old Li offered, raising a cup of his homemade corn wine toward Zhao Hu. Taking a hearty swig of Old Li's corn wine, Zhao Hu cheerfully replied, No need for that. I know the way to our destination. We can manage on our own tomorrow. All right, just let me know if you require assistance. Now, let us get some rest. Once we enter the mountains, sleep will be elusive. Zhang Long climbed onto the Kong, wrapping himself in a quilt, and soon the rhythmic sound of his snoring filled the room. The following morning, after a simple breakfast at Old Li's home, the 3 set off in their vehicle, continuing deeper into the mountains. After a morning of arduous travel, they finally reached the end of the rural dirt road. Zhang Long found a suitable spot by the roadside to park the car. After disembarking, he retrieved 3 pre-prepared backpacks from the trunk, distributing them to Zhao Hu and Zhang Yongsheng. From this point onward, we must proceed on foot. Our destination is still a day and a night away. Let's set off, he declared. Zhang Yongsheng glanced at the casually parked pickup truck and asked, Master Uncle, is it all right to leave the car here? No worries. Those gathering herbs nearby are all acquaintances of ours. Let us go. We must reach our first resting place before nightfall. With that, Zhang Long paid no further attention to Zhang Yongsheng and strode ahead. After traversing the narrow mountain path for approximately 2 hours, they found themselves in a section devoid of any trails. Observing the surrounding peaks and the monotonous scenery, Zhang Yongsheng's initial curiosity began to wane, leading him to inquire of Zhao Hu, "Master Uncle, how much longer until we arrive?" Zhao Hu pointed to a distant peak resembling a gold ingot and replied, "Do you see that mountain? It's over there." Following his gesture, Zhang Yongsheng squinted into the distance, spotting the so-called Ingot Mountain. "Is that the misty area?" he asked. "Indeed, we must cross 2 more mountains. At our current pace, we should reach it in about 4 hours. Ah, Master Uncle, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Should we find a place to rest?" Zhang Yongsheng lamented, patting his flat stomach. "Very well, let us proceed a bit further. There's an old dwelling left by the mountain folks where we can have lunch," Zhang Long, leading the group, replied. After a while, the group arrived at the dwelling mentioned by Zhang Long. This so-called house was nothing more than the dilapidated remnants of a structure once inhabited long ago. Yet among the rubble, traces of human habitation could still be discerned, with a cooking stove and an earthen bed visible. Chapter 78, The Divine Tree of Qinling. To Zhang Yongsheng's surprise, there were still people residing in this place. "How curious," he inquired. The local villagers spoke of numerous recluses who once called this mountain home. According to ancient legends, even Yuan Tiangang achieved spiritual transcendence here. For the past few years, my uncle Zhao and I have been searching in this vicinity. As Zhao Long spoke, an ineffable confidence illuminated his face. Accepting the dried beef sandwich offered by Zhao Long, Zhang Yongsheng took a hearty bite and asked, "Uncle, how did you come upon this place?" "It was purely by chance," Zhao Long replied. "In previous years, it was your master who, when time permitted, would take us to seek the relics of our ancestors. Initially, we focused our search around the area of Zhou County, particularly the Taoist sacred site of Laguantai. We devoted considerable effort there and did encounter some reclusive practitioners, but upon further examination, none were connected to our master's teachings. As your master grew older and settled into a more stable life, he gradually lost the desire to continue this search. However, my uncle Zhao and I could not relinquish this obsession, so we kept inquiring. Until 2 years ago, we stumbled upon an ancient tale recounted by a local herbalist, which spoke of a mystical place called Xianrentai deep within these mountains. It was said that an old immortal resided there, healing the sick and bringing rain, attracting villagers from nearby to pay their respects. After the Republic of China was established, this immortal descended from the mountain to wander the world, alleviating suffering. The timing of this tale coincided remarkably with that of our master, inspiring us to venture into the mountains in search of it. 2 years passed in our pursuit, and just days ago, we finally discovered a relic. Based on the remnants we collected, it was evident that there had once been practitioners dwelling here, which compelled us to descend and seek your guidance. Very well, we have rested sufficiently. Let's continue our journey. With that, the 3 of them shouldered their bulging backpacks and trudged along the nearly vanishing ancient path. "Hey, Uncle, do you see why this tree has no leaves?" Zhang Yongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed to a peculiar tree growing on the hillside. As he looked up, he noticed that the tree stood about 20 meters tall, its trunk a deep black, rising straight and devoid of any foliage. Zhang Long, following Zhang Yongsheng's gesture, gazed at the ancient tree and explained, "The locals say this is the legendary divine tree of Qinling. It bears a remarkable tale. Once, it was a handsome man who, due to his lascivious deeds in the mortal realm, was captured by the mountain deities and transformed into this oak tree. He was struck by lightning a total of 81 times before becoming what it is today. Curiously, this tree is the only one in this vicinity. Within 100 meters around it, only the kidney grass thrives, which people believe is a manifestation of the man's essence." "Goodness, is that so?" Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the increasingly fantastical myth. "Do you hear the cicadas all around us? Wouldn't you wish for them to serenade us?" Zhao Hu remarked, one hand cupping his ear, his face radiating enjoyment. "Master, you truly possess a leisurely spirit. This mountain is abundant with medicinal herbs. Along our journey, I have encountered numerous varieties, particularly the ubiquitous chaihu. It is no wonder that our ancestor chose this location as a place for cultivation. The stone path ahead is precarious. You must tread carefully and follow my lead," Zhang Long cautioned. Listening to Zhao Long, Zhang Yongsheng lifted his gaze to the road ahead, where sheer cliffs loomed on either side. The stone slabs, hewn from the cliffs, served as the pathway, yet many sections bore the marks of erosion due to the passage of time. Fortunately, both Zhang Long and Zhao, who were resilient individuals during their previous ascents, they had secured the unstable areas with climbing pegs. Let's rest for a moment. Once we reach the cave above, our task for the day will be complete. Zhao, who exhaled deeply, standing on the platform before the cliff. How do we ascend? Zhang Yongsheng asked despairingly, gazing at the smooth, sheer cliff face. Zhang Long approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Silly boy, take a closer look." With a gesture of his hand, he indicated the cliff. Zhang, who had already crouched atop the cliff, scrutinizing what appeared to be man-made indentations. Though not very deep, they were sufficient for someone with a bit of strength to grasp and climb upward. Can you manage? If not, wait for your Uncle Zhao to ascend and drop you a rope, Zhang Long offered. I could do it. A man must never claim he cannot, Zhang Yongsheng declared, determination gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the imposing wall. Good, you have spirit. Zhao Hu, you go first. I will keep an eye on this lad, Zhang Long instructed. With that, Zhao Hu swiftly scaled the cliff like a gecko, his agile form betraying his 50 years. Before long, he tossed down a climbing rope. Kid, I know you can do it, but you'd best secure that safety rope around yourself, Zhao Hu called down. Zhang Yongsheng, not one to be overly sentimental, took the climbing rope and fashioned a knot around himself before attempting to ascend like Zhao Hu. Observing Zhao Hu's effortless ascent, he underestimated the challenge of the cliff. He took a few steps back to gather momentum, but upon leaping, he discovered that the holds were not as accessible as he had imagined, resulting in his first attempt ending in failure. Hey kid, that approach won't work. Climbing doesn't require a running start. You must ascend steadily, hand over hand, foot over foot. See those grooves left by our ancestors? They guide your ascent, do you see? Zhang Long patiently instructed, pointing at the carved marks on the cliff. On his second attempt, following Zhang Long's advice, Zhang Yongsheng climbed methodically. Initially, the climb went well, but after 10 meters, he found his fingers lacking strength, making it difficult to grasp the holds. Yongsheng, if it becomes too difficult, just hold onto the safety rope. It's perfectly normal for your fingers to lack strength on your first climb, Zhang Long urged from below, his voice tinged with concern. Just as Zhang Yongsheng prepared to grasp the rope due to fatigue in his fingers, a mysterious energy surged through him, revitalizing his fingertips. He found that not only had his fingers regained strength, but his arms and legs were also invigorated, allowing him to continue his ascent. Could this possibly be the power of the copper coin? Zhang Yongsheng mused to himself. However, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He continued to ascend. As he neared the summit, Zhao Hu extended his hand and pulled Yongsheng up. No sooner had they reached the top than Zhao Hu delivered a hearty slap to Zhang Yongsheng's back, exclaiming, "You rascal! Why hide your abilities in front of your two esteemed masters?" "Master, what are you talking about?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he gazed at Zhao Hu. "With your strength, why did you not climb straight up? Why waste time halfway up, making me worry?" Zhao Hu questioned sternly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yongsheng. Zhang Yongsheng felt unjustly accused. How was he to know he would gain momentum? If he possessed any special abilities, would he even confide in you? Suppressing his frustration, he hastily concocted an excuse. "Master, I was unfamiliar with this type of climbing at first, so I felt my fingers lacked strength. I nearly fell midway, but once I got the hang of it, everything was fine." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Hu reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Once Zhang Long joined them, the group cautiously ventured into the cave. The beam of their headlamps cast flickering shadows upon the walls. A heavy earthy scent mingled with a faint whiff of decay filled the air. After a few more steps, Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback to discover a partially open stone door within the cave at the summit. Turning to Zhang Long beside him, Zhang Long nodded affirmatively. "This door was opened by me and your master Zhao Hu. It is safe inside. Go ahead." Behind the stone door lay a long, artificially carved passageway, littered with numerous shattered pottery shards, indicating that this place had once been inhabited. "We shall rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we will traverse this passage and reach our destination after a half-day's walk," Zhao Hu stated as he unloaded his bulging backpack. Relieved after shedding the weight of his backpack, Zhang Yongsheng looked at the scattered pottery shards with curiosity. "Master, I see fragments of pottery strewn about. Could it be that someone lived here before? This place, as I analyzed with Master Zhao, should serve as the entrance to the celestial paradise beyond," Zhang Long explained while retrieving a tent from his bag and setting it up. "Ah, so behind here lies the celestial paradise? I must see it," Zhang Yongsheng declared, igniting his curiosity as he switched on his headlamp and ventured deeper into the passageway. "Understood. This lad is quite inquisitive," Zhao Hu remarked to Zhang Long. "Young people, were we not all the same? Whenever we arrived at a new place, we inevitably sought to explore. Zhang Long chuckled as he continued his task. Zhang Yongsheng cautiously advanced along the narrow passage, noting iron torch holders affixed to the walls every few meters, presumably used for illumination in times of yore. As he delved deeper, the voices of Zhao Hu and Zhang Long faded, leaving behind a profound silence where even his heartbeat echoed in the stillness. Yet, his curiosity for the unknown compelled him to press on. "What is this?" he exclaimed, noticing something on the ground glimmering with a metallic sheen under the light. Approaching it, he discovered a copper coin nestled in the crevice, partially revealed as he brushed away the loose soil. Zhang Yongsheng mused to himself, "I truly seem to have a peculiar affinity for copper coins. The last time I stumbled upon one, it granted me the gift of the Eye of Truth. I wonder what extraordinary ability this one might bestow upon me. There are indeed signs of human activity here. Just a moment ago, I picked up a copper coin from the ground." As he spoke, he placed the instant noodles on the ground and retrieved the coin from his pocket, offering it to Zhang Long. It was a Xuanji Tongbao, in fine condition and worth several dozen coins. Zhang Long glanced at it briefly before casually tossing it back to Zhang Yongsheng. Zhang Yongsheng slurped a mouthful of noodles and inquired, "Master Uncle, what is the situation here? Could you enlighten me?" With a mysterious expression, Zhang Long gazed intently at Zhang Yongsheng and asked, "Have you ever heard of a paradise beyond the world?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that this passage connects to a place reminiscent of the Peach Blossom Spring?" "Quite so. You will understand tomorrow. Yongsheng, please gather some firewood from the end of the passage. Your master Uncle Zhao and I will prepare some defenses for the tent, and we shall rest here tonight." "Master Uncle, what exactly are you planning?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. Zhao, who cast a sidelong glance at him, and replied, "This is a special insect-repelling powder. When scattered on the ground, it keeps mosquitoes, rodents, and ants at bay. We'll light a bonfire to deter wild animals, ensuring a peaceful night as sleep." As the bonfire blazed to life, illuminating the surroundings, Zhang Yongsheng looked at the resolute faces of his two masters and asked, "Master Uncle, why didn't you choose a stable life like my master and take a wife?" Hearing Zhao Hu's words, a flicker of sympathy arose in Zhang Yongsheng's heart. Yet this was the harsh reality of that tumultuous era. Indeed, it was a hardship for both masters. "So, after uncovering the relics of our ancestor, what are your plans?" Chapter 80, Peach Blossom Spring. This is something we have also contemplated. Once this endeavor concludes, we will have fulfilled our master's final wish. Regardless of the outcome, we are prepared to retire and seek a picturesque location to enjoy our twilight years. With that, Zhao Hu looked up at the now pitch-black night sky outside the cave, patted Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder, and said, "It's getting late. Rest early, for we must continue our journey tomorrow." The three of them lay in the tent, and as Zhang Yongsheng gazed at the bonfire outside, the flickering flames cast shadows within the cave, soon lulling them all into slumber. In his dreams, Zhang Yongsheng once again found himself enveloped in that mystical mist, the figure practicing martial arts becoming increasingly vivid, each move repeating in his mind. "Yongsheng, Yongsheng, wake up. We must continue our journey," Zhang Long called out, while shaking Zhang Yongsheng's shoulder. After yawning widely, Zhang Yongsheng rubbed his bleary eyes and slowly sat up. "How could you sleep so soundly? This is the wilderness. Aren't you afraid of wolves dragging you away?" Zhang Long joked. "With you two masters by my side, I fear nothing." Zhao Hu lifted the tent flap and urged, "Hurry up and get up. Breakfast is ready. Rise and eat a little before we set off." After enjoying a modest breakfast, the three individuals packed their belongings and donned their headlamps, embarking once more into the depths of the passageway. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, Zhao Hu was the first to ascend the waterfall, followed closely by Zhang Yongsheng. Once atop the waterfall, the scenery transformed dramatically. The passage above appeared to extend far longer than that below, as the eye could discern no glimmer of light. Were it not for the gentle breeze that caressed them, Zhang Yongsheng would have doubted the very possibility of escape from this place. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Zhao Hu, leading the group, spoke up. "Look, we are nearing the cave's mouth." At last, they were about to emerge, a journey that had felt suffocating. "This place could drive a person mad," Zhang Yongsheng muttered softly. A few minutes later, they finally stepped out into the open. Indeed, it was a revelation, a scene of clarity amidst the shadows. Standing at the cave's entrance, Zhang Yongsheng gazed around at the mountains encircling them like a verdant screen, a clear stream winding its way through the landscape, its waters as pristine as jade. Wild peach trees clustered along the banks, and though it was not the season for blossoms, the branches were adorned with unripe peaches. Occasionally, a mountain sparrow flitted through the foliage, its song ringing clear. To the east, waterfalls cascaded down the rocky cliffs, resembling silver chains suspended in midair, mist swirling about, occasionally revealing delicate rainbows. Perched atop this cliff, Zhang Yongsheng murmured to himself, "This precipice is at least 50 meters above the ground, surrounded by towering mountains, with no evident path leading in. In ancient times, this would surely be a place where one could stand against a multitude. No wonder my two masters referred to it as a paradise, for it truly is. What do you think? It's quite impressive, isn't it?" Zhang Long remarked, a pleased expression gracing his face as he raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yongsheng. "Indeed, it is splendid. This location would be an ideal sanctuary for seclusion and cultivation," Zhang Yongsheng replied, inhaling the fresh air with genuine admiration. "Do you see that spot where the water flows? Our destination lies just beyond there." Zhang Long indicated a distant hillock. "Let us descend and take a closer look," Zhao Hu suggested, proceeding along the pathway beside the cliff. Once they descended to the ground, the group traversed a dense thicket and finally arrived at the edge of the stream. After a brief respite, they followed the water upstream to its source, which emerged from a cave over 20 meters high. Upon reaching this site, Zhao Hu declared, "Let us proceed. Our destination lies within this cavern." Staring into the seemingly bottomless abyss of the cave, Zhang Yongsheng lamented, "Yet another cave. Why does our master choose to reside in this dark, foreboding cavern instead of this picturesque woodland? Who can say? Perhaps once you unlock the door left by our master, the answer will reveal itself," came the reply. They resumed their previous formation, with Zhao Hu leading the way. Not far into the cave, they encountered a stone wall spanning the banks of the stream, approximately 20 meters wide and 2 meters thick. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be constructed of rammed earth. "Master, this place must have once been the stronghold of a sect, for it is unlikely that our master resided here alone," Zhang Yongsheng remarked, resting his hand on the thick wall. "Indeed, if it were solely his endeavor, he would have surely been exhausted," Zhao Hu retorted with a hint of irritation. As they entered the wall, they discovered a stone staircase leading up from the cave's edge to the top of the wall, presumably a former guard's path. As we ventured further, the cliffs on either side towered to heights of 40 to 50 meters, and the path widened. After traversing several hundred meters, the cave abruptly narrowed, with the stream shifting from above ground to subterranean flow. On one wall, there were distinct steps that appeared to be hewn by human hands. At the summit of these steps stood a city wall, which upon reaching the top revealed sections that had collapsed, with stones strewn across the ground, stained with dark marks that resembled bloodshed from battles or turmoil. Scattered skeletal remains occasionally adorned the sides of the path. "Oh my heavens! What kind of place have you brought me to, dear uncles? Clearly, there has been internal strife here, given the bones that litter the ground," exclaimed Zhang Yongsheng, accidentally stepping on a leg bone, the origin of which was unknown. Zhao Hu, observing Zhang Yongsheng's fright, burst into laughter. "What are you afraid of? They have been dead for countless years. Stay close to me. You two, being seasoned adventurers, are desensitized to such sights, but I am but a young lad of 23. Zhang Yongsheng replied, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, someone could not contain their laughter, followed by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who began to chuckle at Zhang Yongsheng as if he were a rare panda. "A young lad, you say? And how old are you?" Zhang Long inquired earnestly. Zhang Yongsheng, bewildered by the laughter of his uncles, replied, "I am 23 years old." "Why do you ask? At 23, and you have yet to experience the company of a woman?" Zhang Long fixed his gaze on him, curiosity piqued. Realizing the implications of their jest, Zhang Yongsheng lowered his voice. "No, I have not." The two exchanged knowing glances, then lewdly remarked, as a welcoming gesture, "Dear disciple, I promise to introduce you to new experiences after this journey." "What is this?" Zhao Hu, who had been leading the way, suddenly approached a skeleton lying by the roadside. He bent down and picked something up from the ground, discovering a book. Zhang Yongsheng leaned closer to examine the book, which bore the inscription Future Years of Ji, indicating it was a traditional Taoist text, akin to a contemporary almanac. Regrettably, it had suffered extensive damage from rodents, rendering much of its content incomplete. It seems we have indeed arrived at the right location. This book is foundational to the Taoist disciples, and both you and I, as Zhang's disciples, have studied it. One wonders what transpired here in the past. Zhao Hu mused, perusing the pages. Continuing along the path for another 20 meters, they entered a vast natural stone courtyard, measuring at least several thousand square meters. Along the edges of this courtyard were numerous man-made stone caves, likely the abodes of practitioners from days gone by. "Yongsheng, we have reached our destination," Your uncles and I have already searched these caves and found nothing of significance. Only remnants of stone beds, stools, and various household items. Look over there. Following Zhao Hu's gesture, Zhang Yongsheng noticed a tightly shut stone door illuminated by their lantern's glow. Are you saying that this key of mine is meant to unlock that stone door? Zhang Yongsheng gasped in astonishment. We cannot be certain. All we know is that there is a keyhole, yet we have never seen the key itself, so we are unsure. Zhang Long replied cautiously. Let's take a closer look. The trio approached the towering stone door, approximately 3 meters high, which featured a cruciform hollow at its center. This must be the keyhole, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, pointing at the opening. He then retrieved a pouch given to him by his master and produced a key, admiring its unique 4-pronged design. You too observe the key. It must be correct. Let us hasten to open the door. With that, Zhang Yongsheng inserted the key into the lock, just as he was about to turn it. A cacophony erupted, a clattering sound accompanied by a cloud of dust falling from above. Miraculously, the stone door, which had remained sealed for an indeterminate period, began to creak open of its own accord. Goodness, such ancient technology exists, Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his dark pupils dilating as if to absorb the extraordinary sight before him. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "What a substantial amount of dust," as he brushed off the debris from his clothes. "Look, there are stone steps behind this door, leading further upwards." Zhang Long shouted excitedly. "What are we waiting for? Let's ascend." Zhang Yongsheng, seeing the door fully ajar, removed the key and prepared to climb. "Wait." Zhao Hu, standing to one side, firmly grasped Zhang Yongsheng's arm. "Do not rush. Ancient sects like this typically set traps. You follow me, and I will clear the path." Stepping through the stone door, the three of them ascended the stone steps. Contrary to their expectations of encountering traps, they navigated around 2 bends and arrived at a considerably larger cavern. In contrast to the open stone caves outside, this chamber exuded an air of refinement, with doors and windows remaining intact. And even the wooden window frames bore faint traces of intricate designs. Zhao Hu pushed the wooden door, which, due to years of neglect, toppled backward. Entering the stone chamber, they were greeted by walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, some of which had become indistinct over time. Yet, one could still discern elements of Taoist philosophy, such as the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements, from the remnants of the brushstrokes. "This is a hermitage for Taoist practitioners," Zhao Hu exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "These murals appear to be from the Ming and Qing dynasties." Zhang Yongsheng directed the light from his headlamp towards the center of the chamber, revealing a stone platform that bore several rusted metal vessels and a nearly disintegrated tome. Approaching cautiously, he gingerly opened the book, its pages so fragile that they threatened to crumble at the slightest touch. Nonetheless, he could still make out a multitude of characters inscribed in fine calligraphy. "The Essentials of the Golden Elixir." Zhang Yongsheng strained to decipher the title. "This seems to be a treatise on alchemy." "Master, did my ancestor practice alchemy?" he inquired, turning towards the 2 elders. "I cannot ascertain whether Master could practice alchemy, but he certainly possessed remarkable healing abilities," Zhang Long pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath their feet. Zhang Yongsheng, reacting swiftly, shouted, "Be careful! Scatter!" As the 3 leapt away, the ground beneath them gave way, revealing a dark, gaping pit. Simultaneously, dozens of small holes appeared in the walls, from which a flurry of arrows shot forth, whizzing past their bodies and embedding themselves into the opposite wall. Zhao Hu, the officer, bellowed, pulling the 2 men behind a protruding rock. "Stay still. There may be more traps here." The hearts of the group raced, and they held their breath for several minutes, only daring to move once they confirmed that no further arrows were fired. "Good heavens!" Zhang Yongsheng's face was as pale as a sheet, one hand tremblingly brushing against his chest as he murmured, "This mechanism must be at least several hundred years old. It remains functional." Zhang Long, however, appeared unusually exhilarated. "The presence of mechanisms indicates treasures. Those cunning individuals would only set such traps for the sake of valuables." The 3 proceeded with heightened caution, meticulously examining every inch of the ground and walls. Zhao Hu used his climbing staff to probe ahead, and when it struck a tile, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground, followed by the sudden emergence of spikes. While Zhang Yongsheng stood in stunned silence, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exhibited remarkable composure, their professionalism evident in their demeanor. In a brief span, stones cascaded from the ceiling, and an unidentified liquid gushed from the wall's cavities. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback, Zhao Hu calmly stated, "The principles behind these traps are actually quite simple, yet they are ingeniously designed. Zhao Hu elaborated, utilizing gravity, elasticity, and leverage, they remain reliable and effective even after a century. Traversing through the stone chamber, they arrived at an even narrower passage. At the end of the corridor, a stone door became faintly visible, adorned with intricate carvings. The treasure must be beyond that door. Zhang Yongsheng eagerly attempted to advance, but was abruptly halted by Zhang Long's grip. Wait, Zhang Long pointed to the ground. Do you see those regular seams? There must be traps beneath. He retrieved a can from his bag and forcefully hurled it into the center of the passage. The moment the can struck the ground, the walls on either side suddenly converged with a deafening roar, only to gradually separate once more. This is a pressure-triggered mechanism. Zhang Yongsheng stared in bewilderment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he murmured, "If we had stepped forward just now." The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the lingering fear in their eyes. How do we proceed? Zhang Yongsheng inquired of his two masters. Zhao, who scrutinized the ground and pointed to the tiles, saying, "Look, some of the tiles are slightly different in color. Generally, only stepping on specific tiles will avoid triggering the traps." Zhao Hu boldly took the lead, cautiously extending his foot to tentatively step on a slightly darker tile. When nothing happened, he gingerly placed his other foot on another similarly colored tile. Still, no reaction ensued. Just as I suspected, Zhao Hu suddenly burst into laughter. Look at the pattern on that stone door. It depicts the diagram of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The arrangement of these tiles corresponds to the directions of the trigrams. We must proceed according to the orientation of the life gate. Under Zhao Hu's guidance, the 3 advanced slowly in a peculiar zigzag pattern, each step taken with utmost care. On several occasions, Zhang Yongsheng nearly misstepped, but fortunately his master's quick reflexes saved him. Chapter 82, Trapped in the Stone Chamber. Upon finally arriving at the stone door, they discovered the absence of any discernible handle or keyhole. Instead, 5 recessed circular patterns adorned its surface, each inscribed with the hieroglyphs representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. A mechanism of the 5 elements. Zhang Long immediately recognized it and began to scrutinize the designs on the door. This mechanism functioned akin to a modern-day combination lock, requiring the simultaneous pressing of the correct sequence of symbols to unlock the door. At that moment, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly noticed a few lines of nearly moss-covered small characters etched into the adjacent stone wall. Leaning closer, he attempted to clear it with his hand, straining to decipher. The Tao follows nature. Act in accordance with heaven. The 5 elements generate each other. Zhang Yongsheng diligently cleared the characters again, but the passage of time had rendered them almost illegible. The phrase "the 5 elements generate each other" lingered in Zhang Long's mind as he pondered. Gold generates water. Water generates wood. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. And earth generates gold. Therefore, they should press the symbols in the order of generation. He directed the 3 of them to stand in different positions. Zhao Hu would press gold, Yongsheng would press water, and I would press wood. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, press. The 3 pressed their corresponding symbols simultaneously. Initially, nothing occurred, and just as they began to think they had failed, the stone door erupted with a deep rumble, slowly shifting to one side, revealing a darkened space. As the door opened, a wave of putrid, stale air washed over them, mingled with a peculiar herbal aroma. The moment the beam of the flashlight pierced the darkness, the 3 involuntarily gasped in astonishment. This space was several times larger than the previous stone chamber, dominated by a massive bronze alchemical furnace at its center, surrounded by an array of alchemical tools and vessels. The walls were adorned with faded Taoist artifacts and talismans. But the most striking features were several large wooden chests lined against the wall, one of which had rotted and cracked, revealing a glimmer of yellow metal within. Gold? Zhao Hu could scarcely believe his eyes. Zhang Yongsheng, however, hurried towards a few ceramic jars beside the furnace, cautiously opening one to reveal a crystalline powder inside. These could be materials for alchemy or perhaps already refined elixirs. Zhang Long remained vigilant, inspecting every corner of the chamber. Do not touch anything yet. There may be other mechanisms at play here. Yet, his warning seemed to come too late. As Zhang Yongsheng picked up a seemingly ordinary bronze mirror, the entire cave suddenly trembled violently, debris cascading from the ceiling. Not good. We've triggered a self-destruct mechanism. Zhang Long shouted, "Quick, get out!" The 3 rushed towards the stone door, only to find it slowly closing. Zhao Hu lunged forward, exerting all his strength to brace the door, shouting hoarsely, "Hurry through!" Zhang Yongsheng and Zhang Long squeezed through the gap, but at the last moment, a falling rock struck Zhao Hu's shoulder, causing him to falter. The door thunderously shut before him, sealing him inside. Zhao, Uncle Master. Zhang Long and Zhang Yongsheng frantically pounded on the door, but the heavy stone remained immovable. I'm Fina. Zhao Hu's muffled voice came through the door. You too. Quickly search for a mechanism to open it. The two individuals hurriedly searched along both sides of the corridor. Before long, Zhang Long suddenly noticed a slightly raised stone tile. Here, he exclaimed, pressing down on the tile, causing the stone door to creak open once more. Zhao Hu stumbled out, his right shoulder soaked in blood. Master, you are injured. Zhang Yongsheng quickly retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, eager to tend to the wound. It's merely a scratch. It's nothing. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. This stone cave is about to collapse. We must leave immediately. He grasped Zhang Long's shoulder firmly. Calm down. Since our master designed the entrance, he must have also devised an escape route. He surely left himself a way out. Zhang Long had already illuminated the stone chamber with his flashlight, surveying the area. Due to the collapse, the space was now significantly larger than before, taking on a pentagonal shape. Upon closer inspection, they found that every wall was intricately etched with a multitude of symbols and patterns. At the center, a vast diagram of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams was embedded in the dome, with 5 different colored stones arranged in a flawless geometric formation. This self-destruct mechanism is intriguing. Zhang Yongsheng mused silently. It seems less like a destruction mechanism and more like a concealment of the secrets hidden behind it. I wonder what these carvings mean. Could they be some sort of secret manual? Look at this, Zhang Long said, pointing at the text within the trigrams. It reads, those who enter my door must comprehend the rites of the 5 elements and traverse the path of yin and yang. What does this mean? Is it a code for an escape room? Zhang Yongsheng asked, perplexed. Whatever it is, we should search for more clues, Zhang Long replied, moving to another stone wall to scrutinize the symbols. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu crouched down, inspecting the equipment in his bag. I have 2 spare batteries, 2 ropes, a small amount of water and food. I estimate you should be about the same, but if we cannot find an exit within 12 hours. Though he did not finish his sentence, the gravity of his words was understood by all. Zhang Long paid Zhao Hu's comments no mind and focused intently on the wall's engravings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, these are not mere decorations. They represent some form of indication. Look here. He pointed to a series of distinct markings. These symbols denote fault lines in geological structures. I've seen similar markings on maps during my time with the troops. The group gathered in the center, gazing upward at the 5 elements diagram in the dome. Deep in thought, suddenly, Zhao Long slapped his forehead and burst into laughter. I understand. This stone chamber itself is a colossal mechanism of the 5 elements. We must activate the mechanisms on the 5 walls in the correct order to open the exit. That sounds easy enough, but how can you ascertain the order? Zhao Hu inquired, frowning. Zhang Long read aloud from the text surrounding the trigrams. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. These are words from the Tao Te Ching. The order of the 5 elements is wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. We can attempt to follow this sequence. Zhang Yongsheng shook his head. Wait, look at the symbols on this stone wall. They clearly depict the erosion of rock layers by water. If that's the case, water should be the primary force shaping this cave system. Perhaps we should start with water. Chapter 83. The Trial of the 5 Elements. With a decision made, the 3 stood before a stone wall inscribed with water patterns. Upon careful inspection, Zhang Yongsheng discovered 5 almost imperceptible indentations arranged in a wave-like formation. It appeared they needed to press all 5 indentations simultaneously. Zhang Yongsheng pointed at the indentations, noting their predicament, but there are only 3 of us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu promptly opened his backpack, swiftly assembling 2 rudimentary linking tools using a climbing stick and rope. Zhang Long, this one is for you. We'll each take 2. And Yongsheng, you'll give the orders. We'll press together. All right, my esteemed seniors, on 3. 1, 2, 3, press. As all 5 points were pressed at once, a deep, resonant sound of gears turning echoed from within the stone wall. The entire wall began to descend slowly, revealing a passage behind it. Yet, before they could celebrate, a cacophony of mechanical roaring descended from above. Get down, Zhao shouted desperately. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of dozens of arrows whistling through the air, piercing the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Had it not been for Zhao Hu's quick reflexes, the trio would have been transformed into pincushions. However, the situation grew direr as the water wall opened, causing the stone chamber to tremble slightly, with small fragments of rock cascading from the ceiling. The mechanism has been triggered, Zhang Long exclaimed, his face turning pale as he slapped his thigh. We've inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism. Zhang Yongsheng, acting decisively, urged, "Quick, let us go." While activating the mechanisms in order was correct, we must hasten our pace. The group sprang to their feet, bolting towards the newly revealed passage like wild horses freed from restraint, as the stone wall began to rise slowly behind them. The passage was narrow, leading to another, slightly smaller stone chamber adorned with flame motifs. "This is the fire mechanism." Zhang Long quickly scanned the chamber. "Look at that stone platform in the center." On the platform lay 5 brass bowls, each containing a small amount of black powder. An inscription on the adjacent wall read, "The heart's fire never extinguishes. The path's fire forever shines." Zhang Yongsheng leaned closer and sniffed the powder. "It's gunpowder. Surely, we're not expected to ignite all 5 bowls at once." Zhao Hu gazed at the bowls with despair, glancing around. "How are we supposed to ignite them simultaneously without any fuses?" Zhang Long approached Zhao Hu and gave him a firm pat on the back. "Look over there," he exclaimed, pointing to a nondescript copper mirror in the corner of the chamber. The trio gathered around and discovered a small hole next to the mirror facing the outside of the passage. Zhang Yongsheng leaned in to peer through the small hole and noticed a perpetual lamp radiating brilliant light on the other side. "Seniors, I believe I've figured it out," Zhang Yongsheng said, his face alight with a smile as he pointed to the copper mirror and then to a prism on the opposite stone wall. "You see, there's light on the other side. If we reflect that light through this copper mirror and focus it onto the prism on the wall, it should ignite all the bowls simultaneously." "Brilliant!" Zhao Hu exclaimed. "Let us not delay. We must act quickly." At that moment, the stone wall adorned with flame motifs slid aside, revealing what lay beyond. This time, there were no hidden arrows, but the ground began to tilt noticeably, and a slight crack had emerged in one corner of the stone chamber, escalating in severity. "Hurry! The earth-moving mechanism should be in the next room." Zhang Long charged ahead. For the next 2 hours, the trio raced against time and the traps. In the earth-moving mechanism, they had to step on different colored stones in a specific sequence. For the metal mechanism, they needed to arrange 5 pieces of metal in precise order of weight. Finally, in the wooden stone chamber, a complex assembly of wooden gears awaited them. Each success, of course, was accompanied by new dangers: falling rocks, toxic smoke, and sudden fissures in the ground. The trio was utterly exhausted. Zhao Hu's shoulder wound had begun to bleed, and Zhang Long had broken a finger during the metal mechanism. Yet they dare not pause, for the tremors of the entire cavern grew increasingly violent. "It's the final challenge," Zhang Long shouted amidst the thunderous noise of the wooden mechanism, as he and Zhang Yongsheng worked together to turn a massive wooden wheel, while Zhao Hu braced himself against the closing stone door, buying precious time for the two. With a crisp click, the wooden wheel locked into place. The last stone door slowly opened, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 stumbled down the stairs. Just as they regained their footing, a deafening collapse echoed behind them. Turning to look, the stone chamber they had come from was utterly destroyed in the cacophony of crumbling rock. At the foot of the staircase lay an underground dark river, its waters rushing swiftly, as black as ink. Leaning against the stone wall was a seemingly decayed wooden raft, beside which was inscribed, 3,000 weak waters. But only 1 raft to take. Could we possibly ride this? Zhang Long gazed incredulously at the frail vessel. After speaking, he and Zhao Hu placed the raft into the water, and the 3 cautiously boarded, reinforcing it with the remaining rope. Zhao Hu used a long pole to push away from the bank, and the raft was immediately swept into the darkness by the turbulent current. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling of the underground river, glimmering with an eerie light in the glow of their lanterns. The water grew increasingly rapid, and the raft rocked violently in the whirlpool, cold splashes drenching their faces. "A fork in the river ahead," Zhang Long shouted urgently, his voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the water. The river split into 2 paths. The left was narrow and turbulent, while the right was broad and calm. A vague symbol was etched into the central stone pillar. Chapter 84. Peril in the Dark River. The choice symbol. Zhang Long strained to see the symbol and immediately called out, "Quick, there must be other symbols nearby. The left side bears the character for life," Zhang Yongsheng remarked as he turned to the left. "The right side bears death," Zhao Hu shouted simultaneously. "How could this be?" "The seemingly tranquil right side is inscribed with the word for death," Zhang Yongsheng pondered in confusion. At this moment, Zhao Hu, holding the pole, quickly adjusted their course. A Taoist's thinking must not be constrained by logic. The seemingly safe path is often the most perilous. We must take the risk of death to find life. Hold on tight. We shall take the left. The raft plunged into the narrow left channel. instantly careening like a roller coaster. The three clutched the edges of the raft desperately, as icy water poured in continuously. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared ahead, nearly engulfing the entire riverway. There was no avoiding it. Zhao Hu shouted, preparing to dive. Counting to three, let us swim to the right together. 1, 2, 3. Just as the raft was about to collide with the whirlpool, Zhang Yongsheng and Zhang Long barely managed to leap off the right side of the raft as planned. They clutched the protrusions on the rock wall, but Zhao Hu, slightly delayed due to an injury on his shoulder, was swept away by the current into the whirlpool. Zhao Hu! Zhang Long screamed, reaching out, but the distance was too great for him to grasp. In this moment of peril, Zhang Yongsheng unfastened his belt and hurled it toward Zhao Hu. The belt arced through the air, and just as Zhao Hu was about to be engulfed, it caught him. The two exerted every ounce of strength to pull him out of the whirlpool. The three collapsed onto a rocky outcrop by the riverbank, panting like a worn-out bellows. Thank you, Zhao Hu managed to say, his face pale from blood loss and cold. There was no time for rest. Zhang Yongsheng looked up and noticed that the river suddenly widened ahead, forming a small subterranean lake. A platform was faintly visible on the opposite bank, illuminated by a dim light. Master, look, there seems to be an exit over there, he exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu followed his gaze towards the light. Indeed, there's a light. Let us investigate. They agreed. As they approached, the light grew clearer. It is undoubtedly an exit, Zhang Long confirmed. Master Zhao, both you and Zhang Shishu are injured. How could I permit you two to take such risks? At this moment, we had fallen into a desperate situation. Did you not just say that one must place themselves in peril to emerge alive? Then let me go, Zhang Yongsheng said with unwavering determination as he gazed at the two. Zhang Long added, let the lad go. Do you not recall the strength and resilience he exhibited while climbing the sheer cliff outside? I believe he can manage. With that, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu quickly secured a rope for him, fastening the other end to the rocky bank for safety. Zhang Yongsheng cautiously stepped into the frigid lake water, shivering involuntarily. After a moment of acclimatization, he began to swim forward slowly. Just a few meters in, he suddenly halted, gazing toward the light as if he were preparing to dive. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As soon as he surfaced, he spat out the dirty water. Master, why are you pulling me? I was swimming just fine. Why did I suddenly dive? Zhang Long sighed in relief upon seeing him unharmed. There is something down there, resembling stone pillars. Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed excitedly. Stone pillars? Could they be the stepping stones they constructed? Zhao Hu said, overjoyed at the prospect. All right then, I'll dive down to take a look, Zhang Yongsheng replied, plunging into the water. After a while, he emerged from the far side of the lake. Master, they are indeed stepping stones. Wait a moment while I secure this end. You two can wear the safety harness and swim across using this rope. Soon after, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, drenched, climbed onto the shore, collapsing in exhaustion. They looked up at the light source in the cave ceiling. We have succeeded, Zhang Yongsheng murmured. Listen, Zhang Long suddenly said. The three individuals rose, dragging their weary bodies forward, only to behold yet another immense stone chamber entrance. Flanking the sides stood two weathered stone statues of Taoist priests, their hands raised, directing attention towards the chamber's interior. Inscribed upon the bases of the statues were words of significance. Those who arrive here have passed the trials of the 5 elements and may enter the main chamber. The trio exchanged glances, exhaustion mingling with curiosity, as the true secret lay just before them after enduring numerous perils. Shall we proceed? Zhang Yongsheng inquired softly, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Zhao Hu assessed their remaining supplies. We have 1 battery left, which can sustain us for a maximum of 5 hours. We should enter and make a swift inspection. Regardless of what we discover, we must retreat within 3 hours to find the true exit. At that moment, Zhang Long stepped into the chamber. Having come this far, it would be illogical to return empty-handed. I sense there may be a way out within. Yet, as Zhang Long crossed the threshold, he froze in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. Zhang Yongsheng and Zhao Hu, sensing something amiss, rushed to his side. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were struck as if by lightning, their bodies instantly stiffening. Their eyes widened to the point of tearing, dark pupils erupting with tumultuous waves of shock, lips parted yet silent. Only their throats convulsed beneath pale skin, as though they had swallowed a glowing ember. After a few breaths, Zhang Yongsheng managed to extract a trembling whisper from between clenched teeth. How is this possible? Chapter 85. The Treasure of the Alchemical Chamber. Before them lay the recently collapsed alchemical chamber, the bronze cauldron and the wooden box in the corner appearing unscathed, as if time had reversed. Even the copper mirror that Zhang Yongsheng had just picked up now lay quietly in its original position, as if nothing had ever transpired. The three exchanged glances, feeling as though they had traversed through time. "Master Uncle, come quickly." Zhang Yongsheng pointed to the large inscription on the stone wall of the chamber, proclaiming, "Cycles repeat. All phenomena renew." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Hu laughed maniacally. "Then it is certain. This is our master's trial, and we have finally passed it." Hearing Zhao Hu's words, Zhang Yongsheng seemed to lower his defenses, exuberantly waving his arms and exclaiming, "We did it! Master, we did it!" After a moment, as tranquility settled over him, he approached the approximately 20-centimeter-high cauldron in the center of the chamber, unable to resist the urge to examine it. As his fingertips brushed against the bronze surface, a refreshing sensation coursed through him. A wave of comfort surged within, prompting Zhang Yongsheng to release a gentle sigh. "What's wrong, Yongsheng?" Zhao Hu, noticing his exclamation, turned with concern. "Nothing, I just slipped a bit," Zhang Yongsheng replied dismissively, deflecting Zhao Hu's worry before activating his true sight to inspect the cauldron. Conchiera copper cloisonné alchemical cauldron, market value of 15 million. Who would have thought it was a treasure? Zhang Yongsheng mused internally. "Yongsheng, do you think that cauldron is valuable?" Zhang Long asked, intrigued by Yongsheng's unwavering gaze upon it. "This cauldron is quite remarkable. It should be an early Qing artifact and holds considerable worth," Zhang Yongsheng conveyed honestly, harboring no intention of concealing the truth from his two master uncles. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly secure it." Zhang Long gestured towards him and spoke. Zhang Yongsheng stowed the elixir furnace into his backpack and casually packed several bottles of elixirs. Just as he was about to rise and move towards the wooden chest leaning against the wall, he noticed a shadow darting past him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his esteemed master uncle. Zhang Long strode directly to the wooden chest that had once contained gold, abruptly lifting the lid. The gold bars gleamed under the illumination, casting a golden radiance throughout the stone chamber. "The gold is still here," Zhang Long exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement. After unloading his backpack, he began to gather the gold bars. Cradling one bar in his hands, he waited, and soon a beaming joy spread across his face. "Zhao Hu, we struck it rich this time. This one weighs at least 10 kilograms, and there are 4 in total." He then turned to Zhang Yongsheng, speaking earnestly. "Yongsheng, we agreed beforehand that you cannot take any of the gold or silver. This belongs solely to me and your master Uncle Zhao." Zhang Yongsheng, wearing an expression of resignation, replied, "Master Uncle, I don't want any of this. You two can keep it. Just leave me any ancient texts or artifacts you may find." Upon hearing this, the two men nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Long then opened a second chest, revealing a neat arrangement of books. With a glance, he recognized that they were all ancient texts and showed little interest in perusing them. "Yongsheng, this box is filled with your treasures." Zhang Long beckoned to him. Approaching the chest, Zhang Yongsheng carefully examined each book, discovering early editions of Taoist classics such as the Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, Nanhua Jing, and Du Ren Jing. As he placed these ancient tomes into his backpack, he curiously inquired of the two beside him, "Master uncles, have you both read these before?" Zhao Hu, rummaging through the nearby chest, replied, "These are classics, of course. We have read them. Make sure to keep those safe. Let us see if there is anything else of interest." Finding the second chest filled with books rather dull, Zhang Long hastily moved on to the third chest. To his surprise, it contained only clothes and miscellaneous items. Just as Zhao Hu began to lose interest, Zhang Long pulled out a small wooden box, approximately 40 centimeters in length. Holding it in one hand, he examined it closely, trying to unlock it. "Why does Master have to make things so complicated? This box is even locked," Zhang Long remarked, drawing a dagger from his waist and prying open the copper lock. Just as he was about to lift the lid, Zhao Hu shouted, "Be careful." In a split second, Zhao Hu lunged forward, tackling Zhang Long to the ground, sending the wooden box flying to the side. A swift whooshing sound filled the air. "Are you out of your mind? After encountering so many traps, you dare to just open it?" Zhao Hu yelled at Zhang Long in frustration. Zhang Long, his face pale, looked at Zhao Hu beside him and exclaimed, "Good heavens! You scare me. Master, you nearly took your disciple with you." He clasped his hands together and muttered fervently, gazing in the direction of the wooden box's opening. The stone wall was riddled with marks left by iron needles. Zhang Yongsheng approached and extracted one of the needles, discovering that over an inch of it had embedded itself into the surface. A cold sweat broke out as he realized that if such a needle were to pierce a person, it would be akin to being struck by a shotgun, leaving no chance for survival. What shall we find within? Zhao Hu remarked, shaking his head in resignation. You go ahead, Zhang Long urged, pushing the wooden box towards Zhao Hu, as if still haunted by the previous incident. Zhao Hu took the box, lifting it by the bottom and promptly tipping its contents onto the ground. Several ancient texts, a jade ring, a hairpin, and some mundane, everyday items tumbled out. This doesn't add up. Why would such a mechanism hold these worthless items? Zhao Hu exclaimed incredulously as he scrutinized the spilled contents. Let me see, Zhang Long interjected, snatching the box from Zhao Hu's hands. No, this weight is not right. He shook the box vigorously, and the sound of metal clashing echoed from within. This box has a hidden compartment. Zhao Hu, come take a look. Zhao Hu stepped closer, examining every inch of the box as their headlamps illuminated it without leaving a shadow. Here, Zhao Hu discovered the switch for the hidden compartment beneath the lining at the bottom. Little goldfish, ha! Zhang Long, we are truly fortunate. First it was gold bricks, and now a little goldfish. We need not worry about our later years. As he opened the compartment, gold bars gleamed before Zhao Hu, dazzling under the light. Let me see. My goodness, so many. Quickly, let us count them. Zhang Long leaned in eagerly, seizing the box from Zhao Hu and passionately kissing the small goldfish he held. After a moment of jubilation, he began counting the gold bars, totaling 54. A delightful windfall indeed. What a fruitful journey. While they counted the gold, Zhang Yongsheng approached to sift through the miscellaneous items scattered from the wooden box. What is this? He picked up a brocade pouch and, upon a mere glance, recognized its exceptional quality. Unlike ordinary pouches that show wear over time, this one glimmered with a sheen of pearl powder, exuding a warm, ivory-like luster, as if nurtured by jade. Upon opening the pouch, a jade tablet slipped out, roughly the size of a palm and pleasantly smooth to the touch. The front was intricately carved with a Bagua symbol, while the back bore unfamiliar inscriptions. Zhang Yongsheng discerned that this artifact likely dated back to antiquity. Unable to make a definitive judgment, he activated his true eye to gain insight. Remarkably, as his gaze fell upon the jade tablet, a surge of golden light erupted, illuminating the chamber in a resplendent glow. Curiously, unlike before, there were no descriptions or valuations accompanying the object. Nothing much, just a curiosity about this jade tablet, he mused, stowing it safely within the pouch. After exchanging knowing smiles, the two remarked, as for the books, let us not bother. They do not pique our interest. Very well, we shall discuss it later. Have you finished your cleanup over there? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, surveying the chaotic scene around him. Zhang Long enthusiastically patted his bulging backpack and exclaimed, we must tidy up the 4 gold bricks, 54 little goldfish, a jade ring, and 2 ornaments. Although they faced some risks this time, it was on the whole worthwhile. Zhao Hu chimed in happily. Now that we've gathered everything, let us withdraw, Zhang Yongsheng said, glancing at his 2 senior uncles. After collecting the items from the ground, the 3 exited the stone cave. Just a few steps away, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly noticed a narrow stone path to his left. Uncles, there's a path here. Should we go take a look? He turned to his smiling seniors and asked, why not look? We didn't linger long in the elixir room, and our battery is still charged. At that moment, Zhang Long resembled Adam tasting forbidden fruit, unwilling to miss any opportunity to unearth treasures. The trio followed the stone path upward, and before long, they reached its end, where another stone chamber awaited them. Outside the chamber stood an incense burner, indicating it was a place of worship. Gazing up, they saw 3 large characters inscribed above, 3 pure ones. Zhang Yongsheng realized that this was a site dedicated to their ancestral masters. Upon entering the stone chamber, they beheld the statues of the 3 masters atop a high altar, with mats placed below. Upon seeing the statues, Zhao Hu promptly removed his backpack, retrieving candles, incense, and some rations, lighting them and placing them on the offering table. He then urged Zhang Long and Zhang Yongsheng to join him in paying their respects to the masters, reciting, Masters above, your unworthy disciple intrudes upon your tranquility today. I humbly seek forgiveness. After the 3 rose, Zhao Hu suggested to Zhang Long, let's take a look around. Uncles, look at this exquisite Maping vase beneath the statue. It appears to be an early Qing dynasty artifact, a valuable item indeed. What are we waiting for? Zhao Hu and Zhang Long hurriedly approached and removed the vase. Yongsheng, come and take this vase. There are many ritual implements here that the masters no longer require. We can take them down and exchange them for some pocket money. Zhao Hu, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, collected various Taoist ritual items from beneath the statue. After a thorough search, aside from the items on the altar that were too cumbersome to carry Everything else was stowed away by the trio. Besides leaving each person with 2 bottles of water and some provisions, they lightened their load by clearing out the contents of their packs, justifying it as a means to let the treasures of their sect see the light of day once more. Zhang Yongsheng, do you see anything else worth taking? Zhang Long, wielding a peachwood sword and cradling a bronze incense burner, appeared thoroughly satisfied. Observing this, Zhang Yongsheng couldn't help but chuckle. No, uncles. We're just short of carrying the masters out ourselves. That's good. Let us go. This time, we've had some gains. Zhang Long squinted his eyes, smiling. Indeed, we've made some gains, Zhang Yongsheng replied, gripping the jade tablet, uncertain of its origins, yet convinced of its extraordinary value from its golden sheen. After we descend the mountain, I'll discuss it with our master. Zhao Hu snapped his fingers and said to the two, let us go. It's time to leave. The trio retraced their steps, perhaps due to the familiarity of the journey or the eagerness of the 2 masters. They felt as though they had scarcely walked for long before arriving at the exit. The passage ascended steadily, the air growing increasingly fresh. This time, there were no collapses, no traps, only a gently rising path of bluestone. After approximately half an hour, the faint glimmer of light began to intensify. When they finally emerged from a cave, the blinding sunlight forced them to squint. They found themselves on an unfamiliar mountainside, with the distant, undulating Qinling mountains before them. This does not appear to be where we initially entered the mountains, Zhang Yongsheng remarked as he scrutinized the surroundings. Zhang Long, standing nearby, clapped Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder and said, look over there, that's the peak we passed earlier. We must now be on the opposite side of the mountain. He then raised his left hand to check the time, noting it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After a day of toil since yesterday morning, I am utterly exhausted. Now that we've emerged, let us take a moment to rest before continuing our journey tomorrow. Chapter 87, A Detour. Zhang Yongsheng plopped down onto the ground, retrieving some provisions from his backpack to share with the others. I concur. The tension since yesterday has indeed become unbearable. Zhao Hu looked up at the sky and resolutely stated, no, this terrain is perilous, and there is no suitable place to camp. Furthermore, the daylight is perfect for traveling. Let us press on to the cave entrance on the mountain wall and rest there instead. What say you, Zhang Yongsheng? I can still manage. So let us heed Master Zhao's advice and continue onward, striving to exit the mountains by tomorrow. Zhang Yongsheng slowly rose, patting his aching thighs. 2 to 1. Zhang Long, let us move. With a snap of his fingers, Zhao Hu gestured for Zhang Long to follow as they advanced. They hastened their pace and reached the cave entrance just past 2 in the morning. After a brief meal, they lit a campfire and settled into their tents, spending the night in silence. On the following morning, they packed their belongings and set off once more, hastening their pace until they finally arrived beneath the so-called divine tree of the Qinling Mountains just before 7 in the evening. However, it was still summer, and even at this hour, the sky was only beginning to darken. Exhausted, Zhang Yongsheng suggested they take a short break. As they sat down, a voice rang out from a distance. Isn't that Zhao boss? What brings you to the mountains at such a late hour? What are all these packages for? It was a man known as Old Wang. You're missing out then. By the way, do you need any medicinal herbs? We've recently gathered plenty of Schisandra and wild chrysanthemum. When can you come collect them? Old Wang inquired. How much do you have? Zhao Hu flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked, looking up. Altogether, we can gather about 1 to 2 tons of Schisandra, and over a ton of wild chrysanthemum at most. All right, I'll call you when I come up next time. Let us hurry along before nightfall. The mountain paths become treacherous in the dark, Old Wang said, assisting Zhao Hu with his backpack, attempting to lift him up. However, the weight proved to be considerable. Zhao Hu, noticing Old Wang's effort, quickly grasped his hand and said, Old Wang, it's been ages since we last met. Let me share a few words with you. He then gestured for the others to proceed ahead. Boss Zhao, might there be herbs in your bag? Old Wang glanced at Zhao Hu with a gentle smile. His words laced with implication. Is that so? Old Wang asked teasingly, a smirk on his lips. Of course, what else could it be? Zhao Hu replied calmly. Observing that the others had already moved on, Zhao Hu patted Old Wang on the shoulder, his smile broadening. How could you not know what I do after all these years of collaboration? Old Wang scrutinized Zhao Hu's mud-stained attire, his expression softening as he broke into a grin. Well then, let me take a look. Even if you are tomb raiding, with our relationship, would I ever betray you? As he spoke, Old Wang produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Hu. After lighting the cigarette and taking a few deep puffs, Zhao Hu, as if making a resolute decision, said to Old Wang, All right, since you've said that, I won't keep it from you. We indeed discovered a cave in the mountains and found some broken dishes and damaged bowls. Don't believe me? Look for yourself. He unfastened his backpack and opened a small gap. What's in there? It's impossible to see anything. Old Wang hurriedly leaned closer as Zhao, who intentionally shielded the bag's opening with his hand. Come closer, it's fine. Just as Old Wang leaned down to inspect, a flicker of cold intent flashed in Zhao Hu's eyes, and he struck Old Wang's neck with a swift chop. Old Wang let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Yongsheng and Zhang Long had reached the mountain's edge, bidding farewell to the herbalists. Not seeing Zhao Hu around, Zhang Long, concerned about potential trouble, suggested to Zhang Yongsheng, "Should we go in and look for your Uncle Zhao?" "Uncle, why have you taken so long?" "This young man, we shall take our leave now. If you have goods to sell next time, remember to contact me," Zhao Hu said politely to the man. "All right, boss Zhao, you go ahead. I'll wait here for Uncle Wang." "Very well. See you next time." After exchanging farewells, Zhang Yongsheng and the others swiftly departed from the man's sight. "Zhao Hu, what is going on?" After turning a few corners, Zhang Long confirmed that the man was not following them and, in a hushed tone, inquired urgently. Chapter 88. Back to Shishir. Zhao Hu cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering his voice. "Old Wang discovered what was in my bag, so I knocked him out." "You only knocked him out?" Zhang Yongsheng turned to Zhao Hu, disbelief etched on his face. "Zhang Yongsheng, how much do you think those 2 bottles are worth?" As the car drove out of the town, the atmosphere relaxed a bit, and Zhang Long asked, "Those should be early Qing dynasty pieces. They might be worth around 6 to 7 million. We'll know for sure after a detailed inspection at the shop tomorrow." "Hey, Chun Chun, are you awake?" Zhang Yongsheng said gently. "Yes, I just fell asleep. You woke me up? Where have you been on business that you didn't even answer your phone?" Chun Chun queried, puzzled. Listening to Chun Chun's pure and clear voice, the panic that had gripped Zhang Yongsheng dissipated entirely. "You call upon me, and I am always at your service. You're quite the charmer. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. You should get a good night's sleep, and I'll send someone to pick you up." "All right, see you tomorrow." With a screech, a white pickup truck came to a halt at the entrance of a small community by the South Lake. "Zhang Yongsheng, let us meet at your master's shop early tomorrow morning," Zhang Long said as he rolled down the car window, addressing Zhang Yongsheng. "All right, take care, my 2 esteemed uncles." He waved goodbye, watching them depart. Perhaps due to the fatigue from consecutive days of travel, Yongsheng soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, Zhang Yongsheng was stirred from his deep sleep by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Upon checking, he saw it was his Uncle Zhao Hu calling. "Hello, are you still asleep?" "Zhang Yongsheng, we have arrived at your master's place. Hurry up, there's good news," Zhao Hu said, tinged with excitement. "All right, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng got out of bed, tidied himself, and headed downstairs, intending to hail a taxi. However, he stood at the entrance for over 10 minutes without success. "Mr. Zhang, where are you headed?" A black Audi A6 came to a halt in front of Zhang Yongsheng, and a window rolled down to reveal a familiar face. "Oh, Mr. Du, hello. I'm trying to get to Nanyuan Man, but I've been waiting for a taxi for ages. Why don't you get in my car? I'll take you there," Mr. Du offered, stepping out to open the rear door for Yongsheng. This gesture caught Zhang Yongsheng off guard, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. I'll just wait for a taxi. I would want to disrupt your schedule." "Come now, Mr. Zhang, don't say that. Serving you is my duty. Please, get in," Mr. Du insisted, gently guiding Zhang Yongsheng into the back seat. "Well then, since you insist, I shall accept your kindness." "Thank you," Mr. Du, once seated. Mr. Du courteously closed the door, and they set off towards Nanyuan. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in light conversation until they reached their destination. As they were about to part ways, Mr. Du said, "Mr. Zhang, if you ever need a car in the future, just give me a call. I have 2 official vehicles parked in the community dedicated to serving the residents." He then handed Zhang Yongsheng a business card. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Yongsheng watched Mr. Du drive away and turned to himself, pondering that it seemed wise to purchase a car. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. Upon entering the store, he spotted Li Xia standing on a stool, dusting the artifacts on the display shelf. Zhang Yongsheng hurried over, saying, "Sister Xia, let me help you with that." "What's with the tone? Why are you speaking so sourly?" The unexpected sarcasm left Zhang Yongsheng bewildered. "You're fine. Just go about your business. The manager is in the back," Li Xia replied curtly. Observing the situation, Zhang Yongsheng sighed inwardly at the swift change in women's moods and hurried towards the back room, eager to escape the tension. Zhang Yongsheng has arrived. As soon as he stepped inside, his master inquired, "Master, how have you been these past few days?" Zhang Yongsheng bowed respectfully upon seeing Manager Yang. "Very well indeed. I heard from your two uncles that this trip yielded quite a bounty. I've just glanced at these Taoist texts, and it seems they are nearly all one of kind in this day and age, Manager Yang said, cherishing the ancient books he held. Brother, how much do you think these might be worth? Zhang Long asked with a face full of curiosity. During the reigns of the Kangxi and Yongsheng emperors, the Qing dynasty experienced a period of vigorous governance, leading to a stable and rapid development of its social economy. By the time of the Qianlong Emperor, the Great Qing Empire reached its zenith, characterized by societal stability, abundant resources, and a robust material foundation. The 60 years of the Qianlong reign marked the pinnacle of development within the feudal society of the Qing dynasty, witnessing an unprecedented flourishing in porcelain production. The book on ancient bronze vessels lauds the porcelain industry of that era as unparalleled since the advent of pottery. The porcelain craft amalgamated the finest achievements of renowned kilns throughout Chinese history, producing exquisite porcelain masterpieces. Not only did imperial kilns achieve remarkable success, but private kilns also thrived during this period. Su Zhiheng, in On Porcelain from the Drinking Stream Studio, described the porcelain of the Qianlong era as so exquisitely crafted that it seemed the work of divine hands. Chapter 89, Dividing the Spoils. This blue and white three-abundance maping vase, crafted during the Qianlong period, stands as a quintessential example of imperial blue and white porcelain, perfectly showcasing the porcelain artistry and aesthetic sensibilities of the peak of the Kangxi Qianlong era. As a mainstream representative of the Qing dynasty's imperial porcelain, this piece inherits the robust antiquity of Kangxi blue and white while embodying the elegance and intricacy of Yongsheng blue and white, thus establishing a new pinnacle in the art of Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain. From an artistic perspective, the maping vase adheres to traditional forms while exuding a regal demeanor. The small mouth and short neck convey subtlety and restraint, perfectly balanced by the smoothly tapering shoulders. The meticulous treatment of the foot and the overall shape follow the classical aesthetic of heaven is round and the earth is square, presenting a dignified elegance befitting imperial wares. Notably, the contours of the vase possess a strength that is interwoven with grace, preserving the classic upright stature of the maping while imbuing it with a lively rhythm through precise shaping. The design and layout of the decorations epitomize auspicious motifs of the Qianlong period. The double string pattern at the neck intricately depicts flowering branches, suggesting the auspicious notion of adding flowers to a brocade. The flaming lotus petal motif on the shoulders draws inspiration from Buddhist iconography, rich in both ornamental appeal and religious significance. The central decoration, featuring the three abundance motif, is ingeniously crafted, with the longevity peach symbolizing the gift of life, the pomegranate representing familial prosperity, and the crystal-clear lychee resonating with the sound of benefit. The three groups of flowering branches, arranged with precise, triangular composition, create a visual rhythm, with natural curling leaves and realistic fruit depictions that reveal vitality within structure and subtle variations within symmetry. The banana leaf pattern near the foot, rendered with a keen brush technique, reflects the artisan's profound understanding of the blue and white techniques from the Yongle and Xuande periods. The blue hue of the porcelain exhibits exceptional craftsmanship. Superior materials yield a pure sapphire blue, and the water-splitting technique creates a harmonious ink effect of varying shades. Upon close inspection, the peach appears three-dimensional with rich blue tones. The lychee is delicately outlined to showcase its luster, and the pomegranate seeds are meticulously dotted, all embodying a natural charm. The glaze is lustrous as jade, the body firm as snow, and the interplay of blue and white glazes creates a miraculous craftsmanship where the floral motifs emerge distinctly through the glaze. Culturally, this piece perfectly embodies the decorative philosophy of the Qianlong period, which emphasizes that every design must carry meaning and auspiciousness. The three abundance motif originates from the tale of three blessings in Zhuangzi, and through the artistic refinement of the imperial workshop, the mundane wishes for wealth, longevity, and offspring are elevated into an elegant artistic expression. The characteristic of seamlessly merging philosophical thought, literary allusions, and the fine arts is indeed the most prominent hallmark of the Qianlong quartz artistry. In terms of availability, similar Qianlong official kiln plum vases adorned with the three abundance motif are predominantly found in esteemed museums, such as the Palace Museum on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, with very few circulating in the private sector. Recent auction market data indicates that a piece of such impeccable condition, with distinctive motifs and auspicious connotations, is truly a rare gem worthy of a museum. Its artistic and historical value will undoubtedly become increasingly pronounced with the passage of time. Zhang Yongsheng was deeply engrossed in his master's exposition, each word resonating with his soul. Even after the lecture had concluded, he remained entranced, secretly admiring his own discerning eye for authenticity and pricing, yet recognizing that his appreciation and understanding of the artifacts remained lacking. Noticing Zhang Yongsheng's rapt expression, Manager Yang gently tapped his shoulder and inquired, "By the way, how are preparations for the auction company with Shun coming along?" Startled back to reality, Zhang Yongsheng replied, "Master, the company has been registered. This afternoon, we are to meet the elder. The specific opening date has yet to be determined." "Very well. Then this blue and white plum vase will be featured at your inaugural auction as a gift from your master." "That is splendid. With this piece, the auction's prestige will be significantly elevated." "Senior brother, Zhang Yongsheng, your conversation is so animated. How much do you think this vase could fetch?" Zhao Hu asked anxiously from his side. "Come, let me analyze the price for you, your uncle," Manager Yang responded, setting aside the plum vase. As the master indicated, although this Qianlong blue and white vase may exhibit advancements in craftsmanship and intricacy compared to the Yuan blue and white, its market recognition remains worlds apart from the Yuan pieces that command prices in the hundreds of millions. Zhang Yongsheng took the vase in hand, inspecting it closely, and activated his discerning eye, revealing a market value of 13 million. A few purple characters leapt into view. "Zhang Yongsheng, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us the price." The impatient Zhang Long urged. "In the past 2 years, a slightly larger blue and white vase of this form sold for 17 million at Sotheby's. I estimate ours should be between 10 to 13 million. What do you think, master?" After stating the price, Zhang Yongsheng glanced at Manager Yang. This glance brought a flush to Zhang Yongsheng's face, as he alone was aware that his so-called price accuracy was merely due to having an unfair advantage. 13 million. Zhao Hu, we have truly struck gold this time. Each of us 4 can take home over 3 million. Zhang Long exclaimed, excitedly grabbing Zhao Hu's arm. All right. No need for all the shouting. You 3 can split it. I will not partake." Manager Yang chuckled, observing their exuberance. "Masters, you 2 can divide the proceeds from this vase. I shall keep the piece of ancient jade. What do you think?" Zhang Yongsheng proposed, as feelings of bittersweetness surged within him while watching his exuberant uncles. "Ah, neither of you want it?" Zhao Hu asked in surprise. "It is better that they do not want it. That way, we each get 5 million. Ha. Our future is secure now," Zhang Long jubilantly declared, his excitement palpable. "Zhang Yongsheng, when will you commence the auction?" Zhao Hu inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yongsheng. "It is only after our discussions this afternoon that we shall ascertain this. Are you in such a dire need of funds?" Zhang Yongsheng observed his 2 senior uncles with curiosity. "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, with the substantial quantity of gold bars and ingots you have acquired, remember to keep a low profile. One must understand that water can both buoy and capsize a vessel." Manager Yang, noticing Zhang Long's avaricious demeanor as he toyed with the gold bars, hastily interjected. "Zhang Yongsheng, what did you mention about the ancient jade? I have not seen it." Manager Yang queried. "Here it is, master." With that, Zhang Yongsheng retrieved a silk pouch containing a jade tablet from his pocket and handed it to Manager Yang. Manager Yang accepted the pouch and examined it meticulously. After a considerable time, he remarked, disregarding the jade tablet for the moment, "This pouch itself possesses significant provenance. Look." Manager Yang pointed to the moon-white damask adorned with subtle patterns, which was specially produced for royal use by the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau during the Qing dynasty. The distinctive feature of this material is that all the threads have undergone a hardening treatment with pearl powder and rice paste. Observe how this pouch has maintained its form for over a century. Therein lies the secret. Furthermore, the embroidery is rendered with twisted gold threads, and the bat wings are embellished using a technique of crimson gold thread, evoking the texture of the bat's fur. Chapter 90, Ancient Jade. As Manager Yang scrutinized the pouch, his admiration grew, and he exclaimed, "Zhang Yongsheng, let me test your knowledge. Tell me about the origin of this pouch." Pleased with Zhang Yongsheng's response, Manager Yang nodded affirmatively, stating, "Well said." With that, Manager Yang flipped the pouch over, took the jade tablet into his palm, set the pouch aside, and carefully examined the jade. After a lengthy scrutiny, he stroked his beard and said solemnly, "This jade tablet appears to be a type of identity badge, quite common in ancient times. Based on its texture, it should be sheep-fat white jade. Judging by the carving techniques and patterns, it likely dates back to the Warring States period or even earlier." As for the inscriptions at this point, Manager Yang lit a cigarette, took several deep puffs, and pondered for a moment before continuing. It resembles the large seal script or bronze script of the pre-Qin era. I am somewhat uncertain. However, I have a friend, Professor Dong, who teaches at Xiangnan University and is an expert in pre-Qin scripts within our nation's language association. How about I send him the inscriptions on the back for his insight? Senior brother, did you just say this badge is ancient jade from the pre-Qin era? Upon hearing pre-Qin, Zhang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Manager Yang regarded Zhang Long quietly and replied sternly, "Indeed. Is it valuable?" Zhang Long inquired, his face close to Manager Yang's. "Not particularly. The quality of Kunlun jade is not among the finest in our country, while it holds significant historical value. Its economic worth is low, and such ancient jade from this era cannot be traded. Therefore, you two should not harbor any ambitions regarding this piece." Manager Yang was well aware of his junior's intentions. "Oh, I see. Then let Zhang Yongsheng keep it. After all, he is the only one among the next generation of our sect who can carry on this legacy," Zhao Hu said dejectedly. "You two are truly fixated on wealth. This time's harvest is considerable. What are your plans moving forward?" Manager Yang, seeing the matter settled, began to inquire about Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's future intentions. "Brother, we have long made arrangements regarding this matter. Our lives devoid of children leave us unencumbered. Now that Master S' final wishes have been fulfilled, we seek a tranquil place to enjoy our twilight years and relish in a life of retirement. A few years ago, we visited Tung City in the province of Kaiyun and found it to be exceedingly habitable. Once we receive the fund from the vase, we intend to relocate there." Zhao Hu spoke earnestly about their plans. Upon hearing this, Manager Yang glanced at Zhang Long, who nodded in affirmation, and said, "Since you two have made your plans, I shall not detain you. If you're merely waiting for the money, I have some savings amounting to 13 million. I shall transfer it to you tomorrow. If you wish to leave, then depart at your discretion." The two rose and bowed deeply to Manager Yang. "Enough, enough. After all, we are brothers in arms. Once you arrive at your destination, do not stir up trouble. Conduct yourselves discreetly. This sum will suffice for your living, as long as you refrain from any unlawful activities. Once settled, do send word to assure me of your safety. Now, there is nothing more for you here, so you may go. I will arrange for the funds to be transferred tomorrow." With that, Manager Yang turned and waved his hand to bid farewell. "Brother, as we part today, I know not when we shall meet again. Please take care of yourself." The two bowed deeply to Manager Yang's retreating figure. "Take care, esteemed uncles." Zhang Yongsheng also bowed to the two. "Allow me to see you off, my uncles." "Of course." Zhang Yongsheng accompanied Zhao Hu and Zhang Long to the side of their pickup truck. Zhao Hu clasped Zhang Yongsheng's hand tightly and said, "Zhang Yongsheng, though our acquaintance has been brief, I can genuinely perceive Master S' esteem for you. As my elder brother ages without offspring, you must ensure that you look after him well. Uncle, a day as a disciple is a lifetime as a father. I am deeply grateful for Master S' nurturing, and I shall care for him as a son. Rest assured. Yet, you two should take good care of your health." Zhang Yongsheng felt a pang of sorrow as he regarded his esteemed uncles. While Master had no children, these two had also lived their lives as bachelors. "Good lad. I knew I was right about you. Well then, we shall take our leave and hope to reunite in the future." With that, he patted Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder, turned, and climbed into the vehicle, waving at Zhang Yongsheng. "Master, the two esteemed uncles have departed," Zhang Yongsheng said respectfully. Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Manager Yang called to Zhang Yongsheng, gesturing for him to approach. Zhang Yongsheng moved closer and sat down. Manager Yang pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for himself. After taking a few puffs, seemingly lost in distant memories, he finished the cigarette before speaking slowly. "Zhang Yongsheng, this medallion is tied to certain secrets of my Master S sect. Before departing, Master specifically instructed that it should only be passed down to the sect leader. Therefore, I refrained from mentioning it while your uncles were present. Now that they have left, I can share this matter with you. Master, since it is meant only for the sect leader, you should not divulge this to me," Zhang Yongsheng replied, his face a mask of concern as he looked at Manager Yang. Yang, the shopkeeper, managed a bittersweet smile as he gazed earnestly at Zhang Yongsheng. "My child," he began, "the lineage of my Master S sect has long been severed by my generation. I have grown up without ever knowing where the mountain gate is or whether it faces south or north. Thus, the title of the sect leader has become rather inconsequential. There's another reason I wish to refrain from speaking. You have recently encountered your two uncles, who were once known as Earth Masters and are quite avaricious. I fear that should they learn of this, they would stir up trouble in their search. At my age, I can no longer afford to embark on such perilous endeavors. You, being youthful, might struggle to rein them in, so it is best to remain silent to avoid complications. I share this secret with you today, but the decision on how to proceed lies entirely in your hands. Seemingly grasping the shopkeeper's plight, Zhang Yongsheng nodded. If that is the case, then please, master, continue. The shopkeeper lit a cigarette and said, your ancestral sect diverged from the Zhengyi Dao Lingbao sect, which falls under the tutelage of Master Guxian. This sect primarily focuses on alchemy and talismanic practices, and it is said that treasures were buried within the lofty mountains, accessible only to those who possess this jade token. At the mention of alchemy, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly recalled, Master, during our excursion into the mountains, we discovered a bronze alchemical furnace and a recipe for concocting elixirs. I wonder if my two uncles have shared this with you? Additionally, which mountains do you refer to? Chapter 91, Alchemical Furnace, Elixir Recipe. Yang took a small, intricately crafted box made of rosewood from the antique shelf behind him, gently opened it, and retrieved an ancient tome. You must be referring to this book, The Essentials of Golden Elixirs. I have perused it briefly, and it appears to be a recipe passed down within the sect, containing various formulas for healing and enhancing one's constitution. Unfortunately, here, the shopkeeper exhaled a deep sigh. Master, what do you find regrettable? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, sensing the shopkeeper's hesitation. It is regrettable that most of the medicinal ingredients required in these recipes are now nearly impossible to find. For instance, the century-old Hisho Wu and ginseng are exceedingly rare, with 9-leaf Ganoderma and a millennium-old snow lotus being practically unheard of. Would you not agree that this is indeed a lamentable situation? Yang sighed once more. Indeed, it is quite a pity. What about the furnace? I recall that its quality was exemplary, likely dating back to the early Qing dynasty. Precisely. After inspecting the furnace, I instructed Zhao Hu to place it in the storeroom. It is a copper cloisonné alchemical furnace commissioned during the Kangxi era. At that time, only 4 such furnaces were crafted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A few years ago, one sold at Sotheby's for a considerable sum. That was one. $7 million at Sotheby's in 1998, Zhang Yongsheng added. Observing the increasingly mature Zhang Yongsheng, the shopkeeper smiled with satisfaction. However, I have no intention of parting with either the furnace or the recipe. As I grow older, I wish to retain these mementos. I shall pass them on to you after I have departed this world. Master, you mentioned something about the treasure earlier? My master divulged this much about the secret of the jade token. Prior to this, I had never seen the token, but having encountered it today, I suspect the inscriptions upon it may hold some clues. I shall shortly transcribe 2 characters from behind the jade tablet to present to Professor Dong. If he can decipher them, you may well journey to East China to learn from him about this ancient text. However, it is imperative that the jade tablet not be entrusted to anyone else. I understand this. Zhang Yongsheng, observing the solemn demeanor of Manager Yang, nodded earnestly. Furthermore, these magical artifacts and ancient texts shall remain in my possession for the time being. Should you wish to peruse them, you are welcome to visit me. As for that Qianlong blue and white porcelain, you may take it to your company. With that, Manager Yang gestured toward the brocade box set aside. Master, this cannot be accepted. It is far too precious for me to bear. Upon considering its worth in the millions, Zhang Yongsheng hastily waved his hands in refusal. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and chuckled. I suppose I was overthinking it. I shall take it with me. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted their conversation. Hesitating upon seeing an unfamiliar number, Zhang Yongsheng nonetheless answered, inquiring, Hello, who is this? Mr. Zhang, do you not recognize my voice? Came a deep, magnetic tone from the other end of the line. How could I not? You must be Uncle Dong from the Chun family. Zhang Yongsheng deduced immediately upon hearing the caller's voice. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, you have quite the discerning ear. The young lady has sent me to fetch you. I am ready to depart. Where are you located? I am at the Shuyuan Gate. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. All right, I shall await your arrival. Zhang Yongsheng concluded before ending the call. Was that a call from the Qin family? Manager Yang inquired while polishing the ring on his thumb. Yes, it was Uncle Dong, the steward from the Qin household, stating he has come to collect me. I have little knowledge of such matters, but I must say, I find my Jetta to be quite satisfactory. It has served me well for several years without issue. And the air conditioning is particularly effective during the sweltering summer of Shishir. Manager Yang looked at Zhang Yongsheng with a serious expression. Then I shall consider purchasing a Jetta. Zhang Yongsheng replied. You might explore other models from Volkswagen. This one appears rather outdated and may not suit a young man such as yourself. The two conversed pleasantly for a while longer until Zhang Yongsheng's phone rang again, indicating that Uncle Dong had arrived. He bid farewell to Manager Yang, picked up the brocade box containing the Qianlong blue and white vase, and departed from Yibugoj. Upon reaching the roadside, He spotted Uncle Dong waiting by the car and hurried over, greeting him. Uncle Dong, I truly appreciate your personal effort to collect me. You are a distinguished guest of the family. The master specifically instructed me to come for you. By the way, Mr. Zhang, what is it you are carrying? Uncle Dong inquired, noticing the brocade box in Zhang Yongsheng's hands. Oh, this is a recent acquisition by my master. I heard that we were preparing for an auction and brought it along to enhance the event. Indeed, Manager Yang is quite discerning. Let's get in the car, Uncle Dong said, as he opened the rear door for Zhang Yongsheng. Once he settled inside, Uncle Dong closed the door and took his seat in the front passenger side. Haha, it seems to have been quite busy. Yet, busyness can indeed be fulfilling. Very much so. How has the elder Chun been of late? Zhang Yongsheng inquired, gently stroking the upholstery of the back seat. I trust all is well. By the way, Uncle Dong, I have a question for you. Please feel free to ask. What brand is the car we are currently in? In the past couple of days, I have been contemplating the purchase of a vehicle, and I find this particular model quite appealing. It offers ample seating space and boasts an impressive air conditioning system. This is a Toyota Crown. Oh, Toyota is a car from the land of the rising sun, isn't it? Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Why do you seem to harbor any disdain for a car from Japan? Not at all. I merely wonder if we can procure such a vehicle here. Absolutely. There is a 4S dealership in our western city. If you wish to purchase it, I can arrange for someone to take you tomorrow. No need. Just tell me the location, and I shall go myself. Chapter 92. Farewell to Old Master Chun. As the two engaged in idle conversation, the vehicle traversed to the banks of Weiyang Lake. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was preparing to disembark, Uncle Dong interjected, Do not rush. We have not yet arrived. Isn't this road already blocked? Zhang Yongsheng pointed at the imposing gate ahead. Patience, please just remain seated. Uncle Dong produced a walkie-talkie and uttered a command to open the gate. Shortly thereafter, the grand entrance swung open, revealing a paved road leading directly to an island in the lake's heart. After a brief drive, the car halted before an enormous villa. Uncle Dong exited the vehicle and opened the door for Zhang Yongsheng, saying, Mr. Zhang, we have arrived. Stepping out, Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback by the architectural grandeur before him. Although he was already aware of Chun Chen's affluent background as a scion of a distinguished family, the sight of this edifice on the island still left him astonished. Zhang Yongsheng, you've arrived. As he entered the villa, he unexpectedly encountered Chun descending from the second floor. Chun, you look truly stunning today. Dressed in casual home attire, her flowing hair casually styled into a bun. She exuded a relaxed charm that Zhang Yongsheng found irresistibly endearing. Uncle Dong, you may attend to your matters. I will accompany Zhang Yongsheng to meet the old master. What is it you're holding, Zhang Yongsheng? Chun inquired, gesturing towards the box in his hand. This is a Qing Dynasty blue and white plum vase, a prized piece from my master's collection, intended for our inaugural auction. A blue and white vase, indeed a fine item. The old master will surely appreciate it. Let's go and greet him. Exiting the main house, they proceeded to a pavilion in the rear garden, where old Master Chun was engaged in a game of chess with another elderly gentleman of similar age. Old Zhao, a true gentleman, does not regret his moves. Yet you seem to be quite remorseful, old Master Chun admonished with a serious tone directed at his opponent. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Zhao, toying with a recently captured piece, replied dismissively, Your regret implies I am not a true gentleman. What sort of rule is that? Observing the two old men arguing passionately over a single chess piece, Zhang Yongsheng stood quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of their dispute. Grandfather, Zhang Yongsheng has arrived, Chun announced as she encircled the old man's shoulders from behind. Ah, young Zhang, you are here? Old Master Chun turned to regard Zhang Yongsheng with interest. You are quite thoughtful. I just heard from Dongzi that your master has acquired a blue and white vase. Indeed, the auction house is soon to open, and my master asked me to bring it along for display. As he spoke, Zhang Yongsheng retrieved the blue and white vase from the box and placed it upon the stone table. Hey, old Chun, this vase is of excellent quality, a remarkable piece from the Qianlong era. As soon as Zhang Yongsheng set the vase on the table, Old Master Zhao picked it up to examine it closely. Old Master Chun cast a sidelong glance at Old Master Zhao and remarked, with your level of expertise, what do you have to comment? Pray tell, what makes this vase so remarkable? Under such scrutiny, Old Master Zhao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Old Chun, are you not putting me in a difficult position? You know well that I am not adept in this area, yet you still ask me to speak. Observing Old Master Zhao's futile attempts to discern the vase's virtues as he turned it over in his hands, Old Master Chun could hardly contain his amusement. He shook his head and addressed Zhang Yongsheng, saying, Zhang Yongsheng, why don't you enlighten old Zhao? Zhang Yongsheng picked up the vase that old Master Zhao had set down and began, "Allow me to present a brief report to both esteemed gentlemen. This piece, a Qianlong blue and white vase, inherits the characteristics of the Kangxi and Yongzheng styles. Its form is dignified and grand, featuring a small mouth, short neck, and broad shoulders, tapering gracefully below the abdomen to a circular foot. The neck is adorned with double string patterns, within which blossoms are depicted. The shoulders are embellished with flame-like lotus petal motifs. The abdomen is bordered above and below by double-lined string patterns, with painted branches bearing fruits, namely pomegranate, lychee, and longevity peach, symbolizing abundance and blessings, longevity, and offspring. The three groups of branches are arranged in an inverted triangular composition, evenly distributed and artfully staggered. Near the base of the vase, banana leaf patterns are depicted. The fruits illustrated on this blue and white vase are plump, and the craftsmanship is exquisite, with each flower and vine rendered elegantly, vibrant with life, fully embodying the supreme technical standards of the Qianlong court, showcasing the essence of blue and white porcelain in all its glory. The base bears the 6-character Qianlong period mark in neatly arranged seal script. The motifs of the branches and fruits convey the theme of 3 abundances, symbolizing blessings, longevity, and numerous offspring. Rooted in traditional auspicious iconography, this design originates from the classical text Zhuangzi, Outer Chapters, Heaven and Earth, where Yao observes at Huafeng, and the inhabitants request blessings for the sage, wishing him longevity, happiness, and many sons, thus representing longevity, fortune, and progeny, also referred to as the 3 abundances. Common symbols include the longevity peach, pomegranate, Buddha's hand, or loquat, with the longevity peach symbolizing a long life and the pomegranate representing numerous offspring. The traditional craftsmanship of the Qianlong era is characterized by a harmonious combination of artistry, technique, and meaning, with a particular emphasis on auspicious symbolism. This piece is a classic example of such artistry. When it comes to authenticating antiques, Zhang Yongsheng's discerning eye makes it almost effortless. Yet when it comes to the appreciation of antiquities, he still has much to learn, merely reciting his master's observations. "Ah, you do possess some talent," old Master Zhao exclaimed, patting Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder. "Old Zhao, you flatter me. I merely recounted my master's evaluation of this piece," Zhang Yongsheng replied modestly. "Such humility, and you do not seek credit for yourself. No wonder Chen Chun holds you in such high regard," old Master Zhao remarked while casting a knowing glance at Zhang Yongsheng. "What are you implying, Grandpa Zhao?" Chen Chen teased playfully. "Young man, I believe you should refrain from selling this piece. I have recently taken an interest in collecting. Name your price, and I shall acquire it. What a rough fellow like you want with this," chuckled old Master Chen. "I have developed a fondness for collecting antiques." "What is wrong with that?" old Master Zhao retorted, his eyes widening as he shot a challenging look at old Master Chen. "Then you should bid for it at the auction yourself. If you take this piece, which Zhang Yongsheng's master intended for the children to showcase, its significance will be lost," old Master Chen countered, anticipating old Master Zhao's rebuttal. "Just go ahead, I'm not sure those 2 coins," the old man Zhao said sharply. Glaring at old man Chen, Zhang Yongsheng and Chen Chen observed the 2 elders squabbling like children, unable to stifle their amusement. Eventually, Chen Chen could no longer contain herself, and asked, "Grandpa, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Zhang Yongsheng?" Old man Chen turned to look at Chen Chen, then at Zhang Yongsheng, his expression becoming serious. "Yes, there is indeed a matter at hand. Zhang Yongsheng, I heard from Chen Chen that you've decided to invest in the auction house. Yes, after some contemplation, I believe that if I am to engage in this endeavor, I must have a sense of participation. I'm not keen on merely working for others," Zhang Yongsheng replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Observing the young man before him, full of vigor, old man Chen felt a momentary daze, as if the present image was melding with the shadows of his memories. "Very well, you possess spirit, but your 30 million is rather insufficient. Grandfather, you know I've only recently entered this field and truly have limited funds. This 30 million is all I possess," Zhang Yongsheng said, slightly embarrassed. "That is indeed the case. However, since we are in business, we must keep our accounts clear and not allow anyone to claim that Chun has taken advantage of you. The imperial green you auctioned in Myanmar was valued at 1.5 billion, and according to the rules, I would take 30 as commission, which amounts to 500 million. This would make your principal 800 million. I'll have Chin Chin invest 1.2 billion, bringing the total registered capital to 2 billion. Since you are unwilling to be the general manager, let Chin Shan take on the role of chairman and general manager, while you serve as the deputy." Old man Chin stated to Zhang Yongsheng, his words laced with undeniable authority. Zhang Yongsheng met old man Chen's gaze, feeling akin to a lion's prey under the intense pressure. After a moment to gather himself, he spoke hesitantly. Old man, I had previously promised Qinshan that I would not charge her for the jadeite from Myanmar. I feel unworthy to take this money. Grandfather, you should accept it. It is rightfully yours, Qinshan interjected, eager to prevent Zhang Yongsheng from refusing. Indeed, I have heard from old Qian about your capabilities. Since you have not erred in your appraisals since your debut, your skills warrant not just 500 million. I would willingly offer you 1 billion if you're inclined. Moreover, given your relationship with Qinshan, her family's assets will eventually be yours, old man Zhao remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Yongsheng. Grandfather Zhao, what are you saying? We are merely friends, Qinshan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, blushing at the implication. Just friends? Come now, I may be a rough man, but I can recognize the glimmer of youthful affection. However, Zhang Yongsheng, Qinshan is a good child. Should you do anything to wrong her, I shall not let you off easily, old man Zhao added with a grin, directing his gaze at Zhang Yongsheng. All right, enough of this. Why must we discuss such matters? The fortunes of the younger generation are their own. I have no say in this. It's settled then. You may decide when to commence operations. Now, off you go, old Zhao, and I shall play a couple of games of chess. Zhang Yongsheng, don't leave just yet. Stay for dinner, said old man Shun, waving his hand dismissively as the two young ones bid farewell to the elders. Qinshan, who was the elderly Zhao whom I just met? After taking a few steps, Zhang Yongsheng softly inquired. Grandpa Zhao was a comrade in arms of my grandfather during their days of service. Later, he became the commander of the Northwest Military Region, a formidable figure in the Northwest. After retirement, he often visited my grandfather for leisure. No wonder old Chen said that. What did he say? Did old Chen not just remark that Grandpa Zhao was a rough character? Ha ha, only my grandfather dares to say that. Be cautious not to let it slip anywhere. You might not escape unscathed if Grandpa Zhao hears it. Although he has spent his life in the military, his children are all elites in various fields, and I could introduce you to them if the opportunity arises. Wow, Qinshan, your family is truly impressive. After wandering for quite some time, this garden still hasn't come to an end. Zhang Yongsheng looked around the garden, feeling it was significantly larger than his own cornfield. This place was a small benefit I secured during the renovation project of Weiyang Lake Park a few years back. I have always yearned for space of my own, untouched by the outside world. Coincidentally, that year, the provincial government sold the Weiyang Lake area for real estate and commercial development to invigorate the land. My grandfather brought me to see it, and I immediately fell in love with the little island in the center of the lake. Later, my grandfather gifted this estate to me for my 20th birthday. Wealthy individuals truly possess a grandiose lifestyle. After hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, reflecting on his life. Without the ability of the true eye, he would probably still be farming corn back home. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. After dinner, old Chen pulled Zhang Yongsheng aside and said, "Come, let me show you my collection. You and Qinshan can choose one piece as a gesture for your inaugural auction." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qinshan's eyes. "Grandpa, you promised. We can pick whatever we like, so don't feel regretful later." Realizing his slip of the tongue, old Chen quickly added, "You little rascal, aside from those two pieces, feel free to choose anything else. I must say, your generosity this time is quite extraordinary. Those two pieces are ones I usually keep a close eye on, fearing any mishap. Yet today, I am willing to part with them for auction." Old Zhao interjected grumpily. "What two pieces are you referring to, old sir?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired with curiosity. "Cool. Let us head to the collection room, and you'll see," old Chen replied without further elaboration, patting Zhang Yongsheng on the shoulder before heading toward the dining hall's exit. Upon exiting the dining hall, at the end of a long corridor stood an ancient wooden door, its weathered traces suggesting it was at least from before the Qing dynasty, likely relocated from an old residence. The old man pushed open the door, revealing a spacious collection room filled with a dazzling array of artifacts. Zhang Yongsheng briefly surveyed the room. By mere quantity, there were over 100 pieces, calligraphy and paintings, ceramics, lacquerware, and more. If these were indeed genuine, they could be worth a fortune, he mused, instinctively activating his true eye. My goodness! Zhang Yongsheng was astounded by the vibrant colors before him, especially the two radiant golden beams that shone exceptionally bright. Without conscious thought, he found himself drawn toward those two beams of light. The Rukiln's sky-blue glaze wash from the Northern Song dynasty and the large jar featuring the scene of Guguzi descending the mountain in yuan blue and white are indeed present here. Witnessing these two exquisite treasures, Zhang Yongsheng was utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless in disbelief. Chapter 94. The Rue Kiln's Sky Blue Glaze, Washington. He, young man. Now you understand what those two unmovable treasures are, don't you? Chuckled Elder Zhao. Grandfather Chun, may I have the privilege to examine these two precious artifacts? Zhang Yongsheng asked, his voice trembling with excitement as he gazed earnestly at Elder Chun, his eyes radiating a fervor capable of melting the winter's snow, compelling and irresistible. Take a look, but be cautious. With that, Zhang Yongsheng gently lifted the Northern Song Rue Kiln's sky blue glaze, washed from beneath the crystal cover of the display cabinet. The moment his fingers made contact with the artifact, a wave of coolness surged through him, immensely comforting. As this refreshing sensation enveloped him, vivid images flooded his mind, transporting him to the very site of its creation, as if the porcelain itself were recounting the tales of its past life. This Rue porcelain brush wash, measuring 13 centimeters in diameter, exudes an elegant sky blue hue, adorned with ice crackle patterns, crystalline and translucent, its glaze reminiscent of congealed fat, the sky blue akin to jade, and the ice crackle glistening with clarity. Its form is exquisitely delicate, supported by 3 small sesame flower-like feet, and its perfection epitomizes the essence of Rue official porcelain. During the late Northern Song dynasty, the Rue Kiln produced imperial porcelain exclusively for the court, ranking as the foremost among the 5 renowned kilns of the Song dynasty. The Rue official kiln, located in Ruzhou, Hunan province, held a prestigious status for millennia. Scholars have noted that the period of production for the Rue official kiln was remarkably brief, believed to be merely 20 years. Unlike the official kilns in Hangzhou during the Southern Song dynasty, historical records indicate that the Rue Kiln was never large-scale in production. Often, a single design may only be represented by 1 or 2 examples, characterized by simplicity yet varying in size, typically supported by 3 or 5 small feet. Rue porcelain was created using a standing firing method, with each piece crafted in independent containers, resulting in confined spaces. The potters had to meticulously balance the clay bodies on the kiln supports, requiring 3 or 5 delicate feet for stability, a task of immense difficulty, with few achieving success. Most Rue porcelain underwent a 2-stage firing process. First, a biscuit firing, followed by glaze firing. The crackle patterns on the glaze surface emerge from the differing rates of contraction between the glaze and the body during cooling, an accidental yet distinctive feature of Rue porcelain. The ice crackle glaze, shimmering like natural gemstone crystals, required the perfect confluence of timing and conditions beyond human control. As Zhang Yongsheng examined the brush wash in his hands, he began to articulate the thoughts that had arisen in his mind. Ah, young man, quite impressive. I have heard that Rue Kiln often utilized agate as a raw material. Do you know why? Elder Chun inquired, admiring Zhang Yongsheng's focus. Forgive my ignorance, Elder Chun. This is my first encounter with a genuine Rue Kiln piece. My current understanding is derived from my master's notes. However, according to my master, Rue porcelain was indeed made with agate as a glaze raw material. The primary component of agate is silicon dioxide, which is also the main ingredient in glazes. Therefore, the inclusion of agate does not significantly alter the properties of the glaze, but rather indicates the lavishness in creating porcelain for the imperial court. Ice crackle patterns, ash-gray bodies, and sesame-like feet are crucial indicators for discerning the authenticity of Rue Kiln porcelain. Old Master Chun listened intently to Zhang Yongsheng's analysis, nodding thoughtfully before inquiring, in your estimation, what is the value of this piece? The Rue Kiln porcelain is exceedingly rare in the auction market. Since 1940, over the course of more than 60 years. Aside from this item, only 6 pieces of Rue porcelain have been sold at auction, 4 by Sotheby's and 2 by Christie's. According to incomplete statistics, there are approximately 86 known pieces of Rue ware, predominantly housed in museums. Among these, the National Palace Museum in Taipei possesses 21. The Palace Museum in Beijing has 17. The Shanghai Museum holds 8, and the British David Foundation retains 7. With the remainder dispersed across various museums and private collections in the United States, Japan, and elsewhere, totaling around 10 pieces. The characteristics of Rue were distinctly defined, with its glaze exhibiting a myriad of variations. Akin to the Northern Song Rue Kiln sky blue glaze sunflower basin that fetched 210 million Hong Kong dollars at Sotheby's in 2002, which also features a luminous clarity and a bluish-green hue, adorned with delicate ice crack patterns. It is likely that your piece is the one that sold for 2.6 billion Hong Kong dollars at Sotheby's on Hong Kong Island 2 years ago. This brush washer originally resided in the Taipei National Palace Museum, and the buyer remained shrouded in secrecy until it was revealed to be you, Master Chun. Zhang Yongsheng gazed at the elder with admiration and fervor. Haha, old Chun, this lad is impressive. Not only did he not falter under your scrutiny, but he also elucidated the provenance of this collection with remarkable clarity. I believe Chun has made a wise choice in selecting him. This fellow is erudite and reliable. You can entrust the family business to him without concern. Old Master, Zhao exclaimed, slapping Old Master Chun on the back with hearty laughter. What are you saying, Zhao? Though she felt a tumult of emotions at the praise directed towards her beloved Chun, the girl maintained a modest demeanor. Come, take a look at this piece, Old Master Chun said, moving aside to unveil another display case. Zhang Yongsheng carefully set down the brush washer and gently closed the display cabinet before eagerly approaching the showcase containing the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Cradling the large jar in his hands, he examined it with reverence. Upon contact, a refreshing surge coursed through him, intertwining with the earlier sensation, creating an indescribable comfort within his veins. After a prolonged inspection, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, on July 12, 2003, at Christie's auction in London, an ancient ceramic artwork, the Ghost Valley descending the mountain jar from the Yuan dynasty, was sold for 15,688, which, at that time, equated to approximately 3 billion yuan, the value of 2 tons of gold, setting a record for ancient Chinese ceramic art in the global art market. If my memory serves me correctly, this should be the one, right? The blue and white motif is vividly colored, captivating, with a composition that is both full and distinct, balancing density and openness. The expressions of the figures are lively and evocative, the mountain and rock textures rendered with vigorous and fluid brushwork, achieving perfection. At this point, Zhang Yongsheng turned to observe the 3 individuals beside him. Old Master Zhao appeared entranced, while Chun gazed attentively at Zhang Yongsheng. Old Master Chun remained quietly contemplative, fixated on the blue and white jar. Chapter 95, The Autumn Scene of Wuxia. In the early 20th century, amidst the tumult of the First World War, Baron von Hermert, a naval officer from the Windmill Nation, was dispatched to the capital as the commander of the diplomatic guard, entrusted with the protection of the embassies of Han's nation and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This officer, who held a profound appreciation for the arts, often wandered through the antique markets of the city during his leisure hours. It was during one such excursion that he stumbled upon an exquisite blue and white jar. Adorned with intricate narrative motifs depicting elegant figures, its cobalt hue vibrant and its body glaze smooth as jade. Despite the Western collecting community's scant knowledge of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain at the time, often mistakenly categorizing it as Ming, the Baron found himself irresistibly captivated by its artistic allure and unhesitatingly acquired it. For nearly a century thereafter, this rare treasure remained within the Hermert family, passed down through 4 generations. Due to the lack of scholarly recognition of Yuan blue and white porcelain in the first half of the 20th century, the descendants of Hermert were unaware of its true value. In the 1960s, family members sought an appraisal from an antique dealer, who surmised that it was likely a Ming dynasty piece worth approximately 2,000. Thus, this national treasure, which ought to have been enshrined in a museum, was relegated to a corner of their home, even being utilized to store miscellaneous items such as DVDs. A lamentable fate, indeed. The genuine worth of Yuan blue and white porcelain was not rediscovered until the 1950s. In 1952, the esteemed scholar John Pope, through his study of the cloud dragon motif vase with elephant ear handles housed at the D.H. Lawrence Foundation in London, systematically defined the characteristics of the Zhejiang type Yuan blue and white porcelain for the first time, confirming it as a masterpiece from the 14th century Jingde Jun kiln. Subsequently, Yuan blue and white porcelain gradually became the focal point of both academic and collecting circles, yet exquisite examples remained exceedingly rare, with each discovery causing a global sensation. In 2004, experts from Christie's auction house, during a visit to the Hermert family, fortuitously uncovered this long-overlooked jar. Upon authentication, it was revealed that the depicted motif illustrated the historical anecdote of Giguzi descending the mountain, a celebrated strategist from the Warring States period riding a tiger cart to rescue his disciples. This piece epitomized the classic narrative themes of Yuan blue and white porcelain, characterized by fluid brushwork and a deep, stable cobalt hue, with a flawless integration of body and glaze, truly a textbook-grade treasure among Yuan blue and white wares. On July 12, 2005, this remarkable Yuan blue and white Giguzi jar made its stunning debut at Christie's in London. Prior to the auction, it had toured cities such as Beijing and Shanghai, igniting fervent interest among Asian collectors. Christie's experts projected that its final price might eclipse 10 million, yet the ensuing bidding war far exceeded all expectations. On that day, at least 7 or 8 top-tier collectors participated in the contest, including prominent entrepreneurs from Taiwan, luminaries from the Hong Kong collecting circle, and several international buyers who bid via telephone. As the bidding soared to 10 million, 6 or 7 collectors remained fiercely competitive. Ultimately, a mysterious Chinese collector made a bold entry at 13.5 million, and after intense contention, secured the jar for an astounding 15.688 million, setting a record for the highest price ever achieved for Chinese art at auction worldwide. At this point, Zhang Yongsheng gazed meaningfully at Elder Chun and remarked, "Grandfather Chun, I never imagined I would witness these two unparalleled treasures today. It is truly an honor." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the venerable Mr. Chun. "Surely, we cannot allow these national treasures to fall into the hands of foreign hands. I have merely done what is within my ability. These two pieces do not covet them. I have made arrangements to donate them to the nation after my passing." Mr. Chun, with a smile, assisted Zhang Yongsheng, expressing his fondness. After hearing the elder's words, Zhang Yongsheng's admiration for him intensified. "Enough gazing. Even if you look longer, these two pieces cannot be yours. Perhaps you should explore other collections, Mr. Chun remarked with a smile, observing Zhang Yongsheng's rapt admiration. "Zhang Yongsheng, come take a look at this," Chun said, pointing to a landscape painting. "This is Zhang Deqian's autumn scenery of Wuxia." Although Zhang Yongsheng had already gleaned the general information of the painting through the eye of truth, standing before the artwork still left him profoundly moved by the scenery depicted. "Among my grandfather's collections, this painting must be quite remarkable, right?" Chun inquired with wide eyes. Chapter 96, Autumn Scenery of Wuxia, Part 2. The meticulous application of colors is truly unparalleled. Mr. Deqian ingeniously harnessed the qualities of mineral pigments, rendering the verdant hues rich and opulent, while the white powder exudes an elegant and transcendent quality, and the golden brilliance dazzles the eye. The harmonious interplay of colors achieves a splendid balance between decorative allure and artistic expression. This coloring technique not only inherits the essence of Tang and Song dynasty green and blue landscapes, but also integrates the artist's unique artistic language, establishing a paradigm for color application in modern landscape painting. Created in 1936, during the golden era of Zhang Deqian's artistic career, it showcases his profound mastery of traditional techniques while foreshadowing the future direction of his innovative splashed color methods. Each brushstroke encapsulates the master's deep affection for the rivers and mountains of Beishan, making it a pivotal work for understanding Zhang Deqian's artistic lineage. With immeasurable artistic value and historical significance, I'm afraid your explanation is a bit too profound for me. Could you simply tell me if this is an authentic piece, and if it holds value? Old Chun, who cherished the painting greatly, interjected anxiously from the side. "It is indeed an authentic piece. If you prefer not to dwell on the intricacies, may I share a little anecdote regarding this painting?" Zhang Yongsheng replied respectfully to the two elders. "Please go ahead," Bai Yongji encouraged. Bai Yongji held a particular fondness for Zhang Deqian's golden blue landscapes. As early as the summer of 1936, Deqian had gifted the famous clouds and sea of Huashan, specifically mentioning Brother Yongji's admiration for my family's monk-style landscapes. The same year, at the end of the year, this autumn scenery of Wuxia was created, employing the heavy colors of deep greens and blues, outlined with gold and blue, showcasing the peak of the artist's skills during his maturity. Notably, the boneless landscape style that Zhang Deqian pioneered in the mid-1930s often traces its lineage back to the Song dynasty's Wang Shun and even to the southern dynasty Zhang Xingyao. Although the authentic works of these ancient masters have largely vanished through the study of later copies, such as Dong Chicheng Snow on Dongguan, Deqian successfully reconstructed the essence of classical boneless landscapes. While this piece does not explicitly state its origins, it is intrinsically linked to his earlier works, such as Autumn Scenery of Wuxia from 1935 in Clouds and Sea of Huangshan from 1938, all employing what he referred to as the monk-style method. As a native of Shu, Zhang Deqian adeptly captures the essence of the Wuxia landscape. Compared to the 1935 version, this piece exhibits a modified composition towards the main peak. Yet it equally showcases the magnificent spectacle of swirling clouds and imposing mountains. The rich texture of mineral pigments, combined with the resplendent hues of gold and azure, render the autumnal scenery of Wuxia both ornamental and imbued with a natural charm. This masterpiece, which embodies the profound camaraderie between the artist and the connoisseur, has now become a significant testament to the vibrancy of the art scene during the Republic of China. It's worth transcending mere artistic value to encapsulate the spirit of that cultural golden age. I'm well aware. Mr. Chen glanced awkwardly at Mr. Zhao, whose face had turned the color of liver, and after a prolonged silence, he quietly remarked, "Why didn't you mention it before?" Mr. Zhao replied with a knowing smile. Mr. Chen, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, retorted, "Do I need to explain it to you? You and T comprehend it anyway, you roughneck." Observing the playful banter between the two gentlemen, Chen Chen and Zhang Yongsheng exchanged knowing smiles. "So what do you think of the value of this wuxiao autumn scene?" Chen Chen inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yongsheng responded, "Well, this painting is approximately 8 square feet, based on the current market prices for Zhang Daqian's works. It should be valued at no less than 40 million. Chen Chen nodded seriously at the wuxiao autumn scene, then turned to Zhang Yongsheng with a gentle smile. "All right, let us go with this one." Seeing his granddaughter choose the wuxiao autumn scene, Mr. Chen feigned a pained expression and said, "You clever little thing. Even your grandfather is at your mercy. Why not ask Zhang Yongsheng to take a look at the other pieces over there?" Chapter 97, The Company. We shall hold an auction in the future. You 1T always have access to such treasures. Don't rush. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Zhang Yongsheng, why are you just standing there? Go fetch the painting. Chen Chen nudged the dazed Zhang Yongsheng with her elbow. Are you serious? Zhang Yongsheng glanced at Mr. Chen, and upon seeing Mr. Chen's reluctant gesture, he dared to retrieve a nearby ladder, open the collection cabinet, and carefully extract the genuine work of Zhang Daqian. A stream of refreshing energy coursed through his fingertips into his body. What is this? 3 consecutive waves of vitality flowed into him, and Zhang Yongsheng, naturally curious about the unknown, decided to set it aside for the moment as nothing adverse occurred. "Ah, are we leaving already?" Zhang Yongsheng turned to Chen Chen, looking rather unsatisfied. "What's wrong? You've already had your lunch. Why linger here? Are you planning to stay overnight?" Chen Chen immediately felt something amiss with her words. "Stay overnight?" Zhang Yongsheng looked at Chen Chen in astonishment. "You truly intend that?" Chen Chen flustered, playfully punched Zhang Yongsheng in jest. "All right," with her grandfather's approval. Chen Chen promptly took Zhang Yongsheng by the hand and headed toward the exit. "Chen Chen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Your grandfather has so many collections I haven't yet admired." Zhang Yongsheng remarked with mild irritation. Chen Chen shot a glance at him. "Admire what? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You are unfamiliar with my grandfather. He is admirable in many respects. Yet he exhibits a remarkable frugality when it comes to his collection of exquisite artifacts and paintings. I fear that if we linger too long, he may have a change of heart." "What do you mean by digging out his heart's desire?" "It was you who summoned me here," Zhang Yongsheng retorted. Chen Chen glared at him, her small mouth pouting as she raised her delicate fist, gesturing animatedly toward him. "Are you implying that I am turning my elbow outward, betraying my own interests?" No. I assure you, this is all for the benefit of our company. I understand, miss. Your dedication to the company's advancement is commendable, and I shall henceforth follow your lead." Sensing Chen Chen's irritation, Zhang Yongsheng quickly adjusted his tone. "You are indeed perceptive. Let us proceed to inspect our new office." Upon exiting, they arrived at the parking lot. Indeed, there was a small parking area at Chen Chen's residence, housing dozens of luxury vehicles of various makes and models. They headed straight for a red Porsche 911, starting the engine and speeding toward the city. The auction company's venue was situated in the conference center of the new district. The first floor comprised the exhibition hall and auction area, while the second floor housed the offices. The auction space spanned a total of 3,000 square meters, accommodating approximately 150 individuals simultaneously, with tables neatly arranged and special seating designated for telephone bidding at the rear. Admiring the bustling construction site, Zhang Yongsheng couldn't help but praise, "This looks impressive. It surpasses the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty West Market." With a graceful flick of her hair, Chen Chen confidently replied, "Of course, did you not notice who the boss is? I, Chen Chen, do not merely aim to participate. I strive for excellence. Come, let me show you upstairs." At the end of the second floor, there were 2 spacious offices. Chen Chen pointed to one and said, "Zhang Yongsheng, this office is yours, while the adjacent one is mine. We shall be working together, so please take good care of me." As she spoke, she extended her delicate right hand toward him. Grasping her soft, fragile hand, Zhang Yongsheng gently shook it, suppressing the urge to pull her into an embrace, and quickly released her. Upon entering his office, he sank into the sofa, reveling in the luxurious comfort it offered, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. I never imagined that one day Zhang Yongsheng, will be working in such a prestigious office. Thank you, Chun Shun. Standing by the glass window, he gazed down at the bustling crowd of workers below, experiencing a surreal sense of detachment. Chun Shun, with her wide, expressive eyes and hands on her slim waist, teased, "Your words suggest that you have not contributed financially." Observing her charming demeanor, Zhang Yongsheng continued, "By the way, Chun Shun, how are the auction items coming along?" "This has been remarkably smooth for the inaugural auction. My grandfather has discreetly spread the word within the community, attracting numerous collectors. We currently have over 100 pieces under discussion. But adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, I intend to select only 10, in addition to the 2 you provided and 1 from my grandfather, which will suffice. Your thinking is commendable. The excellence of the exhibits matters more than their quantity." The auction will feature Zhang Daqian's wuxia autumn scenery as a centerpiece, which is sure to captivate the entire audience. Have the auctioneer and appraisers arrived? Currently, there is only one auctioneer, recruited at a high price from Christie's in Hong Kong, whose experience and ability to manage the event are unparalleled. As for the appraisers, they're also mostly in place. Yang has recommended a highly esteemed individual from the capital, who should manage seamlessly. After all, there's also you and Yang. Chun Shun casually shrugged and replied, "So, it seems we are essentially ready?" Zhang Yongsheng, observing Chun Shun's nonchalant demeanor, felt a profound sense of admiration. He pondered how long it might take him to reach such a level if he were to undertake this task himself. And he couldn't help but regard Chun Shun with increased respect. Yes, grandfather's discussions with the Myanmar authorities went splendidly. Before departing, the military government gifted us a batch of jade rough stones as compensation for our hardships there. Haha, then we're in for a windfall. I recall there are some exceptional pieces in that lot. Zhang Yongsheng mused, feeling confident in his proficiency with jade. Chapter 98. Confession. Chun Shun languidly leaned against the armrest of the sofa, her delicate fingers idly curling a strand of hair. "Shall we go take a look tomorrow?" Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhang Yongsheng suddenly straightened up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Witnessing his childlike enthusiasm brought an inexplicable joy to Chun Shun, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She relished seeing him so unguarded, a stark contrast to the astute and efficient Zhang Yongsheng she knew during appraisals. Tomorrow, Zhang Yongsheng's tone shifted to one of hesitation, his fingers absently tapping the armrest, producing a soft thud. Chun Shun perceptibly detected the uncertainty in his voice and leaned forward slightly, the collar of her shirt gently swaying with emotion. "What's wrong? Do you have other plans?" A hint of tension crept into her voice. Zhang Yongsheng's gaze drifted to the window, where the sun had already dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. "Well, there are indeed a few matters I must attend to." "What matters?" Chun Shun feigned seriousness, poking Zhang Yongsheng's arm with her index finger. "Stop being so evasive. You sound like a girl." Zhang Yongsheng chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Scratching his head, he shyly admitted, "Actually, it's nothing significant. I just want to purchase a car tomorrow. I feel quite bad about having you all drive me around." "Is that all?" Chun Shun's eyes lit up, and she took a sip of lemon water from a crystal cup on the coffee table, condensation forming on the surface. She replied with enthusiasm, "What car do you want? I can have Uncle Dong deliver it to you tomorrow. We have acquaintances at the dealership." Zhang Yongsheng abruptly slapped his thigh, producing a loud sound that caused the cup on the table to wobble. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no, my dear lady. Last time, people already teased me about living off you. If I accept a car this time, I'll be firmly labeled as a kept man. I quite enjoyed driving your new Crown today. I'd like to check out a similar model." Zhang Yongsheng, feeling a wave of anxiety, instinctively touched his nose, a small habit he had when nervous. "All right, it's settled then," Chun Shun declared decisively. "I will pick you up at your house tomorrow at 10 in the morning." She glanced at her watch, its diamond-studded face shimmering under the light. Zhang Yongsheng straightened the slightly wrinkled hem of his suit and rose to his feet. "If there's nothing else, may I take my leave?" "Leave?" Chun exclaimed, her brows arching in surprise. "Where do you think you're going? I'll escort you." As she spoke, she moved to retrieve the car keys from the entrance. "Hey!" Chun placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger as she glared at him. Today, she wore a subtle rose-colored lipstick that appeared particularly radiant under the lights. "Here I am, voluntarily offering to drive you. And you're hesitating?" She deliberately elongated her tone. "What? Do you think I'm unworthy of being your chauffeur?" Raising her pink fist, she pretended to strike. Zhang Yongsheng quickly stepped back and raised his hands in surrender. How could that be? His voice softened unconsciously. I merely thought you should rest early after a whole afternoon of board meetings. He paused, lowering his voice further. Besides, you are the esteemed heiress of Yaobang Group. It wouldn't reflect well for you to be seen driving around a mere poor boy like me. I do not care. Chen Shun enunciated each word with precision, each syllable striking Zhang Yongsheng's heart like a hammer. Her gaze was resolute, her dark pupils seemingly ablaze with fervor. In that moment, as their eyes locked, Zhang Yongsheng felt his breath hitch. The living room fell into a haunting silence, the chirping of crickets outside distinctly audible. The softest part of his heart was profoundly stirred, a surge of warmth coursing through his body. In truth, he had harbored feelings for Chen Shun since the first time he encountered her in the boardroom. Yet, the disparity in their social standings had compelled him to maintain a distance. But now, confronted by those soulful eyes, all his reservations dissipated. What did social standing matter when one possessed the ability to perceive truth? He was worthy of her. Suddenly, Zhang Yongsheng stepped forward, enveloping Chen Shun in a tight embrace. He inhaled the faint scent of jasmine from her hair, sensing the stiffness in her body. I was wrong, he murmured, his voice hoarse. I shouldn't have avoided this. Caught off guard, Chen Shun instinctively attempted to break free. However, upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's words, her body seemed to melt under an enchantment. Gradually, she relaxed, resting her cheek against his sturdy chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Today, he wore a light cologne that mingled with his unique scent, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort within her. His embrace was warm and firm, reminiscent of the times her father held her while watching fireworks. This was what home felt like. Just as Zhang Yongsheng was about to speak, his voice quivered. Chen Shun gently extended her delicate finger, softly pressing it against his lips. Her fingertip was cool, carrying a faint fragrance of hand cream. She subtly shook her head, long eyelashes casting fine shadows in the light, signaling him to remain silent. In that tranquil embrace, time seemed to freeze. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a full moon ascended quietly, casting silvery light upon them and enveloping their embrace in a dreamlike glow. A gentle knock reverberated through the tranquility, breaking the silence. Come in, Chen Shun said, swiftly adjusting her slightly disheveled attire, instantly regaining her usual composure and elegance. Chapter 99, A Celestial Encounter. The overall effect is commendable, she stated with professional poise, her voice regaining its clarity and decisiveness. She particularly emphasized the importance of addressing formaldehyde removal and odor elimination, insisting that no unpleasant scents be present a week before the grand opening. Understood, General Manager Chun. We shall execute your directives with utmost diligence. The man replied with a respectful nod. Do you have any other instructions? That will be all. You may return to your duties. Chen Shun replied with a slight nod. After the man departed, Zhang Yongsheng approached Chen Shun. Under the illumination, her profile appeared exceptionally graceful, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Yongsheng gently grasped her fingers. Shall we take a stroll by the lakeside? He softly suggested. Chen Shun turned to him, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight, reminiscent of a sky brimming with stars. That sounds delightful, she replied softly. The evening at South Lake was particularly serene. The fading sunlight scattered across the lake's surface, transforming into countless shimmering golden stars. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a hint of moisture and the fresh fragrance of lotus flowers. Hand in hand, they meandered along the stone-paved path by the water's edge. Occasionally, a few resilient blades of grass peeked through the cracks of the stones, yielding softly beneath their steps. Today, Chen Shun had donned a pair of flat shoes, walking lightly like a graceful fawn. Her white dress appeared almost translucent under the moonlight, gently swaying with her movements, akin to a blooming white lotus. The evening breeze tousled her dark hair, causing a few rebellious strands to playfully cling to her lips. Zhang Yongsheng could not resist the urge to carefully tuck the errant hair behind her ear. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her soft earlobe, causing both to blush in unison. Do you know? Chen Shun suddenly halted, gazing at the shimmering lake's surface. Her voice was soft, nearly dissolving into the night. I have always believed that as long as we are together, the future will surely be splendid. Zhang Yongsheng tightened his grip on her hand, sensing a slight tremor in her fingertips. He turned his gaze towards the moonlight dancing on the lake, his tone gentle yet resolute. Indeed, we shall create our own happiness together. He paused, turning to admire Chun Chen's enchanting profile illuminated by the moonlight, adding, "No matter the challenges we face, I will stand by your side." Chun Chen's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. She quickly blinked, feigning that the wind had caused her eyes to water. Zhang Yongsheng, ever considerate, chose not to call attention to it, instead silently draping his coat over her shoulders. The coat still held his warmth and a faint trace of his scent, prompting Chun Chen to wrap it tightly around herself. They strolled along the lakeshore for quite some time, sharing anecdotes from their childhood and discussing their aspirations for the future. Zhang Yongsheng spoke of his desire to establish his own technology company, to which Chun Chen responded with a smile, expressing her intent to invest in his inaugural project. As the night deepened, the streetlights by the lake flickered to life, resembling a string of luminous pearls. After hastily drying himself off, Zhang Yongsheng sank into slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. In a daze, he felt himself lift off the ground, gradually enveloped by a milky haze. The dreamscape is hauntingly familiar, yet distinctly different from memories of the past. The once indistinct images now emerge with crystal clarity, while distant voices resonate intermittently, akin to whispers filtered through frosted glass, both nebulous and vivid. Am I dreaming again? Zhang Yongsheng gazes at his semi-transparent hands, astonished to discover a copper coin imprint on his palm, emanating a faint golden glow. Following the sound, he traverses through the ethereal mist. The clouds beneath his feet are soft as cotton, each step akin to treading upon fluffy down. Time eludes him as he wanders, and gradually, the mist thins to reveal a white jade platform suspended in the void. Upon this platform sits an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, meditating atop a blooming golden lotus, holding a white jade whisk while surrounded by a gentle aura of purple mist. Compelled, Zhang Yongsheng steps on the platform, only to observe the intricate star charts embroidered on the elder's azure robe, which appear to rotate with the shifting light. The elder's visage radiates kindness, yet his eyes hold a depth as profound as the cosmos, evoking a sense of awe that renders one hesitant to gaze directly at him. "Are you calling me?" Zhang Yongsheng's voice trembles, a mixture of trepidation at the surreal scene and the intangible pressure exuded by the elder. With a gentle sweep of the whisk, the elder alleviates the weight upon Zhang Yongsheng. "You are within your own sea of consciousness. There is no one here but us." The sea of consciousness? Zhang Yongsheng muses, bewildered as he surveys his surroundings. "Yet I was clearly asleep at home just moments ago." "Ha ha ha!" The elder's laughter reverberates like thunder, causing the platform to quiver slightly. Have the people of today forgotten even the existence of the sea of consciousness? It seems I have slumbered far too long. As the elder speaks, vivid and astonishing visions materialize before Zhang Yongsheng. Celestial beings riding flying swords that cleave through the heavens, practitioners invoking the thunderous might of the nine skies, and powerful entities who effortlessly reshape mountains and seas. Are these not mere myths and legends? Zhang Yongsheng gasps, instinctively reaching out to touch the visions, only to find his fingers passing through the images as though they were smoke. With a sigh, the elder sweeps his whisk again, dissipating the scenes. What I speak of is not mundane martial arts, but the true path of immortal cultivation. Alas, the spiritual energy has thinned so much that practitioners may now be extinct. Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhang Yongsheng, and he inquires urgently, "Elder, you mentioned that you have slumbered for a long time. How is it that you find yourself in my sea of consciousness?" This tale is lengthy. The elder's expression grows solemn. "I am Xuanhao, the foremost disciple of the Qing Emperor. 3 millennia ago, the demonic forces from beyond invaded the 33 heavens, and I was ordered to lead the celestial army into battle." As the elder recounts his story, scenes of cataclysmic battles unfold before Zhang Yongsheng. Amidst the vast starry sky, countless celestial beings clash with fearsome demons. Xuanhao wields an ancient bronze sword, its light causing stars to fall. Just as victory seemed within grasp, 3 shadowy figures strike from behind. Had it not been for the Taishu Tongbao bestowed upon me by my master, which protected a fragment of my lingering soul, I would have perished utterly. As he speaks, an ancient copper coin flies from his sleeve, the very coin Zhang Yongsheng's mother unearthed. Now it all makes sense. Zhang Yongsheng realizes with clarity the coin vanished because it recognized its master. The elder continues, "You inadvertently dripped your blood upon it, and thus this artifact has merged with your essence. Recently, the subtle spiritual energy contained within the ancient artifacts I encountered has finally allowed me a brief awakening." Chapter 100, The Desert Prince. Zhang Yongsheng suddenly recalled something and inquired urgently, Master, is it true that I have recently acquired the ability to discern the authenticity of antiques? Indeed, it is the heavenly eye of the Taishu Tongbao. The master smiled and nodded, adding that what you currently wield is but a mere fraction of this treasure's immense power. In the ensuing dialogue, Master Xuanhao elaborated on the fundamental principles of cultivating immortality and the reasons behind the current scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. Zhang Yongsheng listened entranced, as if a door to a new realm had swung open before him. Our meeting is fate, the master suddenly stated with gravity. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart the chaotic creation technique. Will you accept? Without hesitation, Zhang Yongsheng knelt and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Disciple is willing. As he struck his forehead thrice, he felt a warm sensation at his brow, as if something had penetrated within. Excellent, 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 the master repeated thrice, each utterance causing the platform to tremble. I never expected to find a successor in such circumstances. Zhang Yongsheng, please sit cross-legged. I shall first open your meridians. Following the master's instruction, Zhang Yongsheng settled down, observing as the master's fingertip coalesced a point of golden light, which gently touched his brow. In that instant, he felt a warm current entering from the crown of his head, flowing through his limbs like a gentle spring rain. Simultaneously, the master's figure began to grow translucent. Focus on the flow of true energy. The master's voice became increasingly faint. From the Dantian to the Baihui, down to the Sanyinjiu, then back to the Dantian, completing a full cycle. The disciple noted that the master's voice had diminished to a mere whisper. Should you perceive any impurities in the artifacts, do not be alarmed. This is merely the cleansing of the marrow. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the master's figure completely vanished. The entire platform began to collapse, and Zhang Yongsheng felt a dizzying sensation. Suddenly, Zhang Yongsheng jolted awake in bed, the first light of dawn filtering through the window. In terror, he discovered that his body was covered in a layer of black filth, the sheets and bedding stained with a foul-smelling black ooze. Was last night's dream truly real? As he raised his hand, the copper coin imprint on his palm was unmistakably visible. He attempted to channel his energy following the methods etched in his memory, and to his astonishment, he sensed a faint current within him moving in response to his thoughts. After completing the first cycle, Zhang Yongsheng felt invigorated, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, which only accentuated the unbearable stench pervading the room. Gagging, he rushed into the bathroom and spent a full hour washing to rid himself of the grime. Once he had tidied the room, he collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a long, heavy breath of relief. The exhilaration he felt was indescribable. However, another matter disrupted this harmony. Due to his heightened senses, the stench that had been intolerable now felt akin to being trapped in a cesspit. In a panic, Zhang Yongsheng dashed to the restroom and violently retched into the toilet. After what felt like an eternity, he pinched his nose, yanked the sheets from the bed, and sprinted to the garbage disposal station to discard them. He then activated the air purification system, which ran for several hours before he felt somewhat at ease. Just as he sank back onto the sofa, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Hello, Zhang Yongsheng. I have arrived at the entrance of your building. Please come down quickly. The voice of Chun resonated on the other end, as melodious as silver bells. All right, please hold on. Zhang Yongsheng hung up, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He hurriedly dashed into the elevator, his heart racing in tandem with the ascending floor numbers. In the dimly lit underground garage, the familiar red Porsche 911 stood out like a blazing flame amidst the drab vehicle surrounding it. With practiced ease, Zhang Yongsheng opened the passenger door. The unique scent of the leather seats mingling with the faint aroma of Chun Chen's perfume wafting towards him. Hey, Zhang Yongsheng, is it the lighting? Or have you made an effort with your makeup today? Chun tilted her head, her amber eyes twinkling with curiosity in the warm glow of the car interior. Not at all. I'm just the same as always. Zhang Yongsheng instinctively touched his face, noting that it indeed felt smoother than usual. It must be the lighting then. Your skin looked particularly exquisite today, as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, radiating a dewy glow. Chun remarked, unable to resist poking Zhang Yongsheng's cheek playfully. Perhaps beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Zhang Yongsheng teased, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing past Chun ear. Bah, who says we are lovers? Chun playfully shot him a glare, yet a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She suddenly pressed the accelerator, the powerful thrust pinning Zhang Yongsheng firmly against the seat. His seatbelt still unfastened. The two sped through the streets, arriving at the Toyota dealership in no time. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, a uniformed female sales representative approached briskly, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Sir, madam, are you here to view some vehicles?" "Yes, we are." Zhang Yongsheng nodded, his gaze captured by a colossal vehicle at the center of the showroom. It was a sleek black SUV, its angular body gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the spotlight, resembling a prowling beast. "Sir, you have an excellent eye." The saleswoman's expression brightened, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yongsheng longer than what was deemed necessary. This is the newly arrived Desert Prince, equipped with a 12-cylinder engine, boasting power comparable to that of a small rocket. Chun-Shin noticed the saleswoman's fervent gaze and frowned in displeasure. She deliberately intertwined her arm with Zhang Yongsheng's, asserting her claim as she declared, "That sounds fantastic. Let us purchase this one." Her tone brooked no argument. "Shall I not provide you with details regarding the price and specifications?" The saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unaccustomed to such decisive buyers. "No need." Chun-Chun waved her hand dismissively, pulling out a black card from her Hermes handbag. "Where do I complete the payment?" Zhang Yongsheng quickly grasped her hand. "Chun-Chun, allow me to handle this." As he retrieved his bank card, he caught a glimpse of the saleswoman's disappointed expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As he swiped his card, Zhang Yongsheng gazed at the figure of over 1,300,000 displayed on the POS machine, calculating in his mind, "This money is flowing out like water. It seems I must hasten to explore new avenues for earning." Yet, he soon concluded that the price was worth it for the privilege of driving such a formidable beast. "All the formalities are completed. Let us depart," Chun-Chun said, linking her arm with his. "And what about your car?" Zhang Yongsheng inquired, gesturing towards the red Porsche. Chapter 101, A Glimpse of the Original Stone. "No need to worry. I've already sent a message for someone to come and collect it." Chun-Chun waved her phone, the screen displaying the sent message, settling into the brand new off-road vehicle. Zhang Yongsheng caressed the genuine leather steering wheel, savoring the snug embrace of the seats. He ignited the engine, the deep and powerful roar igniting a rush of adrenaline within him. Fastening his seatbelt, we set off. Zhang Yongsheng pressed the accelerator. The newly acquired Desert Prince emitted a resonant growl, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. The tires screeched against the pavement as the vehicle surged out of the parking lot, the force propelling Chun-Chun to grip the armrest instinctively. "Slow down," Chun-Chun exclaimed, her long hair billowing in the sudden acceleration, a few rebellious strands teasingly brushing against Zhang Yongsheng's cheek, carrying her unique fragrance. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Yongsheng pressed the gas pedal further, the gauge on the dashboard swiftly veering to the right. The powerful thrust of the new vehicle invigorated him, as the buildings on either side seemed to flow backwards like a stream. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, the car elegantly arcing into the entrance of the ring road, the tires producing a melodious sound against the asphalt. "Behold, this is the true joy of driving." Zhang Yongsheng lowered the window, allowing the early summer breeze to rush into the cabin. One hand confidently gripped the steering wheel while the other rested casually on the windowsill, his sun-kissed bronze arm gleaming with health under the sunlight. Chun-Shin gradually relaxed from her initial nervousness, observing Zhang Yongsheng's focused profile as he drove, his slightly squinted eyes, prominent nose, and a rogue smile playing on his lips. Sunlight streamed through the sunroof, casting a mosaic of shadows on his cheeks. "There's a speed camera ahead," Chun-Shin suddenly reminded. Zhang Yongsheng immediately eased off the accelerator, his movements fluid and effortless. "Thanks for the heads up. I certainly don't want to receive a ticket on the very first day with my new car." He cheekily winked. "But seriously, the handling of this car is phenomenal. The steering is so precise it feels as if it can read my thoughts." As the vehicle merged onto the airport expressway, Zhang Yongsheng set the cruise control at 120 kilometers per hour. He casually removed his right hand from the steering wheel and rested it on Chun-Shin's seatback. "So, how are you finding it? It's much more exhilarating than your Porsche. I assent it." Chun-Shin shot him a glance of disdain. "Show off." Yet, she couldn't help but reach out to feel the texture of the leather on the central console. Indeed, the seats were comfortable, far more spacious than her own vehicle. Just then, a modified sports car roared past them, audaciously honking twice. Zhang Yongsheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that a challenge?" "Don't." Chun-Shin's warning was cut short, as Zhang Yongsheng switched to sport mode. As the engine's RPM surged dramatically, Chun-Shin felt herself pressed firmly into the seat. The Desert Prince darted forward like an arrow, weaving through the traffic with agility, soon matching pace with the sports car. Zhang Yongsheng lowered the window, flashing a provocative smile at the young driver next to him before flooring the accelerator. The 12-cylinder engine unleashed a staggering burst of power, instantly leaving his rival in the dust. In the rearview mirror, that sports car quickly dwindled into a mere black dot. Childish, Chen remarked, though her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Before long, the vehicle came to a steady halt in front of the airport warehouse, where Zhang Yongsheng noticed an increased presence of security personnel compared to usual. Amidst the crowd, he spotted the familiar figure of Uncle Dong, who was directing workers in the transportation of goods. Clad in his signature navy blue Zhongshan suit, his grizzled hair was meticulously styled. Uncle Dong, Zhang Yongsheng called out, waving from a distance. Upon hearing his name, Uncle Dong turned around, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. Miss Zhang Yongsheng, you have arrived just in time. He jogged over, but his gaze was drawn to Zhang Yongsheng's new vehicle. Ah, is this the newly purchased Desert Prince? I've seen in magazines. Its off-road capabilities are said to rival that of a tank. Uncle Dong, you have a keen eye. Zhang Yongsheng chuckled, patting the car's body. Would you like to take it for a spin? Zhang Yongsheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his transformation might indeed be quite apparent. At that moment, Chen handed him a makeup mirror. Upon glancing into it, he couldn't help but gasp. His skin appeared as refined as exquisite mutton fat jade, radiating a healthy glow under the sunlight, with even the remnants of adolescent acne completely vanished. Ha ha ha, see? Chen mischievously winked. Come on, confess. Did you engage in any clandestine activities last night? Zhang Yongsheng shot her a meaningful glance. Perhaps the waters of Xiujiang Pool possess beautifying properties. Ahem. Uncle Dong feigned a cough, interrupting their playful banter. Youngsters, be mindful of the occasion. As they ventured deeper into the warehouse, Chen spoke earnestly. Zhang Yongsheng, first check if there are any suitable materials for semi-gambling. The gambling stone culture here in the West Market is still in its infancy. I wish to lower the threshold with semi-gambling materials. Leave it to me. Zhang Yongsheng took a deep breath, channeling his inner energy to converge in his eyes. In an instant, the otherwise ordinary rough stones transformed into vibrant orbs of color before his gaze, with one particular brilliant golden light standing out most strikingly. What makes this one special? Chen inquired, crouching down and gently brushing her fingers over the rough stone surface. Do you remember that imperial green piece? Zhang Yongsheng lowered his voice. This one's quality may be on par. Uncle Dong was taken aback. Really? I will arrange for a dedicated guard immediately. Moreover, Zhang Yongsheng surveyed the surroundings. This batch of goods is invaluable. The warehouse security must be upgraded. I'm contacting the security company right away. Uncle Dong began to pull out his phone, but Zhang Yongsheng stopped him. Hold on, let me perform a little trick for everyone. Suddenly raising his voice, Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed like a street performer. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes. Today, I shall demonstrate the art of turning stone into gold. Those with wealth, support me with your funds. Those without, lend me your presence. Chapter 102. Allow me to perform a magic trick. Chen was amused by his spontaneous performance, laughing heartily. What act is this you're putting on? Uncle Dong, fetch the cutting machine. Zhang Yongsheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. As the sharp sound of cutting filled the air, everyone held their breath. The first cut fell, and, as the dust settled, the revealed emerald green elicited a gasp from Chen. Heavens! The color is exquisite. On the cut surface, the translucent jade shimmered under the light, exuding a gentle green glow, reminiscent of a pool of frozen spring water. This is high ice Zhengyang green, Zhang Yongsheng proudly introduced. Now, let's take a look at this one. He chose to open the second rough stone using a window technique. As the grinding machine buzzed, the stone's surface peeled away to reveal a viscous yellow reminiscent of honey. This was semi-gambling material. A touch of suspense adds intrigue. Zhang Yongsheng blinked as several raw stones revealed their true forms under his skilled hands, leaving Uncle Dong dumbfounded. Zhang Yongsheng, your discerning eye is simply remarkable. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Yongsheng replied, Do you believe I possess X-ray vision? Upon hearing this, Chen immediately crossed her arms over her chest. Her cheeks flushed. You. Ha ha. Zhang Yongsheng laughed heartily, teasing her. In truth, this batch comes from the Ho River site. The skin is thin and translucent. I had my eye on a few pieces while in Myanmar. He picked up a palm-sized raw stone as a demonstration. Observe this gray skin. It will reveal a distinct green once polished, but stones from Ho River often have many cracks. Before he could finish speaking, the grinding machine in his hand had precisely opened a window, exposing the gray-green interior. This color will deepen with wear, It is referred to as color flipping, Zhang Yongsheng elucidated. Just then, the classic ringtone of his Motorola phone echoed from his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID display, he quickly answered, Master. Zhang Yongsheng. There's news regarding that ancient text. You need to come over promptly, came the steady voice of Master Yang from the other end. After hanging up, Chun inquired with concern. What happened? There's progress regarding the matter of the disciples' token. Zhang Yongsheng replied solemnly. I must see my master immediately. I'll accompany you, Chun said without hesitation. Zhang Yongsheng nodded, and the two hurriedly bid farewell to Uncle Dong. As they settled into the new car, Zhang Yongsheng felt a mix of excitement and trepidation regarding the mysteries of his apprenticeship, the enchanting jade, Chun-Chen's affections, and the enigmatic transformations happening within himself. All the threads seemed to intertwine into a larger tapestry. Li Xia let out a sound through her nose, casually gesturing towards the back hall with her fingers adorned in rose-red nail polish, her eyes fixed on Chun-Chen's delicate hand entwined with Zhang Yongsheng's arm. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that Mr. Zhang has found himself a girlfriend during these few days apart. Look at how affectionate you two are. It's making me feel like I'm about to develop a needle's eye. Navigating through the dazzling antique exhibition hall, Zhang Yongsheng gently tapped on the intricately carved Zeton wood door of the back hall. Master Yang, donning reading glasses and stooped over, was engrossed in delicately handling a rusted bronze fragment on a richly patinated Wangwali table. Upon hearing the knock, the elderly man responded without looking up. Master, I have arrived. Zhang Yongsheng bowed deeply, speaking respectfully. Master Yang acknowledged him with a gentle sound, slowly lifting his head. The light behind his lenses brightened when he spotted Chun. Ah, it's this girl Chun. How is your father holding up? I heard that your recent trip to Myanmar yielded significant gains. Ha ha ha, Master Yang Shuklet, his beard twitching with delight. You certainly have a way with words. As for examining the raw stones, I'll leave that to you, with Zhang Yongsheng accompanying you. I have complete confidence. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he lightly tapped his forehead. All right, Chun, a new batch of goods has arrived at the shop. Have Li Xia show you. If anything catches your eye, take it for the upcoming auction. Zhang Yongsheng, please stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Chun immediately understood, giving Zhang Yongsheng a knowing wink before quietly retreating, taking care to close the door securely behind her. Master, you just mentioned over the phone that there was news about the inscriptions on the ancient jade. As soon as the door was shut, Zhang Yongsheng eagerly stepped forward to inquire. Indeed, Yang, the shopkeeper, leisurely removed his reading glasses, gently wiping the lenses with the corner of his garment. This morning, Professor Dong called to inform me of an urgent excavation project in Lu Province, and he wants you to meet him directly. Why the hurry? Yang shot a glare at Zhang Yongsheng. Professor Dong is a renowned authority in ancient scripts. When you go, be clever. Listen more, show less. Rest assured, Master, I shall humbly seek guidance this time, Zhang Yongsheng declared, thumping his chest confidently. All right, Master, I understand. I shall inform Chun. He turned to leave. Wait. Yang suddenly called him back, retrieving a brocade box from his pocket. Keep this string of 5 emperor coins close to you when you enter the burial pit. Carry it on your person to ward off evil and misfortune. Zhang Yongsheng accepted the brocade box, feeling its weight in his hands. Lifting the lid, he discovered 5 ancient coins glimmering with a greenish hue, intricately woven together with a red cord, casting a mysterious aura in the sunlight. Afterward, Zhang Yongsheng turned and exited the back room, calling for Chun to join him before Yang. Yang briefly explained the circumstances, and Chun pouted, looking reluctantly at Zhang Yongsheng. How annoying. I was hoping you could help me pick out a few treasures, but since you have important matters to attend to, it can't be helped. Oh dear. Yang couldn't help but tease upon seeing Chun's expression. Chun, look at you. My old bones are still here after all. If there's anything uncertain, just take it. I assure you, everything will be arranged perfectly. When are you leaving then? Shall I have someone book your tickets? Chun's large, watery eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yongsheng. Chapter 103. Departure to Xiangqing. The sooner, the better. I have nothing to pack anyway, being a solitary wanderer. Zhang Yongsheng waved dismissively. Chun's brows furrowed immediately. What? Please repeat that. Who is a solitary wanderer? Her delicate fingers quietly crept towards the soft flesh at Zhang Yongsheng's waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm just joking, my apologies. I meant to say, I am alone in this venture. All right. Yang, unable to bear the flirtation any longer, waved his sleeve to shoo them away. You two go play lovey-dovey elsewhere. Don't flaunt it in front of this old man, or my teeth will ache. Upon exiting Yibao Pavilion, Chun Chun called the airline. The nearest flight to Xiangxing was at 5 p.m. that afternoon, but there were no first or business class seats available. Should you perhaps wait until tomorrow? Her voice dwindled, laden with evident reluctance. It's just a few hours. It's completely fine. Economy class will do. Zhang Yongsheng replied nonchalantly, looking at Chun Chun. Just be careful. Chun Chun suddenly reddened, her voice barely a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum. After bidding farewell to Chun Chun, Zhang Yongsheng parked his brand-new Desert Prince in the garage and proceeded to the departure hall. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, he felt a tinge of bewilderment. After all, this was Zhang Yongsheng's first genuine experience with the boarding process. His previous trip to Myanmar had been aboard a chartered flight. Hence, he had never navigated these formalities before. Just as he was grappling with his uncertainty, a vigilant airport ground staff member seemed to notice his predicament and approached him with a friendly demeanor. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Hello. I'm a bit embarrassed. Zhang Yongsheng scratched his head. This is my first time flying, and I'm unsure about the procedures. Not to worry, sir. The first step when boarding a flight is to check in for your boarding pass. Do you have any luggage to check in? The attentive staff member gestured patiently. No, just this backpack. Zhang Yongsheng quickly shook his head. With wide, sparkling eyes, the staff member inquired further. Do you know which airline you're flying with? Let me check. Zhang Yongsheng fumbled with his phone to find the ticket information. It's China Airlines. Please follow me this way. With that, the staff member guided Zhang Yongsheng to the self-service check-in kiosk. Before long, under the staff member's guidance, Zhang Yongsheng successfully obtained his boarding pass and passed through security, ultimately boarding the aircraft. Following the instructions, he swiftly located his seat and settled in, just as he was about to immerse himself in a book he had brought along. A voice interrupted his moment of tranquility. Excuse me, could you please let me through? My seat is the window spot. Looking up, he saw a young mother holding a baby, her bangs damp with perspiration. Zhang Yongsheng promptly stood to make way. Not long after the aircraft's engines roared to life, the cacophony caused a sense of unease. The child in the lady's arms appeared startled, crying incessantly. In a fit of distress, the child suddenly coughed violently and turned, showering Zhang Yongsheng with milk. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, the young mother exclaimed, visibly flustered, as she hurriedly retrieved tissues to help clean up the mess. Zhang Yongsheng accepted the tissues, gently dabbling at the milk stains on his newly purchased Armani shirt. It's all right, I can manage. You focus on taking care of your child. I'm so sorry for this trouble. Maybe after we land, I can buy you a new shirt at the airport? The young woman offered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yongsheng waved his hands dismissively. No need for that. The child didn't mean to. Traveling can be challenging. Just take good care of your baby. At that moment, as the plane ascended to cruising altitude, a flight attendant nearby noticed the scene and swiftly approached Zhang Yongsheng. Sir, do you need assistance? There are wet wipes in the restroom, which might be more effective than tissues. Thank you very much. I really am sorry, the young mother reiterated, her expression filled with regret. Zhang Yongsheng smiled gently. It's quite all right, truly. At that moment, the flight attendant standing nearby remarked, Sir, this seat is temporarily unavailable. We do have one seat in first class. Would you like to take that one instead? Zhang Yongsheng, puzzled, responded, When I booked the ticket this morning, I was told there were no first-class seats available. Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's inquiry, the flight attendant displayed a professional smile and explained, Indeed, sir. The first class was fully booked, but one seat has become available due to a passenger's last-minute change. Zhang Yongsheng glanced down at the damp seat and then at the apologetic young mother before turning to the attendant and saying, That will be fine. Very well. Please follow me, she replied. Guided by the flight attendant, Zhang Yongsheng entered the first-class cabin. Compared to the cramped economy section, the spacious sofas of first class offered a much more comfortable experience. Beside Zhang Yongsheng sat a young woman wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured half of her face, seemingly resting. As soon as he sat down, the woman wrinkled her nose and remarked, What is that smell? Before drifting back into slumber. Sir, would you like something to drink? A flight attendant asked as soon as he settled in. A cup of hot water, please. Thank you. Zhang Yongsheng replied politely. Here is your hot water. And I have also brought you some cookies, the attendant said. Zhang Yongsheng was pleasantly surprised by the attendant's thoughtfulness and graciously expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I happen to be a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, the attendant quickly inquired, We have prepared some additional light meals. Would you like one? Really? Then I would like one. Please. Zhang Yongsheng nodded in agreement, then took out his identification notebook and began to study it intently. Just as he was engrossed in his notes, the young woman beside him suddenly stretched, her elbow knocking over the water cup. My book. Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed in a frantic attempt to save his dampened notebook. Who are you? Why are you sitting here? The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely delicate face. Chapter 104. An Unexpected Encounter. Who am I? I am a passenger. You knocked over the water all over me, and you still dare to ask who I am? Can you please be more considerate? Zhang Yongsheng replied, irritated. Could you refrain from making such a commotion? The woman frowned, impatiently tapping her fingers on the armrest. And how is it that you were sitting here? I distinctly remember this seat being empty just moments ago. Zhang Yongsheng rolled his eyes in frustration, thinking, it's clearly your fault for splashing me with water, and you can't even muster a simple sorry? Oomph. The woman suddenly adopted a knowing expression. All right, just take out your notebook. Oh, and don't forget a pen. If you wish to take a photo, do it after we land. You cannot use your phone right now. She drawled in a sarcastic tone, exclaiming, honestly, these fans are so obsessed that they even chase celebrities on airplanes before pulling on a mask over her face. Zhang Yongsheng was taken aback by her abrupt questioning. What does how much I eat have to do with you? I'm not eating your ice. TCH. The woman rolled her eyes dramatically. People like you are truly insufferable. Huh? Zhang Yongsheng responded, utterly bewildered. Why am I insufferable? Oomph. The woman, indignant, pointed at his plate, exclaiming, do you have any idea how many children around the world go to bed hungry, without even access to safe drinking water? Zhang Yongsheng, infuriated by her remark, struck the armrest vehemently. Madam, have you lost sight of the issue? You've drenched me, yet I haven't even confronted you about it. You haven't offered a single apology, and you've soaked my important notebook. Can you bear the responsibility for that? With a cold smirk, the woman retorted, I sincerely do not intend to take responsibility, nor will I be accountable to you. Frankly, this is your comeuppance for wasting food. Goodness. Zhang Yongsheng sighed, exasperated. What a bizarre situation. Who are you calling bizarre? The woman raised her eyebrows sharply. I'm saying my notebook is ruined. Zhang Yongsheng glared at her with intensity. You're the one who's in trouble. The two exchanged sharp words and simultaneously pressed the service bell above them. Two flight attendants promptly approached them. Hello. How may we assist you? Both attendants inquired in unison. I would like a cup of hot coffee, the woman stated. I too would like a cup of hot coffee. As the one beside me was overturned by this lady. Also, is there more food available? I'm quite hungry. Zhang Yongsheng smiled at the attendants. Do not look at me that way. I will finish what I order, Zhang Yongsheng remarked, directing his gaze towards the woman beside him. Observing the food just placed by the attendants, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dishes. You should eat what you ordered and not touch mine. Think of the impoverished refugees. After saying this, Zhang Yongsheng cast a curious glance at the visibly upset woman. Ding dong. Seeing Zhang Yongsheng rise to go to the restroom, the woman pressed the service light again. Hello, madam. How may I help you? Hello. Do you have any medication for constipation? I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable, she replied. The flight attendant, intrigued, scrutinized the woman as if she had found a kindred spirit and whispered in her ear, we don't have it on the plane. But I have some. Please wait a moment, and I shall bring it to you. The woman flashed a knowing look at the attendant. Shortly after, the attendant returned with 2 capsules, smiling and nodding. Once the attendant departed, the woman discreetly opened one of the capsules and poured the powder in a Zhang Yongsheng's coffee cup, stirring it carefully with a spoon. Having completed her task, she pulled out a Nintendo Game Boy from her bag and began playing Tetris. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever played? Well, no, I haven't, Zhang Yongsheng replied. The woman cast a scornful glance at him, assuming he was jesting, unaware that his words were indeed the truth. Not only had he never played, but he had never even seen such a device. Just drink your coffee, the woman urged. The coffee in first class is truly exceptional, Zhang Yongsheng exclaimed, taking a generous sip. He then noticed the woman smiling mysteriously as she too took a delicate sip from her coffee cup. After more than 2 hours of steady flight, the airplane gracefully descended upon Xiangqing Airport. As Zhang Yongsheng disembarked, he had scarcely reached the arrivals area when he felt a soft grip on his arm, followed by a plaintive cry. Oh no, I've twisted my ankle. Please take me to the hospital. Turning around, Zhang recognized the woman from the plane, now even more bundled up than before, adorned with a headscarf and oversized sunglasses. With a hint of exasperation, he retorted, why must you complicate things? Can't you just call an ambulance yourself? Enough chatter, let us move. To his surprise, the woman clung to his arm and briskly headed towards the exit. Hey, madam, with you holding on to me like this, I can hardly walk. Meanwhile, Su Xuanchuan's flight had also landed, and onlookers eagerly speculated about her meeting with an ex-boyfriend. Hoping to capture an exclusive scoop, a group of men, armed with cameras and handheld devices, hurried towards the arrivals area, scanning the crowd. As they approached Zhang Yongsheng and the young woman, she, whether out of fear or anxiety, tightened her grip on his arm and unexpectedly buried her face in his chest. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden move. "Stop talking and hold me tighter," she insisted, as she maneuvered his hands behind her back. Curiously, Zhang inquired, "What exactly are you trying to achieve?" "This is my first visit to Xiangqing. Shouldn't I just call an ambulance for you?" "This embrace feels inappropriate. My mother always said that men and women should maintain a certain distance." "Ugh, why did you hold me so tightly?" the young woman exclaimed, pushing him away in irritation as she adjusted her rumpled collar. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Excuse me, madam, are you out of your mind? You were the one who lunged at me." Just then, another group of paparazzi approached, and the woman gasped, resembling a startled rabbit as she dove back into Zhang's embrace. Once the photographers had passed, a look of realization dawned on Zhang's face. "Oh, I get it. You must be Su Xianxian, right?" She gasped, her face draining of color as she trembled at his words. Noticing her reaction, Zhang grinned mischievously and began to call out her name. "Su Shu?" She interrupted, rushing forward to cover his mouth with her delicate hand, which bore the faint scent of perfume. "Please don't say that," she implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking at him with a vulnerable expression. "Can you help me get out of here? Please." Zhang, moved by her plight, sighed in resignation. "All right, seeing as you're a lady, I'll assist you." He shook his head in bemusement and guided her swiftly towards the exit. Once in the taxi, the young woman exhaled deeply. "Take me to Xiangnan University, and you?" Zhang turned to Su Xianxian and replied, "Let us drop you off at Xiangnan University first, and then I'll head to my destination. Thank you for your help earlier." With a radiant smile, Su Xianxian gazed at Zhang Yongsheng and said, "No need for formality." Just as Zhang Yongsheng finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, master, please stop the car." He clutched his stomach, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before the vehicle had come to a complete halt, Zhang Yongsheng bolted out, his speed rivaling that of an Olympic sprinter. Su Xianxian couldn't help but chuckle at his awkward retreat when suddenly she noticed a notebook on the seat. "Hey, yours," she called out, leaning out of the window, but Zhang Yongsheng had already vanished from sight. Curious, Su Xianxian opened the notebook, discovering the bold inscription on the first page, "Assessment Journal." Isn't this the book that person was reading on the plane?" She mused, biting her lip and furrowing her brow. Should she wait for him? After all, he had just helped her. At that moment, a commotion erupted. "Look, it's Su Xianxian." In the taxi, several paparazzi rushed over with cameras in hand. "Driver, hurry up," the young woman exclaimed, panic-stricken, as she pounded the seat. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi shot off like an arrow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yongsheng emerged from the terminal, feeling refreshed after his visit to the restroom. He pondered what unclean food he might have consumed that caused his otherwise robust body to react so poorly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone in a nearby taxi seemingly waving at him, holding something that looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same young woman from earlier. His eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, is that my assessment journal?" He quickly checked his pocket. Thank goodness she found it. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The driver had grown impatient, and if not for the increased fare promised by the young lady, he would have already kicked her out. When he finally heard they were leaving, he slammed the accelerator, speeding away from the spot. What on earth is going on? Zhang Yongsheng thought, and without a moment to lose, he jumped into a nearby taxi, urging the driver, "Quickly, chase after that red taxi." "Young man, are you chasing after a girlfriend?" The taxi driver joked, noticing Zhang Yongsheng's anxious expression. "How did you know I was pursuing a girlfriend? I'm after a thief. The woman in that car stole my important documents." "Really? Is that so?" The driver's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he pressed the accelerator forcefully. "Hold on tight," he shouted as he floored the gas pedal. The taxi's engine roared like a beast, leaving 2 black skid marks on the pavement as it shot forward. Zhang Yongsheng gripped the handrail tightly, watching the red taxi weave through traffic. "Right turn. It's turning right," he yelled. The driver executed a flawless drift, tilting the car nearly to 45 degrees, causing pedestrians to scatter in alarm. A thrilling chase unfolded in the bustling city as the red taxi suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly causing Zhang Yongsheng's taxi to collide. The driver abruptly jerked the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to graze against the roadside guardrail, which sent a shower of sparks flying. "Watch out for pedestrians." Zhang Yongsheng felt his heart race as he spotted the crowd gathered at the crosswalk ahead. Just as the 2 cars were about to align side by side, a red taxi suddenly accelerated, rushing through a traffic light that was on the verge of turning red. "Damn it," Zhang Yongsheng lamented as he watched the car in front slip away, taking advantage of the red light. He pounded the seat in frustration. My apologies, sir. I truly didn't mean to run the red light. This is an operational vehicle, the taxi driver expressed apologetically once the vehicle came to a halt. Since we can't catch up, let us forget it for now and think of another way later, Zhang Yongsheng replied, noticing the driver's remorseful expression. Just as he was about to relinquish the matter, the driver suddenly brightened and said, Wait a moment, I have an idea. With that, the taxi driver retrieved the radio from beside him and called out, calling the dispatch center. Could you assist me in contacting the driver of the vehicle with license plate SHA 5769? My passenger's belongings were taken by someone in that car, and I need to get in touch. SHA 3895, please hold on. I'll help you make that connection, came the prompt response from the dispatch center. Moments later, the radio crackled with news from the center. I got so caught up trying to be a lone hero that I forgot about this. Our taxis are all equipped with radios. Let me see if I can reach them. Upon hearing such a possibility, Zhang Yongsheng was immediately filled with excitement, nearly leaping in joy. Thank you. If you can find them, I will gladly pay double the fare to express my gratitude. Received. Thank you, miss, the taxi driver replied, setting down the radio. Now that we have their whereabouts, let us head over there. With that, the driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi sped towards the hotel like the wind. Chapter 106, Unforeseen Calamity. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Yongsheng hastily retrieved a handful of 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to the driver, disregarding the driver's protest about giving too much. He quickly exited the vehicle and rushed into the hotel. As soon as he entered, he scanned the surroundings in search of Su Xuanxuan's figure. After a few minutes, he finally spotted her by the elevator. Hey, it's you. Don't go, Zhang Yongsheng shouted. The people around turned their curious gazes toward him, including Su Xianxian. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Zhang Yongsheng, Su Xianxian seemed disinclined to greet him. Instead, she tightened her headscarf and swiftly headed toward the nearby stairwell. Noticing this, Zhang Yongsheng quickly approached and seized Su Xianxian, questioning, Little thief, why are you running? Who asked the little thief? Why are you shouting? You're going to attract the paparazzi, Su Xianxian retorted, almost stumbling as Zhang Yongsheng pulled her back, glaring at him in annoyance. Zhang Yongsheng paid no mind to her words and shouted, Paparazzi or not, just hand over my notebook. Su Xianxian rummaged through her bag and forcefully tossed the book titled Identification Journal into Zhang Yongsheng's hands. Here, it's just a worthless book. Why are you making such a fuss? Relieved to have the journal back in hand, Zhang Yongsheng was about to turn and leave when the elevator chimed and opened. Out stepped a man in a pink suit, strutting in a flamboyant manner, flanked by 4 burly bodyguards. Well, if at ISNT, our darling diva, the man, with his fingers delicately posed like an orchid, spoke in a mocking tone. Everyone says that you, Su Xianxian, have recently taken up with a young gigolo, and I found it hard to believe until now. Su Xuanxuan's face turned ashen in an instant. Mr. Zhao, please do not speak carelessly. I do not know him at all. Zhang Yongsheng furrowed his brow, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble as he prepared to leave. However, the man suddenly called out sharply, Stop. Who said you could leave? You have no manners at all. The effeminate man turned to Zhang Yongsheng, and at that moment, several burly men approached, surrounding him completely. I believe you might be mistaken, Zhang Yongsheng said, suppressing his rising anger. I do not know this lady. I have urgent matters to attend to. I kindly ask you to step aside. The effeminate man ignored Zhang Yongsheng and addressed the young woman instead, stubborn as a dead duck. My people saw you two holding hands as you exited the airport, and yet you wish to deceive me. Su Xianxian, I advise you to seriously consider terminating your contract. Otherwise, I shall release your photographs along with some scandalous narrative, and it will undoubtedly ruin your reputation in the entertainment industry. By then, it will be too late for regrets. You despicable creature. Su Xianxian trembled with rage. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhang Yongsheng attempted to turn away, only to have a bodyguard suddenly seize his shoulder. The boss hasn't spoken. You can't leave. To hell with you. Zhang Yongsheng could no longer tolerate this indignity. Enraged, he turned and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the bodyguard's face. However, the bodyguard remained unfazed and, with a sinister grin, grasped Zhang Yongsheng. The others quickly advanced, restraining his arms and pressing his head down, rendering Zhang Yongsheng utterly defenseless. Kid, I didn't realize you had a bit of fight in you, but I advise you to behave. My bodyguards are all seasoned veterans. If you wish to test your strength, feel free to try. The effeminate man declared. This is not a place for idle chatter. Take them to the room. After saying this, He led the way to a private elevator adjacent to the staircase, where they ascended to a suite on the top floor. Upon entering the room, the effeminate man plopped down onto the sofa. A perceptive bodyguard retrieved a cigar from a nearby box, prepared it, and handed it to him, while another poured a glass of Macallan whiskey and placed it before him. The man, with his fingers elegantly arched, leisurely swirled a glass of red wine, puffing on the cigar as he spoke. Xian, since you joined the company, we have devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to your success, transforming you from a mere girl into a beloved star adored across the nation. And this is the gratitude I receive? It truly pains my heart. You feel pain? I am filled with grievances. Su Xian retorted coldly. When I was 16, I participated in the Fast Girl editions and won the championship in Xiangqing. You came to my house with a contract, promising my parents that you would invest heavily in my musical dreams. My parents, being trusting individuals, believed your deceitful words. I stepped into this company for the first time carrying the title of champion. Over the past 6 years, I have released albums, appeared on variety shows, and accepted endorsements. You have amassed considerable wealth, yet the meager remuneration I receive for my services is utterly pitiful. Furthermore, you remain silent regarding my aspirations to pursue music studies abroad. Most intolerable of all is your recent insistence that I attend a business gathering, merely to accompany others in dining and drinking. You are well aware of my disdain for such trivialities. Why must you repeatedly impose this upon me? The man dramatically clutched his chest, exclaiming, How can you be so thoughtless? We are only acting in your best interest. You understand that with your current standing in the music industry, while it is satisfactory, your earnings remain insufficient given your annual sales of several 100,000 copies. You know that our profession thrives on youth. If you do not capitalize on your current popularity to earn, how will you provide for yourself once your time has passed? I have exerted tremendous effort to persuade Director Feng to grant you an audition opportunity. What is the harm in accompanying others for a meal? Su An-sun, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury, retorted, You speak so lightly of it, yet when Director Feng, who appears so ethereal and composed, indulges in a few drinks, his true nature is revealed. He speaks lewdly and behaves inappropriately. He is clearly not a good person. If making money requires resorting to such methods, I would rather forego altogether. Xian, you are no longer a child, and there are matters I must not conceal from you. We are all merchants, driven by profit. Frankly, the reason I have nurtured your talent is to earn from you. In this era of emerging talents, I could easily seek another to promote. I initially wished to offer you an opportunity today, but should you continue to be ungrateful, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Ahu, the bodyguard, was summoned to present a contract. As the man spoke, his demeanor shifted ominously. It is the boss, he remarked. Shortly thereafter, Ahu delivered a contract to the effeminate man, who tossed it onto the table with a sinister smile directed at Su Xian. We have an agreement for a 10-year service contract, and we are merely 6 years in. Review the breach of contract terms carefully. Calculate how much you owe me. If you believe you can terminate the agreement, we may proceed, or your pretty boy can pay me, provided he is able. He cast a provocative glance at Zhang Yongsheng. Chapter 107. You will regret provoking me. Zhang Yongsheng seethed with rage. What do you want from me? I shall say this once more. I do not know her. Speak among yourselves, but allow me to leave. The effeminate man grinned, gesturing for the bodyguard restraining Zhang Yongsheng to release him. Sir, whether you know each other is inconsequential. However, the moment you intertwined your hands, you stepped into this murky water. Since you claim not to recognize her, let me introduce you. This lady is the reigning sweetheart of the music scene, Su Xian. You may not have seen her, but you have certainly heard her songs, such as Curved Eyebrows. So, it is she, Zhang Yongsheng mused inwardly, realizing why he had been mistaken for a starstruck fan. Yet outwardly, he replied, I do not care about your sweetheart nonsense. It is of no concern to me. I advise you to let me leave promptly, or you may find the consequences unbearable. The man raised his wine glass and took a delicate sip, gazing at Zhang Yongsheng with an air of amusement as he mockingly remarked, Oh, you certainly have quite the bravado for a pretty boy. I shan't let you go. I am eager to see what consequences may arise. Mr. Zhao, I truly do not know this gentleman. Please spare him. Let us resolve our matters ourselves, Su Xian implored, her eyes pleading as they met the man's gaze. I have already stated that whether you know each other or not is of little consequence. The photographs have been taken, and I shall have the documentation prepared. Since you seem unwilling to find an amicable solution, let us engage in some entertainment, the man said, toying with the red wine glass, a feigned look of sympathy adorning his face, while his eyes shimmered with cunning. Suddenly, Su Xianxian slammed the contract onto the table, her voice rising in outrage. You are shameless. How could these breach of contract terms demand such compensation? How did you deceive my parents in assigning this contract? The man glared at Su Xianxian, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Huh, and do you think your parents' villa and luxury cars came from thin air? I have calculated it all. To terminate this contract now, you owe a penalty of 16 million, and you cannot engage in the entertainment industry for 4 years. Huh, you are far too green to challenge me. Su Xianxian stared calmly at the man. Give me a month. I will find a way to gather the funds. His face contorted with rage, his brows arching dramatically, veins bulging on his forehead. He retorted, a month is far too long for me to wait. How about this? After all this time, I shall not deny you an opportunity. I will give you 3 days. If you cannot procure the money by this time the day after tomorrow, prepare to see the consequences with this pretty boy. Please do not involve me in everything. I have no connection to this, Zhang Yongsheng interjected, unable to contain his anger. I intend to drag you in. What can you do about it? Not only will I involve you, but I will also relish the chance to beat you. You wanted to see consequences, did you not? Come on, let me witness them. Attack him. The man's effeminate features twisted into a repulsive grin, his greasy lips curling up to reveal a few yellow teeth. His slanted eyes sparkled with malice. Crow's feet crinkling with his smile, resembling a rat from the gutter. Following the man's command, four bodyguards lunged toward Zhang Yongsheng. His pupils dilated in shock as the 4 towering shadows approached from various angles. The air in the suite seemed to freeze. The light from the crystal chandelier reflecting ominously off the bodyguard's sunglasses. Come on, you scoundrels. Zhang Yongsheng rolled sideways, narrowly dodging the first punch. The solid wood coffee table groaned under the force of the bodyguard's swing, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, just as his back met the leather sofa. Another bodyguard's sweeping kick came hurtling towards him with a whoosh. Zhang Yongsheng jerked his head back just in time, the gust barely grazing his nose, as the floor lamp behind him shattered explosively. As shards of crystal danced in the air, Zhang Yongsheng seized the ice bucket from the coffee table. The metallic container made brutal contact with the third bodyguard's chin, blood and shattered teeth arcing beautifully under the light. First one, he gasped and shouted, the blood droplets from the dented ice bucket blossoming into dark red flowers upon the carpet. Mongrel. The lead bodyguard unsheathed a baton, the metallic click of its extension sending chills down the spine. Zhang Yongsheng licked the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and suddenly yanked the carpet with all his might. Amidst the swirling fluff, the baton grazed his ear, leaving a 3-centimeter deep gouge in the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang delivered an elbow strike, the sickening crack of the opponent's broken ribs eliciting a bloodthirsty smile from him. The remaining 2 finally realized that this was no ordinary prey. They approached him slowly, one on each side, their muscles rippling beneath their suits like waves. Zhang suddenly tore open his shirt, buttons ricocheting off the chandelier with a clatter. Have you seen enough? He sneered, revealing the identification handbook at his waist. Just as the bodyguard's gazes were drawn, he delivered a swift kick that sent the coffee table sliding towards one of them. The last man suddenly pulled a dagger from his waist, but Zhang was quicker. The sharp edge of the shattered wine bottle pressed against the opponent's throat. A droplet of blood slowly trickling down the glass. Do you know? Zhang whispered breathlessly into his ear. I once took out 3 fully armed soldiers in Myanmar with just a wooden stick. As the dagger clattered onto the marble floor with a crisp sound, Zhang struck the opponent's carotid artery with a knife-hand blow, watching the final bodyguard crumple to the ground like a heap of mud. He flicked his bloodied hand and took a swig from a pristine brandy bottle on the dining cart. The amber liquid mixed with the blood at the corner of his mouth, trickling down his neck and staining his white shirt with a grotesque pattern. Your surname is Zhao. Isn't it? Zhang casually smashed the wine bottle, shards of glass sparkling like diamond rain under the light. Approaching the man, he enunciated each word. I warned you not to provoke me, or it would end poorly for you. As he observed the man's greasy face turn ashen, his meticulously groomed eyebrows twisting into a comically exaggerated shape, his lips quivered incessantly. Why you? He stammered, unable to form coherent words. Beads of sweat rolling down his hairline. Why you bastard? Before the man could utter another word, Zhang kicked him down to the ground and swaggered out of the room. Chapter 108. Consider me unlucky. Just as Zhang Yongsheng stepped out, the elevator doors opened with a ding, and he was about to silently commend his fortune when a cold sweat broke out. The elevator was filled with a lineup of suited bodyguards. Damn! Zhang cursed under his breath and quickly sidestepped, rushing to the fire exit only to find it locked. Who the hell locked this door? He shouted in fury. In that fleeting moment, the bodyguards, sensing the commotion, encircled him at the fire door. At that moment, the effeminate man slowly emerged from the crowd. I told you, kid. Aren't you quite the tough guy? Why don't you keep boasting? The effeminate man sat on the sofa, fixing his disheveled hair, speaking coldly. Zhang spat out the blood in his mouth, stating, "Today marks my unfortunate encounter with you. If you have the guts, tell me your name." Without waiting for the effeminate man to speak, a bodyguard sneered, "Kid, your beating was not in vain. Even our CEO, Zhao Qingshan from the Xiangqing Performing Arts Group, doesn't know you. How dare you mix in Xiangqing? Do you still wish to seek revenge on me?" Zhao Qingshan, observing the fury in Zhang Yongsheng's eyes, inquired. I'm Zhang Yongsheng. You had better remember my name. As long as you don't kill me today, I will repay you tenfold in the future, Zhang Yongsheng declared vehemently, glaring at Zhao Qingshan. Such spirit, I admire that. I shall grant your wish. Come at me once more. As soon as Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, the black-clad bodyguards surged forward again. At that moment, Su Xianxian, standing to the side, shouted, "Enough! Stop! By this time tomorrow, I will bring the money. Please, do not strike him any further. He has already suffered unjustly on my behalf. I beg you, do not torment him any longer." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, her pitiful demeanor evoking deep sympathy. Wouldn't it have been simpler had you agreed earlier? Stand down, everyone. Zhao Qingshan gestured for them to hold their actions. Su Xianxian, think carefully tonight. As a woman, what is the difference whom you dine or sleep with? As long as it brings you fame, what type of partner could you not find later? There is no need to ruin relationships. It serves no one. I will keep this contract safe until tomorrow afternoon. I seek no monetary gain. I merely hope you comprehend my intentions. Now, take this pretty boy and leave. Zhao Qingshan commanded Su Xianxian dismissively. Zhang Yongsheng chuckled awkwardly, his face a mask of resignation. Ever since I met you, not a single good thing has happened. Encountering you has been my misfortune. The two of them leaned on each other as they walked toward the elevator, the sound of mocking laughter following them, leaving Zhang Yongsheng troubled. What on earth is happening? September in Xiangqing was oppressively hot. Beneath the parasol tree by the back entrance of the hotel stood two unusual figures, one with a face swollen like a pig's head, the other wrapped up like a dumpling. "Mr. Zhang, shall I take you to the hospital? My friend's father is a renowned surgeon in our area," Su Xianxian suggested, standing at the roadside with her head bowed, resembling a child who had misbehaved, cautiously inquiring about Zhang Yongsheng's condition. Glancing at Su Xianxian, he opened his mouth to respond, but sharp pain from his injuries silenced him. "Ah, thank you, but I will find a hotel to rest for now. With you, my misfortunes are surely not over." With that, Zhang Yongsheng turned, limping away with his aching body. "I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to," Su Xianxian said, bursting into tears, her sobs heart-wrenching and drawing the attention of passers-by. "Why are you crying? I haven't wronged you." Seeing her tear-streaked face, Zhang Yongsheng felt at a loss. "Do you think it's easy for me? I'm just a girl who likes to sing. What is wrong with that? Why should I be expected to entertain this person or that? I'm not a companion girl. To be frank, I have no grand ambitions. I just want to sing." "Is that such a difficult wish to fulfill?" Su Xianxian exclaimed passionately, grasping Zhang Yongsheng's hands and pleading earnestly. "All right, stop crying. After all, aren't you a big star?" In the bustling streets, one might exclaim loudly, only to find themselves captured by paparazzi and thrust into the headlines the very next day. Helpless, Zhang Yongsheng could only offer solace to the young woman before him. What is there to fear? Zhao Qingshan never intended to spare me. It is only a matter of time before the paparazzi catch me. Why should I be afraid? As she spoke, Su Xianxian tore off the scarf that enveloped her head, revealing her delicate features and tear-streaked eyes, evoking pity in anyone who beheld her. Gently, Zhang Yongsheng patted Su Xuanxuan's back. "Is it not merely 16 million? As a prominent first-line singer, surely you possess at least that much?" Su Xianxian seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. She looked up at Zhang Yongsheng, indignation in her voice. "A first-line singer? The sweetheart queen? Do you know what lies behind such grand titles? Since my debut, I've been incessantly signing endorsements and appearing on variety shows, my schedule dictated entirely by Zhao Qingshan. Initially, he lavished gifts upon my parents, a villa, cars, but in my gratitude for his mentorship, I accepted every assignment without complaint. Whenever it came time for compensation, he would remind me of the house and car he had procured for me. I was so naive, failing to ascertain the true value of that property, blindly obeying Zhao Qingshan's directives, losing myself amidst the adoration of fans calling me their sweetheart queen. Last October, Zhao Qingshan began forcing me to accompany others to dinners. Unwilling, I clashed with him. He threatened to withhold work arrangements, repeatedly insisting I attend various business gatherings. The vile faces of those individuals disgusted me. Their demands were utterly despicable. I could no longer endure it. At this point, Su Xianxian, overwhelmed by her grievances, broke down into tears. Zhang Yongsheng, witnessing the tearful young woman before him, felt a pang of compassion. Behind their glamorous facade, he realized, lay countless unspoken hardships. After a lengthy silence, he inquired, what demands did he make? He wanted me to sleep with him. Su Xianxian cried out, her voice hoarse. What? Zhang Yongsheng had suspected this outcome, but hearing it from Su Xuanxuan's lips left him in stunned disbelief. These beasts, what they're doing is utterly inhumane. He slammed his thigh in righteous indignation. Some of those brutes, when intoxicated, lose all restraint right there on the spot. I am merely a singer. I only wish to be a singer. I refuse to engage in such sordid affairs, and I have resolutely decided to terminate my contract with him. Wiping away her tears, Su Xuanxuan's tone shifted from one of sorrow to fierce anger. Yet, who would have thought that Zhao Qingshan could deceive my parents in assigning a 10-year contract? If I seek to terminate it, I would be liable for exorbitant compensation. What am I to do? At this, Su Xianxian lowered her head, her expression steeped in desolation. Listening to her plight, Zhang Yongsheng felt deeply moved by the young woman before him. He slammed his thigh once more and declared, these scoundrels truly possess no humanity. How much do you still need? I shall assist you. Would you truly help me? Upon hearing Zhang Yongsheng's willingness to assist her, Su Xianxian lifted her head and gazed at him with her tear-filled eyes. Initially, joy spread across her face, but as she observed the bruises marring Zhang Yongsheng's countenance, she quickly lowered her gaze and spoke, perhaps it's best to let this go. This is not a trifling sum. We are but strangers, and you have already endured so much hardship on my behalf today. I cannot impose further upon you. Suddenly, a sharp ring from a mobile phone interrupted their conversation. Zhang Yongsheng retrieved his phone, its screen flashing the word master energetically. Hello, master, he said, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. Zhang Yongsheng, came the calm, yet concerned voice of Manager Yang from the other end. Have you met with the old director yet? Not yet, master, Zhang Yongsheng replied, unconsciously wiping his nose while his gaze remained fixed on Su Xianxian. Manager Yang's voice rose slightly, infused with a hint of incredulity. Did you not arrive in Xiangqing this afternoon? How is it that you have yet to see the old director? His tone clearly indicated a mix of confusion and reproach. Well, it's a long story, master, Zhang Yongsheng said with a wry smile, massaging his temples. I encountered a minor mishap on the way, and I suspect I won't be able to visit Professor Dong until tomorrow. What sort of mishap? Manager Yang's voice turned serious, and one could almost visualize him frowning at that moment. Should I intervene? Or perhaps you could contact the old director directly. He has considerable connections in the area. No. Zhang Yongsheng hastily waved his hand, fully aware that the other party could not see him. Everything is under control. I simply feel it would be inappropriate to disturb him at this late hour. I will go first thing in the morning. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a significant sigh. Very well. Just remember to give the old director a call beforehand. We must not appear discourteous. Understood, master. I will do that right away, Zhang Yongsheng responded respectfully, his fingers absently tracing the edge of his phone. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his shirt was drenched with sweat. He gradually lowered his phone, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to Su Xianxian. She had wiped away her tears, and in the soft glow of the setting sun, her exquisite features resembled delicate pear blossoms after a rain, graceful and enchanting. For the first time, Zhang Yongsheng scrutinized her earnestly. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf brows glimmered a pair of almond-shaped eyes filled with a shimmering light. Below her straight, delicate nose were lips as plump as cherries. Truly beautiful, he marveled silently, concluding that if beauty were to be ranked, she would undoubtedly be placed among the most captivating and perilous enchantresses. What are you staring at? Su Xianxian, sensing Zhang Yongsheng's unwavering gaze, hurriedly pulled her scarf up to cover half of her face. Her long lashes fluttered, casting a shadow in the fading sunlight. Zhang Yongsheng cleared his throat, his voice unconsciously softening. You are rather lovely. Humph, Su Xianxian scoffed, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a subtle smile. As if that needed stating. She lowered her head to adjust her scarf, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. It's getting late. If you're not heading to the hospital, allow me to treat you to a meal as compensation for all you've endured today. Do not say it, Zhang Yongsheng said, rubbing his growling stomach. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. He deliberately elongated his tone, winking mischievously. However, given the circumstances I face today, a single meal might not suffice as compensation. Upon hearing this, Su Xianxian shot him a playful eye roll, her expression both charming and delightful. If I can successfully resolve the current predicament, her voice suddenly dropped. I could treat you to 100 meals. As she spoke, she adjusted her scarf, her slender fingers deftly weaving through her hair. Cool me. I shall take you to a quaint little eatery I have cherished since childhood, not far from here. We can walk there. But what about my attire? Zhang Yongsheng looked down at his clothing, which, although expensive, was now marred by various footprints and appeared quite disheveled. No matter, she replied. I have wet wipes in my bag. A quick clean will suffice. With that, she moved behind Zhang Yongsheng, meticulously patting down the dirt on his back and wiping it with a wet tissue. There, that should do the trick. Zhang Yongsheng nodded appreciatively and picked up his phone to call Professor Dong. On the other end, the elderly voice was warm and inviting, and they quickly arranged a meeting for the following morning. Under the shimmering neon lights of Xiangqing, the two walked side by side along the cobblestone path. The sound of Su Xianxian's high heels echoed crisply against the ground. After turning a few corners, an old rice noodle shop adorned with red lanterns came into view. The proprietor, a genial middle-aged man, greeted Su Xianxian enthusiastically, leading them to a secluded corner inside with familiar ease. As soon as they settled in, Su Xianxian seemed to open up like a floodgate, pouring out the grievances she had endured over the years. Her fingers nervously twisted the napkin, and, as she spoke passionately, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hey, Zhang Yongsheng interrupted playfully after sharing so much with me. Aren't you concerned I might turn around and sell this scoop to the tabloids? Su Xianxian abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intensely on him for a lengthy moment. You wouldn't do that, she said softly, yet with remarkable conviction. Oh, so certain? Zhang Yongsheng raised an eyebrow quizzically. I can see you're a good person, Su Xianxian replied, her fingertip gently tracing the rim of her teacup. If you were a villain, after everything that happened today, you would have seized the opportunity to extort me and then vanished without a trace. Chapter 110, The Antiquities Dealer. Am I really that commendable? Zhang Yongsheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Reaching for a notepad on the table, he elegantly scribbled a series of numbers and said, Here, this is my phone number. If you need assistance regarding finances, feel free to contact me. He slid the note toward her, tapping the table lightly with his fingertip. Thank you. Su Xianxian carefully tucked the note away, suddenly realizing something. She smiled shyly. I've been rambling about myself. I haven't even asked what you do. Me? Zhang Yongsheng took a sip of tea. I would consider myself an antiquities dealer. I came to Xiangqing to attend to some matters with Professor Dong from Xiangnan University. An antiquities dealer? Su Xuanchuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you collect antiques? Certainly. Could you assist me in examining something? Her voice suddenly lowered, and she instinctively leaned forward. I have a jade bracelet that has been passed down in my family. My father had it appraised some time ago, but we never sold it once our circumstances improved. Oh, Zhang Yongsheng's interest was piqued as his gaze wandered to Su Xuanchuan's wrist, smooth and radiant like jade. Are you wearing it now? No, Su Xuanchuan du. Shaking her head, a strand of hair slipped from her scarf. The bracelet has been kept at home. Will you still be in Xiangqing tomorrow? I can bring it for you to see. I should still be here. Zhang Yongsheng pondered for a moment. You can send me a photo first. I can help you take a look. If it's suitable. He paused, noticing the hopeful glimmer in Su Xuanchuan's eyes. I can arrange for the payment to be transferred to you tomorrow. Zhang Yongsheng understood well that Su Xianxian was seeking funds to cover an exorbitant penalty fee. After listening to her recount the struggle she had faced over the years, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this resilient young woman. Thank you so very much. Su Xuanchuan's eyes curved into crescent moons, and two delightful dimples appeared on her cheeks. I never expected to meet such a kind-hearted person today. I truly feel fortunate. At that moment, the enthusiastic owner entered with 2 steaming bowls of rice noodles. Miss Su, Mr. Zhang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. He gently placed the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls on the table. Please enjoy while it's hot. If anything is lacking, do not hesitate to let me know. Mr. Zhang, please try it, Su Xianxian urged, eagerly offering him chopsticks. I assure you it's delicious. Zhang Yongsheng picked up a bite of the snowy white noodles and brought it to his mouth, the rich aroma of bone broth immediately enveloping his senses. The flavor is indeed. His words were cut short by a sudden, intense cramp radiating from his abdomen. Zhang Yongsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Madam, where's the restroom? Su Xianxian hesitated for a moment, glancing out at the dimly lit street outside the shop before finally nodding in agreement. Then I must trouble you. The two exited the small eatery, the night breeze of Xiangqing carrying the dampness of the river, enveloping them. Su Xianxian donned a pair of black-framed glasses, pulling her scarf higher to conceal half her face. Zhang Yongsheng noticed her movements were quite adept, indicating she had grown accustomed to such disguises. My apartment is across the river. It's about a 20-minute walk. Su Xianxian lowered her voice, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Usually, I have my manager and assistant escorting me. Su Xianxian's voice sounded muffled through her mask. Today is a special circumstance, she added with a hint of self-deprecation. They walked side by side along the sidewalk, with Zhang Yongsheng maintaining a respectful distance closer to the road. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, occasionally intertwining before swiftly parting. The leaves of the sycamore trees lining the street rustled in the night breeze, muffling their soft footsteps. Just ahead, we'll turn right to reach the Xiangjiang Bridge. Su Xianxian pointed toward the brightly lit bridge ahead. I live at Jiangjing International. Her tone conveyed a sense of fatigue. Zhang Yongsheng keenly observed her slightly unsteady gait. Are your feet hurting? They're new high heels, Su Xianxian replied with a wry smile. I've walked too much today, and the heels have chafed my skin. She instinctively rubbed her right ankle. Shall we take a break on a bench? Zhang Yongsheng suggested, indicating a public bench not far ahead. Su Xianxian shook her head, urging herself to quicken her pace. No need, we'll be there soon. As they crossed the bridge, the river breeze intensified, causing Su Xuanchuan's scarf to flutter audibly. Zhang Yongsheng subtly adjusted his position, using his body to shield her from the brunt of the wind. Su Xianxian seemed to notice this delicate gesture and softly uttered her thanks. Zhang Yongsheng nodded. Remember to send me the photo of the jade bracelet. I'll be meeting Professor Dong tomorrow morning, and I should have time to take a look in the afternoon. Hurry along now and be safe. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Watching Su Xianxian enter the community gate, Zhang Yongsheng turned and walked away. He took out his phone and dialed the hotel front desk. Hello, I would like to book a taxi for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to Xiangnan University. His voice echoed distinctly in the empty street. The night breeze caressed the river's surface, carrying with it the moist air and the distant horn of a cargo ship. Standing at the bridge's edge, Zhang Yongsheng cast a final glance at the opulent community, where the window of a villa glowed warmly. Taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully towards the hotel. The person he was to meet the following day was of great significance, and he needed to gather his strength and prepare thoroughly. I hope to fetch a good price, she murmured to herself, importing the images into her computer for post-processing. Outside, the rippling waters of the Xiangjiang shimmered as the lights of the cargo ships faded into the distance. Chapter 111, Professor Dong. Rising to the bathroom, Zhang Yongsheng scrutinized himself in the mirror. To his astonishment, the bruises and swelling from the previous day's altercation had vanished entirely, leaving his skin smooth and unblemished. The warm water cascaded over his robust form, steam coalescing into fine droplets on the mirror surface. After completing his grooming, Zhang Yongsheng picked up his phone from the bedside table and dialed Professor Dong's number. Good morning, Professor Dong. This is Zhang Yongsheng. Are you available? I'm on my way to visit you. On the other end, Professor Dong's gentle yet resonant voice responded. Come over. I'll be waiting for you at the Xiangnan University Cultural and Historical Museum. Stepping out of the hotel, the morning sun bathed Zhang Yongsheng's shoulders in a gentle glow. The black taxi he had reserved awaited him at the entrance, the driver leaning against the door, smoking. Upon seeing Zhang Yongsheng emerge, he quickly extinguished his cigarette. Ding! A pleasant notification chimed as Zhang Yongsheng settled into the car, and he received a multimedia message. The screen displayed a pair of translucent emerald jade bracelets, their warmth accentuated against the black velvet backdrop. Just as he focused intently on the image, his phone vibrated. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? Su Xuanchuan's clear voice resonated through the line, with a faint sound of paper rustling in the background. Yes, this is Zhang Yongsheng. He instinctively straightened in his seat, his gaze still fixed on the bracelet's photograph. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Su Xuanchuan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Su Xuanxuan. I just sent you the photo. Did you see it? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the sound of paper shuffling. I have an appointment with the agent to view the house at noon, so I may be a bit late. Su Xuanchuan's tones softened, tinged with a hint of apology. Could you wait for me a moment? Zhang Yongsheng glanced at his watch. It should be fine. The meeting with Professor Dong should not take too long. We'll get in touch again shortly. After hanging up, Zhang Yongsheng contemplatively gazed out at the fleeting streetscape, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. As the vehicle crossed the bridge, he caught sight of a statue of a great leader standing majestically on a sandbank in the middle of the river. With flowing hair and a resolute expression, the youthful visage of the great leader stood proudly at the head of the sandbank, gazing into the distance as if perpetually watching over the motherland and its people. I must seize the opportunity to visit it, Zhang Yongsheng thought to himself. The crisp ring of his mobile phone abruptly shattered the tranquility within the car. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Yongsheng's mouth. Hey, today seems rather busy with work? He retrieved his phone from his pocket, and the flashing name Chun Chun on the screen made him tense up. Hastily pressing the answer button, "Hello, Chun Chun." Zhang Yongsheng, came Chun Chen's voice from the other end, laced with anger, sharp yet melodious. You arrived and didn't even bother to let me know? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Zhang Yongsheng instinctively recoiled slightly, as if trying to evade the ire emanating from the phone. There was a minor issue after I arrived yesterday. It was too late by the time I got to the hotel, so I didn't want to disturb you. His voice softened unconsciously, tinged with a hint of supplication. How is everything going? Chun Chen's tone slightly eased, yet her dissatisfaction remained palpable. I'm about to meet with Mr. Dong. I'm not quite sure of the specifics yet. Zhang Yongsheng continued to stare out at the rapidly retreating shadows of the phoenix trees, his fingers still tapping rhythmically on his knee. Sir, we have arrived at Xiangnan University, the driver announced timely, bringing the car to a steady stop in front of the venerable entrance. After disembarking, Zhang Yongsheng stood before the solemn gate of Xiangnan University, tilting his head to admire the gilded plaque bearing the university's name. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled shadows on his handsome face. He adjusted his suit collar and stepped into the campus. A female student carrying books approached him, and Zhang Yongsheng politely inquired, "Hello, could you please direct me to the Literature and History Museum?" His tone was gentle and courteous, a stark contrast to his earlier urgency on the phone. The student adjusted her glasses, appraising the well-dressed stranger, and pointed ahead, saying, "Just walk straight along this tree-lined path, turn left after you see the library, and at the end, turn right. The red brick old building by the roadside is it." Her voice was clear and pleasant, imbued with the distinctive soft accent of Xiangqing. "Thank you very much." Zhang Yongsheng nodded appreciatively. As he turned away, his gaze inadvertently swept over the stone lion at the gate, suddenly noticing the ancient characters carved into its pedestal, prompting him to pause and study them for a moment longer. This subtle discovery heightened his anticipation for the impending meeting. After bidding farewell to the helpful student, Zhang Yongsheng strolled along the shaded path. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. Before long, a quaint red brick building came into view, its entrance adorned with the gleaming golden characters spelling out Literature and History Museum in the sunlight. After explaining his purpose to the stern middle-aged security guard at the entrance, the guard signaled for him to wait in the reception area while he picked up the internal phone to confirm. Before long, a young scholar clad in a light gray casual outfit briskly emerged, adjusting the black-framed glasses upon his nose. "You must be Mr. Zhang Yongsheng," he inquired. "Indeed." Zhang Yongsheng replied with a slight nod. "Please, follow me." The young scholar gestured invitingly, leading Zhang Yongsheng to the second floor.